Good morning. Welcome to the 5th Joint Public Hearing. On behalf of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, the meeting is now called to order.
On behalf of the Committee on Public Order, this subcommittee now is hereby called to order.
For the Committee of Human Rights, this hearing is now called to order.
For the Committee on Public Accounts, the hearing is now called to order.
Thank you, co-chairs. Comsec, can you please lead the prayer for today's committee hearing?
Please stand. Let us place ourselves in God's presence. Almighty Father, we commend our nation to your merciful care, that we may live securely in peace and be guided by your providence. Bestow upon all our leaders the wisdom and strength to know your will and do it. Help them remember that they are called to serve the people as lovers of truth and justice. Grant them the grace to make the hard decisions they need to make. May we serve without prejudice or partiality in times of prosperity or poverty, peace or war. May every civil servant be a person of integrity, reliability, and commitment, respecting and adhering to the rule of law, one who serves out of a sincere compassion for their fellow men, never seeking personal gain, status, or prestige. This we ask in your name. Amen.
Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, buyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisigil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baghaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kisap ng wagaw at mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang may magdidilim, lupa ng araw ng waraming pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo, aming ligaya na pag may mamapit, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please take your seats. The next part of the agenda is the roll call of our members and the acknowledgement of our resource persons. Is there any motion?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Akop?
may I respectfully move that we dispense with the calling of the roll. So move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to dispense with the calling of the roll. Duly seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is carried. The next part of our agenda is the approval of the minutes of the meeting held last September 4, 2024. Is there any motion?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Akop?
may I respectfully move that we dispense with the readings of the minutes of the meeting held on September 4, 2024 and consider it as approved. So move, Mr. Chair.
There
Second,
is a
Mr. Chair.
motion
Second, Mr. Chair.
to dispense with the calling of the roll. Dispense with the reading of the minutes of the last hearing we had in September 4, 2024, and consider the approval of the same. Duly seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is carried. To our dear honorable members, please allow the chair to deliver his opening remarks. Esteemed colleagues, to our Senior Deputy Speaker, Congressman Dong Gonzales, our Deputy Speaker, Kong J.J. Suarez, to my co-chairs and vice-chairs, guests and resource persons, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. As we continue with our Quadcom hearing, we likewise continue with our quest for answers, for the truth, for justice, and for peaceful endings and closures to issues that plague our nation. We continue to hope for lasting solutions as well so that the issues that now haunt us will never happen again. In our past hearings, we have established the following. First, syndicates flood our country with drugs in connivance with corrupt government employees and officials. To address this, a major bill is pending before us proposing important amendments to the Dangerous Drugs Act. Hopefully, Congress will pass it to law before the 19th Congress ends. Next, we have seen and heard how both the innocent and the guilty were summarily executed, all in the name of cleansing the country with drug personalities. Accounts vary and reliable reports are hard to get. Until now, vital documents have to be subpoenaed just so the truth can see the light of day. We will be patient. We will be steadfast in our resolve and make no mistake about it. Today, as we continue to probe the issue on the extrajudicial killings, we shall endeavor to pluck the truth from the pile of lies and make our case in order to give justice and peace to the souls of those who perished in the dark of night while the nation watched in fear and deadly silence. Nananawagan kami sa mga iba pang may nalalaman sa mga karumal-dumal na mga pangyayari kung saan naaabuso ng iilang na gamit ng mga kawani ng gobyerno ang kanilang kapangyarihan at saglit na nakalimot sa sinumpaang tungkulin na protektahan ang sambayanan sa mga kalaban ng batas. Narito po kami handang makinig sa inyong sasabihin. Sa mga nakalipas na pagdinig, ipinakita namin sa inyo na ang mga nagpapahayag ng mga testimonya ay pawang mga taong may direktang kaalaman o partisipasyon sa mga bagay-bagay na isinisiwalat dito. Wala pong chismis o marites na lumalabas dito. Wala pong mga hearsay. Lahat po ng inilalabas dito ay metikulosong hinihimay, sinisiyasat, at sinisiguradong katotohanan at pawang katotohanan lamang. Wala pong pamumulitika dito sa investigasyong ito. When we started hearing the Mexico-Pampanga drug bust in 2023, we never thought that it would grow this big. What we hit was but the tip of the iceberg. Where this ends is a solution we are all prepared to face, yet dread. We have opened a Pandora's box, so to speak. There is no turning back, only courage to move forward. Ang inyong pong patuloy na interes sa panunood at pakikinig sa amin ang siyang nagbibigay ng lakas ng loob sa amin upang mapagpatuloy na hanapin ang katotohanan at maibalik ang katahimikan sa ating lipunan. Tulungan po ninyo kami para sa kapakanan nating lahat. Puksain natin ang iligal na droga na siyang salot na sumisira sa ating bayan at sa ating mga pamilya. Isumbong niyo po sa Quadcom ang mga pang-aabuso at pagmamalabis na nagaganap sa maling pagpapatupad ng mga batas. Kami po ay inyong kakampi at kasangga. Magandang umaga. Good morning to all our colleagues and to our resource persons as well. The next to deliver his opening remarks is our chair of the Committee on Human Rights, Congressman Benny Abante. You are recognized.
Sa atin pong Senior Deputy Speaker Dong Gonzales, sa ating Deputy Speaker JJ Suarez, sa mga kasamahan kong Quadcom Co-Chair, Vice Chair, at sa atin pong mga pinagpipitaganang mga kasama rito sa ating Kongreso. Magandang umaga sa inyo lahat. Thou shalt not kill. This is the seventh commandment of God. As written in the Bible, which is also the penal code of the nation of Israel in the Old Testament. And as I quote in Leviticus 24:17, whosoever takes a human life shall surely be put to death. End of quote. Deuteronomy 27:25, as I quote, cursed be anyone who takes a bribe to shed innocent blood. End of quote. And finally, in Genesis chapter 9, verses 5 to 6, and I quote, "And for your lifeblood I will require a reckoning. This, Quadcom, is now the reckoning. From every beast I will require it, and from man. From his fellow man I will require a reckoning for the life of man. Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed, for God made man in his own image." Today's hearing of the Joint Committee will focus on the extrajudicial killings committed as a consequence of the anti-illegal drugs policy implemented under the administration of the former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. The Committee on Human Rights, prior to the creation of this Joint Committee, conducted a total of 6 hearings in aid of legislation to finally determine, after 8 long years, the truth behind the bloody drug war. The committee has endeavored to find out whether the fundamental rights to life, liberty, and property have been upheld, whether the state, as the primary duty bearer to promote, protect, and fulfill human rights obligation, has faithfully done its duties, and whether our domestic laws and international human rights laws, treaties, and conventions to which the Philippines is a state party have been fully and properly observed. The Philippine Constitution is very explicit as it states in Article 3, Section 1 of the Bill of Rights, and I quote, "No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law." Without due process of law. May I repeat this? Will be denied the equal protection of the laws. End of quote. But this constitutional provision, my dear colleagues and friends, the very heart and soul of the Bill of Rights, was transgressed. Reported deaths and 345,216 arrested in police operations, as cited by the National Union of People's Lawyers, to the report of Attorney Jose Manuel Jocno of Free Legal Assistance Group, stating unassailable data obtained from the Supreme Court and Bank extended resolution relative to the Almora versus Philippine National Police case GR 234359-2017, which indicated that the Duterte administration's anti-drug campaign from July 1, 2016 to November 27, 2017 recorded a total of 20,322 deaths, or a daily average of 39.46 deaths. The 2017 year-end accomplishment report of the Duterte administration highlighted as key accomplishments the deaths of 3,967 drug personalities who died in anti-drug operations and 16,355 homicide cases under investigation as of 30 September 2017. Meanwhile, PNP spokesman Bernard Bannock reported a total of 29,000 deaths probed, committed by perpetrators, both known and unknown, as of 06 March 2019. The testimonies of Chief Senior Superintendent Gerardo Padilla and the persons deprived of liberty, Andy Magdadado and Leopoldo Tan, in the previous hearings have only affirmed that violent killings did not only occur outside the walls of prisons, but also within the jail premises. This representation, with all of my colleagues and my co-chairman in the Quad Committee, wish to push the inquiry further. I dare and call upon the families of victims to come out in the open and testify before this joint committee with unbridled courage and conviction, and help us pursue truth and justice for the sake of your children, parents, and spouses whom you have lost without due process of law or equal protection of the laws. Please allow us, your representatives in Congress, to help you seek justice for your loved ones in the most beneficent, humane, and lawful manner that we could. And I also believe that not only must laws be reviewed, amended, or enacted in this inquiry, but that Congress must be enabled to fully exercise its inherent oversight functions over the mandates, systems, and processes of the entire bureaucracy, and ensure that the human rights and dignity of our Filipino people are restored, respected, and preserved without any reservation. It is high time that we hold to account the perpetrators of those human rights violations and who have created a culture of impunity in what we may now describe as one of the darkest periods of our history. But in order to achieve this, we need the full cooperation and support of the victims and their families as we work relentlessly for the rule of law and a regime of truth, justice, and freedom. Nais ko pong ulitin ang binanggit ng ating lead chair tungkol sa pag-iimbita sa mga nakakaalam ng SOG killings na ito dito sa Quadcom upang lalo nating mapaigi ang ating investigasyon. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Congressman Benny Abante. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, Congressman Dan Fernandez. You are recognized.
In the spirit of time, Mr. Chairman, I'll be submitting this to the COMSEC.
Thank
you so much.
Congressman Fernandez. The next to deliver his opening remarks is Congressman Joseph Caraps Paduano, the Chair of the Committee on Public Accountability. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The same as my motion during the previous hearing. I have with me a copy of my opening remarks, and I respectfully submit my opening remarks to the COMSEC for purposes of records, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. May we now direct the Committee Secretary to please acknowledge all the members of this honorable committee present in our committee hearing today. COMSEC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Today, we have with us the honorable members of the Joint Committee. We have with us, aside from our Chairperson Robert Ace Barbers, we also have Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzalez Jr., Chairperson Danis Fernandez of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, Chairperson Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano of the Committee on Public Accounts, Chairperson Bienvenido M. Abante Jr. of the Committee on Human Rights, Representative Romeo M. Acop, Representative Deputy Speaker David J.J. Suarez, Representative Jonathan Keith T. Flores, Representative Johnny T. Pimentel, Representative Faustino Michael Carlos D. III, Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Representative Yasser, Deputy Speaker Yasser Alonto Adjong, Representative Jerville Jinky Beatrix R. Luistro, Representative Franz Castro, Representative Sirio Dagook, Representative Renante Arrogancia, Representative Zia Alonto Adjong, Representative Lianda Bolilia, Representative Francisco Paulo Ortega V, Representative Gabriel Bordado Jr., Representative Ray Reyes, Representative Raul Daniel Manuel, Representative Seriaco Gato Jr., Representative Arnan Panaligan, Representative Ernesto Junicio Jr., Representative Edward Maceda, Representative Joseph Arturo Jojo Garcia Jr., Representative Joseph Jojo Lara, Representative Presley De Jesus, Representative Janet Garin, Representative Amparo Maria Zamora, Representative Chino Miguel Almario, Representative Bonifacio Bosita, Representative Ching Bernos. That's all for the members present, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. For our resource persons, we have with us from the Commission on Human Rights, the chairperson, Attorney Richard P. Palpal Latok. From the Department of the Interior and Local Government, we have Undersecretary Juan Victor Llamas. From the Department of Justice, we have with us Senior Deputy State Prosecutor Marcia Haugan. From the Bureau of Corrections, or Bucor, Director General Gregorio Catapang Jr., Senior Inspector Noni Foro, Senior Chief Inspector Jerome M. Glaze, and CSO1 Ramel N. Villajos. From the National Police Commission, we have the Vice Chairperson and CEO Alberto A. Bernardo. And also we have the former NAPOLCOM Commissioner Edelberto Leonardo. From the National Bureau of Investigation, we have Attorney Angelito DLP Magno, the Assistant Director for Investigation, Attorney Ross Jonathan V. Galicia, the Chief of the Anti-Drug Division, Attorney Dennis Victor Asistio, Attorney Florendo Gamunac, Attorney J. Erorita, Attorney Joselito Valle, and also Attorney Ruben Aizon Jr. from the Office of the Solicitor General. From the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, we have with us the Director General, Moro Virgilio M. Lazo, Attorney Francis S. Del Valle, Director 3 Wardley Hitalia of the Plans and Operations of the PIDEA. From the Philippine National Police, we have Police Brigadier General Eleazar Mata, Police Colonel Marvin Marcos, Police Colonel Carlito Grijaldo, Police Lieutenant Colonel Jovi Espinido, and Attorney Brigido De Jesus Dulay. We also invited non-government organizations, advocates for human rights. We have with us from the Center for International Law, Attorney Joel Butuyan. From the Free Legal Assistance Group, or FLAG, Attorney Jose Manuel I. Jokno, its chairperson. From the National Union of People's Lawyers, Attorney Neri Javier Colmenares. From the Rise Up for Life and for Rights, we have Father Manuel Gatchalian, Mr. Manuel Mogato, and the Cones Robilin Litao. We also invited former government officials, and we have with us Police Major General Albert Ferro, Police Colonel Royena M. Garma, that's all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. And yeah, we have another representative who came in, Representative Ron P. Salo.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Comsec. Before we proceed with the interpellation of the members, may I ask who among our resource persons present who have not taken their oath yet, Comsec? And after which, please administer the oath of those resource persons who have not taken their oath yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those who have attended this meeting for the first time, please stand. And please stand for your oath. And please raise your right hand for your oath. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this congressional inquiry, so help you God? Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Chairman, you may take your seats, please.
Okay, thank you. Before, again, we proceed with the committee hearing, may we ask the Honorable Vice Chair of these 4 standing committees to please state for the record the ground rules for our committee hearing today. And with that, may I call on Congressman Romy Acop, the Chair of the Committee on Transportation, to please state for the record the ground rules for today's committee hearing. Congressman Acop, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee would just like to remind our committee members, other House members, and our resource persons that if they want to make statements or ask questions, the resource persons are given 5 minutes for their presentation. And for our committee and House members, they will be given 10 minutes each for their interpellation, excluding the answers of the resource persons. No member except the lead chairperson or the presiding officer shall be allowed to speak or make interjections during the course of the interpellation of a member unless and until recognized by the lead chairperson or the presiding officer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Acop. I hope the ground rules are clear, and we would like to give the opportunity to the members to propound questions while no interjections, no interruptions, and that is the promise of the Quad. Now, may we also ask if our resource persons present, like Colonel Ruina Garma, do you have a lawyer with you? And may we ask your lawyer to enter his appearance before this committee hearing?
Yes, Your Honor. Emerito Kilang, I'm entering my appearance as counsel for Ms. Garma, Your Honor. I'm based in Tuguegarao City. My roll number is 31961.
Okay, thank you, Attorney
Kilang, Your
Kilang.
Yes,
Attorney
Your Honor.
Kilang, sorry. Let me just remind you that the role of the counsel of the witness is limited only to advising her of her rights.
I had read the rules, Your Honor.
You cannot coach her.
Yeah.
You cannot answer in her behalf. Is that clear?
Yes, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po. Now, may we also ask Attorney Kilang to please occupy the seat behind the witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because the seats are reserved for resource persons and witnesses which we called to appear before this committee.
Yes, Your Honor. I will
Thank
do that,
you.
Your Honor.
Paige, can you please provide a chair for Attorney Kilang?
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
let us now proceed with the administrative matters. Congressman Paduano? Oh,
yes,
Congressman
Mr. Chair,
Pimentel.
that is precisely what I was pointing at. Before we proceed to the interpellation, can we tackle some matters? May I inquire from the COMSEC if SPO for Artner Solis is present?
Comsec?
Mr. Chairman.
With the indulgence of Congressman Pimentel, yes, Congressman Paduano.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. SPO for Nasoles was invited during the previous hearing. He was issued the show cause order dated August 22. August 28. And he was issued by Asepenas last September 4, Mr. Chairman. That's the status of PMMS Arturo Nasoles, and until now, he is not present in today's hearing. No response or reply yet to the show cause, and now he was issued subpoena last September 4, Mr. Chairman.
On this note, Mr. Chair, under our rules, since we have already issued a subpoena, SPO for Artner Solis is still a no-show. Mr. Chair, this representation would like to move that we cite for contempt Artner Solis to appear in this court. So move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to cite in contempt Mr. Art
SPO for Artner Solis.
SPO for Art Narsolis for his failure to attend in this committee hearing scheduled today. Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Comsec,
Mr. Chairman, may we also assign our Sergeant at Arms to be assigned on trying to find out these personalities that the Quadcom is asking. Medyo napapansin po natin that yung ating pong Sergeant at Arms sometimes nagiging lax po sa kanilang assignment. So we'll be asking them also to specifically coordinate with the PNP in order to find out all these personalities that are not appearing in this Quadcom.
thank you, Congressman Fernandez. Comsec, please coordinate closely with the Office of the Sergeant at Arms and the Philippine National Police to implement the arrest order of the Quad Committee in the person of Mr. Art Narsolis.
Yes, sir. I have been coordinating with the Office of the Sergeant at Arms and with the LOLA, Police Liaison Officer, who
Thank
is
you.
here, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, in addition, can I request that other than the PNP, can we also ask the assistance of the NBI and other agencies in securing these personalities to be present in our next Quadcom?
Thank you, DSJJ Suarez. Yes, Comsec, you are directed to comply with the manifestation of Congressman JJ Suarez. Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we have already approved contempt order for PMS Narsoles, Mr. Chairman, my second motion, Mr. Chairman, is to detain Mr. PMS Narsoles in the House premises as may be decided by the Chairman until this investigation in the Quadcom with regards to AJK will be terminated. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion to detain Mr. Art Narsolis in the premises of the House of Representatives. And this was duly seconded. Are there any objections? No objections. The motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed with the next item, let me just put on record that the violation of PMS Narsoles is with regards to paragraph A of our rules on contempt, refusal to obey summons without legal excuse. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me proceed, Mr. Chairman.
Please
Now,
proceed.
Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, I would like to put on record, since this is just an AJK hearing in today's hearing, a lot of invitees was issued a subpoena for the past hearings. Now, let me put on record, Mr. Chairman, that we have issued subpoena for the for Hongsing Gaming Technology Incorporated, for all those officers of the Hongsing Gaming Incorporated, also to Sun Yuan Technology Incorporated, Baofo Land Corporation Incorporated, Lucky South 999 Outsourcing Incorporated, and Lucky South 999 Limited Company. And also with, we have issued a subpoena ad testificandum for the Whirlwind officers of the Whirlwind Corporation, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, I suggest that we will just tackle this issue on the next hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, today's topic is limited to the extrajudicial killings. And in the
Mr.
subsequent...
Chair, before we proceed with the EJK, I'd like to find out also the status of Attorney Harry Roque, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Congressman Benny Abante, we will ask Congressman Paduano to reply to your query as to questions that you raised on Attorney Harry Roque. Congressman Paduano?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the indulgence of course, Congressman Co-Chair Abante, let me read the issuance of a subpoena doses tecum to Mr. Harry Roque with regards to documents that he has committed during the previous hearing, Mr. Chairman. Number one, the medical and hospital records and proof of those surgeries performed on his wife, Ms. Myla Roque. Number two, deed of sale and BRR and transfer tax payments of the 1.8 hectares land in multinational village, Parañaque. Number three, all documents submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission regarding the transfer of shares to Attorney Percival S. Ortega, including trust agreement with the latter. Number four, extrajudicial settlement of estate of a named aunt, including corresponding BR tax returns. Number five, statement of assets and liabilities, or SALN, from 2016 to 2022, with proof of receipt. Number six, income tax return of John Cham Holdings and Trading Incorporated for calendar years 2014 to 2022. Number seven, Attorney and Ms. Roque's income tax for calendar years 2014 to 2022. Number eight, judicial affidavit executed by Ms. Ronaldine Baterna. And lastly, judicial affidavit executed by Catherine Cassandra Ong. Mr. Chairman, just for the information of everyone, we have received today another motion to quash from Attorney Harry Roque. And for the record will show that we have already discussed lengthily and through the Vice Chairperson, the Committee of Public Accounts, Vice Chair, the Honorable Luistro, during that hearing, to deny the motion to quash that was sent to us by Attorney Harry Roque. And it was unanimously approved, Mr. Chairman. So with that, Mr. Chairman, subpoena doses tecum for all those listed documents that I have mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Mr.
Congressman
Chair,
Abante.
may I be allowed to speak on the actuations of Attorney Harry Roque outside the hearing of this Quadcom?
May I ask Congressman Abante to defer that particular statement after we hear from Congresswoman Luistro on the decision of the committee as to the motion to quash filed before this committee by Attorney Harry Roque.
I submit, Mr.
And then
Chair.
after, we will recognize Congressman Abante. Congresswoman Jinky Luistro, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As mentioned by the Honorable Paduano, the Quadcom is in possession of the Omnibus Motion and Compliance dated September 9, 2024, filed by Attorney Harry Roque. And I wish to remind the Quadcom that this motion originated from our hearing on August 22, 2024, where in the various questions we propounded, Attorney Harry Roque expressed his commitment to produce the documents. And for the understanding of the Filipino people, Mr. Chair, I wish to share excerpt of the video of our hearing dated August 22, 2024. Secretariat, please.
Comsec?
Volume, please.
Congresswoman Luistro, please make this very quick because our topic for today is about extrajudicial
I
killings.
understand, Mr. Chair, so I will forgo with the video. To explain, Mr. Chair, this omnibus motion and compliance is made up of two parts. The first part is the motion to quash, that is from paragraph 1 to 33. And the second part is the compliance to the show cause order, which is reflected in page 34 to 43. This representation wished to make a manifestation with respect to the motion to quash filed by the attorney Harry Roque. In support of the above motion, Mr. Chair, he raised the same arguments which have been deliberated upon already during the last hearing. And to satisfy the requirement of due process, Mr. Chair, let me reiterate our answers to the arguments which he raised. First, that the hearing is not in aid of legislation. In answer to that, let me explain, Mr. Chair, this Quadcom was created to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation pertaining to 4 issues which are haunting us. 1 is dangerous drugs, 2 is extrajudicial killing, 3 is the en masse acquisition of land, and 4 is the Pogo operation. In other words, Mr. Chair, we are indeed in exercise of our power to conduct inquiry in aid of legislation which is granted by no less than the Philippine Constitution, Mr. Chair. Second, Attorney Harry Roque argued that the documents requested are not germane to the inquiry in aid of legislation. Again, in the case of Arnold versus Nazareno, there are 2 requirements. 1 is materiality to the subject matter, and second is materiality to the possible legislation. With respect to the first requirement, Mr. Chair, it is the humble submission of this representation that the Quad Committee has established an overwhelming circumstantial evidence showing the connection of Attorney Harry Roque to Lucky South Corporation, which is a Pogo operator where we apprehended Chinese nationals victims of human trafficking, murder, and internet scam. Mr. Chair, at the height of the interpellation, we ask about the Biancham Corporation, which owns the property in Tuba, Benguet, where the IT employee of this Lucky South was apprehended. And that is where we started investigating Biancham. And then it was followed by our investigation on the subsidiary companies. As we investigate on Biancham, Mr. Chair, we found out the sudden increase of his assets in 2018, coming from 125,000 before 2016. In 2018, the current assets of Biancham rose to 125 million. At the height of the interpellation, Mr. Chair, Attorney Harry Roque articulated that his money did not come from Pogo operation. To emphasize, Mr. Chair, that statement did not come from Quadcom, did not come from this representation. Instead, it came from the mouth of Attorney Harry Roque. This is an admission, therefore, Mr. Chair, that he admits the connection of these documents which we are requiring from him from the investigation on Pogo operation that we are conducting right now. To further explain, Mr. Chair, it was admitted that he was the presidential spokesperson during that time with a very limited income. And then we asked him, where did this 65 million came from? Where did this money came from? And he could not explain except that he sold a certain property in multinational company in Parañaque. To conclude, Mr. Chair, there is a question about the source of the money of Biancham Corporation, which belongs to Attorney Harry Roque. And following his question, if he will not be able to prove the legal and valid source of this sudden increase of assets of Biancham, then there is a reasonable ground to believe that indeed he is connected with Pogo operation and this money possibly came from the Pogo operation. The second element, Mr. Chair, is the materiality to the possible legislation. And during the last hearing, Mr. Chair, we reiterated ano po ba ang mga batas na posibleng aamyendahan, muling pag-aaralan in connection to this Quadcom hearing. And we cited RA 3019. This is the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act na baka sakali na ang ating mga government officials ay nakurap because of this Pogo operation. We also have Code of Professional Responsibility of Government Officials that we need to revisit already the provisions of this law to make sure that the government officials and employees do not deviate from what is being mandated by the Code of Professional Responsibility of Government Officials. We also have anti-money laundering. Kulang po ba ang probisyon ng anti-money laundering? At nagkaroon ng mga transfer ng huge amount of money in spite of the existence of this law. We also have corporation law. Bakit po ba nagagamit na shield ang mga corporation in perpetrating illegal activities? We can also consider, Mr. Chair, the Code of Professional Responsibility and Accountability for lawyers. Ito po ba'y saklaw pa if the lawyers already protecting illegal activities of their client? In addition to this, Mr. Chair, we have established already the need to revisit the laws such as the PSA Charter dahil naabuso po ang ating batas patungkol sa late registration, our immigration law on visa issuance, the PAGCOR Charter on licensing of Pogo, and the cybercrime law or RA 10175. Mr. Chair, to proceed, another argument that was raised is the right to self-incrimination. And I wish to share again the case of De La Cruz versus People. Napakaliwanag po sa batas na ito. When we speak about the right against self-incrimination, we're talking only about testimonial evidence. And this time, Mr. Chair, what we are asking are documents. The documents which he promised to produce during the hearing of August 22, 2024. Fourth, Mr. Chair, he invoked the right to privacy. And again, in the case of Standard Chartered Bank versus Senate Committee, citing the case of Sabio versus Gordon, the right to privacy is subordinated to the right to public information in matters of public interest. In other words, Mr. Chair, if there is a conflict between the right to privacy versus the right to public information on matters of public interest, the latter should prevail. Mas mataas po ang right to public information on matters of public interest kumpara sa right to privacy. And finally, Mr. Chair, he invoked the right to due process. This is the purpose of our hearing, to give ample opportunity to our resources speaker to explain their side. We satisfy amply the requirement of notice and even the requirement of hearing. But we are all witnesses. He has been dispensing his opportunity to be able to explain before the Quad all the possible allegations which are being imputed by this investigation. Mr. Chair, I wish to add as well, as part of this manifestation, that when he filed the motion to quash, prior to the receipt of the written subpoena, wala pa pong written subpoena na tinatanggap si Attorney Harry Roque. Nag-file na siya ng motion to quash. Why? Because he knows already during the meeting that he expressed his commitment to produce the documents. Reason why we issued the subpoena. To my humble opinion, Mr. Chair, he waived already his right to receive the written subpoena. Second, Mr. Chair, during the last hearing, we extensively discussed his arguments and our answers why we denied his first motion to quash. And third, Mr. Chair, in this motion, omnibus motion and compliance, siya po mismo ang nagsabi. Same arguments ang ni-raise niya. As a matter of fact, he said he is refiling the motion to quash. In other words, Mr. Chair, lahat po ng nakasulat dito ay nasagot na natin during the last hearing. I therefore submit, Mr. Chair, that we should deny this omnibus motion, particularly the motion to quash, because this is already moot and academic. I submit, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Luistro.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Flores.
Mr. Chair, as extensively discussed by Congressman Luistro, stating the grounds why we are in the right as far as our request for him to submit these documents, and his continued refusal to submit these documents to this Quad Committee, Mr. Chair. I move, Mr. Chair, that we hold Harry Roque in contempt, Attorney Harry Roque in contempt for refusing to submit the documents subject of the subpoena de Sustecom, and of which he has manifested that he was going to submit to this committee, Mr. Chair. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to cite Attorney Harry Roque in contempt, and this was duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Now, just for clarification, we are citing Attorney Harry Roque in violation of Section 11,
D.
Paragraph D.
Paragraph D, Mr. Chair, for refusing to comply with the subpoena, the Sustecom, and to submit the documents we requested of him, Mr. Chair. Now, Mr. Chair, in addition, Mr. Chair, I move that we hold Harry Roque in detention for the period of until he submits the documents or until the Quad Committee is dissolved, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to detain Attorney Harry Roque as long as this committee conducts its hearing,
Mr. Chair.
and until we terminate,
Or until he submits the
or
documents.
until he
that we
submits
have
the
asked.
documents required of him.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And this was duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Congressman
Mr. Chair.
Abante.
Mr. Chair, in addition to what Congresswoman Luistro said, ito pong si Harry Roque is actually a person with a two-faced attitude. This representation recognizes that we have a full plate and that we need to hear the testimonies of resource persons who have been invited to our hearing today. But I feel compelled to raise a matter that I believe should be addressed by this honorable body. Isa sa mga iniimbita natin sa ating inquiry, si Atty. Harry Roque. Hindi lang po siya dating presidential spokesperson, he is also a former colleague of ours in the House of Representatives. At dahilan dito, we were very kind to him. In fact, our senior deputy speaker even asked him only to be detained for 1 day, of which he even questioned that, Mr. Chair. So in the course of our hearings, Atty. Roque was cited in contempt on August 22 for being untruthful about the circumstances surrounding his absence during our August 16 hearing. After being detained and after apologizing to the members of the House, Atty. Roque then went on Facebook and posted, and I quote, "In my view, the contempt ruling smacks of abuse of power and political harassment against an anti-Marcos Jr. critic like me," end of quote. Ay napaka-doble kara naman pala ni Atty. Harry Roque. Mr. Chair. I find this disturbing because if I remember correctly, Attorney Roque was asked if he recognizes the power of the House to hold him in contempt. And he said yes. But the moment he was no longer in our presence, Mr. Chair, he went out and publicly questioned the contempt ruling and accused us of abusing this power. I believe that we cannot countenance such behavior, Mr. Chair. Naging mabait pa tayo sa kanya. I even asked if the Quad Committee would hold in abeyance the contempt charge just because we were actually kind to him. So this manifestation is being spoken today to inquire if the statements made by Attorney Roque outside our hearings should be grounds to hold him also in contempt, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Yes, I believe we can defer discussion on that particular manifestation at the moment because we have just cited Attorney Harry Roque in contempt for violating Section 11 of our Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation, which states that failure to submit subpoenaed documents before the committee is a ground to cite him in contempt. So for the meantime, since there was already a motion that was approved unanimously by the body, another motion is also is appropriate, and to where he will be detained. Is there any motion?
Mr. Chair, I submit to the motion of Congressman Flores, no? And I would want to make a motion that Attorney Roque should be detained in the Women's Correction. Women's Correction. Hindi po. Doon na lang sa bikutan natin. Mr. Chair, sorry po sa pagkakamali.
So is that a motion, Congressman Abante? Or Congressman Keith?
Mr. Chair, in deference to Attorney Roque being a former member of this House, Mr. Chair, I move that he be detained in the House premises, Mr. Chair.
Second the motion.
Okay, there is a motion to detain him, detain Attorney Harry Roque at the House of Representatives Detention Facility. And this was duly seconded. Any objection? No objection. The motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, very quick. Mr. Chair.
Okay, just please make this very, very quick because the topic today is EJK.
Mr. Chair,
So
just for
after-
the sake of giving due course to this omnibus motion and compliance, particularly with respect to the motion to quash, I respectfully move that we disregard the motion to quash on the ground of being moot and academic.
Yes, as stated earlier by Congresswoman Jinky Luistro, we will stand by our previous decision of denying his motion to quash. And again, reiterated by the decisions of the Supreme Court that was cited by Congresswoman Luistro and Congressman Keith Flores. Now,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Rog Gutierrez.
Mr. Chair, very shortly, just on the matter of the omnibus
make it
motion.
short, yes.
We still have the matter of the response to the show cause order. And I understand it's superfluous given the contempt order, but I think, Mr. Chair, as a body, we should rule on it. And in my opinion, it cites an unspecified condition and an unspecified surgery. It makes mention of an unspecified medical facility. It has been unsubstantiated. And my understanding is it was imparted to me by the ComSec. He did not even submit the medical certificates.
Are you referring to the medical certificate to be submitted to the Quad by the wife of Attorney
No,
Harry
Mr.
Roque?
Chair. This is in response to the show cause order because this is the third absence already by Mr. Attorney
Oh, yes.
Harry Roque. The first absence, the excuse was appearance in arbitration. The second absence was with no written response. And now we issued the show cause order last hearing, and now he has responded through the motion. It was omnibus po. There was a second part of the show cause order. And it would appear, Mr. Chair, that it's an unsubstantiated answer. And I believe, as a matter of course, we should issue a subpoena, Mr. Chair. Although superfluous given the contempt order, I still think that we should move to issue a subpoena at testificandum, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is that a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to issue a subpoena for failure to properly answer the show cause order.
Okay, there is a motion to issue a subpoena to Attorney Harry Roque, subpoena ad testificandum for Attorney Harry Roque. And this was duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Thank you, Congressman Gutierrez. Yes, Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just last two items. For the PNP documents to be submitted in this committee, that was mentioned by Police Lieutenant Colonel Espinido in his affidavit, such as the list of police generals and other PNP officials who received money from Kerwin Espinosa's group, as indicated in the ledger, and copies of cleared checks that were recovered from their accountant. Now, Mr. Chair, we have with us Brigadier General Ruel Sandoval of the DIDM. We'll just ask him later, Mr. Chairman. We'll just hold this particular documents that was ordered to the PNP to be submitted in this honorable committee. Now, lastly, Mr. Chairman, the LRA was ordered to provide a copy of land titles of Northern Cebu Renewable Energy Corporation, and as per information from the COMSEC, LRA committed to submit it in today's hearing, this afternoon. So again, we will just wait for the submission of such documents, Mr. Chairman. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Paduano.
Mr.
Now
Mr.
we
Chair.
Okay, is,
Yes, this in
Yes,
relation to admin
excuse me,
matters.
Congressman Fernandez.
I just would like to make a motion to strike out my statement a moment ago
Which part of your statement? Congressman
that I said that Tony Roque should be detained at the Women's Correctional. I want it stricken out.
Okay, COMSEC, please take note, and it is so ordered. Congressman Fernandez.
Yeah, this is in relation to a letter that was submitted by Cassandra Leong through his lawyer, Attorney Topacio, in relation to also to the suit filed by them before the Supreme Court on behalf of their client, Ms. Cassandra Leong, seeking to stop the Quadcom, no, from disregarding the right of our client to remain silent. Yun po yung sinasabi ng sulat na ito, one of those that are written in this letter. But of course, Mr. Chairman, it was already established by the Supreme Court under GR number 175, 104, that legislative investigation, if I may, Mr. Chairman, that it was ruled by the Supreme Court that a legislative investigation and the court proceedings has different purposes. On one hand, yung pong hearings that are being conducted, like yung pong mga adjudicative proceedings, is to settle dispute of the two litigants. On the other hand, ito pong legislative inquiry in aid of legislation, inter alia, is to gather data and information that will seek to amend or to create new laws na magiging pong effective para i-implement po ng ating pong gobyerno. And accordingly, Mr. Chairman, under standard, the case between Standard Chartered Bank of the Philippines and the Senate of the Philippines, yung pong Senate Committee on Bank and Financial Institution, it is clearly stated on that case that the mere filing of criminal and administrative cases on any courts or quasi-judicial shall not prevent the legislative body to conduct a legislative function. Otherwise, it would be extremely easy to subvert any intended inquiry by Congress through the convenient ploy of instituting a criminal or administrative complaint. Yung pong exercise of the sovereign legislative authority belong to this Congress. And sabi ng Supreme Court, this cannot be made subordinate to any criminal or administrative investigation. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, 4 ito pong mga kaso or decision ng Supreme Court. One is the GR 174-105. Another is the Standard Chartered Bank and Senate Committee on Banks, Financial Institution. Third, yung case against Arnold versus Nazareno. And fourth, yung isang kaso nung kay Garciliano versus the House of Representatives na sinasabi po dito, and the court has no authority to prohibit a Senate committee from requiring persons to appear and testify before it in connection with an inquiry in aid of legislation in accordance with its duly published rules of procedure. Dito emphasizes the importance of the duty of those subpoena to appear before the legislature, even if it incidentally incriminating questions are expected to be asked. Ngayon, Mr. Chairman, dito naman po sa sinasabi ni Mr. Topacio, dahil meron po siyang comment na sinasabi, in his comment, Mr. Fernandez said that supposedly the right to remain silent is not applicable to legislative inquiries, but only the right against self-incrimination and other statements. Such legal opinion is laughable because Fernandez is not a lawyer. Also, I must remind Mr. Fernandez that the matter is now before the courts and any such public comments touching on the case may be violative of the sub judice. Well, very clearly, Mr. Chairman, dito po sa ruling ng Supreme Court, yung pong the right to remain silent cannot be invoked by her client. And for the education and information of Mr. Topacio, Mr. Chairman, I may not be a lawyer. I may not be an expert on legal context. Pero wala po siyang monopoly ng legal context. Di ba? Meron na pong mga Google ngayon. At nakakapagbasa na tayo sa Google. And at the same time, Gen Z na po ngayon. Kaya I think grow up, no? At I think yung pong sinasabi niya that he's warning us, no? Through me, that should he make any more such statements, I will have no choice but to file a motion to cite him in contempt of court. But according sa Article 3, di ba, Section 7, Mr. Chairman, we are guaranteed to give information to public, especially if this entails public concern. This must be recognized. And I think medyo offending po yung mga sinabi niya. But again, we have to move that this letter that he submitted to us be disregarded, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Fernandez. Now, may I remind, this is the last discussion on the issue of resource persons related to the Pogo because we want to proceed with the hearing on extrajudicial killings. Our resource persons already present. We take note of the observation and the manifestation of Congressman Dan Fernandez, and certainly with that kind of a manifestation, the committee is bound to take an action. And but I will just ask committee chair of the Public Order and Safety to defer that for the moment, so that we can continue with the committee hearing proper. Is that all right, Congressman Fernandez?
Yeah, I'm okay with that, Mr. Chairman. But I think when we invited the resource persons in the person of Ms. Cassandra Ong, yung pong right to remain silent is not absolute, especially when we are in the process of trying to find out those information and data that is guaranteed under this GR 175-104.
That was clearly stated by Your Honor, so we take note of that. And as I stated earlier, the committee is bound to take action on that particular manifestation. But we now can proceed with the committee hearing on the extrajudicial killings. Congressman
Mr. Chair.
Abante?
As we proceed with the hearing of the EJK, I now would like to introduce one of our resource persons, Colonel Padilla, to be able to answer questions on his knowledge on the EJK that happened in the penal colony that he once headed. So may I now call on Colonel Padilla, please.
Okay. Colonel Padilla is here present.
Good morning, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Superintendent Padilla. We have a list of interpellators for our resource person, Superintendent Padilla. And in number 1 in the list is our Senior Deputy Speaker, Congressman Dong Gonzales. May I know if our witnesses, the COMSEC, Mr. Tan and Mr. Ano po Magdaro is present?
They are present, sir.
Sige, can you please invite them to... Paige, can you provide a chair for our witnesses? Hindi kasya eh. Ilan ba sila? Ano ba? Dalawa, okay. Pass it on.
Naman, pero ngayon sila na ngayon.
So to the honorable members, we have in our detention facility three witnesses who has given their executed an affidavit and which was already present in the 2 previous hearings on the topic of EJK, and we asked them to be present in our committee hearing today.
Mr. Chairman.
Along with our other resource persons. Yes?
Yeah. Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
JJ.
while we await the arrival of our 2 resource persons, I noticed the arrival of a certain Attorney Joel Butuyan. Can the COMSEC identify?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, Your Honors, Attorney Joel Butuyan is a resource person. He is representing Sinterlo for human rights, sir.
Attorney Butuyan, can you please enter your appearance for the benefit of the honorable members of this committee?
Good morning, Your Honors. I am Attorney Joel Butuyan. I am the chairperson of the Center for International Law, and I'm also in the list of counsels in the International Criminal Court, Your Honors.
Thank you, Attorney. So, where are the other witnesses?
Mr. Chairman, if Attorney Butuyan will be serving as one of our resource person, may I inquire from the good COMSEC if he has already
Okay, please,
Please, please admit, sir.
please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this congressional inquiry, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Suspend ko muna.
Hearing suspended for few minutes.
Hearing is resumed. We have a list of interpellators. And the first to ask and propound question is our Senior Deputy Speaker, Congressman Aurelio Dong Gonzales. You are recognized.
Salamat, Mr. Chairman, the co-chairman of Quadcom, sa ating mga kasamang kongresista. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Ito po'y pagpapatuloy lang po doon sa aking pagtatanong noong nakaraan na hearing dito sa House of Representatives. Ito pong tanong ko para kay Tata. Tata, para sa inyo po to. Kumusta po kayo? Tata, kumusta po kayo?
Mabuti naman po, sir.
Pwede mong pakilis po yung ano mo para marinig namin maayos yung salita nyo.
Mabuti naman po, Your Honor.
Thank you. Tata, pwede bang pakibasa mo ulit yung number 28, 29 at number 30 ng affidavit mo dated noong August 21 yata? Comsec, can you please give a copy to Tata? Pakibasa mo at para marinig ng ating mga nanonood sa ating bansa at sa ating mga kongresista.
28, 29 po.
Opo, 28, 29, and 30.
Habang naglalakad kami, papuntang investigation section, tumunog ang cellphone ni Superintendent Padilla. Nakita ko na pinindot ni Superintendent Padilla ang kanyang cellphone. Nadinig ko na sinabi nung tumawag kay Superintendent Padilla, "Congrats, Superintendent Padilla. Job well done." Pero grabe yung ginawang dinuguan. Alam ko na ang kausap ni Superintendent Padilla ay
That
si
is number 29 po. Number 29 po to, no? Sige po, tuloy po.
Alam ko na ang kausap ni Superintendent Padilla ay si Presidente Duterte. Dahil pamilyar ang boses niya. Number 30. Pagkatapos ng tawag, sabi ni Superintendent Padilla sa mga kasamahan niya doon, tumawag si Presidente, nag-congrats sa akin. Dahil sa sinabing ito ni Superintendent Padilla, kaya lalo akong napaniwala na ang tumawag sa kanya ay si Presidente Duterte.
Salamat, Tata. Ngayon, nandito na po ang ating Colonel Padilla. Colonel Padilla, sa iyong sinumpaang salaysay, maaari niyo po bang basahin ang number 4 at number 6 ng supplemental affidavit mo? Comsec, could you please give him a copy so that he can read?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Dito po sa aking affidavit, babasahin ko po. Pinapatutuhanan ko ang sinabi ni Tata na nung papunta kami sa investigation section, ay tumunog ang cellphone ko at ito ay sinagot ko. Ang tumawag sa akin ay, ayon sa boses, ay dating President Rodrigo Roa Duterte at sinabing congrats, Superintendent Padilla. Job well done, pero grabe yung ginawang dinuguan.
So, Colonel Padilla, ngayon binasa mo yung sa yung salaysay na number 4 and 6. Ngayon, inaamin mo na ngayon na totoo ang mga sinasabi ni Leopoldo Tan alias Tata na tinawagan ka ni Presidente Duterte pagkatapos patayin ang tatlong Chinese? Colonel Padilla?
Yes, Your Honor, as the voice I've heard over the phone.
Inaamin mo ang lahat na ito ang sinabi ni Jimmy Fortaleza last hearing na nagkausap kayo ni Colonel Garma.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Inaamin mo din na nagkausap kayo ni Colonel Leonardo na sinabing papatayin nila ang tatlong Chinese national.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Ngayon, meron akong huling tanong sa iyo, Colonel Padilla. Pag nag-uusap po kayo ng dating Presidente Rodrigo Roa Duterte, through personal na telepono ba ang dating Presidente ang pinagtatawag nyo o may iba pang telepono na ginagamit nyo? Ano ang ginagamit nyong telepono?
During that time, I have my cell phone, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Personal.
So, sino ang hindi ba nakarehistro yung telepono sa iyong pagtawag nung nakareceive ka ng calls?
Hindi po.
Well, anyway, Mr. Chairman, yun lang po ang gusto kong malinawan at least. Last hearing kasi, tinatanong ko po ito, nag-interject po si Congressman Fernandez for the executive session. So ngayon po, malinaw na po sa ating taong bayan at sa ating mga kasama dito lahat at nanonood sa buong Pilipinas at sa buong mundo. At ito po ay narinig nating lahat. I rest my case, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Gonzales. Before we acknowledge the next interpellator, let me just recognize the members who are present in this committee hearing. Congressman Roberto Y. Puno, Congresswoman Arlene Brosas, Congressman Jefferson Konghun, Congresswoman Midi Kua, Congressman Joboy Aquino, and Congressman Bambi Emano. Welcome to the committee hearing. Now, the next interpellator is Congressman Paulo Ortega V. I'm sorry, Congressman Ernix Junicio.
Marami pong salamat, Ginoong Tagapangulo. Actually, nung binabasa ko yung mga affidavit ni Colonel Padilla, nakakagulat at nakakagimbal. Pero sir, I salute and applaud ang sinumpaan yung salaysay na medyo mabibigat po yung mga nabasa ko rito ngayon. Colonel Padilla, if I may ask, ito po bang sinumpaang salaysay ninyo is sinabi nyo at with your own free will na talaga pong nangyari at experience nyong personal?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Colonel Padilla, nakakagulat kasi nung sa unang affidavit na nilabas ninyo na isang inmate na si Jimmy Fortaleza pa ang nagpasa ng isang cellphone para makausap nyo si Colonel Garma. Totoo po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Alam mo, nakakagulat na ang isang inmate nasa piitan may sariling cellphone. Marahil nangyayari yung mga ganun sa ibang pagkakataon, pero para ang isang used to be a CIDG officer, hindi ko kilala personal pa, si Colonel Garma na nakalagay sa inyong affidavit o sinumpaang salaysay, ay tumatawag sa isang inmate para makausap, ang then kayo po ay Superintendent Gerardo Padilla. Totoo po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Very disconcerting, Your Honor. But bagamat ganon, ito ang mga sinumpaan salaysay na nangyaring tunay at dun sa supplemental affidavit na akin nabasa na nabanggit din ni SDS na pati ang ating Pangulo na tumawag sa inyo na nakakagimbal na may nakalagay pa na ginawang dinuguan. Totoo po ba yon?
According to the voice, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, as I heard.
Having said that, Your Honor, ulitin ko lang po that I really applaud and salute you, sir, na ang mga binitiwan yung salita ay galing sa inyong sariling eksperyensya na walang pumilit sa inyo. At nakikita ko rin sa inyong affidavit na marami kayong, it is given na kakatakutan ninyo ang sitwasyon o safety ng inyong sarili at pamilya. Kaya sa aking maliit na kaparaanan, Ginoong Tagapangulo, nais ko pong imungkahi na marekomenda natin na mabigyan ng immunity ang sinumpaang salaysay ni Colonel Gerardo Padilla upang mabigyan naman siya ng karapat-dapat na proteksyon at maengganyo rin natin ang ibang witnesses at mga resource persons natin ngayon na magsabi ng katotohanan. At lumabas talaga ang totoo na wag po kayong matakot at naririto po ang Congress, ang mga kongresista para bigyan po kayo ng suporta at lumabas ang katotohanan po.
Thank you, Congressman Judicial, doon sa iyong mungkahi na bigyan ng immunity ang ating witness. Iyan po sa kasalukuyan ay pinag-aaralan ng ating committee kasama po ang Department of Justice. At the appropriate time, iyan po ay ilalabas po natin at aaprubahan po ang inyong mungkahi. Maraming salamat, Congressman Junicio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The next to interpolate is Congressman Paulo Ortega, the fifth. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Naimbaga-bigat tayo amin. A few questions, additional questions, because I had the chance to interpolate Mr. Witness already. Mr. Chair, Mr. Witness, kayo po ay na-appoint po nung time ng Pangulong Benigno Aquino, di ba po ba?
No, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Anong time po kayo na-appoint?
I entered the prison service since 1983 and I rose from the rank, Your Honor.
Sino po ang presidente nung panahon na yan?
I think during the time of then President Erap Estrada.
Okay, sir. So, wala po kayong utang na loob sa past administration?
Wala po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Ngunit alam po natin na kahit po tayo'y walang utang na loob, kailangan po natin sumunod sa orders ng mga nakakataas. Hindi po ba, Mr. Chair, Mr. Witness?
Yes po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Alam ko po, Mr. Chair, Mr. Witness, na hindi po kayo pabor sa mga nangyayaring drug war at EJK nung panahon ng dating administrasyon. Tama po ba ako, Mr. Chair?
Yes
Mr.
po,
Witness?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So kahit na nangyayari po yung mga sa mga oras na yon at nangyayari po yung pagpatay at nangyari po yung pagpatay, sigurado po ako you were under a lot of stress. Tama po ba ako, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
Mr.
Your
Witness?
Honor, Mr. Chair.
Dahil po dito, Mr. Chair, Mr. Witness, to wrap up, nakatanggap po ba kayo ng mga threats? O nakatanggap po ba ng threats ang inyong pamilya, Mr. Chair, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Congressman Ortega. Bago po natin tawagin yung susunod na interpellator, mayroon lang ho akong interjection konti. Colonel Superintendent Padilla, dun sa una mong affidavit, binanggit mo si former PCSO head, no? General Manager Ms. Royina Garma. Tama po ba yun?
Yes po.
Yun doon
Your
sa
Honor,
una mong
Mr. Chair.
affidavit. Okay. Now, doon sa pagbanggit mo sa kanya, ang pagkakasabi mo doon ay nakausap niyo siya sa isang cellphone.
Yes po, Your
Sa
Honor.
cellphone ni isang PDL, ang pangalan ay Jimmy Fortaleza. Tama
Yes
po ba?
po, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Pwede ba, maaari niyo po bang ituro sa amin kung sino si Colonel Royina Garma dito sa bulwagan na ito?
Hindi ko po masyadong ko ng ang buka, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Hindi nyo
Hindi
kilala
ko po
yung mukha?
kilala.
Okay. Nandyan ba siya sa kanan mo?
Hindi ko po masyadong mamukaan, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So hindi mo siya namumukaan?
Hindi ko po mamukaan.
Okay. Pero nakausap mo siya sa cellphone?
Yes po, Your Honor.
How sure are you na siya ay si Colonel Ruina Garma?
Because of PDL Jimmy Fortaleza, Your Honor, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Sige. Salamat. Siya si Jimmy Fortaleza, di ba? You are Jimmy Fortaleza. Pwede bang pakipatutuhanan mo nga na sa cellphone mo tumawag si Ruina Garma para makausap si Colonel Padilla dahil yun ang ayon sa iyong salaysay, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kilala mo si Ruina Garma?
Yes, sir.
Pwede bang ituro mo rito kung nasaan si Ruina Garma?
Yes, sir.
So, si Ruina Garma, siya ba yung dating PCSO General Manager?
Yes, sir, and she is my classmate in the Philippine National Police Academy.
Okay. Sige, thank you. Salamat. Now we will
Mr.
call...
Chair, pakiulit nga po yung sinabi niya na hindi ko masyado narinig yung
Pwede bang pakiulit mo ulit?
Classmate
kung ano yung sinabi mo? Classmate kayo ni Colonel Ruina Garma.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kailan po yun? Kailan?
We are member of Philippine National Police Academy Class 1997, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sige, maraming salamat. So, ang next to interpolate is Congressman Johnny Pimentel. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have already had 3 hearings wherein Colonel Padilla was a resource person. In those 3 previous hearings, Colonel Padilla has submitted 5 affidavits. Yung unang sinabit po niya is sa August 27, wherein he denied any involvement in the killings of the 3 nationals. Then on September 2, Mr. Chair, nag-submit na naman po siya ng affidavit. However, this time he has admitted that Colonel Ruina Garma indeed talked to him over the phone through the prodding of Jimmy Fortaleza. Now, on September 4, meron na naman po siyang sinubmit na affidavit po na pinatotohanan niya yung sinabi ni Leopoldo Auntalan Jr. na tumawag sa kanya si former President Rodrigo Duterte and congratulating him. Now, on September 9, nag-execute na naman siya ng sa supplemental affidavit at dito po may hinahayag na naman siyang importanteng impormasyon sa komitiba wherein tinuturo niya si Colonel Garma ang isa sa mastermind ng pagpatay ng Chinese nationals. Bakit ko po sinasabing isa sa mastermind si Colonel Garma? Because we already know the facts based on the several resource persons that have testified in this hearing. At lahat po doon sa mga affidavit ng 3, ni Jimmy Fortaleza, ni Leopoldo Auntalan at saka ni Colonel Padilla, lahat po ay nagtuturo na si Ruina Garma ang nag-utos na ipapatay yung 3 Chinese national. Ngayon, Mr. Chair, balikan ko lang po si Colonel Padilla. Kasi nintunan po ninyo si Mr. Chair, si Colonel Padilla. Ang tinanong niyo siya kung kilala ba niya si Colonel Garma. Ang sagot po ni Colonel Padilla, hindi ho niya kilala. However, Colonel Padilla, on paragraph 5 of your second supplemental affidavit, bago mangyari ang pagpatay sa 3 Chinese drug nationals na nakadetain sa nasabing piitan, ay tinawagan ako ni Colonel Edelberto Leonardo. Itong si Colonel Edelberto Leonardo, ito po ang amo ni Colonel Garma sa CIDG sa Davao Station. Pagdating ko sa station ay nandun si Colonel Garma based sa sinumpaang salaysay po ninyo. Kinausap ako ni Colonel Leonardo ng mga 30 minutes at mga bla bla bla. Pero very clear po dito, Colonel Padilla, na nag-meeting po kayo bago nangyari yung insidente, bago po nangyari ang krimen, nakipag-meeting po kayo sa CIDG station in the presence of Colonel Leonardo and in the presence of Colonel Garba. Imposible naman po na nag-usap kayo na almost 1 hour, 30 minutes to 1 hour. At kaharap nyo si Colonel Leonardo at si Colonel Garma, hindi ho nyo maturo dito. Medyo napaka-imposible pong sitwasyon, Mr. Chair. So ano po ba? Kilala nyo ho ba si Colonel Garba o hindi? Baka nagbago ang itsura niya.
Nagbago po ang itsura kasi slim,
nagbago.
slim pa siya nung nagkita kami, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Ganun po ba?
Opo.
Pero alam mo nyo, based on forensics, ang tao po, pag maliit pa, hanggang paglaki niya, kahit na tumaba siya, kung kilala mo talaga siya, kung nakausap mo na siya, whether he became fat, whether he was thin, makikilala ho ninyo. Gaano ho ba katagal ang meeting ninyo with Colonel Leonardo and Colonel Garma?
Wala pong mga 30 minutes lang, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
30 minutes. Okay. So the fact, Mr. Chair, is that there indeed was a meeting in the office of the CIDG station wherein Colonel Garba is one of the main actors of this incident. Ito, inalalagay ko lang po ito sa record para yung buong salaysay ay malaman po ng buong madlang publiko. Para maintindihan po ng publiko na na-corroborate na po yung statement ng resource person na isa at saka yung resource person ni na si Jimmy Fortaleza. So, Mr. Chair, I would direct my questions later on to Colonel Garma. Kasi yung po talaga ang ikangang main actor po dito. I just wanted to put in record that indeed there was a meeting that was held in the CIDG station sometime between July and August, and that is where the plan was hatched to kill the 3 Chinese nationals. It was a conspiracy that started from the topmost official of the country all the way down to the lowly officials, pati yung mga gwardiya po, kasama po dito sa krimen na nangyari. So I will reserve my questions later on, Mr. Chair, to Colonel Garma. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Pimentel. The next to interpellate is Congresswoman Jinky Luistro. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to direct my questions to Colonel Garma. Colonel, ano pong tunay niyong pangalan, buo na pangalan?
Mr. Chair, Royina Marzan Garma.
Pwede ko po ba kayong tawagin na Colonel Garma?
It's okay, Mr. Chair. Yes, ma'am.
Alam po niyo, becoming a lady officer in uniform, that's one of my dreams. I was supposed to transfer to PNP, kaya lang patatakbuhin nila ako sa Oval, kaya bumalik na ako ng DOJ. Tagasan po ba si Colonel Garma?
I'm from Solana, Cagayan, Region 2 po.
Where's Cagayan? Norte po ba yan?
North, yes, ma'am.
Norte.
Yes.
Doon po ba kayo pinanganak sa Cagayan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Saan po kayo nag-aral ng elementarya?
Solana, Cagayan.
Cagayan.
Your Honor.
High school.
Tugigaraw,
Where's Tugigaraw?
St. Louis College. Now it's St. Louis University, Your Honor.
Nasaan po ang Tugigaraw?
It's still in Cagayan.
It's also in Cagayan.
Yes.
How about your college? Saan po kayo nakatapos ng kolehiyo?
I finished my college sa Philippine National Police Academy, Your Honor.
PNPA po? Diretso kayong PNPA?
No, Your Honor. My before I entered PNPA, I studied in Cagayan.
Ano pong una nyong inaral sa Cagayan?
AB Mathematics, Your Honor.
AB Mathematics. Ano po bang trabaho ng mga graduate ng AB Mathematics? As I understand, usually teacher, tama ho ba?
Yes, Your Honor, but I dreamed to become a lawyer nung inaral ko po iyon.
Are you a lawyer as well?
No, Your Honor.
You plan to become a lawyer during that time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And after finishing this AB Mathematics, ano pong sunod yung ginawa sa buhay?
I entered the Philippine National Police Academy in 1995, Your Honor.
When is this?
1995.
1995. Pumasok po kayo ng PNPA.
Yes, Your Honor.
And when did you finish your studies in PNPA?
That's April 25 of 1997, Your Honor.
1997. After finishing your studies in PNPA, that is 1997, kayo po ba'y pumasok na agad sa serbisyo sa Philippine National Police?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And maari po bang malaman, saan po kayo unang na destino?
Okay. We were based in Camp Crame. We were made to choose kung ano pong region ang gusto namin. 3 po ang hiningi sa aming region during the time. So, pinili ko po ang Region 11, Region, I think, 13, and then Region 2 was my last option.
Based on my research, Colonel Garma, 1996 to 1998, kayo po ang anti-vice unit head ng Davao.
No, Mr. Chair, it's from 1997.
So this is 97 to 98.
That's October.
Yes, and you will agree with me during that time, kakagraduate nyo lang from PNPA. Somehow.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after this assignment, ano pong sumunod?
I was the chief of the women's desk of Davao
Saan
City.
po ito?
Davao City Police Office.
So ang kasunod po ng assignment nyo as anti-vice unit of Davao is head of women's desk also in Davao.
Yes, Your Honor.
You confirm. Ano pong kasunod nyong assignment dito?
And then 2004, I was reassigned sa Camp Crame. I transferred po sa CIDG. So I was based in the main office of CIDG.
How come based on my research, kayo daw po'y pauli-uli? Manila CIDG and Davao CIDG. How true is this?
Yes, Your Honor. In 2004, I was reassigned to Camp Crame. So change of unit po from PRO, Police Regional Office 11, I was transferred to a National Support Unit, which is the Criminal Investigation Detection Group.
If I
based
may
in Camp
interrupt,
Crame.
Colonel Garma, you
Your Honor.
confirm na 2004 to 2007, for quite some time kayo nasa CIDG Manila and for quite some time nasa CIDG Davao. Tama po ba yun?
I was
Yes,
in
that's what you're saying.
I was in CIDG Manila until, I think, June of 2005. And then,
How about before and after June 2005? Where were you?
Seldom po ako bumabalik ng Davao.
But at least bumabalik po kayo ng Davao.
I cannot recall if I returned, only when I attended the wake of my mother-in-law during that time, Mr. Chair.
To proceed, Mr. Chair, after po nitong CIDG assignment nyo, saan po kayo sunod na na-assign?
Bumalik po ako ng Davao City Police Office.
Ano
Yes,
pong
Region
taon
11.
ito?
At sometime 2009.
2009.
Mr.
You
Chair.
confirm that you were the police admin officer of Davao City?
Yes, Your Honor.
What happened next after this? Saan po kayo sunod na na-assign?
Almost 3 years after, I was assigned as station commander of Sasa Police Station. That's Station 4 of Davao City Police Office, Mr.
So you
Chair.
confirm that 2011 to 2016, kayo po ang station commander ng Sasa, also in Davao.
It's not until 2016, Mr. Chair. It's
Maybe
until
2015.
2014, and from 2014 to 2015, that's Santa Ana Police Station of Davao City Police Office.
But
So-
again, Santa Ana is likewise in Davao.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And what happened after the Santa Ana Davao assignment?
January, I was issued an order to undergo police officers senior executive course. I
And
was
do you
really-
confirm, 2016, kayo po ang CIDG Director ng Davao Province?
No, no.
So
Your
where
Honor.
were you in 2016?
I was undergoing a mandatory training.
And
Your
after the
Honor.
mandatory training, where did you go?
January of 2017, I was designated regional chief of CIDG Region 7, Mr. Chair.
Where
Your
is
Honor.
that? Region 7. What
Cebu.
province is this?
Cebu.
Cebu. Was there no time during which you were assigned as CIDG Director of Davao?
Never, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And after your assignment as Chief of Police of Cebu City, no, CIDG Director of Cebu City, 2017, saan po kayo sunod na na-assign?
Director of Cebu City Police Office.
2018, Director of Cebu City Police Office. And after your stint as Cebu City Director of Police, ano pong sunod ninyong pinuntahan?
I retired early and I applied for the position of General Manager of the Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office, Mr. Chair.
Can you please share with us, ano po yung exact date na kayo ay na-appoint as General Manager ng PCSO?
I think that's July of 2019. I think 2019.
July 15, 2019.
Mr.
Tama
Chair.
po ba?
Yes.
Balikan ko po yung naging career nyo sa Davao. At ako po'y medyo napapaisip lang, kayo po'y taga-Norte, kayo po'y taga-Cagayan. Bakit po kaya kayo'y dito sa Davao halos nag-spend ng inyong career in PNP? Tama po ba yung observation ko?
Yes.
Almost your entire career was spent in Davao.
Yes, Your
Can you
Honor.
describe to us, ano po ba ang peace and order situation sa Davao from 1997 until 2015?
It is very peaceful, and it is one of the most livable city in the Philippines, Mr. Chair.
Very peaceful and one of the most livable city. What do you think is the reason kung bakit po peaceful and one of the most livable city?
I think because of the overwhelming support of the LGU sa police, and the social welfare of Davao City is really working
You
and addressing
mentioned-
poverty.
You mentioned about the overwhelming support of the LGU to PNP.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes,
Of
Your
course,
Honor.
it is a common knowledge as early as 1988, mayor na po ang ating dating Pangulo, former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Yes, Your
Would you
Honor.
agree with me if I would say na kaya po peaceful at livable ang Davao is because of the leadership of the former President?
Yes, Your Honor.
You agree?
Yes, I agree.
And would you agree with me also if I would say, kaya po kayo nainganyo na dito manatili sa Davao, nagustuhan nyo ang leadership ng dating Pangulo sa Davao?
No, Your Honor.
So what is the reason?
My ex-husband is from Kidapawan.
Where's Kidapawan?
That's Region 12. And
It's
we-
near Davao.
Yeah, and he convinced me that Davao is better than
I
Cotabato
understand.
or Region 13.
Colonel, of course you will agree with me that generally speaking, ang mga mayors po, may discretion yan. Kung sino yung mga police officers na magse-serve sa kanilang area of jurisdiction. Sumasang-ayon po ba kayo? Yes. That is a
Yes,
common
Your
knowledge. As a matter of fact, noon pong kayo na-appoint 1997 to 1998, anti-vice unit head of Davao. Hindi po ito mangyayari without the conformity of the former president. Tama po ba? Because he is the mayor.
No,
And the mayor can say, I want someone else.
No, Your Honor. I
No?
earned it, Your Honor.
Okay. How about your appointment from 1999 to 2004 as head of Women's Desk of Davao? Don't you think ito po'y idinadaan at ikinukonsulta sa mayor before an officer is assigned?
I am not aware of that policy during that time, Your Honor.
Well, I'm sharing with you, Colonel Garma, that by way of general practice, kinukonsulta po ang mga mayors kung sino ang i-appoint na officer dun sa kanilang area of jurisdiction. I'm speaking based on experience because I came from the LGU. How about your appointment from 2004 to 2007 as CIDG Officer of Manila? Paano po kayo napunta sa Manila?
Mr. Chair, way back 2004, my marriage was on the rock. So I have to leave Davao because of a scandal.
In other words, kaya lang po kayo umalis ng Davao during this time
Yes.
is because your marriage is failing already?
Yes, Your Honor, and there was a big scandal, so I have to leave Davao.
Thank
And,
you. Colonel Garma, how about 2009? You were Davao City Police Admin Officer. Would you agree with me if I would say na hindi po kayo mapupunta dito kung hindi payag ang dating Pangulo?
No, Your Honor.
How about your appointment from 2011 to 2016? Station Commander po kayo ng Davao? At ito po hindi rin mangyayari kung hindi payag at walang conformity ang dating Pangulo. Sumasang-ayon po ba kayo?
Because it is a station commander position, it must be approved by the office of the mayor, Mr. Chair.
So you agree?
Yes, Mr.
And
I
your
made-
appointment in Santa Ana, Davao, this has to be with the conformity of the mayor as well. Tama po ba? Yes.
Maybe yes, yes.
And 2016, you were appointed as CIDG Director of Davao. No, January 2017. Ito po hindi rin mangyayari without the conformity of the former president. Do you agree?
I do not know, Your Honor.
And we have to remind the committee, Colonel Garma, that during this time, Pangulo na po ang dating presidente. He was elected 2016. So, the more reasons that we have to believe na mahirap pong magpa-appoint ng CIDG director kung walang conformity ang dating Pangulo.
If you allow me to explain, Mr. Chair,
Can you just limit your answer to the question, Colonel?
I do not know if there's an intervention or what. I just received the order that I have to report to Region 7 as the director of CIDG.
Thank you for your answer.
Your
We're
Honor.
taking your answer as it is. And 2018, kayo po'y na-appoint na city director ng Cebu City.
Yes, Your Honor.
And based on my research, hindi po ito gusto ng mayor ng Cebu. And yet, you were appointed as Cebu City Director. Why?
The position was offered to me by General Sinas, Your Honor. And I thought that mas maganda, I will take the opportunity because very seldom po na ang babae sa PNP ay mabigyan po ng ganong posisyon at isang karangalan po na magsilbi as director ng isang syudad na malaki. So yun pong dahilan kung bakit ako napunta dyan because it was offered by General Sinas.
Thank
Mr.
you for
Chair.
your answer, Colonel. How about your appointment as PCSO General Manager?
I applied for the position, Mr. Chair.
Who was the appointing authority?
The President, Mr.
The
Chair.
President was the one who appointed you. At kanina po sinabi nyo na nag-retire kayo ng maaga.
Yes, Mr.
How
Chair.
early did you retire from the PNP to accommodate the appointment in PCSO?
I served the Philippine National Police for 24 years, Your Honor.
24 years. Tama po ba yung kwenta ko na 10 years before your retirement ay lumipat na po kayo ng PCSO?
10 years? Yeah, yes. Before
I'm
the
correct.
mandatory retirement, Mr. Chair.
Okay
Your
po.
Honor.
At kayo po ba'y sasang-ayon sa akin if I would say, nang inaral nyo nung kolehiyo, AB Mathematics, Leadership Course, and Public Safety, these are all alien to the function of being a PCSO General Manager. Malayo, di ho ba?
I don't agree, Mr. Chair.
We're taking your answer. Nonetheless, Mr. Chair, Colonel Garma, the reason why you were appointed for PCSO General Manager is because the President trusted you that you can discharge the function of this office. Tama po?
Possible, Mr. Chair.
Otherwise, hindi po kayo i-appoint kung hindi po kayo pinagtitiwalaan ng Presidente. Tama po ba?
It's possible, Mr. Chair.
And I wish to maintain my statement, Mr. Chair, na bago po ma-appoint ang isang opisyal ng PNP sa isang area of jurisdiction, as a general practice, we always consult the LCE or the local chief executive. In other words, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, I wish to state that the reason why almost the entire career in PNP of Colonel Garma was spent in Davao, the reason why he was appointed in Cebu City as City Director, and the reason why he was appointed as PCSO General Manager is because pinagtitiwalaan po siya ng ating dating Pangulo, former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. You need not answer this question, Colonel Garma. Tanong ko po sa inyo, do you trust the former President in the same way that he trusted you? Pinagtitiwalaan nyo din po ba siya kung paano niya kayo pinagtitiwalaan?
Mr. Chair, can you, in what aspect, Mr. Chair? If I want that to be clarified.
Siguro,
it's a very
let
vague
us talk
question.
about your career in the PNP. Let us talk about your position as General Manager of PCSO. Kayo po'y pinagtiwalaan ng Pangulo, dahilan kung bakit kayo naging matagumpay sa inyong career sa PNP. Kasama na po yung appointment nyo as PCSO General Manager. Ang maliwanag po, Colonel, malaki ang tiwala sa inyo ng dating Pangulo. You need not answer that. Ang tanong ko po sa inyo, kayo po ba nagtitiwala din kay Pangulong Duterte? Of course you do.
Of course, yes, ma'am. Yes,
Otherwise,
Your Honor.
hindi nyo po tatanggapin itong mga appointment na ito sa Davao, including your appointment as PCSO General Manager. At yung pong tiwala, yun po'y ina-earn. Tama po ba? And I must say, ito po'y nag-umpisa sa inyong paghanga sa kung anong mayroon sa Davao. You admired his leadership. Reason why you believe in the ability, capability of the former president. Tama po ba, Colonel Garma?
No, Mr. Chair.
Why? You don't believe the president?
I believe, but I don't admire.
You don't
Mr.
admire.
Chair.
Okay. Let me correct my terminology. You believe the president because you have seen what he has done already in Davao. Because you said earlier, livable and peaceful city ang Davao. And it is because of the leadership of then Mayor, the former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Tama po?
Yes, Mr. Part of that.
Yes. And kasama po sa paniniwala nyo sa leadership, you also believe in his programs. Tama po ba?
Part of that, Mr. Chair.
Yes. In other words, kayo po'y naniniwala din sa ipinaglalaban niyang dapat supilin ang droga sa Pilipinas. Naniniwala po kayo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And naniniwala din po kayo na dapat mawala lahat ng mga drug lords at lahat ng mga sangkot dito sa dangerous drugs operation.
May I ask what
Naniniwala din po kayo na dapat mawala lahat ng mga drug lords.
Hindi po yung term na mawala, Mr. Chair. I think justice should be served, but
Yes,
not mawala.
justice should be served.
Yes, Mr.
And
Chair.
in conclusion, Colonel Garma, naniniwala po kayo sa war against drugs.
I believe in the part ng program. Kasi po, if I can explain my answer, Mr. Chair,
Wait,
there's
ilang parte ho ba mayroon ang program ng war against drugs?
intense police operation and police community relation with intense police patrol, Mr. Chair. So,
So which part do you believe and which part you do not believe?
community relations and intense police patrol. Because
So
the-
you believe in both? Alin po yung sinasabi niyong naniniwala kayo sa isang parte? Aling parte ho ang hindi niyo pinapaniwalaan?
I am more focused on police patrol, Mr. Chair.
You
can
believe in police patrol?
intensified police patrol using the quad operations concept, Mr. Chair.
And the first part is?
Community relations.
You believe also in community relations?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In other words, you believe in the entire package of the war against drugs. Tama po?
Of course, the quad concept of operation should work hand in hand,
I'm
Mr.
talking
Chair.
about the war on drugs in its entire context, the way it was launched by the Philippine National Police with the support of the former president. Naniniwala po ba kayo sa war on
Yes,
drugs?
yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you do believe.
Yes.
And do you confirm, Colonel Garma, kanina po tinuro kayo ni Fortaleza, kaklase nyo daw siya.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You belong to class 1997.
Yes, Your Honor.
How about Superintendent Padilla? Do you know him?
I've met him once, Mr. Chair.
You've met him once.
Yes,
Can you
Mr.
enlighten us? Saan nyo po ba nakilala si Superintendent Padilla?
Your Honor, I met him when I passed by at CIDG 11 sometime in 2016.
And can you tell us the reason why you passed by in CITG 11 in 2016?
We are actually preparing for our thesis, and Your Honor, my subject is about the interagency what's this response or on illegal drugs. So I have to pass by there, and I would like to get some documents for my research.
So it's
And-
about the thesis.
Yes,
The
Mr.
reason why you happen to see
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Superintendent
Yes, Your Honor.
Padilla.
Yes,
The
Your
reason why
Honor.
you were in CIDG 11 is because of thesis.
Yes, Your Honor.
But can you enlighten us, why was Superintendent Padilla there in the office? Was he part of the thesis?
I do not know, Your Honor, why he was there.
But you told us that you met him there. Ano pong dahilan nandun si Superintendent Padilla?
Nung po dumaan ako, Your Honor, it is, nasanay po ako sa courtesy to pass by the office of the head.
Who was the head during the time?
It was Colonel Leonardo.
So, can you again tell us what year is this and month if possible?
I think it's just July of 2016.
In
I'm
other
not
words,
very
you
sure, Your
confirm
Honor.
that one time in July of 2016, you happened to meet Superintendent Padilla and Colonel Leonardo.
I
You
do not-
confirm that? Yun na po yung sinabi nyo kanina.
Yes.
Nag-pass by kayo.
Yes, Your Honor. I
You
passed
confirm
by.
that?
Yes.
Yes. Kanina po you also admitted kaklase nyo si Fortaleza. Do you recall any incident na dinalaw nyo si Fortaleza sa Davao Penal Farm Colony?
Yes, Your Honor.
When was this?
I think it was also July of 2016, Your Honor.
July ulit. So yun pong pagkikita nyo kay Colonel Leonardo, it was because of your thesis.
Yes, Your Honor.
How about having called Fortaleza?
No, Your Honor.
Hindi nyo po tinawagan si Fortaleza?
Never po.
Okay. July 2016, na-meet nyo po si Superintendent Padilla at si Colonel Leonardo sa CIDG. And then July 2016, dinalaw nyo po ang kaklase nyo si Fortaleza during the time nakadetain siya sa Davao Penal Farm and Colony. Kasama nyo ang kaklase nyong si Grijaldo at ang dati nyong asawa si Colonel Villela.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nasaan po kayo
Mr.
during
Chair,
this time?
Pakiulit lang po yung sagot niya kanina na ang sabi niya, never na tinawagan niya si Jimmy Fortaleza. Never. Pakiulit nga po yung sagot niyo.
Can you please mention again, articulate again your answer to my earlier question? May naaalala po ba kayong pagkakataon na tinawagan nyo 2 beses si Fortaleza? 3 pa nga yata eh.
Wala po ako
Mr. Chairman,
naalalang...
Mr. Chairman, before,
Yes.
just quick lang po, Mr. Chairman. Just to remind Colonel Garma, you're under oath.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
If we prove that indeed you're lying, we might cite you in contempt.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm about to wind up, Mr. Chair. During this time, July 2016 and August 2016, nasan po ang assignment ninyo, Colonel Garma?
I was undergoing schooling, so I don't have a unit or assignment, Your Honor.
Wala pa po kayong unit assignment.
Yes, wala po akong office, wala po.
But considering that almost your entire career was spent in Davao, I think it is reasonable to believe na kahit papaano, alam nyo po yung mga nangyayari sa Davao. Somehow, yes. Yes or no?
Hindi ho lahat, Mr. Chair. Your
Some.
Honor.
Would you say yes?
Your Honor, hindi kasi ako mahilig lumabas, magkipag-socials.
Okay, let me be
sometimes I'm not
specific,
even
Colonel
updated,
Garma.
Except kung trabaho ko po yun, Mr.
Did
Chair.
you come across the killing of 3 Chinese nationals in Davao Penal Farm and Colony?
Of course, nabalita po narinig namin, yes.
Saan nyo po nabalita?
Hindi ko na po ma-recall, but napag-uusapan
Sino pong kausap nyo sa usapan na sinasabi nyo?
kahit sinong pulis po.
Kahit sinong
Kasi
pulis.
it's a
Can you
big
please name
case.
names?
I
Sino
cannot-
po yung mga pulis na nakakausap nyo tungkol sa 3 Chinese nationals na napatay? 3 Chinese drug lords na napatay po sa Davao Penal Farm and Colony.
Wala kahit sinong pulis na magsasabi na, may namatay na Chinese dun sa loob. Oh, really? Sino yun? Ganun lang po.
Sabi niyo
But I
po, ang
cannot
daming
recall.
police. Can you at least name names? Name a few of them. Na nakausap niyo at nagsabi sa inyong may napatay na 3 Chinese drug lords sa Davao Penal Farm.
During that time, I was undergoing schooling, Your Honor.
Yes,
so
but
probably mga
earlier you
classmates
said,
namin.
Colonel Garma, that you were aware because pinag-uusapan ninyong mga pulis. Now tell us,
I
sino
cannot-
po yung mga pulis na nakausap nyo?
Hindi ko na po maalala, Mr.
Hindi nyo na po
Maraming
maalala.
police po. It's very impossible na hindi maging news po yan at hindi pwedeng pag-usapan, Mr. Chair.
Precisely, Colonel Garma.
Yes,
Maraming
ma'am.
salamat po. I am done for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chairman.
Congresswoman Luistro. Yes,
Just quick lang,
Congressman
Mr. Chairman, because when Colonel Padilla was asked to pinpoint Colonel Garma, hindi niya pa daw na-recognize. Then, nung second question, sabi niya daw nagbago ng muka. Okay, ito, Mr. Chairman, I have a picture with Colonel Garma, together with the President, Duterte. Old picture to, ano lang po, paki-confirm na if indeed this is the picture. Ito yung Garma na kilala mo dati.
Comsec?
Kasi walang salamin yan. Hindi nakasalamin eh.
Nakasalamin na ako.
Anyway, paki-confirm lang. Hindi ako, Comsec. Comsec dito, kay Colonel Padilla. Colonel, do you confirm na yan yung Padilla, yan yung Garma na nakita mo noon?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to confirm that indeed, nakita niya si Colonel Garma. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. So the next to interpolate is Congresswoman Pami Zamora. You are recognized.
Magandang araw, Mr. Chair. Ang aking mga tanong ay sa sentro. Lalo pa nating mapalalim ang ating pagkilala kay Colonel Garma. Hello, Colonel Garma. Hi, how are you? Gusto kong balikan how Colonel Garma rose from the ranks. Actually, let's go back to nung nasa PNPA siya. Ma'am, sinabi mo kanina na sinabi mo kay Kong Jinky na kayo nung mga kaklase nyo, dinalaw nyo si Jimmy Fortaleza. Tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright. So, kino-confirm mo, una, nakaklase mo si Jimmy Fortaleza.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pangalawa, kino-confirm mo, nakaklase mo din yung iyong ex-husband na si Chief Inspector Roland Villela.
Yes, Your Honor.
At pangatlo, kino-confirm mo na naging kaklase mo rin si former Mandaluyong Police Chief Hector Grijaldo. Tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Sabi mo kay Congresswoman Luistro na napunta ka sa Davao sapagkat yung asawa mo ay taga Mindanao.
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean, that was your chosen destination because your husband was from there.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Naintindihan natin yon. Ngayon, pangalawa, kailan kayo ikakasal ni Roland Villela? Kinasal.
October 18, 1998, Your Honor.
All right. And many news articles are going to say that you had encountered marital problems. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And there will be a news article that will say that when your husband encountered a scandal, and I quote, it says here, Garma stood by Villela and even asked then Davao City Mayor Rodrigo Duterte not to banish her husband from the Davao region. Is that correct?
No, Your Honor.
All right, mali pala itong news article ko. Okay, so anong nangyari? There are many if not countless articles about your husband stating na tama naman na pinagtanggol mo siya at nanindigan ka. Siyempre bilang asawa, pinaglaban mo yung spouse mo. Anong nangyari nun? Hindi mo ba siya inilapit kahit kanino?
No, Mr. Chair. Can I make a statement, Mr. Chair?
Can you just answer our question, please? Hindi mo ba siya... It's understandable that we stand by our spouses. Wala pong mali doon na yun po ang... Kung ang sagot niyo po ay oo, wala naman pong mali doon. Naiintindihan ko po yun completely. Asawa niyo po yun. So, nilapit niyo po ba ang problema ng asawa niyo sa kung kanino man, lalo't higit kay former Davao City Mayor Rodrigo Duterte?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, hindi mo siya nilapit kahit kanino?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Ngayon, it would say here, sa iba namang news article, na the final straw that broke your marriage was another incident, which I will not mention. And sinasabi dito, kaya ka mapupunta din sa Manila. Kasi, kumbaga, naiskandalo na ang pamilya nyo. Tama po ba yun?
In 2004,
Oo.
Mr. Chair, hindi pa po nag-start yung scandal doon. It's more of, what do you call this? I have to have a space, Mr. Chair.
Oo, space. Naintindihan natin yan. Okay, go on.
And then, nung nasa Manila na po ako na-assign, I have to bring my special child, my only daughter. And since I am alone, I have to leave my daughter sa Cagayan with my mother who was during that time na-stroke, and my father who is nag-aalaga po ng special child na bunso naming kapatid. So I have to travel from Manila to Cagayan every 2 weeks just to check my daughter. So nakita ko po na mahirap po ang maging single mother. You have to commute every day from Bikutan to... Na-hold up pa nga ako eh. Dahil dyan sa pag-commute ko araw-araw, my service firearm was nakuha pa ng hold-upper. And it was really very, very difficult for me. So sabi ko, I've decided na yung anak ko nahihirapan din and my parents, I decided to go back sa Davao and face yung marital problem ko, and that since nandun po yung conjugal house namin, I have to go back.
Alright.
So that's the very reason na kailangan ko bumalik. If I am alone during that time, I can make it in Manila. But since I have a daughter,
Because of your daughter.
na may special need po, at mas mababa po ang cost of living sa Davao, nandun po yung mga therapies. And I think, sabi ko, it would be best for my daughter if I will go back. Anyway, I can handle pa naman yung situation ng marriage ko. Yun po yung naging reason kung bakit bumalik po ako ng Davao. Wala na pong ibang rason, Mr. Chair.
All right. Patungkol sa, I'm sorry to bring this up, ma'am. There's an article and the title is very noteworthy. The title says, a second chance Villela, overcoming a colorful past, starting out with a clean slate. Napakaraming kinukwento dito sa mga pinagdaanan ng iyong dating asawa, ma'am. Ang tanong ko, sino ang mga tumulong sa asawa mo na kahit sa dinami-dami niyang pinagdaanan, napakaraming kontrobersiya, ay na-appoint pa rin po siya sa Iloilo na maging chief ng Iloilo Police Provincial Office?
Mr. Chair, I think he earned that. Mr. Chair, kung makikita niyo yung kanyang service record, matalino po siya, marami pong training, very competent, nagtatrabaho po siya na maayos. So I think he earned that position, Mr. Chair.
All right. So you completely deny? Are you telling me you're completely denying that you went to and you sought the help of former Mayor Rodrigo Duterte to somehow help your husband?
Hindi po totoo yan, Your Honor.
So anong totoo? Wala kang ginawa para matulungan yung asawa mo?
Wala po, Your Honor. He earned it, Your Honor.
He earned what?
Whatever po yung positions na nakuha niya, he earned it.
Despite having very scandalous cases?
I don't... kaya nga he earned it. He knows his way up, Mr. Chair.
He surely would know his way out. So hindi mo siya, ma'am, talaga tinulungan. Because countless articles, merong Rappler, iba't iba pa, nagsasabi dito na naging hingahan nyo ng sama ng loob nung panahon na yon si Mayor Duterte. And thus earning his trust.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ngayon, ma'am, mabalik po tayo. Nung first assignment nyo po, nabanggit nyo po ang first assignment nyo ay bilang, ano nga po ba ang first assignment nyo, ma'am, sa Davao?
I was the team leader of the anti-vice unit. No, my first assignment was I was the chief of the HRDD,
All right.
Human Resource Doctrine Development under admin branch of Davao City Police Office. That was my first assignment po sa Davao City.
So all your stints in Davao are within the city? The city of Davao?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Saan-saan sa Davao ito?
When I was with CIDG 11, I was assigned at Davao del Sur as the provincial officer, team leader of CIDG, and then Davao Norte as team leader of the provincial office of CIDG 11, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So, nung naging CIDG po kayo, sino po ang naging appointing officer nyo?
I cannot recall anymore, Your Honor, who issued the order. The order came from Camp Crame, Your Honor. I was relieved from Region 11, reassigned to CIDG, Your Honor.
Nung iba nyo pa pong appointments, sabi nyo Davao del Norte, ano pa po? Davao
del Sur, Your
Davao
Honor.
del Sur. Sino naman ho yung mga appointing officers nyo doon?
When I was assigned as team leader of CIDG Davao del Sur, it was signed by Colonel Mungao. And when I was assigned as team leader of CIDG Davao Norte, it was signed by our regional chief during that time was General Corpus, Your Honor.
All right. I'd like to move forward a little. And then there will be a time that in 2017, you will be assigned as the director ng CIDG ng Region 7. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And later on, you'd become the director ng Cebu City Police Office.
Yes, Your Honor.
And kanina nabanggit ni Congresswoman Luistro that somehow hindi naman natutuwa sa inyo si Mayor Tommy Osmeña. And he was very, very vocal with his, how do I say it, dislike sa presensya nyo doon. Tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, if you were not Mayor Osmeña's choice, you're even quoted as saying na umabot kayo sa punto na nung unang buwan nyo sa posisyon, gusto nyo na po mag-resign. Ang tanong ko, what made you stay as the Chief of Cebu City Police?
Mr. Chair, I don't quit when a position was given to me, even in my most difficult time.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Sorry. Pakiulit.
Your Honor, hindi po ako nagkikwit kung binigyan pa ako ng task na medyo na-challenge po ako. The position was offered to me by General Debold Sinas. I have high regards and respect to him.
Yes.
So when the position was offered, sabi ko, okay sir, OIC lang po ako, never po ako tinanggap as director. So until I retired, officer in charge lang po ako, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Alam mo, ma'am, saludo ko sa inyo kasi kahit hindi maganda yung relasyon nyo kay Mayor Osmeña, nagstay kayo kasi napakahirap yon para sa ating mga kapulisan na hindi sila gusto nung kanilang local chief executive. Napakahirap po makipag-coordinate, magtrabaho nang hindi ka talaga gusto at nagpapa-interview pa yung mayor ng kanyang dislike sa inyo. Kaya napakahusay niyo po. Ang tanong ko, ma'am, nung panahon na po yun na nasa Cebu ka, sino-sino po ang mga sumusuporta sa mga programa niyo noon sa Cebu? Total, the mayor wasn't cooperative with you.
Yeah. Our regional director, who was General Debold Sinas.
Si Debold Sinas? Si Debold Sinas yung naging SPD nung una, naging NCRPO?
Yes, and there was, yes, Your Honor.
Oo, tama.
Yes, Your Honor.
Naging PNP chief ba? Naging chief PNP rin, tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, ma'am, ang tanong ko, there is another Rappler article about you. And the title, let's just base it on the title. The title says, Cebu City Police Chief Royina Garma, Mayors Hated, Duterte's Trusted. May I ask you, why would the article give such a bold title? Bakit po kaya kayo ang pinapangalan ng trusted ng ating Pangulong Duterte?
I do not know, Your Honor.
It's impossible that you don't know the answer to that question. Bihira po mabanggit na ang isang tao ay ganun-ganun na lang ang pagtitiwala at ganun na lang ang sinasabi sa mga news articles about you. Na the news articles specifically say na kung ano man ang galit sa inyo ng mayor ng Cebu City nung time na yon, gano'n na lang talaga ang tiwala sa inyo ng Pangulo. Kaya ka nagstay doon. Bakit po kaya, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, I do not know why that writer wrote those articles, Mr. Chair.
Ang dami palang mali na na-google ko, ano? Alright. But my question would be, Cebu City is a very important place in the country. It's like napakahalagang lugar, napakalaking lugar. Bakit po kaya kayo ang nilagay doon? Sa dinami-dami po ng kakilala ng Pangulo, sa kakilala ng lahat, bakit po kayo ang nilagay doon?
Mr. Chair,
hindi niyo pa rin po ba alam, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, the position was offered to me by General Sinas, Mr. Chair.
Bakit po kaya?
That I do not know, Mr. Chair.
Malabang ibang choice, ma'am? Di ba usually, ang pagkakaalam ko, binibigyan ng choice ang mayor. Siguro listahan ng 5 para nakakapili ang mayor.
That I do not know the wisdom of General Sinas during that time, Mr. Chair.
Siguro based sa performance nyo, Colonel Goyina, napakagaling nyo para kayo ang ilagay na director ng Cebu City. Oo, kahit na ayaw sa inyo ng mayor, kayo pa rin at nagstay po kayo. Ngayon mag-fast forward po tayo nung napunta po kayo sa PCSO. Sinasabi niyo po na nag-apply po kayo sa PCSO. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit po kayo nag-apply sa PCSO?
Mr. Chair, during that time, way back 2017 po, prior to that, my daughter was diagnosed with dyslexia, bipolar po siya.
Okay.
And nagkaroon po ng problema sa school. I was the regional chief of CIDG 2017, that was August. Nakaproblema po siya, I have to pull her out from school.
All right.
Na homeschool po siya, dinala ko po siya sa CIDG para para maalagaan ko po siya. Kasi hindi ko siya pwedeng iwan sa father ko, he's old already. And my brother is a special child. It is too much for my father, who's 75 years old. So I have to bring my daughter with me sa CIDG. And dun po kami natutulog and everything na po sa dilapidated building po ng CIDG.
Yes, oo.
So I realized that which is better, my career or my daughter. So sabi ko, option ko yung daughter ko, sabi ko. So during that time, nag-iisip na po ako to leave the service and maybe find a less demanding job. Kasi very demanding po ang police work.
Alright, ma'am. Naiintindihan po kita. I mean, everyone has, naiintindihan natin yan na, you had to take care of your family. But of all agencies, bakit po PCSO yung napili niyong applyan? Napakarami naman pong ibang pwede niyong applyan na trabaho. Bakit po PCSO? And hindi po ba kayo, tulad ng sinabi ng iba, na nanghinayang dun sa tenure nyo?
Actually, Mr. Chair, during that time, there are already news about the allegation of corruption sa PCSO. So nung babasa po ako ng article, sabi ko, tignan ko nga ang charter, inaral ko po ang charter ng PCSO. So nakita ko, dalawa lang ang primary work ng PCSO. That is lottery and charity. Sabi ko, kaya ko gawin ito. Second, the only law that I should master is anti-illegal gambling law. So sabi ko, kaya ko gawin ito. So naisip ko, kaysa papasok po ako sa ibang work that is law enforcement related, hindi ko naman maalagaan ng anak ko. Kailangan na naman po niya ng aking panahon. Wala po kaming Pasko, wala kaming New Year and everything. So sabi
Alright.
ko,
So,
I think I can do this.
nag-apply? Paano po kayo nag-apply sa PCSO?
I submitted my letter.
Paano po ba yun? Kasi I'm very curious. I'm sincerely curious how one applies. Do you give a letter? Do you give your, ano bang tawag doon? Personal data sheet? And where do you go?
I submitted my application.
Where?
To
whom?
To now Senator Bongo.
To Senator Bongo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. I wrote a letter addressed to the President applying for the position.
So personal niyo pong kakilala si Senator Bongo or lumapit lang po ba kayo?
Lahat po ng pulis sa Davao kilala po si Senator Bongo.
So kilala niyo po si Ako din naman po, kakilala
Yes.
ko si Senator
Yes,
Bongo.
Mr. Chair. Wala pong pulis hindi nakakakilala sa kanya, lalo na po officers, Mr. Chair.
All right. So, lumapit po kayo kay Senator Bongo at sinabi niyo, was he senator this time or he was still SAP?
I think is still the staff of the President.
Nung special assistant pa siya. All right. So, anong sabi sa iyo ni Senator Bongo?
Babasahin daw ni President.
Babasahin ni President and obviously nabasa niya kasi ikaw ang napiling general manager. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Your Honor.
And were there any specific orders nung naging general manager na po kayo ng PCSO?
Yes.
Were you on your own? How did that go?
The instruction is tulungan ko lahat na mahihirap despite ko anong political color, kailangan pantay ang trato.
And those instructions came from who?
The President, Mr. Chair.
So, did you have a meeting with the President?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kami sa PCSO with the board, we have a meeting.
You have a
Mr.
meeting
Chair.
with the President because the PCSO is under direct supervision ba ng anong ahensya?
We are under the office of the President.
You are under the office of the President. All right, Mr. Chair. I
Chair.
believe I've established a lot of, from the various positions held by Colonel Garma, and I look forward to learning more during this hearing about the actual depth and intricacies of her relationships with the numerous resource persons who have mentioned her in the countless hearings. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield to the next
Mr. Chair.
interpolator.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Congresswoman Pami.
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Acop, Chair. Acop.
2 points.
regarding the questions raised by the Honorable Zamora. Number one, Madam Garma, nagkaroon ba ng kaso yung iyong asawa?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano po yung kaso niya?
Mr. Chair,
Please reply.
it's not my case, Mr. Chair. It's his case.
Asawa mo siya eh. Di alam mo dapat. Ano yung naging kaso niya?
Rape, Mr. Chair.
Ano po?
I think it's rape,
Rape.
Mr. Chair.
And because of that, dapat ma-dismiss siya sa serbisyo?
If found guilty, Mr. Chair?
Was he dismissed from the service because of that case?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Hindi ka humingi ng tulong kasi ang tanong ni Honorable Luistro at saka si Honorable Zamora kung humingi ka ng tulong eh. Ang sagot mo, hindi. So you never asked help.
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Can I explain further, Mr. Chair?
Chairman.
Mr. Chair?
Please limit your answer on the question
Yes.
and the query of the
Yes.
interpellator,
Yes.
since the question is on that issue.
Yes,
So
Mr. Chair.
you are
Yeah.
not allowed to explore it anymore because that was already satisfied.
Okay,
You
Mr.
answer
Chair.
already satisfied the
Yes,
question
Mr.
of
Chair.
Congressman Acop. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you never asked help from anybody
No, Mr.
regarding
Chair.
the case of your husband.
No, Mr. Chair.
And that was the reason why your marriage was annulled. According to reports na annulled
No.
yung marriage nyo.
That's not the main reason why I
That's not the
filed
main
for
reason,
annulment,
okay.
Mr. Chair.
I will
But
not
it is
venture
one of the
anymore.
reasons, Mr. Chair.
Now, when did you retire or optionally retire from the service?
June of 2019, Your Honor.
And when did you get appointed to the PCSO?
July 15, I think July 15, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Of 2019 also.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, ako, bilang kwan, napakabilis. Kare-retire mo lang ng June. Anong date ba sa June nung nag-retire ka?
Hindi ko na maalala. I cannot recall. I think it's 15, Your Honor, of June. I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, but it's the same year, Mr. Chair. It's
Kasi,
June of 2019.
Kung titignan po natin, Madam Garma, napaka-iksi yung kwan eh. Yung period when you optionally retired and when you got appointed to the PCSO. Para bang sinadya. Nag-retire ka optionally to get the post of General Manager of PCSO. Yun lang po yung tinutumbok ng mga katanungan. And this representation, I think, would also believe that na ikaw ay nag-optional retirement because you knew for a fact that you can get the position of the PCSO. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Acop. The next to interpolate is Congressman Johnny Pimentel. You are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to direct my questions to Colonel Ruyen Garma. Magandang umaga po, Colonel. Originally, you're for Cagayan, hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Saan po kayo nakatira ngayon?
Davao City, Your Honor.
So, kailan po kayo nag-settle doon sa Davao City?
When I got married in 1998, Your Honor.
So, in 1998, that would be right after your graduation sa PNPA. Ano ang nickname ninyo? Anong tawag ho sa inyo?
Yin po, Your Honor. Yin.
Okay, Yin. It was already asked earlier that you went to school at PNPA and then you graduated 1997, hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At dito mo nakilala yung PDL na si Jimmy Fortaleza.
Yes,
Hindi
Your
po ba?
Honor.
Dito rin din po nakilala yung husband mo, si Chief Inspector Roland Villela, hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Dito rin Dito rin nakilala niyo po si Colonel Hector Grijaldo.
Yes, Your Honor.
In short, ito po ang naging close mo na friends, including Jimmy Fortaleza, hindi po ba? Doon sa PNPA.
Your
Kasi
Honor.
binanggit po nyo kanina, bumisita kayo, kayong 5, dapat bibisita kayo ng July 2016 kay Jimmy Fortaleza, eventually 3 na lang po kayo. So in short, doon sa PNPA, nagkakaibigan talaga kayo. The fact na binisita po ninyo si Jimmy Fortaleza, hindi po ba?
Magkakakilala, but not close. The term is,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Now, when you graduated in 1997, you were made to choose on what regions or what region you'd like to be assigned. And pinili po ninyo Davao, hindi po ba?
Region 11
Region
was
11.
my first option, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, first option. Region 11, the headquarters of Region 11 is Police Regional Office is in Davao City. And I've seen that you have been in PNP service for the past or for 24 years, hindi po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, out of 24 years, would you say mga 70 to 80% na-assign po kayo sa Davao?
Yes.
Karamihan po, tinignan ko yung record ninyo, karamihan po ng assignment nyo sa Davao eh.
Yes,
You were
Mr.
briefly assigned in 2004 to 2007 as CIDG officer. Then in 2019, napunta ho kayo ng Cebu City, hindi po ba?
Yes, Mr.
Anong
Chair.
year po yun nung napunta po kayo sa Cebu City? Anong year? 2019 nung na-assign po kayo?
2018 to 2019,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Now, under the local government code, it is very clear that the local chief executive, in this case, whether the mayor or the governor, will have to choose from the PNP, dun sa listahan nila, 3 names na gagawin nilang chief of police o provincial director. But in this case, I understand that that was not followed because even at the objection of Mayor Tommy Osmeña, nilagay ka pa rin ni Devolve Sinas o Sinas ba yun, as chief of police. In short, hindi pinalo yung protocol, hindi po ba?
I do not know, Your Honor. I just received the orders, so I just assumed the
Because
post of city
in,
director.
according to
Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, according to newspaper reports, you were not in good terms with Mayor Tommy Osmeña. Kaya nag-object siya doon sa pagkalagay mo doon. Pero it doesn't matter whether it was divulged in us or whether it was approved. But the fact remains that when you were assigned in Cebu City, you had a relationship that is not really, in short, very cooperative with Mayor Tommy Osmeña. Dahil maraming mga pinalabas na mga newspaper reports regarding your relationship. In fact, ito po, this was taken from one of the newspaper. Cebu City Police Chief, Rini Garma, Mayor Tommy Osmeña's hated, but Duterte's trusted. So alam po yun, doon talaga sa buong Cebu City, that Tommy Osmeña did not really like you as the chief of police. Bakit po hindi maganda ang relasyon ninyo ni Tommy Osmeña po?
Mr. Chair, nung first 1 week ko pa lang na-assign as city director, I was OIC, marami na po ako nakitang hindi tamang nangyayari sa Cebu City Police Office. One example is yung pag-dispatch po ng SWAT team. Ginagawang patrol. Pinapapatrol sa gabi. And I have no control over SWAT team of Cebu City Police Office because it is the command center of the LGU that dispatches them anytime at their, kung gusto lang po nila. So dun po, nakita ko na there's something wrong. This is not correct. So I made a memo or instruction from now on. This is special weapons unit, kasi highly specialized po to eh. Hindi dapat dinidispatch as patrollers. or
Mr. Chair,
nagpapatrol.
is that the only reason?
I-
Yung pag-dispatch ng SWAT, yung pinag-aawayan ninyo ni
That's-
Mayor Tommy Osmeña?
Isa po yan sa pinakamalaki po. Sa tingin ko lang po, Mr. Chair.
Hindi
Kasi-
kaya Yin or Colonel Garma ang pinakakalaking issue ninyo is because of the extrajudicial killings that happened when you were the Chief of Police of Cebu City?
I don't...
Could that be the reason why Mayor Tommy Osmeña does not like you? Because when you were assigned in Cebu City, there were many extrajudicial killings that happened. Babasahin ko po, Mr. Chair. Ayon din po kay dating Cebu City Mayor Osmeña, this is according to newspaper reports, na naging out of control daw po ang extrajudicial killings noong si Colonel Ruyina Garba na po ang umupo bilang director ng Cebu City Police Office. In fact, Mayor Tommy Osmeña condemned the extrajudicial killings at saka he is adamant that nangyari po itong mga extrajudicial killings nung kayo na po ang naging chief of police. Hindi po ba?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, Colonel Garma, kilala niyo ho ba itong si Yong Huli?
No, Your Honor.
To refresh your memory, Colonel Garma, itong si Yong Huli was a suspected drug lord in Cebu City. Siya po ay pinatay ng 4 unidentified gunmen sa loob ng isang motel nung kayo po ay city director. Habang kayo po ay city director.
Wala akong maalala. Wala akong maalala.
Colonel Garma, kilala niyo po ba itong si Junko Humada? Naalala niyo po ba ito? Junko Hamada.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, to refresh the memory of Colonel Garma, since he was the chief of police of Cebu City at that time, si Junko Hamada ay isang foreign national na napatay po ng mga PNP operations under your watch against illegal drugs nung kayo po ay director ng Cebu City. Hindi niyo po ba natatandaan itong mga insidente na ito?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, kanina po tinanong ni Congresswoman Pami Zamora, why of all the policemen na karami-rami sa buong Pilipinas, bakit po pinili ni Devolve Sinas si Colonel Garma? Meron po akong sagot dyan, Mr. Chair. And this is only my opinion, but based on the newspaper reports, based on the statements of Mayor Tommy Osmeña, lumalabas po, dumami yung extrajudicial killings nung si Colonel Ruyina Garma ay nandoon sa Cebu City. In short, kaya po pinili si Ruyina Garma ni General Devolve Sinas para gamitin po si Colonel Garma ni Devolve Sinas para sa extrajudicial killings against illegal drugs. In short, ginamit po si Colonel Garma ni Devolve Sinas para sa war against drugs. Ngayon, dito po tayo sa nangyari sa Dapicol. Kilala niyo po ba si SPO4 Arthur Narsoles?
Yes, Your Honor.
Paano niyo nakilala si SPO4 na Art Narsoles?
Nakilala ko po sa IDG when I was assigned way back 2005. Your
Hanggang
Honor.
kailan po?
Until 2000... Kailan ba? 2008, Your Honor.
After 2008, wala na ho kayong contact ni SPO4 Art Narsoles?
Meron, Your Honor.
So, kailan yung nag-contact uli kayo? Kasi sinasabi ho lang niya, 2005 to 2008. Or talagang kaibigan niyo si Art Narsoles and from time to time, nagkikita kayo, nag-uusap kayo, nagtatawagan po kayo. So, in short, since the time that you met Art Narsoles, he has become your close friend. Hindi po ba?
No, Your Honor.
Saan po naka-assign si Spopo na Narsoles?
CIDG 11, Your Honor.
CIDG 11. Under the command of then Colonel Eldelberto Leonardo, hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At that time, kayo po ay Chief of Police ng Santa Ana or Sasa Police Station? You were assigned in Davao City between 2011 to 2016 in different capacities.
Yes,
Hindi
Your
po ba?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So si Art Narsoles was assigned in CIDG po during that time also, hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo po ba, Colonel Garma, na-assign po kayo sa CIDG sa Davao City?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, you were assigned in Davao City. Kasi
Yes.
kanina hindi ho klaro yun eh. Anong year po non-assign po kayo sa CIDG ng Davao City?
I think that was, Your Honor, that was 2005, maybe July or of 2005 until 2008, Your Honor.
So in the year 2016, you were never assigned sa CIDG, Colonel Garma?
2016, no, Your Honor.
2016,
No, Your Honor.
were you never assigned
Never, Your
in
Honor.
CIDG
Never, Your Honor.
of Davao City?
Never, Your Honor.
Never, okay. Colonel Leonardo, kilala ho nyo ba si Colonel Garma?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Madalas ho kayo magkita?
Nung araw po, Mr. Chair, madalas kami.
Bumibisita din po siya sa CIDG station, sa opisina nyo, hindi po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, mayroon po mga panahon.
So you really know Colonel Garma?
Yes, sir.
Is she
Mr.
involved in the operations of the CIDG?
CIDG when I cannot recall of any instance that
Mr. Chair, may I
Mr.
remind
Chairman.
the legal counsel not to quote, kasi very important ito, very crucial to eh. There are corroborative statements of the different resource persons and we want to establish the link of these personalities. Colonel Leonardo, sabi niyo noon, kilala ho niyo si Colonel Garma. Tapos madalas ho si Colonel Garma sa CIDG station, hindi po ba?
nagpupunta po siya, Mr. Chair.
Bakit? Ano hong pakay niya, Colonel Garma? Colonel Leonardo. O Commissioner rather, Leonardo.
Mr. Chair, magkakakilala po kami, Mr. Chair.
So from time to time, bumibisita po siya sa CIDG station.
May mga instances na
Was this a
natatandaan ko.
personal visit or more an official visit? There were concerns regarding operations of the DG, or there were orders from higher ups? O ano hong pinag-uusapan nyo pag bumisibisita po si Colonel Garma?
Meet and greet lang po, Mr. Chair. Kasi po, nasa isang compound po kami before sa Davao City Police Office. Isang compound lang po yon, nandun sa
So in
loob ng
short,
CIDG.
dahil pero kayo po ay mga pulis, kayo po ay mga operatives, hindi po maiwasan natin na nag-uusap-usap din po kayo ng mga operations, hindi po ba? Ano yun? That is
Possibly, Mr. Chair.
That is peer group, hindi po ba? Kung ang mga kapulisan, ang pinag-uusapan ng operation, mga congressman, pinag-uusapan, anong batas ang gagawin? O kung usually ganun yan po nangyayari. So may pagkakataon na pinag-uusapan noon ninyong operations, hindi po ba?
Wala po kasi akong matandaan, Mr. Chair, na nakapag-usap ako tungkol
Okay,
sa
anyway,
operation,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Inamin na ho kanina ni Colonel Garma that there was a time in July of 2016 na pumunta siya doon sa opisina mo, nandun po kayo, nandun po din bumisita si Colonel Padilla. Hindi po ba?
Pasensya na po, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko po matandaan yung instance na kami nagkita ni
Commissioner Leonardo,
Colonel
remember
Padilla.
that you're under oath.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko po
There are
matandaan
two
po.
persons here testifying that you had a meeting in CIDG against only you. And yung isa sinumpaang salaysay pa, and kanina si Colonel Garma sinabi, indeed, she was there, kayong tatlo, ito na lang ang pag-usapan natin. The fact remains na doon sa CIDG, Davao Station, nagkasama-sama kayong tatlo. Yung pong sinabi ni Colonel Padilla, yun din pong sinabi ni Colonel Garma, Colonel Leonardo, o Commissioner Leonardo rather.
Mr. Chair, ang totoo po, wala po talaga akong matandaan na instance that we, together with two of them,
Totoo po ba yun, Colonel Garma? Sabi nyo kanina, it's on record, Mr. Chair, that Colonel Garma stated that she went to the office of Commissioner Leonardo in the presence of Colonel Padilla. And it is on record. Colonel Garma, sino po talaga nagsasabi ng totoo nito?
Mr. Chairman, can I interject?
With the indulgence of Congressman
Yes, yes.
Pimentel,
Of course.
SDS Gonzales, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, based on the affidavit of, second supplemental affidavit of Superintendent Gerardo Padilla, pwede niyo bang basahin itong number 5 na salay sa inyo? Comsec, pakibigay lang po para yung tanong ni Congressman Pimentel malinawan. Thank you po.
Excuse me, may I know who that gentleman is behind Colonel Leonardo?
Mr. Chair, for the information of this honorable committee, Mr. Chair, we have sent an email stating that I'll be attending with my counsel, Mr. Chair.
So he is your counsel.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can you please enter your appearance before this committee, and please be advised that you're only limited to advising your client his rights, not to coach your client. Please enter your appearance, attorney.
Good morning, Your Honors. Respectfully entering my appearance as counsel for Commissioner Leonardo, I am Attorney Aguinaldo Sepner, Your Honor, from Scott Law Firm and Associates.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed, Congressman Gonzales.
Yes, binigay ko po yung salaysay kay Comsec para basahin po ni Chief Superintendent Padilla, yung number 5.
In number 5, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, bago mangyari ang pagpatay,
Pwede pakilakas lang po, Colonel Padilla.
bago mangyari ang pagpatay sa tatlong Chinese drug personalities, nakadetain sa nasabing piitan ay tinawagan ako ni Colonel Edelberto Leonardo at sinabi na pumunta ako sa Davao CIDG station. Pagdating ko sa station ay nandoon na si Colonel Garma. Kinausap ako ni Colonel Leonardo ang mga 30 minutes at sinabi na papatayin na namin ang tatlong Chinese na nandoon sa Davao Prison and Penal Farm. Mag-cooperate ka na lang habang kami ay nag-uusap, ay pinangakuan niya ako ng promotion.
Thank you, Colonel Padilla. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Congressman Pimentel. Yun po, pinabasa ko lang po.
Mr. Chair, doon na nga tayo pinatatunguhan. Very important itong meeting na nangyari ng July 2016 wherein Colonel Garma and Colonel Leonardo and Colonel Padilla were present. Dahil dito na po nagawa ang plano istitahiya para patayin po yung tatlong Chinese prisoners. And that is why somebody is lying here, Mr. Chair. Ulitin ko po, Colonel Leonardo. Ito, binasa na po ni Colonel Padilla, yung sinumpaang salaysay niya, na nagkita po talaga kayo doon sa opisina. Pinatunayan po ni Colonel Garma, although iba ang version niya, pero the fact remains na pinatunayan niya na nagkita kayong tatlo doon sa opisina mo. Commissioner Leonardo, tanungin ko po kayo, totoo po ba na nagkita-kita kayo doon?
Mr. Chair, gaya po ng sinabi ko, hindi ko po matandaan na nagkita-kita kaming tatlo doon po. Pero si Colonel Garma, may mga instances na natanda ko nagkita po kami, Mr. Chair.
So, are you denying that Colonel Padilla was never in your office?
Mr. Chair, hindi ko nga po siya kilala, Mr. Chair.
Sige.
Totoo lang po.
Punta muna tayo dito sa pagbisita ni Colonel Garma. Sinabi po ninyo kanina, Colonel Garma, based on your statement, Mr. Chair, na bumisita po kayo kay Jimmy Fortaleza, nakaklase po ninyo sa PNPA. Dapat po 5 kayo ang bibisita, pero ang nangyari, 3 na lang po kayo. Hindi po ba? Si Colonel Villela, kayo, at saka si Colonel Grijaldo ba yun?
Yes, Mr.
Oh.
Yes, Your Honor.
That was sometime in July 2016, hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, nung binisita po ninyo si Jimmy Fortaleza, ano ho bang pinapag-usapan ninyo?
Kahit ano lang po, Mr. Chair. Naalala namin yung cadetship namin, mga kung ano-ano lang po. Random.
After meeting with Jimmy Fortaleza in July 2016, nagkita po ba kayo uli?
No, no, Your Honor.
Tinawagan mo ba siya?
No, Your Honor.
Babasahin ko lang po yung sinumpaang salaysay ni Jimmy Fortaleza. Nung bumisita si Colonel Garma, ito po ay very clear na bumisita kayo, hindi po ba inaamin ho nyo yun?
Yes,
Ang kasama
Your Honor.
nyo si Colonel Villela and Grijaldo. Ito, sa number 4, nung bumisita po kayo, tinanong nyo nasaan na yung 3 Chinese na inakasuhan ng illegal drugs. Hindi po ba?
No, Your Honor.
Jimmy, dito ka naman, hindi, Mr. Chair, nandito si Jimmy. Sinumpaan salaysay mo to. Pwede kang kasuhan ng perjury nito. Sinasabi mo rito, nung bumisita si Colonel Garma, ay tinanong ka, merong operasyon dito at nasaan itong mga Chinese prisoners. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
At sinabihan ka rin niya na meron silang operation. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then sometime nung August 8, 2016, Mr. Chair, or prior to August 8, 2016, Mr. Chair, tinawagan ka ni Colonel Garma at kinausap ka at inutusan ka na sabihin, kakausapin niya si Colonel Padilla. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At pagkatapos ng tawag na yon, pumunta ka kay Colonel Padilla at binigay mo yung cellphone, tapos nag-usap po sila. Nandun ka nung nag-usap sila sa telepono ni Colonel Garma. Hindi
Yes,
po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ngayon, ano ba ang pinag-usapan ninyo, Colonel Garma, nung tumawag ka kay Colonel Padilla?
Hindi po ako tumawag sa kanya, Mr. Chair. Your Honor.
Colonel Padilla, sinumpaang salaysay ho ninyo ito. 2 affidavit po na sinabit ninyo na dito sa paragraph 5. Tumawag po sa inyo si Colonel Garma at ito po ang sinabi ni Colonel Garma. May mga tao kami dyan na gagawa at huwag mo na questionin, and whether you like it or not, we will operate and do not interfere. Baka madamay pa pamilya mo. In short, you were already giving instructions to Colonel Padilla na merong ang operasyon yon. What we mean by operation, tinanong ko na si Colonel Padilla niya nung huling hearing, ay papatayin niya yung 3 Chinese prisoner. Ngayon, after nung nag-usap na kayo ni Colonel Padilla at ni Colonel Garma, doon na pinatawag ni Colonel Leonardo si Colonel Padilla at doon na kayo nagkita doon sa CIDG station na kung saan sinabi din ni Commissioner Leonardo, Colonel Padilla, huwag ka nang makialam, meron kaming operation dyan. Hindi po ba?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, sa insidenteng ito po, it has all the footprints, fingerprints, quote-unquote, so to say, of Colonel Garma. Actually, Colonel Garma, lahat ng utos, even to SPO4 Artnar Solis, nanggaling ho sa inyo. After ng meeting ho ninyo ni Colonel Padilla, ni Commissioner Leonardo, doon na nyo inutusan si Artnar Solis, who is very close to you, para puntahan si Leopoldo Tan at inutusan na patay na yung 3 Chinese. Hindi po ba?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, there are 1, 2, 3 statements from resource persons which is under oath against the statement of Colonel Garma which is not even under oath. Sino po ba ang papaniluhaan natin? Yung nagbigay ng sinumpaang salaysay o yung isang tao who has always been denying of her involvement in this incident? It is very clear, Mr. Chair, that somebody is not telling the truth in this interpellation. And I believe that Colonel Garma, siya po ang nagdirektor nitong incident nito, siya po ang nakakaalam. He had contacts with Jimmy Fortaleza, he had contacts with Colonel Padilla, ito po ang mga sinumpaang salaysay. So I believe, Mr. Chair, that Colonel Garma is lying to her teeth. Yun lang naman po ang gusto naming malaman. Ito pa, Mr. Chair. Na-establish na po natin sino po nagsisinungaling dito. It is perceived, not only in Davao City, but in the ranks of policemen, among your peers, that you are very close to President Duterte. Is that true?
That is their perception, Mr. Chair.
Pero that perception is believable, Colonel Garba and Mr. Chair. Why? Yung pag-appoint ho sa inyo ng PCSO, hindi ho ordinaryong trabaho yan at you just go for a job interview, you just apply for a position. We know very well that the position of PCSO is a presidential appointee. And we know very well in the government that if you are not close to that powers pabi, you will never be appointed. Kahit po wala ho tayong application form, kahit po walang a job interview, pag malapit ka po sa appointing authority, you will be appointed. So yung perception po na malapit po kayo, totoo po yun. Hindi totoo yun, hindi haka-haka. Because kung hindi po kayo malapit kay former President, you will never be appointed as PCSO. Hindi po ba?
Possible, Mr. Chair.
Do you think, Colonel Garma, kung hindi kayo malapit kay Duterte, ma-appoint ho kayo as PCSO? Hindi po mangyayari yung Colonel Garma. Alam ho natin, even up to the Assistant Secretary level, to the USEC level, you must be very close to the powers that be. And in that case, you were appointed because of your close relationship with the former president.
Congressman Pimentel, if I may interject, kay Colonel Garma, yung bang pagkakataon na, di ba, sinabi mo na in-applyan mo yung posisyon
Yes, Mr. Chair.
na as general manager ng
Yes.
PCSO.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
During that time, was the position of general manager vacant when you applied for the position?
Ano po, parang there are news articles na
So in other words,
tatanggalin-
hindi ho siya vacant.
natatanggalin na, magre-resign na.
So merong news article na tatanggalin siya.
Yes, during those time
Who was
po.
the general manager at that
I
time?
think it's It's General Balutan, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure kung natanggal na o there's an article that he will be removed.
General Balutan.
Yeah, yes,
And
Mr. Chair.
when you applied, submitted your resume and your application kay Senator Bongo, hindi pa siya bakante.
I cannot recall anymore kung
Anong-
nabakante na, Mr. Chair. I'm not really sure of the date, but I'm very sure I submitted my application. That was November, first week of November 2018, Mr. Chair.
2018.
Yes.
But that time, have you already resigned from
Not
PNP?
yet. No, Mr. Chair. I
So
was-
nag-apply ka as general manager ng PCSO na wala pang vacancy yung GM position at nasa active service ka pa.
I'm not sure if it is vacant, Mr. Chair, or there's an article it's going to be vacant.
Ah,
So
so
I'm
that's-
sure alam ko po na parang matatanggal na o natanggal because under investigation na po. And
Yung kay General Balutan
yung
time.
position,
Okay.
yes, Mr.
So,
Chair.
so sa madaling sabi, Colonel Garma, during the time, because you're not sure yet whether kasi meron ng, I think, investigation nga, tama, no? Kay
Yes, Mr. Chair.
General Balutan that time, in-applyan mo na, anticipating na matatanggal si General Balutan.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is that a correct assumption?
Yes,
Pangalawa,
yes, Mr. Chair.
you're not yet sure kung tatanggapin yung application mo as the PCSO General Manager that time kasi ongoing investigation and you were still in active service.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. Thank you, Colonel Garma.
Mr.
Congressman
Chairman.
Pimentel.
Mr. Chairman,
With the indulgence of Congressman Pimentel. Yes, Congressman
if I may
Suarez.
be allowed, just to interject. Colonel Garma, may nakikita lang kasi akong mga inconsistencies doon sa testimonies mo. Dati po kasi akong gobernador at nagtrabaho sa lokal na pamahalaan.
Yes.
At alam naman po natin na hindi po na ipepwesto ang mga pulis kung unang-una, hindi po muna ito sinasang-ayunan ng mga chief executives. Nabanggit po kanina na sa maraming palipat-lipat po ninyo ng iba't ibang mga pwesto dahil daw po ito lamang sa due to merit. This is a fact that you stated.
Yes, Your Honor.
However, the places that you went to are plum areas. From Davao City, you were transferred to Cebu City. Those are plum cities to be placed under your direct supervision. And without intervention or influence from those that decide, those are very difficult positions to attain, Colonel Garma. So are you still suggesting to this committee that it is only because of merit, that's why you gained those appointments and not through personal relationships?
Mr. Chair, I never asked for positions. Hindi po ako lumalapit kahit kanino
Okay. Okay lang po.
Pagkuha ng
Okay lang po,
position,
okay lang
Mr.
po.
Chair.
Kasi sa akin kanina, nabanggit nyo, Colonel Garma, ang pinakamahalaga sa inyo ay yung kapakanan ng anak ninyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kaya po kayo nag-resign.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kung pinahalagahan nyo po yung kapakanan ng anak ninyo, bakit po ilalagay nyo sa alanganin na sitwasyon ang buhay ng anak ninyo na wala po kayong trabaho? Kasi kung magre-resign po kayo, wala po kayong pagkakakitaan. Kung magre-resign po kayo, paano po yung pangsuporta ninyo sa anak ninyo?
Mr. Chair, that is why I applied November of 2018 when the President announced that I will replace General Manager Balutan sometime March of 2019.
So therefore, yeah, I know
That was the
that's what
sign.
I'm driving at,
Yes,
Colonel
Mr. Chair.
Garma. Yun po yung point ko.
Opo.
Kasi kung talagang totoo kayo sa posisyon na pinangangalagaan nyo yung anak ninyo, hindi nyo siya ilalagay sa alanganin.
Yes, Mr.
At
Chair.
tiwala kayo na pag nag-resign kayo, which was a gamble, given that you had 10 more years of active service, which was a gamble, you were sure in your heart that you will not put the welfare of your daughter in any harm. Therefore, you applied for the position of PCSO. A position so plumb and so sweet that only the handpicked chosen one of the president will be given. So Colonel Garma, I want to ask you again, how do you explain or characterize your relationship with the former president?
It is very professional, Mr. Chair.
Very professional.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So meaning, in many times and many occasions, nag-uusap kayo.
May I be clarified kung anong pag-uusap yun, Mr.
Nag-uusap.
Chair? Only when necessary, job-related, Mr. Chair.
Okay. That's it. That's all my point, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to put that in the records kasi lang medyo inconsistent ng yung mga nasabi po ninyo, Colonel Gama. Maraming salamat.
Mr. Chair, can I proceed? Malapit na ako matapos. There are two more points that I would like to drive at and emphasize. First point is that there was indeed a close contact or several contacts between Colonel Garma and Jimmy Fortaleza. Ang una pong pag-uusap nila noong July 2018, nung bumisita po si Colonel Garma kay Jimmy Fortaleza kasama si Colonel Villela and Colonel Grijaldo. Ito po ay inamin po ni Colonel Garma kanina po, 2 beses niyo po inamin na it's true that nakipagkita siya kay Jimmy Fortaleza. At doon sa pagkikita po, sinabihan niya si Jimmy Fortaleza na magkakaroon po ng operation sa Davao Penal Colony. Yung pangalawang contact po nila, nangyari po nung tinawagan niya si Jimmy Fortaleza po at nakiusap siya na dalhin yung cellphone para makausap ni Colonel Garma si Colonel Padilla. At doon sinabihan din si Colonel Padilla ni Colonel Garma na may operation doon at huwag sila makailam. Pangalawang beses po yon. Ang pangatlong beses po, tumawag po uli si Colonel Garma noong August 8, 2016 kay Jimmy Fortaleza. And then sinabihan niya si Jimmy Fortaleza, this could be probably after the meeting in CIDG station, after the plan was hatched. Sinabihan niya, Bok, ako na bahala. May mga tao na kami dyan. Probably, I assume that this was after na nakontak na si Leopoldo Tan and si Magda Daro na patay na nga yung Chinese prisoners. So, there were already 3 occasions wherein Colonel Garma had a contact with Jimmy Fortaleza and personally talking to Jimmy Fortaleza, whether on the phone o dun sa Dapicol. Ang pang-apat po, nung August 11 na. Nung pinasok na po yung 3 bilanggo na Chinese na para patayin, tumawag din po ulit si Colonel Garma kay Jimmy Fortaleza at sinabayhan, huwag mong pabayaan yung 3 bilanggo, bigyan mo, alagaan mo, bigyan mo ng pagkain. So it's very clear, Mr. Chair, that it was Colonel Garma who was directing everything to kill these 3 Chinese nationals. Ngayon, I'd also like to establish a point wherein doon sa affidavit ni Joby Espinido that during the war against drugs, there indeed was a reward system. Kung makapatay ang pulis ng mga drug lord or whatever na involved sa kaso ng droga, there was a reward system wherein binibigyan ang pulis na nakapatay ng 20,000. Now accordingly, nanggaling sa STL yung pondo na ibayad doon sa mga reward sa mga pulis. Colonel Garma, totoo po ba na nanggaling ang pera para sa reward system? Nanggaling po ba sa STL?
No, Your
Nung kayo
Honor.
po ay nakaposisyon?
No, Your Honor.
Pero inamin ho ninyo na noong November 2021 and during your stint as a STL ahead, nagbibigay po kayo ng pondo sa PNP, hindi po ba? It's on record. You gave 22 million pesos to PNP na ang pera galing sa STL.
That is charge to charity fund. There is a board resolution and the still IRR provides for it that we provide a portion of the charity fund to the Philippine National Police and NBI for medical programs, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, prior to your stint, Colonel Garma, yung STL operations po, sinuspend ho yun. But in 2019, nung umupo kayo, nilift ho ninyo yung suspension, hindi po ba?
No, Mr. Chair.
Well, on records, nakalagay po dito, kayo ho nag-lift ng suspension ng STL operations.
Yeah, it was lifted. No, it was suspended during my time, Your Honor, and it was lifted during my time, Your Honor.
Bakit ho ninyo suspend?
It was suspended because during the time when I assumed as the General Manager of PCSO, almost one half of STL agents po ay may utang sa PCSO. More than 5 billion.
Pero kayo din po ang nag-lift, hindi po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, after the implementing rules and regulations was approved by the Office of the President, Mr.
Sa
Chair.
tingin niyo, Madam Garma, hindi kaya yung binibigyan yung pera sa PNP, sa NBI, ay nagamit as a reward dun sa mga nakapatay ng mga drug lord?
Hindi po pwede yun, Mr. Chair.
Kasi po, kayo na po nagsabi sa isang interview noon na ang income na generated sa STL and Lotto ay nagbibigay po kayo ng portion sa NBI and PNP bilang reward sa mga efforts nila na labanan ang underground illegal gambling and illegal drugs. Hindi po ba?
No, Mr. Chair. It's not a reward, Mr. Chair. It's to fund their medical programs, and it's very clear in the charter, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I have no further question.
Thank you, Congressman Pimentel. The next to interpolate is Congressman Raul Manuel. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang balikan ang nabanggit kanina kasi kinonfirm ni Superintendent Padilla na bagamat ngayon ay hindi niya naaalala na ito pong karo niya na si Colonel Garma yung na-meet niya, pero nang pinakitaan ng picture na kung ano po yung appearance dati, na-confirm po niya na yun yung na-meet niya. Pero on the part of Colonel Garma, ay sinasabi niya hindi niya maalala kung ano yung setting or na exactly ay yun yung kiniklaim ni Superintendent Padilla. May binabanggit po parang sa thesis or ganun yung dahilan. So ngayon po gusto nating i-confirm po talaga kay Colonel Garma kasi hindi po pwede na yung isang event ay merong dalawang magkaibang interpretasyon na Mr. Chair. Ngayon po gusto nating malaman ulit dahil nga kinonfirm na ni Superintendent Padilla na si Colonel Garma nga yung na-meet niya noong August 2016. So, kino-confirm po ba ngayon ni Colonel Garma na nandun nga sa meeting na iyon si Superintendent Padilla?
Mr. Chair, I cannot confirm it if your question covers your introduction before you ask the question, Mr. Chair, because that hindi po yan ang nangyari, Mr. Chair.
So, ibig sabihin, hindi po ninyo kino-confirm yung sinasabi ni Superintendent Padilla? Kasi po ngayon sinasabi na po niya na kayo nga po yung na-meet niya.
Hindi po lahat ng sinabi niya ayun po ang nangyari, Mr. Chair. So I cannot confirm yung sinabi niya, Mr. Chair, or Your Honor.
So you stand by your original statement na ang pagkikita po ninyo ay hindi sa context ng sinabi niya sa kanyang second supplemental affidavit?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I will not belabor that, Mr. Chair. Kasunod doon sa pagiging general manager ng PCSO ni Colonel Garma, kasi as mentioned, matagal po siya sa Philippine National Police. And nalipat siya doon sa PCSO. Ano po ba yung mga qualifications o skill set ni Colonel Garma na na-earn niya? Kasi hindi po biro yung ganun kahabang serbisyo sa PNP. Meron kang mga mahahasang skills dyan at kung ano man yung networks or connections. Alin po doon yung naging kapaki-pakinabang para magsilbi si Colonel Garma sa PCSO?
Mr. Chair, I have served the government service for 24 years po sa PNP. I was able to handle different kinds of people, iba-ibang klaseng pulis. At ang pinakamalaki pong nahawakan ko po ay sumaabos po na mahigit 1,000, 1,300 when I was with Cebu City Police Office. I have various training, leadership trainings. I have my master's. I finished my PhD. My foundation is AB Mathematics, Mr. Chair. And I think I also have the qualities. I work really hard. I study when I work, Mr. Chair. And my position as anti-vice gave me also an idea of how illegal gambling works on the ground, so that if I will be given the position as PCSO manager, I know how to handle these illegal activities so that our product, the lottery product, will lumakas sa ground. Yun po ang nakita ko na sabi ko, kaya ko. And aside from that, dalawa lang po ang trabaho ng PCSO, kako nga po. Lottery and charity. And I have this passion on charity. When I was with the PNP, marami po ako community relation activity at nakaka-relate po ako sa mga activities. Yun po yung nakita ko na sabi ko, kaya ko yung trabaho, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
We take note of that, Mr. Chair, pero no offense po dun sa ating resource persons. Yung nabanggit po kasi na very specific yung tanong ko, Mr. Chair. Which skills na na-acquire from being of service sa PNP, yung applicable talaga at naging valuable para eventually ay ma-appoint sa PCSO ang ating resource person. Pero generic yung mga nabanggit na sagot, Mr. Chair. In fact, yung mga descriptions like yung leadership, yung ganitong mga nakuhang titulo, marami din po tayong mga kababayan, Mr. Chair, na actually can be qualified kung ganun lang yung minimum na binabanggit ng ating resource person. In fact, ang dating pa ay parang minamaliit yung magiging role din dapat ng isang PCSO General Manager na dapat ay tiyakin na malinis at maayos yung pag-manage ng lottery sa bansa. Given din naman na recently may mga issues din doon sa ating lottery, Mr. Chair. Kasunod, ano po ulit yung batas na dapat ay tinitiyak ng PCSO General Manager na napapatupad?
That's the PD 1602, Mr. Chair.
Ano po yung other name ng batas?
Anti-illegal gambling law.
Sa perspective po ba ni Colonel Garma, Mr. Chair, noong past administration ay napapatupad ito across agencies, itong anti-illegal gambling law?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Your Honor.
Kung ganun po ang opinion ng resource person, Mr. Chair, I think from the series of hearings that we've had so far, kung pagbabatayan po natin kung paano nag-proliferate yung mga Pogo at paano ito naging actually paraan para sa illegal gambling at marami pang mga katakot-takot na mga nangyari sa bansa, Mr. Chair, hindi natin mapagkakatiwalaan yung ganong pamantayan ng ating resource person. In fact, kung nag-proliferate yung Pogo, actually this raises more questions, Mr. Chair, kung paano din ba talaga pinagana yung PCSO sa leadership ni Colonel Garma at paano ito pwedeng naging konektado din sa ibang mga illegal activities as brought forth by the questions of Congressman Pimentel. Mr. Chair, nabanggit din na peaceful and one of the most livable ang Davao City. Tapos, in terms of the knowledge of our resource person, kasi nabanggit din dati ni former Senator Leila de Lima na bago naging nationwide ang Oplan Tokhang, meron ng Davao Death Squad na nag-exist para gawing peaceful yung Davao City, Mr. Chair. Ano po ang pagkakaalam ni Colonel Garma sa existence ng Davao Death Squad at sa mga operations nito sa Davao City?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Can you qualify po? Wala kayong nalalaman or walang existence yung Davao Death Squad?
Wala po kong alam, wala po akong nakita. I'm explaining my answer based on my personal knowledge, Your Honor.
So despite po yung evidence, yung maraming ebidensya ng mga ginawa ng Davao Death Squad at matagal din po na na-assign sa Davao City si Colonel Garma, tingin po niya ay hindi totoo na may Davao Death Squad. Ganun po ba?
Mr. Chair, I do not know what evidence you're referring to. I am just speaking on what I know personally, what I saw, what I hear, what I felt. My 5 senses lang po ang ginagamit ko dito. Wala po akong nakita, wala po akong... I'm telling you kung ano lang po yung alam ko personally, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, hindi po pwedeng takasan lang sa pag-claim ng personal experience yung ating mga tanong, lalo na nag-occupy po ng mataas na posisyon sa ranks ng pulisya si Colonel Garma. In fact, kung ano yung mga hindi niya na-observe, ano yung hindi niya mga nagawa, kung ano yung mga inostisya na napalampas dun sa Davao City, that can actually point to, at the minimum, Mr. Chair, neglect dun sa trabaho, or maximum, ay pagkonsente o pag-implement mismo nung inostisya para mag-create ng semblance ng peace and order sa mga lugar kung saan siya na-assign. Mr. Chair, punta naman tayo dun sa stint niya sa Cebu bilang police director, dahil nga doon talaga nagmula yung or yun yung kung paano pinatupad yung war on drugs, no, yung police operations na actually ay katakot-takot, Mr. Chair. Ganon din ba yung estilo na dinala ni Colonel Garma nung siya ay na-assign na sa Cebu? Paano pinatupad yung war on drugs nung doon na po kayo na-assign?
Mr. Chair, during my stint as the City Director of Cebu City Police Office, I intensified police patrol and community relations, Mr. Chair. Although there are also police operations that we conducted, but I was more focused on crime prevention, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, kasi kung pinatupad ang war on drugs based dun sa Memorandum 16 na pinirmahan ng unang police chief under the Duterte administration, kasama nga po doon yung sinasabing pag-neutralize ng mga pinaghihinalaang involved dun sa illegal drug trade. At meron pong nag-testify si Colonel Espinido sa nakaraang hearings na bahagi talaga ng pag-neutralize ay yung pagpatay dun sa mga nililabel na mga drug pushers. So, sa stint nyo as Cebu City Police Office Director, ilan yung tala ng mga napatay na mga drug suspects sa ilalim ng inyong pamumuno?
Mr. Chair, may I be clarified on your definition ng napatay?
Mr. Chair, ito yung mga... Supposedly, the police has a record dun sa kung ilan yung mga kinakount nila no, as accomplishments no, dun sa war on drugs. So, yun yung ating tinutukoy and supposedly ay alam yun ng former Cebu City Police Office Director.
Mr. Chair, kung namatay po yan at pinatay, I don't consider it a police accomplishment. A police accomplishment is something that you can bring the suspect in para sa hustisya. Pero kung namatay lang dyan, we investigated, it's murder. It's not even considered an accomplishment. It's murder, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, it seems na evasive po yung mga sagot ng ating resource person. Consistent po doon sa paano tinatrato ng dating administrasyon yung mga ganitong pagpatay. Hindi lang doon mismo sa loob ng ating mga penal farms, ganyan, pero maging doon sa labas mismo, no? Doon sa ating mga ordinaryong kababayan. So, Mr. Chair, at this point, no, I would end my interpellation and reserve other questions sa iba pa nating mga resource persons. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Manuel. Before the next interpellator, the Chair would like to recognize the presence of Congressman Joel Chua, Congressman Raymond Mendoza, Congressman Edu Rama, Congressman QT Del Mar, Congressman PM Vargas, and Congresswoman Jam Baronda. So the next interpellator is Congressman Chino Almario. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to direct my questions again to Colonel Garma, if that's okay. I would just like to pick up on a few points muna made earlier. First, nung kay Congressman Johnny Pimentel, and another point that was also brought up by our colleague, Congressman Raul Manuel. The first is on the question of personal relationship to our former president. No? Sabi niyo po, ma'am, and please confirm, na you did not or you do not ask favors from any political entity, any political figure for the advancement or the enhancement of your career. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. That being said, it was also, Colonel Garma also mentioned earlier na when she applied for her position, for the position of General Manager sa PCSO, she approached then Special Assistant to the President, Bongo, for the transmittal of her letter to the President, to which she was given a reply na babasahin ito ni President. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, there is still inconsistencies pa rin with the testimonies or the narrations given by Colonel Garma, and we would like to explore it even further. But to bring it back again to PCSO, so even if, sabi nga kanina ni Congressman Jay Suarez, na to give the general manager position to somebody who has no background in that same institution is unheard of or unusual. And kanina, sabi ni Congressman Raul, and I'd like to reiterate, what merits did you warrant to get the coveted position of General Manager of PCSO?
Mr. Chair, yung pinalitan ko po ay isang general din po. Siguro din tanungin po natin, ano din ang, then the chairman is also a retired general,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to remind again our resource person na can we please, the question was, what merits do you think po?
That's it.
did you earn?
I have mentioned it already, Mr. Chair, yung pong qualification ko, Mr. Chair, and then I submitted that. I applied for the position. I did not retire agad po when I applied kasi hindi ako sure kung tatanggapin po yung application ko.
Hindi kayo sure, ma'am? Bakit?
Hindi ako sure. I'm not sure. I'm not confident. I do not know. Maybe the president, it's the choice of the president kung sino pong ilalagay. So, baka
Mr. Chair,
babasahin pa po
I'd like
yung aking resume.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to highlight that again. So maybe the president,
Yeah, he will
from his
still
choice.
study. Yeah, everybody knows it's the president, Your Honor, is going to choose.
Correct.
So, I submitted my application and he will decide whether I am qualified or I'm not qualified for the position, Mr. Chair. So, I waited before I retired.
So, Mr. Chair,
Your Honor.
let me again bring back to another inconsistency kasi kanina po, sabi po ng ating resource person na she relied on her merits on her work performance, on her job, to be able to get to where she is. And in this case, as general manager of PCSO noon. And now, our resource person is now saying that it is the choice of the former president during at that time to appoint or to grant the position of general manager of PCSO. Again, Mr. Chair, another inconsistency. And speaking of inconsistencies, let me try to bring it back sa narrations sa mga sinumpang salaysay ng mga PDLs natin noon at ni Superintendent Padilla.
By the end of the day,
To bring it back muna to Davao City, Colonel Garma, tama po ba na 2011 hanggang 2016 ay nakatalaga kayo bilang station commander ng Davao City in 2 different stations po?
that's June of 2011, Mr. Chair,
Apo.
and I think first week of January of 2016 only, Mr.
So tama,
Chair.
tama po na you were
Yes,
station
Mr. Chair.
commander. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, nung panahon ng inyong panunungkulan bilang station commander, particularly po noong 2016 nang nakaupo na po si President then Rodrigo Roa Duterte bilang Pangulo, alam niyo po ba na idineklara niya ang giyera laban sa droga?
I was on schooling during that time, Your Honor. I have no position from, I think, second week of January until the whole of 2016, until December of 2016. I don't have any position. I was undergoing schooling,
Ma'am,
Your Honor.
gusto ko lang po itanong, ma'am, kung nalaman niyo po ba na ito po yung sinabi po ng ating dating Pangulo na war on drugs po tayo ngayon?
Lahat po siguro ng police aware.
Correct.
And even po hindi po police, Mr. Chair, is a public knowledge,
Pati
Your
ako,
Honor.
ma'am, college student pa ako
Yes
noon.
po, Your
Nalaman ko
Honor.
rin yun. So, okay. At bilang isang station commander ng PNP po, na isang law enforcement agency, nakibahagi po ba kayo sa war on drugs na minandato ng ating dating Pangulo?
Your Honor, hindi po ako station commander nung nag-start na po maging presidente. Mayor lang po siya nung nag-station commander ako, hindi po siya presidente, Your Honor.
Okay. So, balik natin nun. Nung mayor po siya, tama po ba na very adamant or very passionate po yung dating mayor na Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte against din sa war on drugs? Tama po ba? Nung
We
mayor
don't-
po siya.
We do not use the word war on drugs
O sige po,
during
okay.
those times, Mr. Chair,
Anti-drug
Your Honor.
campaign, anti-drug operations, tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, aware din po kayo na yun talaga yung naging top priority of then Mayor and now former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Tama po ba?
That was his campaign slogan, Your Honor, yes.
Correct. So, okay. Kabilang po sa mandato ninyo bilang isang law enforcement officer, during that time, may mga nakikilala po ba kayo? Or at least na nalalaman po ba kayo mga operations kalaban? Or tinatarget ang mga drug personalities, mga drug lords and the like?
May I be clarified kung yung nalalaman, how do we define nalalaman, Mr. Chair?
As in like, for example, na meron suspect na kilalang drug lord or high-profile target at pumupunta sa'yo or dumadating sa'yo na, okay, ito yung operasyonan or kaya gumawa tayo ng isang operation para mahuli itong drug personality.
No, Your Honor, that's not how it works
How does it
on
work
the ground.
then, ma'am?
We have to build a case, Your Honor. During that time when I was with CIDG, wala po kaming operation because more on financial investigation po ang CIDG.
Sorry, more on?
Financial investigation po ng mga identified who has records on drugs based sa intel, Your Honor.
So based po sa intel, nalaman niyo rin po na may mga Chinese drug lords na high-value targets na nandun din sa loob ng Dapicol at that time. Tama po ba?
No, Your Honor, I'm not aware of that.
Bakit?
Because I was on schooling and I don't have any hand on any information or intel, none, Your Honor.
Sino po ba yung in charge po dati sa CIDG during that time? 2016?
2016, there is a two regional chief of CIDG noong 2016 po, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you name both?
I think it's Colonel Pernito, sir. I cannot.
Tama po ba na
I
si
cannot
Commissioner Leonardo was also...
Naging regional chief din po siya ng Region 11 and meron pa pong isa noong
Okay.
2016, Your Honor.
So
Your Honor.
during the time na nandun yung mga Chinese drug lords, I'd like to direct this question naman to Commissioner Leonardo. Sir, aware po kayo na may mga high-profile Chinese drug lords, identified as Chinese drug lords, nandoon sa loob ng Dapicol. Tama po ba?
Hindi particular po dun sa iniimbestigahan, Mr. Chair. Ang alam ko po, marami pong drug lord na nakakulong sa buong Bucor po, covered po ng Bucor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, bilang isa sa mga may matataas na posisyon sa isang law enforcement agency, for sure kilala niyo naman, kundi man lahat, or ilan, na mga malalaking mga criminals na noted na pumapasok sa Dapicol or any area within Davao City. Kasi part of investigation naman din yun. Tama po ba?
Hindi po kami ni-inform kung
Okay.
may mga ganun pong mga high-profile na mga inmates.
Kung pumapasok sa Dapicol, hindi kayo ini-inform.
Hindi po kami kasali sa protocol na yon, Mr. Chair.
Sino po ba yung ini-inform or sino lang po ba yung mga nakakalaman based on your experience po, sir? Sa tingin niyo lang po.
Tungkol po sa... May I be clarified, Mr. Chair?
Yung sa pagpasok po ng mga high value or mga very
In the
notable.
Picol, Mr. Chair.
Pa?
In the Picol po.
Yes po.
In the
Opo.
Picol po, wala po kaming business. Sila lang po yung nakakalam, mga taga-Dapicol lang po, Mr. Chair.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Chair, that si Superintendent Padilla would know na may mga high value targets na pumapasok sa Dapicol?
Possibly, alam niya po, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to direct my question to Superintendent Padilla. Sir, nung pumasok yung mga high-value targets doon sa Dapicol, nalaman niyo po ba na sila po ay mga high-value targets identified on the get-go na high-value targets dahil sila ay Chinese drug lords?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, may mga salaysay kasi na nangyari ni PDL Jimmy Fortaleza and sa inyo po, Sir Padilla, that indicate na tumawag po si Colonel Garma, that she mentioned na may mga high-value targets na ooperasyonan nila. Colonel Garma, do you confirm or deny making this call?
I do not confirm, Your Honor.
So you deny making this call?
Yes, Your Honor.
So are you saying na sa dalawang sinumpaang salaysay, mali po yung dalawang iyon na naka-notarize na under oath binalik dito sa ating committee, sinasabi niyo po ba na mali po sila at sa iyo po yung tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to put that on the record. Mr. Chair, again, Colonel Garma, you are under oath. So, yung sa tawag na yun, I'd like to direct this question naman to Jimmy Fortaleza. Sir, so tama po sir, di ba, na tumawag daw sa inyo si Colonel Garma kasi meron kang naka-assign na cellphone sa inyo and special ito na assignment, di ba, yung mga cellphone daw, sabi niyo po dati, tinawagan kayo at binigay niyo kay Superintendent Padilla yung cellphone para makausap si Colonel Garma sa kanya. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Na yung tumawag si Colonel Garma, lumabas ba yung pangalan niya sa cellphone na siya yung tumatawag or ibang number ba to or dahil sa boses niya nakilala niyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, lumabas ba yung pangalan niya sa cellphone?
Yes, Your Honor, because I have a number of Colonel Garma, Your Honor.
So, bale, naka-phone book na?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, nalaman niyo na siya tumawag at sabi po niya na I think nasa sinumpaang salaysay niyo na pinapamigay niya yung cellphone kay Superintendent Padilla para makausap niya.
Gusto niya makausap si Colonel Padilla, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Fortaleza. And I'd like now to redirect this again to the supplemental affidavit na binigay the affidavit na binigay din ni Superintendent Padilla. Do you confirm Mr. Padilla, na in your affidavit, nung tumawag si Colonel Garma kay Jimmy Fortaleza at binigay sa inyo yung cellphone, was there a threat made during that conversation?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Was there a threat? Ano ba
Yes.
yung topic ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano ba yung naging topic ninyo nung sa phone call na yon?
Nung nakausap ko po siya sa cellphone ni inmate Fortaleza, Chief Garma told me may mga tao kami dyan nagagawa at huwag mo na questionin.
And I'd like to please continue. So number 5, ito ng sinumpang salaysay po, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So allow me to continue na lang. Sabi niyo po, di ba, na Chief Garma told me may mga tao kami dyan na gagawa at huwag niyo nang questionin. And whether you like it or not, we will operate and do not interfere. Baka madamay pa pamilya mo. Tama po ba na ito mismo yung sinabi sa inyo, yung pag-abot ni Sir Jimmy Fortaleza ng cellphone sa inyo?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And Colonel Garma, I'd like to redirect this question to you. Do you still deny making this phone call or saying these inside the affidavit of Superintendent Padilla?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Hypothetical question lang po, Colonel Garma. And in your expert opinion, as CIDG, part of CIDG din dati, di ba you specialize on investigations, you specialize on at least, kumbaga, getting and gathering intel sa mga cases that you have to build up, o kaya the cases that the PNP has to operate on. Tama po, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Hypothetical question lang po. Kung may isasagawang operasyon sa loob ng piitan to gather information, kailangan po ba ng participation or approval ng warden para magawa itong operation na ito? Hypothetical lang po, based on your expert opinion po. Kailangan po ba?
Is it, Mr. Chair? Okay.
Kailangan po ba
It depends.
ng approval or cooperation ng warden?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, if, for example, yung operasyon naman na iyon is to further charge or to kill anybody inside the penal colony, kailangan po ba to ng approval or cooperation ng warden?
That is a illegal activity, Your Honor. I don't even want to give my opinion on that because it's illegal.
Correct. Pero, so, bawal ito. Pero kung for example lang, again ma'am, hypothetical, may isang kriminal na gustong pumatay ng isang tao, ng isang target niya sa loob ng penal colony. Kung nakikisawsaw ang warden, magagawa ba ito o hindi?
What do
If the warden...
I cannot give my opinion on a matter that is illegal, Mr. Chair.
Ma'am, you are decorated. You are in the
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Your
CIDG,
Honor.
which means that these kinds of investigations are no stranger to you. You would know to be able to solve a case and to investigate it well, kailangan nyo rin na you have to think in the minds also of the criminals din para malaman mo kung ano yung next move nila. So are you saying, ma'am, na despite your expert opinion, you cannot give us
Mr. Chair,
an opinion regarding
it
this?
depends on the facts of the case, Mr. Chair.
So, ma'am.
I do not understand the facts of the case.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reiterate. I'd
Mr.
like to
Chair.
reiterate. We're trying to speak hypothesis muna,
Yes,
ma'am.
Mr. Chair. So what...
Kung may gustong pumatay ng isang inmate at nakikisawsaw or alam ng warden at binabawal niya, magagawa ba yung pagpatay? Yes or no?
Everything is possible, Mr. Chair.
Yes or no po, ma'am?
Everything is possible, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So is it also possible na para maging very successful yung pagpatay ng 3 Chinese nationals, na kailangan dapat na hindi makisawsaw or hindi dapat involved yung warden or mag-back out yung warden para smooth yung operation sa pagpatay ng 3 Chinese nationals noon?
Your Honor, everything is possible,
Nangyari
Your
na
Honor.
po ito, ma'am. Which means na in order for that operation to be successful, kailangan dapat na mag-back out yung warden. Pero dahil kasi hindi siya nag-back out, kailangan dapat ng other methods of force, such as threats or bribes. Superintendent Padilla, kung hindi kayo bribe or threaten, papayag ba kayo na may mangyari ng ganyan sa loob ng Dapicol under your watch?
No, Your Honor.
Correct. Kasi yung pangalan nyo, yung lulutaw as the person responsible. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to point out, Mr. Chair, na there are very many inconsistencies again. The reason why na we brought out the hypotheticals po is because na in order for an operation this complex to happen, there are many moving parts na kailangan dapat mangyari. And one critical part that has to happen is that dapat hindi involved or dapat there is the omission of the then Warden Superintendent Padilla for that operation to be very successful. Kasi kung nandun si Warden, kung nakikisawsaw si Warden, kung alam ni Warden na mangyayari yun at binawalan niya, then this wouldn't have happened at all. Kaya naawa ko, Sir, Superintendent Padilla, again, I respect you coming forward. I respect also the fact that even if there are threats to your life, especially as what was stated din sa loob ng inyong sinumpaang salaysay, na you still went forth and came out also with what you've shown as the truth. Now, tinatanong ko kasi yung mga katanungan ito, Colonel Garma, dahil lumalabas po sa mga testimonya ng ilang saksi na kayo po ang tinuturo bilang nag-uutos or namumuno ng operasyon sa pagpatay ng Chinese nationals sa Dapicol. Not just 1 or 2, 3. 3 sinumpang salaysay point to you as the mastermind behind this. Sa nasabing pagbisita, nabanggit ni Major Fortaleza na binisita niyo siya sa Davao Penal Colony kasama ni Colonel Villela and Colonel Grijaldo matapos ang panalo ni Presidente Duterte noong 2016 elections. Ayon po kay Fortaleza, sinabi na rin ako sa kanya na may operasyon ako sa mga Chinese na ito. Dagdag pa niya, nang ibig sabihin daw ng operasyon ay may papatayin. Dagdag pa po sa salaysay din ni Major Fortaleza na tinawagan niyo raw siya muli upang utusan na bigyan ng pagkain sina Tata at Andy. Totoo ba to? Bakit niyo pa sila bigyan ng special na attention? Ginawa niyo ba to? Ginagawa niyo ba to sa ibang inmates? Nobody knows, di ba? Pero sabi nga sa salaysay ni Jimmy Fortaleza na yun nangyari. And bukod pa kay Fortaleza, sa sinumpaang salaysay ni Superintendent Padilla, malinaw na tinuturo din kayo bilang nasa likod ng operasyon ng pagpatay ng mga Chinese nationals sa Dapicol. Sa kanyang salaysay, under paragraphs 5, 6, and 7, na kayo po ang direktang ini-implicate po nito. And base din po sa sinumpaang salaysay ni Superintendent Padilla, lumalabas na siya ay sinuhulan o kaya pinilit na umatras at huwag makialam sa operasyong nauwi sa pagpatay ng 3 Chinese nationals sa Dapicol. Ayon kay Superintendent Padilla na si Ma'am or Colonel Garma ang nagbigay ng direktang utos na huwag siyang maghimasok sa operasyon kahit pa ito ay magreresulta sa pagkamatay ng mga high-profile inmates. Again, Colonel Garma, do you deny these allegations against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
No further questions, Mr. Chair. I think the public has heard what they need to hear. Again, Mr. Chair, as the final comment lang, Mr. Chair, let me remind again, all those resource persons inside here are under oath. No? And in the search for the truth, we will still continue to push for these questions again. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Almario. The next to interpolate is Congressman, our co-chair, Congressman Dan Fernandez. You are recognized.
Thank you so much, Chairman. GM Garma, a while ago you were asked kung kailan ka po na-assign sa PCSO. When was this? November 18, 2018?
I think July 15, Mr. Chair, 2019.
Okay. You started July 2019?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
July 2019, oo. And sinabi mo rin kanina sa committee na to that the reason why you stopped the gaming products that are listed on the PCSO was because nalulugi ang gobyerno. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, nalulugi ang gobyerno. So, aside sa pinatigil mo po yung mga games, what did you do?
Mr. Chair, I reviewed all the contracts and there were illegal transactions like waivers, which is not allowed under, kasi may mga COA findings po. And then there are reductions of monthly GMMRR from STLs that are board resolution lang po and then na-implement without any contract or without cancellation of the previous contract. And these are almost half of the original income that should go to government
To the
sana.
government. Yeah.
So, yung iba din po ay hindi nagbayad. And I think this is more than 5 billion pesos when I assumed the position, Mr. Chair.
My co-chair is asking, what do you mean by GMMR?
Guaranteed monthly retail receipt. That is the guaranteed monthly sales that supposedly, quota, kumbaga,
Okay.
in layman's term is the monthly quota
Okay.
of all STLs, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, Colonel Garma, I just wanted to show a annual revenue from gaming products from 2016 up to 2023. Can we kindly show the graph? Yan. Okay. Okay. Chairman Garma, GM, I want you to realize that noong 2016, ang kinita po ng PCSO is 39.5 billion. Noong 2017 po, ang kinita po ng PCSO sa annual products sila is 52.9 billion. Noong 2018 po, 63.5 billion. Noong 2019, nung dumating po kayo, naging 44 billion. Nag-down po ng 19 billion. At nung nakaupo na po kayo hanggang 2020, 18.6 billion na lang ang naging kita ng PCSO. Noong 2020, bumaba tayo ng 45 billion. At noong 2021, kukumpara mo siya ng 2018, bumaba tayo ng 20 billion. At noong 2022, nung kayo po ay umalis na, bumaba pa rin po tayo ng 6 billion. So, kanina sinasabi mo, the reason why pinatigil mo ang mga gaming products because bumababa ang kita ng gobyerno. Bumaba tayo ng 90 billion sa panahon ng panunungkulan mo. From 2016 to 2018, show the graph again, hindi bumaba. Hindi bumaba ang kita ng PCSO. 2016, 2017, 2018, pero dumating ka, bumaba ng 19 billion, 2020, bumaba ng 45 billion, 2021, 20 billion, 2022, 60 billion, 6 billion. Why is that so?
Yeah, true, Mr. Chair, sa 2019, records would show naman talaga may pandemic noong 2019, na-suspend yung game for a few months. So, walang gaming lahat po. So, walang kita si PCSO. And then, pagpasok po na 2020, was pandemic. And then 2021, we are recovering kasi on and off, may palaro, mayroon mag-close kasi may ma-COVID. So, hindi po stable talaga lahat. So, yan po yung naging challenge po ng 2020 and 2021. And during those time po, may mga products na rin po kami na expired na po yung contract at the board decided not to renew the games anymore. So yun po yung nangyari, kaya po bumaba.
Ang tanong ko sa iyo,
But
wait. Ang tanong ko sa iyo, sa loob ng termino mo, 3 taon, 70 bilyon na nawala sa atin, considering na meron ng pandemic. But during pandemic, during 2019, at bumalik na siya ng 2020, is it just proper to justify that 90 billion? Sabihin na natin 40 billion na nawala, sabihin na natin 50 billion na nawala. Pero still, yung pagbaba ng koleksyon ng PCSO under your leadership, hindi tama eh. Ang dami na walang pera. Now, ngayon, ang tanong ko sa iyo, Chairman, GM, okay. So, during the time that you have a bad relationship with your former husband, di ba? Si Colonel Villala.
yes, Mr. Chair.
Si Colonel Villala, do you have what kind of relationship do you have with him after your annulment?
It was only lately that we became civil after I finally forgiven him 100%, Mr. Chair.
When was this na naging civil kayong dalawa?
Mga 2017 or 18, mga ganun
2018.
po. O 16.
So in other
Not
words,
sure.
you are in speaking terms already.
Yes, for the sake of the child, Mr.
Andiyan ba si
Chair.
Colonel Villala? I think we have invited Colonel Villala. Andito ba? Si Colonel Villala? The former husband of, wala. So we'll be inviting him over, no? To be a part of this hearing, Mr. Chair, no? After your retirement, GM, were you able to save something for yourself and for your child?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, do you think it's sufficient enough to have a decent living?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Are you familiar with the Pinoy Beats bar and restaurant in America? The 6 restaurants, Pinoy Beats Bar and Grill sa Las Vegas, sa downtown LA, sa Los Angeles. Are you familiar with these restaurants?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You're familiar? Do you have an association with these restaurants?
No, Mr. Chair.
Why are you familiar with this?
Kumain na po ako dyan, Mr. Chair.
Kumain ka na?
Yes, Mr.
oo.
Chair.
And do you know a certain Lauro Calonso?
Mr. Chair?
Do you know Lauro Calonso?
Lauro Alonso?
Yes. Do you know him?
I don't know the name. If I can see the face, Mr. Chair, perhaps.
Sige, I will be posting it in our Andiyan ba si Villela? Wala nga daw eh. I'm asking for the presence of Colonel Villela. So we will be inviting over, no? Because this is your former husband, am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And this is him as well, right? In the Pinoy Beats, together with a certain Chris Hero. You know Chris Hero?
Maybe sa mukha lang po, Mr. Chair, but sa
Okay.
names, I'm
warning
very
you,
poor on
we're
names, Mr.
warning
Chair.
you, be
Yes.
truthful.
Yes,
no?
Mr. Chair.
Because we are not showing yet others, no? We're just trying to establish muna yung ownership, no?
Yes, sir.
So, anyway, do you know a certain Nolasco Merluza? Nolasco Merluza.
I'm not familiar of the name. Maybe
Have
kung
you been
makita
with
ko
him?
pong,
Have you been with him? Yes or no?
kung makita ko po mukha, pwede ko pong maalala, Mr. Chair, but names, I'm very poor on names, Mr. Chair.
Ito na, sinasabi ko sa iyo, ayan, no? Si Kai Calonso, kilala mo? Si Larry Calonso, kilala mo? Yes or no?
Kaya,
Kilala mo, yung may-ari ng Noy Pits, yung restaurant. Yes or no? Dali. May pakikita ako sa'yo. Kilala mo, yes or no?
perhaps na-meet ko, Mr. Chair, but
Nakilala
I cannot
mo.
recall. Oh, yes, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. Perhaps, Mr. Chair, but
Kaya
I
huwag ka na
cannot recall.
magsinungaling eh.
Yes.
Kasi nga nakikita naman namin dito, andito na nga galing sa United States. Ha? Andito na po yung mga sa State of California, yung mga pangalan nila. Ha? And of course, we will establish that. Don't worry, we will reach that. Now, tanong ko sa iyo, GM, you know a certain Loretta Villarta Grear? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pangalan niya Lot, correct?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
So si Lot, trusted mo siya, di ba?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
trusted mo siya. May I invite SPO for Loretta Villarta Grear on the next hearing, Mr. Chairman? Active pa ba siya?
Retired na po, Mr.
Retired na
Chair.
siya. How about Lieutenant Colonel Barondog? Do you know this guy?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, he was ambushed together with his wife, Yvonne, di ba?
Yes, Mr.
During the
Chair.
time that you were the head of
Yes,
the
Mr. Chair.
Davao. Davao ba yun? Davao, Cebu. Cebu. Yes, Cebu. Okay. Itong si Yvonne, Barondog, ano siya? Is he a politician, public servant, barangay captain?
W-
Is she a barangay captain?
When I met her, she was the barangay. She was a
Correct.
barangay
She was a
captain.
barangay captain of Calamba.
Yes, Mr.
Correct. Doon sa tinatawag nating Cebu Hilltop. Tama? Do you have a property in Hilltop?
Chair. None, Your Honor.
Are you sure?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, wala sa pangalan mo.
Wala, Mr. Chair.
Yun, wala sa pangalan mo. Nasa iba. Tama?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Right. So, do you have a former boyfriend from the province of Laguna? A politician?
Laguna?
Yes. Wala.
Wala, Mr. Chair.
Are you sure? Again.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right, sige. I'm just asking you, para at least, Mr. Chairman, the reason why I'm asking the relationship, medyo meron lang tayong, hindi lang muna natin divulge, but of course, in the right time, we will. Do you have a property in Santa Maria, Laguna?
None, Your Honor.
None.
Wala po.
kang kalahating bundok na pag-aari mo sa Santa Maria, Laguna?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Okay, I will check it out. I'm from Laguna. Rest house sa Bulacan?
Bulacan?
Yes. Wala rin.
Wala po akong rest
Alright.
house sa Bulacan, Mr. Chair.
How about a house in Hawaii?
Wala din po, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
wala din. Alright. So, nung nasa PCSO ka, nag-away kayo ni Sandra Cam. Am I correct?
It's a love and hate relationship, Mr.
Love
Chair.
and hate relationship.
As a
And what's
board
the reason
member
why
in the
you have a
GM?
love and hate relationship with Sandra Cam?
Mr. Chair, sometimes we have different opinions,
On
Mr.
what?
Chair.
Different opinions on what?
On some concerns of
What is this
PCSO.
concern? Like what?
An example,
Oh, what?
minsan po sa STL,
Oh, why?
Okay.
Why on STL?
when we formulated the IRR, we have
Hmm.
different opinions, Mr. Chair, on matters pertaining to waivers, whether it is illegal or legal. So
Hmm.
we have different opinions on that matter.
Was this issue of love and hate relationship reach the Senate?
No,
Yes or no?
I don't remember, Mr. Chair, na
In the House
meron
of
po.
Representatives?
Hindi rin po, Mr. Chair.
Hindi kayo nagkaroon ng hearing
Hindi po.
sa Senate? You are lying, ha?
No, hindi po ako.
You are lying.
Ang,
But
Mr.
this issue reached the Senate committee. Am I correct?
I-
Napag-usapan ba ito sa committee? Hindi. Your love and hate relationship with Sandra Cam, does it reach the Senate committee on games?
I cannot recall, Mr. Chair, that we reached the Senate. I
Hindi
think
mo
it was
ma-recall
the
na
other general manager and chairman, Mr. Chair, but not me.
So,
Mr.
hindi ikaw
Chair.
yun?
I think it's not me. We
Are you
never
sure?
reached the Senate.
Oh,
Yes,
sige,
Mr.
I will
Chair.
check the records on this, because I haven't watched that
Yes.
that issue yet. But
Yes.
I'll be trying to find out if this issue of the Chandra Kam and you really exists in the hearing of the Senate or even here in the House of Representatives. So, in other words, Mr. Chairman, the reason why I tackled that issue because may kinalaman po ito doon sa pagtaas at pagbaba ng pondo ng PCSO that was tackled by the members and the directors of the PCSO when GM Garma was the head of that agency. Just come to think of it, it's only during her time na bumaba. Sabihin na natin that pandemic, but 90 billion lost to the government? Why and how? Di ba? So, Madam Chair, I will be... Madam Chair, sorry. Mr. Chair, I wanted to reiterate my invitation to SPO por Loretta Villarta Grayar alias Lotlot, si Lieutenant Colonel Barondog ng Class 2007 PNPA, and also Colonel Villela must be invited over, and also soon, Mr. Chairman, I'll be inviting over also those owners of these restaurants and at the same time, yung po mga minention ko po mga properties. For now, Mr. Chairman, I'll be yielding my time to the others who wanted to interpolate, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Congressman Fernandez. Comsec, please take note of the names that the committee will invite in the next hearing on the subject matter of extrajudicial killings.
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Paduano.
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed with the other interpreters, let me ask if the BID and the DFA is present. BID? BID? Wala. DFA, wala. Mr. Chairman, let me move that the COMSEC is directed to communicate with the BID and DFA with regards to possible travel of Mr. Harry Roque because this committee has already cited him in contempt, and we need to inform the BID and the DFA with regards to possible travel of Mr. Harry Roque from the Philippines to other country. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Is that a motion, Congressman Paduano?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Since BID and DFA is not present, again, let me reiterate that I move to direct the COMSEC to communicate ASAP to the BID and the DFA, Mr. Chairman, with regards to the travel of Mr. Harry Roque. Please, so move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion to direct the committee secretary to coordinate with the BID as to the possible travel of Attorney Harry Roque. Is there any second? Duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Before we proceed with the next interpellator, please allow the chair to recognize Congressman Gas Tambunting. Welcome to the committee, Congressman Tambunting. The next interpellator is Congressman J. Kung Hun. You are recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Maaari ko po bang iparating ang aking katanungan kay Colonel Leonardo?
Please proceed.
Maraming salamat. Magandang hapon po, Colonel Leonardo.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair.
Kumusta po kayo?
Mabuti po.
Colonel Edilberto Leonardo, base po sa inyong naging mahabang karera, kayo po ay humawak ng mataas na posisyon sa ating pamahalaan. Currently, kayo po ay NAPOLCOM Commissioner na appoint po noong February 22. February 2022 at meron po kayong fixed term na 6 na taon. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Sino pong nag-appoint sa inyo sa posisyong ito?
Previous administration po.
Sino po?
Former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, Mr. Chair.
Bago po kayo naging commissioner ng NAPOLCOM, kayo po ay naging Regional Chief of the Criminal Investigation and Detection Group, CIDG, in Davao Region. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Sino rin po ang nag-appoint sa inyo sa posisyon pong ito?
The Chief PNP during that time, Mr. Chair.
Sino po siya?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chair. First week of July, Mr. Chair, when I was appointed as Regional 11 CIDG, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I'm not sure kung nakaupo na po si Senator Bato po no, as Chief PNP, Mr. Chair.
Okay po. Narinig niyo po ba, Colonel Leonardo, yung sinalaysay nila Leopoldo Untalantan at Fernando Magdadaro tungkol sa pagpatay ng 3 Chinese drug lord noong August 2016? Naka-assign ka po sa Davao kasi noon. Narinig niyo po ba yon?
May I be clarified, Mr. Chair? Ano po yung particular na narinig po?
Yung pagpatay sa Davao ng 3 Chinese drug lord noong August 2016 dahil naka-assign po kayo sa Davao noon.
Nalaman ko po kasi itong namatay na mga Chinese drug lord sa ano lang po. Itong napapanood ko sa TV at saka nung nagbanggit-banggit na po sila, Mr. Chair.
Napanood nyo lang po sa TV?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kasi po napakalapit po ng inyong opisina sa Davao Prison Penal Farm dahil kayo po ay nasa Davao City noon at naka-assign sa Camp Sergeant Quintin M. Mercedito. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, sa ano po ako, Davao City Police Office located in San Pedro, Davao City, Mr. Chair.
Hindi po kayo nakaano sa Sergeant Quintin Mercedito, Buhangin, Davao City noong panahon na yon?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Noong 2017, na-assign kayo bilang commander ng Manila Police District. Tama po ba?
2015 po, Mr. Chair.
Hindi po ng 2015 kayo na-assign. Hindi po ng 2017.
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, na-assign po ba kayo sa kahit anong detachment sa Metro Manila?
Na-assign po ako as station commander ng Station 10 and Station 2, Mr. Chair.
Kailan po yun?
2015 to 2016 July, Mr. Chair.
July. Okay. Nung kayo po yung nag-retiro, ano po ang ginawa niyo pagkatapos niyo po mag-retire?
Nag-retire, I opted to retire because in view of my appointment as Undersecretary, Mr. Chair.
Undersecretary po. So kayo po ay naging USEC for Protected Areas and Special Concern at the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Pero po noong September 17, 2020, bago po yun, kayo po ay na-appoint, no? Bilang USEC for Protected Areas and Special Concerns. Ano po yung trabaho na inyong opisina doon?
Marami po, Mr. Chair. I conduct executive visitation sa mga protected areas po. And then we're trying to create a concept that would further protect yung ating mga protected areas, Mr. Chair.
Pero po bago kayo naging director, no? Bago kayo naging USEC, naging director ka muna ng Biodiversity Management Bureau, tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Ano po ba ang trabaho nito?
BNB, to manage the operations of the Biodiversity Management Bureau and mostly policy and guidelines in support to the regional offices po ng DNR, Mr. Chair.
Colonel, ano po ang natapos po ninyo sa inyong pag-aaral?
I graduated bachelor po. Meron po akong PhD sa leadership and management. Meron din po akong master degree sa educational management. Meron din and I graduated in the PNPA, Mr. Chair.
Colonel, napakalayo po ng expertise ninyo. Ang expertise po ninyo is military, peace and order. Ano po bang kinalaman nito sa pagkaka-appoint ninyo bilang sa Department of Environment and Natural Resources?
As a person, ako po ay I think hindi po kailangan na maging expert doon sa isang bagay para po makatulong sa pagprotekta ng ating environment, Mr. Chair.
Katulad po nito, kayo po ay naging direktor ng BMB. Ang primary charter ng BMB is under the Department of Natural Resources ay responsible for conservation and sustainable management of the country's biodiversity. Kilala niyo po ba ang direktor ngayon ng BMB, si Director Marshall Armaro Jr.?
Hindi po familiar sa akin.
Ipakikilala ko po siya. Si Director Amaro ay isang registered professional forester ay may iba't ibang awards sa field niya. May master's siya sa public management, may graduate diploma sa agricultural economics from abroad. Pero kayo, sir, napakalayo po ng inyong pinag-aralan sa biodiversity management. Kaya nagtataka po ako kung paano kayo na-appoint ang naging USEC, napakalayo po ng inyong pinag-aralan sa DNR. Tingin po ninyo, ano pong dahilan kaya ba't po kayo na-appoint sa DNR?
Yung pong mga posisyon na yun ay nangangailangan po ng experts sa leadership and management, to which I think qualified naman po ako kasi
Mr. Chair, can I request the resource person speak a little bit louder and nearer to the mic?
Yes, Mr. Sorry po.
Go ahead
Kung
po.
pakiulit lang yung sagot.
Ako po ay may PhD naman po sa leadership and management. And I think to hold that position, honestly think that I am qualified to handle such position, Mr. Chair.
Sino po ang nag-appoint sa inyo sa posisyon na yan?
Former General Simato, Mr. Chair. Former DNR Secretary Simato, Mr. Chair.
Sa pag-upo niyo po bilang USEC ng DNR, sino po nag-appoint sa inyo?
Si former President PRRD po, Mr. Chair.
Kung ganon, bakit po tingin ninyo na kayo ang napili ni Presidente Duterte para sa posisyon na yun?
Baka po nakita niya na pwede naman po siguro akong humandle ng posisyon na yun, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko po alam. Hindi ko po masabi. Bakit?
Kasi po kanina, kay Colonel Garma, napakalayo po ng pinag-aralan din ni Colonel Rina Garma at na-appoint po siya na PCSO. Ang tingin ko po, ang number one qualifications ni Colonel Rina Garma, kaya siya na-appoint sa PCSO, ay yung closeness niya sa ating Pangulo. Tingin niyo po ba ang number one qualifications po ninyo, Colonel Leonardo, kaya po kayo na-appoint sa posisyon na yan, dahil po yung closest din po sa dating Pangulo?
Possibly, Mr. Chair. Pero hindi po ako ganun ka-close sa Pangulo, Mr. Chair.
Okay po. May utang ng loob po ba sa inyo ang ating former president?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
may nagawa po ba kayong mga pabor sa ating dating Pangulo para i-appoint kayo sa posisyon na yan?
Maliban po sa paglilingkod ko bilang CIDG sa Davao City, Mr. Chair, yun lang po ang natatandaan ko at hindi naman sa tingin ko ay pabor yun, kundi yun ay tungkulin ko lamang po. Gamba ng mabuti yung tungkulin, Mr. Chair.
Colonel Leonardo, ano po ang tingin ninyo sa mga programa ng ating dating Pangulo? Kung ano yung mga nagawa niya sa Davao, kung ano yung nagawa niya sa ating bansa, ano po ang tingin ninyo sa totality ng kanyang mga naging programa?
Ito ay general opinion lang po ang may bibigay. Noong 2016 po, o prior 2016 po, napakagulo ng sitwasyon sa buong Pilipinas when it comes to drugs, Mr. Chair. Talaga pong kahit kaming mga pulis po ako noon, nakita ko po halos hindi na po namin pansinin yung mga gumagamit ng droga na maliliit lamang. Dahil ang dami pang dapat na unahin, yung pong mga pushers and mga drug lords noong mga panahon po na yon. Kaya naniniwala ako na, I believe, doon po sa war on drugs ni PRRD, dahil talaga naman pong napakinabangan ng buong Pilipinas, dahil gumanda naman po yung naging tahimik po, somehow. Compared doon sa 2022, wala na pong drugs. Wala na po halos. Yun po ang masasabi ko, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po, Colonel Leonardo. Meron po ba kayong katungkulin sa naging laban on war on drugs ng previous administration?
Mula po nung ako'y CIDG, ay nanunong ko lang bilang CIDG, ay marami po akong mga operation na nasamahan sa anti-illegal drugs po, Mr. Chair, na nagtagumpay naman po.
Yung ilan po ba rito, kasama ni po ninyo si Colonel Ruina Garma?
Wala po akong matanda na kasama. Maaring meron po, Mr. Kasi na-assign din po siya ng Davao City. Maaari po. Kasi po marami po kaming sa Davao City po ang approach namin. Lahat po ng agency ay kasali. Kasali po yung PIDEA, kasali po yung even yung other law enforcement agency, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, maaari po nating sabihin na talagang sinusuportahan po ninyo yung war on drugs ng ating dating presidente.
Personal po, sinusuportahan ko po, Mr. Chair.
Yung war on drugs po ng previous administration, maaari niyo po bang i-describe kung ano po yung mga proseso ng war on drugs ng nakaraang administrasyon? Ano yung kanyang mga components?
Kung mag-start po 2016, dahil ako po ay 2016 CIDG na po ako meron pong order sa amin na ang CIDG will refrain from hindi ko lang po sure kung kailan lumabas po yung na kami po hindi na po pwedeng mag-operate ng against anti-illegal drugs. Ang role namin doon po sa war on drugs na yon ay yung mga financial investigation po. Yun po kami tinraining, kaming lahat po ng mga regional chief during that time po, Mr. Chair.
Pakiulit po, financial, ano po?
Financial investigation po sa mga suspects sa sa mga personalities involved po sa illegal drugs, Mr. Chair.
So, ibig sabihin po, ang ino-operate po ninyo, yung mga malalaking tao?
Basta investigation po ng kanilang financial nung mga personality na covered po ng investigation ng region para on my part, Mr. Chair.
At kasama niyo po rito si Colonel Ruina Garma?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair, kasi 2016 hindi na po kami magkasama. 2016 po yung binabanggit ko, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, 2016 and beyond, hindi na kayo nagsama ni Colonel Ruina Garma. Sa kahit anong operasyon, hindi kayo nag-usap?
Hindi na po, Mr. Chair. Hindi po. Kasi Region 11 lang po ako for the whole time that I was the regional chief po ng CIDG 11. Never I engaged dun sa outside the operations po ng CIDG 11.
Hindi po ba na kayo po ni Colonel Rina Garma ang talagang pinagkakatiwalaan po ng ating presidente, lalong-lalo na po sa operation, no, ng war on drugs?
Actually, parang sa Davao po siguro, maaaring masabi ko sa Davao. Marami po kasing hindi ko po masabi, Mr. Chair, hindi ko po sa part po ng presidente nung araw kung talaga po bang nagtitiwala siya sa akin. Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
Nagtitiwala po ang ating Pangulo sa inyo kasi inappoint niya po kayo ng USEC,
Maaari
ng
po, Mr.
Department of Environment and Natural Resources, kahit po wala po kayong background regarding dun sa DNR. Malayo po kasi nagtapos po kayo sa PNPA, tama po ba? PNPA,
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
military, yan po ang background ninyo. Pero kahit na po kayo kapos sa kaalaman sa DNR, na-appoint po kayo ng ating Pangulo. So, it shows lang na talagang malapit kayo sa dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte.
Maaari po, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, can I just interject? Yes, an interjection lang from what...
Is this related to the question?
Yes,
about
it's related.
Okay, please proceed.
Colonel Leonardo, Colonel, General, ano pong posisyon ng nakamit po ninyo?
Sa ngayon po, Mr. Chair, Commissioner po ako ng National
Hanggang
Police
ngayon, hanggang ngayon.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Active pa rin po kayo.
Active pa po, Mr. Chair.
Kailan po kayo na-appoint bilang USEC ng DNR?
February 2022, Mr. Chair.
February 2020?
22, Mr. Chair.
22?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. At nung sinusundan ko po yung interpellation ng aking tokayo, Congressman J. Kong Hoon, ang hinawakan niyo pong posisyon po doon ay in charge of biodiversity, correct?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Would you consider the Philippines as one of the most biodiverse countries in the world?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ang ilan po yung Pilipinas?
Hindi lang po ako sure kung pangilan, Mr. Chair.
Pampito. Matanong ko lang, Colonel Leonardo, gaano katagal niyo pong hinawakan yung posisyon sa DNR?
Yung BMB po, I think, kung di po ako nagkakamali, ilang buwan lang po, parang OIC lang po ako doon kasi po, parang napalitan, o nalipat o napalitan po yung BMB director po nung time na yun, Mr. Chair.
So would you know why napakaikli lang po yung panahon? I used to work in the DNR, by the way, just to let you know.
Opo, Mr. Chair. Maikli lang po. Actually, sinabi lang po ako bigla na hawakan mo muna. Hanggang sa...
Sino ang nagsabi sa iyo na hawakan mo muna?
Si, former DNR Secretary Simato, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And former Secretary Simatu is AFP, correct?
Correct po, Mr. Chair.
Tapos kayo ay?
PNP po,
PNP,
Mr. Chair.
oo. So, ano naman po kaya ang nag-udyok kay Secretary Simatu para sabihan kayo na hawakan mo muna? At kung bakit kayo? I mean, sa sobrang daming Pilipino na nabubuhay, na kwalipikado, bakit kayo?
Yun po ang pagkakalam ko habang wala pa lang pong napipili. Yun po ang pagkakalam ko.
At kayo ang napili, pansamantala na italaga muna na USEC.
Hindi po yun na USEC position. Yun po ay director position po yung BMB.
Pakiulit lang po, ulit.
Yung pong Biodiversity Management Bureau, director...
Sandali nyo lang nahawakan yung
Sandali
bureau.
lang po.
Kaso lang yung pagiging USEC,
Yung USEC po, 1 year and 7 months po akong USEC.
1 year and 7 months kayong nailagay doon. Okay. So 1 year and 7 months po na naitalaga po kayong pagka-USEC, it started when? What year?
September 2020, Mr. Chair.
September
September 2020 po.
2020.
Opo.
So kung 1 year and 7, sabi niyo 1 year and ilang months?
7 months, I think, Mr. Chair.
Pagkatapos po noon, na-appoint na kayong
Napolcom na po, Mr. Chair.
Napolcom. So napakaganda naman po ng career path ninyo, no? 'Di ba? USEC, tapos biglang nailagay kayo sa Napolcom position. Would you agree with me when I say that?
Hindi naman po bed of process itong aking posisyon, Mr. Chair.
You
Except
don't
commission.
agree with me when I say that
Maganda na rin po, Mr. Chair. I would,
swerte din, di ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Kasi isipin ninyo, USEC kayo, tapos ngayon Napolcom. Kasi lang ang tanong ko, bakit kayo naalis na pagka-USEC?
Dahil po ako yung na-appoint na po as Napolcom, Mr.
Hindi, hindi. Bakit po kayo nawala sa pagka-USEC ng DNR?
Dahil nga po na-appoint po ako noong February 2022.
There
as
wasn't anything that happened in the department that may have caused your early exit from the DNR?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
So, anyway, Mr. Chair, the reason why I wanted to stress that point is because similar to what Congressman Jay Kong-hoon has mentioned, it seems that the career paths of our two resource persons seem to be parallel. Of course, coming from the same place, having the same friends, and upon retirement, finding plum positions where they benefit from. So, matanong ko lang din, kasi mukhang parehas po yung career path po na tinatahak ninyong dalawa, Colonel Leonardo at GM Garma. Ano po ang pakiramdam ninyo na parehas din po yata kayong na pasama sa ICC investigation?
Malungkot din po kasi ba't minasali po doon sa ICC?
So, hindi nyo po alam kung bakit?
Hindi po alam.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Suarez. The next to interpolate is Congressman Keith Flores. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a few questions for Commissioner Leonardo, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Leonardo, I was absent in the first two hearings, and in one of those hearings, you were already invited here to this committee. Tama ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and before coming over, nagbasa muna ako. I was looking for materials about you, and one of which na nakita ko is an article in 2017. No? It's an online article, and the title is Duterte controls Davao Death Squad-style drug war through crony cops Leonardo and Garma. Yan po yung nabasa ko na article. And what can you say about that article, Commissioner Leonardo?
Hindi ko po nabasa, Mr.
Hindi mo
Chair.
nabasa.
Hindi ko po alam.
Well, anyway, the article is based on the complaint filed before the ICC, naming you as one of the respondents. Na kayo raw po ang nag-implement ng DDS-style na drug war ng former President Duterte. What can you say about that, Commissioner Leonardo?
Hindi po totoo yun, Mr. Chair.
Hindi totoo. So, hindi totoo na DDS-style ang pagdadala ng drug war, or yung activities nyo against in the drug war is related to DDS-style na pag-implement?
Hindi po.
Wala kang kinalaman sa drug war?
Wala po.
Wala.
Yung pong sa financial investigation lang.
Sa financial investigation
As a regional chief, as a member of CIDG, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, would you consider the tag as heading the drug war in the DDS style offensive for you as a police officer that time? Sa tingin mo bang insulto yun na sabihin na DDS style yung ginagawa for the drug war?
Sa tingin ko po, mali po yun. Kasi yung mga polis, nagtatrabaho lang po noon. Kung same lang po noong 2015, 2014, 2012, 2011. Tatrabaho na po ako noon. Natatanda ko, marami rin po kami mga trabaho.
Kasi yung DDS style ng drug war na sinasabi nila is similar to or identical with ng sinasabing claims na extrajudicial killings. Tama po ba? Associated siya. DDS, EJK, parang ganon. Ang one and the same ang term.
Narinig ko po ganun ang
Ganon,
perception
diba?
nila, Mr. Chair.
So, kilala mo ba si Edgar Matubato, Commissioner Leonardo?
Personally, hindi po.
But you've heard of him.
Nakita ko po sa TV.
Nakita
Napanood
mo
ko
sa
po
TV that he confessed that he was one of the gunmans for DDS. Tama ba?
Yeah, napanood ko po.
Napanood mo.
Sinasabi po niya yun.
And siya din ang nagsabi na kayo daw ni Garma yung nagma-micromanage on how the DDS or the drug war is to be conducted.
Hindi po totoo yun, Mr. Chair.
Hindi totoo. So, hindi naman totoo na sinasabi ng ibang tao na because of your management style of how the drug war was conducted, you are close to the former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Tama po?
Actually, lahat naman po ng police officers sa Davao City ay close po kay pag nasa ka po ng Davao City, kasali po kayo sa mga meeting with the former Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Because
Mr. Chair.
Duterte was also very active when it comes to the handling of the police officers in Davao City as mayor. Di ba? Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Pati po armed forces, kasama
Pati
po
armed
namin
forces.
during
In your
mga
meetings, di
po.
ba? So, sabay mga AFP, PNP. Kaya malapit siya with these people.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So sa dami ng officers sa Davao City, ilan yung na-appoint as undersecretary? Ilan din?
Marami po.
Marami din.
Bago po kami, marami po eh. Marami pong, hindi ko lang po
Sobra 10 ba? More than 5?
I'm not sure of the number, Mr. Chair. Pero meron lang po akong mga ilan-ilan na alam na naging USEC po.
Okay, but you're one of those. Tama mo?
Yes, I'm one of those.
Yes,
Mr.
you're
Chair.
one of the lucky few officers close to Duterte who was appointed as an undersecretary of a department.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, do you know SPO4 Arthur Las Cañas?
Opo, kilala ko po siya, Mr. Chair.
Kilala mo?
Police po sa Davao, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So you knew him before the president became, the mayor became president.
Pakiulit po, Mr. Chair.
Nakilala mo si SPO4 Art Las Cañas before naging presidente si Mayor Duterte.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, I also lived in Davao, no? Pero did Art Las Cañas have the reputation of being close to Duterte also?
I think so, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you think so or you know so? Alam
I
ng
think
lahat
so,
ng mga
hindi-
pulis dun eh, na
Naririnig ko lang po, Mr. Chair.
naririnig mo
Apo.
rin. Na? How about you, Colonel Garma? Tanong lang, no? Yeah, side question lang to sa iyo. Do you know Art Las Cañas?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you know also his reputation as being close to the president before the president became president, while he was still mayor of Davao City?
I'm not very familiar kung close sila or what.
You're not. So you're
Mr.
not
Chair.
familiar with the heinous crime section unit?
I am familiar, Mr. Chair.
And who was heading that unit?
I cannot recall anymore, Mr. Chair. That was
Art Las Cañas
long
wasn't
time
part
ago.
of that?
I'm not sure,
You're
Mr.
not sure.
Chair.
But you were in Davao during that time, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Leonardo. So Art Las Cañas also mentioned na ito nga, yung drug war was conducted in a very similar way dun sa sabi nilang DDS at the time when the mayor was still mayor of Davao City. Yun ang sinasabi niya in his interviews and in his testimony before the Senate before. Narinig niyo po ba?
Naririnig po sinasabi niya, Mr. Chair.
Na yung mga nasa lista daw ay either eliminated or killed or forever disappears. Na nag-testify siyang parang ganon. Narinig niyo po ba?
Narinig ko po na sinasabi niya, Mr. Chair.
Ni Art Las Cañas. Sa tingin niyo po, in your personal opinion, may involvement ba si Art Las Cañas sa DDS na sinasabi niya?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now as
Narinig ko lang
CIDG,
po sinabi niya.
as CIDG chief na sa Region 11, can you say for a fact na walang DDS na grupo na nag-ooperate in Davao City?
During my time, 2016, wala po akong na...
How about prior to that?
witness,
Have you heard na merong ganun?
Meron lang ako naririnig kasi may investigation po nung mga previous years po, prior to 2016, Mr. Chair.
Now, yung position mo as USEC sa DNR, is it may security of tenure ba yun?
Wala po, Mr. Coterminous.
So, coterminous ka.
Hindi po siya plantillada, Mr. Chair.
Do you think that's why you were appointed sa Napolcom because it is a more secured position? Because it's a fixed term position?
Possibly, Mr. Chair.
Possibly. Now, how would you react to the statement ba na you are a police officer who has been accused? In fact, may mga articles nga na you were the one running the DDS-style drug war, and yet you end up being appointed as Commissioner of the National Police Commission. What would be your reaction to that statement? Meaning, police ka na not free from issues on extrajudicial killings, police ka na not free from allegations of involvement in the killings that took place against drug personalities or something like that, no? In fact, I heard na you were the one responsible for making the narco list. Yun ang nabalitaan ko eh. So, these are issues, I'm sure you will deny that, no? Pero these are issues that have been hounding you. Yet you were appointed as Commissioner for Napolcom. Don't you find that odd? Don't you find that strange? Commissioner Leonardo?
Hindi naman po, Mr. Chair. Qualified naman po ako bilang Napolcom Commissioner, Mr. Chair.
Qualified, as you say, but is it free from insinuations of wrongdoing as a police officer?
Again po, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko po
Sabi ko,
na-gets.
qualified ka nga siguro, but are you free from insinuations of wrongdoings as a police officer? Based on the article and yung mga naririnig na mga kwento-kwento about your participation or your role?
Mga insinuation po niya, mga opinion po nila yan, Mr. Chair. Wala po akong masasabi tungkol doon.
But no case was filed against you naman?
Wala po.
In relation to the insinuations?
Wala naman
Wala
po,
naman.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, Colonel Garma, you were appointed as OIC Cebu Police Chief in the year 2018 na po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
2018. Now, prior to your stint as OIC Police Chief in Cebu City, who was the Police Chief of Cebu City?
Sir, Colonel Doria, Mr. Chair.
Colonel Doria.
Ay, Your Honor.
Now, there are allegations kasi that when you took over as Police Chief of Davao City, doon umakyat yung patayan sa Cebu City in relation to the drug war. What can you say to that?
Mr. Chair, during my stint, I intensified police operation po. 24/7 po ang patrol ko in those area na identified na drug den.
Okay.
So, since po na more aggressive po yung patrol, marami po kaming nahuhuli at na-aaresto po
At
na involved sa drugs po.
How about the deaths po?
And
My question is related to the deaths that occurred.
I cannot recall, Mr. Chair, kung may mga deaths during police operation, but definitely I'm sure kung mayroon pong mga ganun sitwasyon, ay nasunod lang po yung rules of engagement
Okay,
of na
question.
self-defense po.
The drug war started in the year 2016. Tama po ba? 2016, when President
Yes,
Duterte took over.
yes, Your Honor.
So there was a year and a half siguro na iba pa yung Chief of Police sa Cebu when the drug war started. Before you took over, 2018 ka na eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So now, if we are to compare the number of deaths sa Chief of Police na pinalitan mo at saka sa term mo, who do you think had more deaths? You or yung pinalitan mo?
Mr. Chair, during my time,
It's a categorical question naman. Sino mas maraming patay?
Mr. Chair, it depends sa performance ng city director. If I
I'm
want,
just asking you po,
I cannot.
ilan ang namatay? Saan mas marami namatay?
I-
In your term, let me
Yeah,
finish
yes,
my question po. Was it during your term as the Chief of Police of Cebu City or was it during the other guy whom you replaced?
I cannot answer it, Mr. Chair, because I don't have the statistics.
Okay. So if we've secured the statistics and show it to you, na sa panahon mo, sobrang daming namatay sa Cebu. That's one of the reasons why Mayor Tommy Osmeña was complaining about you. How would you react to that?
I think Mayor Osmeña is just being personal to me, Mr. Chair.
Being personal. Mr. Chair, I think it's important, Mr. Chair, that we also invite the former Mayor Tommy Osmeña to testify before this committee as far as Colonel Garma is concerned, Mr. Chair. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to invite former Mayor Tommy Osmeña
Yes,
in the
Mr.
next
Chair.
hearing of the Quad. Duly seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is carried. Comsec, please extend the invitation to the former Mayor of Cebu City, Mayor Tommy Osmeña.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For my last question, Mr. Chair, I'm just gonna
Please proceed.
tie something up. Yung mga testimonies ng mga nandito, especially with Colonel Padilla and Colonel Garma, they both said that at one point in time, Colonel Padilla was in the office of Leonardo, and Colonel Garma confirmed that she saw Colonel Padilla in the office of Commissioner Leonardo. Yet Commissioner Leonardo still denies having had Colonel Padilla in your office and that you've never met Colonel Padilla before. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So now, how would it be na one person says that I was there, another person, unrelated whatsoever to our Colonel Padilla, confirms the presence of that guy and her presence also in that office, and then all of a sudden you say, that did not happen. So are you saying po that Colonel Padilla and Colonel Garma are both lying even if they are not really helping each other out as far as to their presence in your office, Commissioner Leonardo?
Mr. Chair, sa natatandaan ko po, wala. Wala po.
Sa natatandaan mo lang. So you never recall having them both there?
Hindi po, wala po akong maalalang ganun po, Mr.
And
Chair.
even if Colonel Padilla under oath executes an affidavit that I was there, Colonel Garma under oath in her testimony now says that she saw Padilla there. You still deny it? Or just not remember it?
Baka po nakita niya si Padilla sa office ko, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko po alam.
But you don't know Colonel Padilla personally?
Hindi po, hindi ko.
You've never met him other than in this committee hearings?
Nakita ko po siya nung unang hearing.
Sa hearing na?
Magkatabi po kami
But
rito.
never in Davao, never in any other
Never
place?
po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Flores. Yes, Congressman Paduano.
Hindi, just an interjection, Mr. Chair, with regards to the query made by Congressman Kit Flores to Colonel Leonardo. Colonel Leonardo, ano po? So, again, you deny that you know Colonel Padilla?
Opo, na-meet ko lang po
Okay.
dito.
Ito na naman. Tinatanong, please answer me directly. Colonel, please.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Do you know CO3 Jake Carabe? Oh, yan na naman. Hindi mo na matandaan.
Naalala ko po.
Oh, kilala mo?
Kilala ko po. Member po siya ng club namin po.
Oh. Member ng?
Member po ng club ng...
Colonel Padilla, do you know CO3 Jake Carabe?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Now you know Jake Harabe, but you don't know Colonel Padilla, CO3 Harabe. Alam ko na po yung kwento, Colonel. Better cooperate. Oh, now you're now You're telling this committee that you know Jake Harabe because of the club, but you never know personally Superintendent Padilla. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, as for now, doon lang po muna. Let us see in the next hearing.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Paduano. The next to interpolate is Congressman Rog Gutierrez. You are recognized.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, karamihan ng katanungan ko po ay natanong na, but I still have a few siguro to clarify, and I won't belabor any of the points previously raised. I'd like to direct my questions po to Commissioner Leonardo, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, alam ko po siguro na banggit nyo na rin po na isagot yung ibang mga katanungan dito, pero just to really test the witness and to really, see how consistent yung narrative is po. Can you relate to us po yung history of your career from the PNPA up to this incident when you were CIDG for the region?
From the PNP, Mr. Chair, upon graduation, we were assigned at Special Action Force to undergo training. And then 1998, Mr. Chair, I was assigned in November of 1998, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chair. I was assigned in Compostela Valley Province, Mr. Chair. And then I stayed there for 3 years, and after 2 years, I was reassigned back to Camp Crame CIDG for a short period, Mr. Chair. And then I was reassigned to CIDG 11 2001, Mr. Chair. And then I've been transferred from different region like ARMM, Region 10, and then back to Manila for a short period again, and then back again to Davao in 2008, Mr. Chair. Then on 2014 to 2015, Mr. Chair, if I'm not mistaken, I was reassigned back to NCRPO. And then in Manila, Mr. Chair. And then July of 2016, I was reassigned back to Region 11 CIDG, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to clarify po, you've been, na-destino po kayo sa Davao, Region 11, around 3 times, 3 separate periods. You have the CIDG 11 in 2001, and you were assigned in Region 11 in 2008, and then back to Region 11 in 2016. Tama po ba?
Opo, Mr. Tama po.
Aggregate, how many years po kayo sa Davao?
Sa Davao po, since 1998, kasi pabalik-balik po. More or less, nasa mga more than 10 years po. Tansya ko lang po yon.
More than 10 years po. Of course, you were not regional director yet then. I assume this is different positions, but most of the time, CIDG po talaga. Tama po ba?
Mostly CIDG po ang pinakamahaba sa career ko as PNP member, Mr. Chair.
Pasensya na po for the clarification. Di po ako kasi familiar with the organization of the PNP. Kapag po kayo ay CIDG, I understand merong region and meron rin po sa city. Were you assigned to the city for some time?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Anong
Davao
period
City.
po yan? Davao City mismo. Ito po ba yung sinasabi po ninyo na 2008 or yung 2001?
2001, hindi po ako chief, pero sa region po ng
Region.
CIDG. Pero located in Davao City rin po yan.
Opo. Iba yung kampo po nung CID, iba yung location ng CIDG region, tapos yung CIDG city, or within the same campo ba?
Magkalapit lang po.
Magkalapit.
Almost, magkalapit lang po.
Okay. So 2001 sa region po kayo na-assign. Yung 2008 po, is this in the city or sa region?
2008, city po.
City naman po
City.
to. And of course, yung 2016, regional head na po ito.
Regional
head. Thank you. But in all these cases, Mr. Chair, the office is within Davao City po talaga. So you'd say, parang native ka na rin po ng Davao. Is that safe to assume?
I reside po in Davao, Mr. Chair.
Tubong Davao po talaga kayo?
Tondo, Manila po. But upon graduation doon po ako doon po ako nakapag-asawa, doon na rin po ako nagsettle, Mr. Chair.
So upon graduation.
Upon graduation po.
So that would be 1998, correct po, Mr. Chair?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So from 1998 up to now, you hold residence in Davao. Tama po ba?
Sa Davao, Tagum po muna natira po muna ako sa Tagum City. And then
Which is not far, Mr. Chair, no?
Oh, yeah po. Province po ng Davao region.
Okay. So 1998 up until now, Tagum area, Davao area. So sa Davao area na po talaga.
Davao po ako nakatira.
Davao talaga.
Up to now, Mr. Chair.
Tubong Tondo. So from 1998 to now, although you were assigned in Davao, close to home, since doon na po yung residence nyo, from 2011, 2001, 2008, 2016, pabalik-balik po kayo sa Davao. When you were assigned in ARM, assigned in Region 10, when you were assigned in Krame, you would go
Yes
back
po,
to
Mr.
Davao.
Chair.
Okay. Would you know, Mr. Chair, kung bakit po kayo na-assign sa Davao? Is this something like yung nabanggit ni Colonel Garma na you have 3 choices of regions, or upon whose selection this is?
Doon pinapili po kami ng mga region din. Ganun din po ang nangyari sa akin. Luckily, napunta po ako, Region 11, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, curious lang po ako sa kultura ng PNPA. I understand very close-knit group po kayo. And there's a term po, no? Ano yung tawag po ninyo as a group? Mista po ba yun? Or...
Bok po, karamihan po sa amin, Bok po ang tawagan po namin, Mr.
Wala po.
Chair.
Is there a name, I understand, na as a collective group? Lakan? Something like that? Tama
Lakan, kasi po parang pinag-isa po yun. Kasi may yung pong gender, equality. So, it was decided that we address each other Lakan po. Pero Bok pa rin po, pagka magkakakilala. It's more practicable para sa amin yung BOC, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, BOC naman. So, generally close po ang mga cadet ng PNPA. In a batch, for example, gaano karami po kayo in 1998?
Ako po kasi, original 1996, nakagraduate po ako 1998.
Bakit
so,
po?
Meron po akong lacking requirements po during that time.
So, for
98 po, I think more than 300 po kami nung gumraduate po.
300 po. And maybe ask Colonel Garma for 97?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ilan po kayo na batchmates?
Pumasok po kami, umabot po kami ng more than 350. Then we graduated mga 176, I think, Your Honor.
So, very elite few lang po, no, ang PNPA. Usually, marami na po siguro yung 300, and in 1997, konting nga pala po, 176. And going up and down, usually ang maabutan nyo is how many years of batches po? 4 years up, 3 years up, 3 years down. Would that be a fair statement?
Nung time po namin, ang abutan po namin, yung senior sa amin at saka yung junior sa amin. Yung alimbawa po, sa case namin, ako po 96, ang inabutan ko po yung 97. Tapos yung 95 naman po yung upper class namin.
Okay. So usually just 1 year up, 1 year down. Yun yung mga kahalubilo po ninyo sa PNPA.
Yes po, nung time po kasi namin ay 2 years pa lang po.
2 years po. Okay. So in that case, we're looking at most 3 batches at a time na at least magkasama. And nagkaabutan po kayo ni Colonel Garma. I see. I mean, the point was belabored na magkakilala naman po kayo, magkaibigan, and understandably as batchmates in the PNPA. Pero may I ask, during your stint po, let's be specific, yung nangyari po itong incident in 2016, ilan po kayong batch 97, 98 na-assign sa Davao?
If I remembered it correctly, Mr. Che, parang sa 98, parang 10 po. More or less 10 po.
Mga 10 lang po. And yung sa 97?
Mr. Chair, noong 2016, before my schooling, I think parang 4 lang ata kami, Mr. Chair. Yes.
So yung kakaabutan from PNPA to be assigned in a certain area, sobrang slim po yung chances nun, no? Kasi from 300, konti na lang po kayo sa batch, at most 300, 170. And of course, assigned to the different regions. Of course, it makes sense na kung with the officership being distributed, konti lang po yun. Mabibilang sa yung dalawang kamay kung sino po yung mga kasama nyo na classmate in the area at any given time.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, would that just be coincidence po siguro? In the way that the allegations have fallen upon, I'll ask po si Colonel Leonardo, sa opinion niya po. Ano po yung iyong opinion sa mga paratang na nandun po sa sinumpang salaysay ni, I believe yung sa iyo po, nabanggit po kayo ni Mr. Tan. How do you react to that? You deny it outright po, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you have any idea po kaya, Mr. Chair, kung how would he even know your name? Or bakit kayo pa, of all the people in Davao, kayo pa po yung naituro ni Mr. Tan?
I have no idea, Mr. Chair, bakit binabanggit niya yung pangalan ko, Mr. Chair.
And together with Colonel Leonardo, si Mr. Tan also mentioned in his affidavit, paragraphs 3, 16, 17, also pointed to Colonel Garma. Colonel Garma, may I ask you po, would you have any idea bakit kayo po yung tinuturo ni Mr. Tan?
Hindi ko rin po alam, Mr. Chair.
So sa affidavit po ni Mr. Tan, nakachamba po siya ng dalawang PNPA na batch 97, 98 na nagsama sa Davao. Coincidentally lang po.
Mr. Chair, I do not know his intention, Mr. Chair.
Well, I think it's not just si Mr. Tan po, no? Kahit well, of course, si Mr. Fortaleza hindi na po yung chamba. For him to mention you, Colonel Garma, from paragraphs 2 to 8, syempre kilala po kayo. Kayo po ay classmates, no? So I don't think there's any doubt. As to the motives of Mr. Fortaleza, that's yet for us to decide. But for Mr. Padilla po, who has nothing to do exactly with the PNP structure, he's mentioned you multiple times from paragraphs 5 to 10. And siguro naman po ito, hindi chamba because you admitted to, although you don't admit to the facts in his sinumpang salaysay, you admit to knowing him, so it's not a coincidence po naman siguro. Would that be a fair statement, Colonel Garma?
It's not a fair statement, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Can you explain po?
He lied on the first hearing. The second hearing, because he was detained, might be he realized that sa kanya lahat ang siyang may kasalanan. He need a fall guy. And it's easy to just blend on the facts presented during the first hearing. And it's easy to say he feared his life, Mr. Chair.
In the same way that he said he feared his life because of you.
Hindi po ako nakakatakot, Mr. Chair. Perception lang nila yun, pero hindi po ako nakakatakot.
Well, I'll take your statement as it is po. And I agree. Tama rin naman po. But that's why we're here. We take our evidences together and we assess them as a committee. Yet, you can only talk about the statement of Mr. Padilla. But how do we account for the statements of Mr. Tan, Mr. Andy, that would pin you? How do we take into consideration the statement of Mr. Las Cañas that has pinned both of you, coincidentally, to Lacans, Box, in Davao, coincidentally natag po? And how do we now explain the coincidence also that you both face cases with the ICC? That's not a question, sorry. I'm just wondering here po, no? Because like we said po, the basis for our evidence here, it's a he said, she said thing. But there are a lot of hymns saying that she did it. And there's only her saying that she did not. In the case of Mr. Leonard, of course, he's also saying that he did not. I think that's just something for us to consider moving forward. We're not saying this with finality, pero again, as with the seems to be the theme of this committee hearing, maraming coincidences abound. And I think I would have more questions, but I'll reserve it for a future time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Garma. Thank you, Commissioner Leonardo.
Thank you, Congressman Gutierrez. Before we call the next interpolator, meron lang akong interjection may tanong lang ako kay Colonel Leonardo. Colonel Leonardo, anong class mo sa PNPA?
Class 96 po originally, but I graduated 98 na po, Mr. Chair.
98.
Opo.
And what was the reason why you graduated in 1998?
Nagkaroon po ako ng kaso, Mr. Chair.
May we know ano yung case?
Na-implicate po ako sa isang murder case sa...
Murder case. But you were
Sa
still
Tondo.
you were still a student. Nasa academy ka pa noon.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So when you were in the academy, meron ng na-implicate ka na sa isang murder case.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So that's why na-turn back ka and then you graduated 1998.
Hindi po ako na-turn back actually, Mr. Chair. Sinatisfy ko lang po nung maklear po yung aking pangalan. August 1997 na po kasi yon. So, kaya pinagraduate na po ako ng 98 finally, Mr. Chair.
So na-delay lang, na-delay lang.
Opo.
But you were still inside the academy.
During the time I was clearing my name, sir, wala po. Nasa ano po ako.
Okay, sige.
Nasa labas po ako, Mr. Chair.
Now, one more question. Kasi binabasa ko yung mga affidavits, no? Ano kaya ang maaring dahilan, no, na o motibo ni Superintendent Padilla in mentioning your name, Colonel Leonardo? Ano kaya ang motibo niya?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair. Wala po akong...
How about you, Colonel Garma? Ano kaya ang motibo? Bakit binanggit ang pangalan nyo ni Colonel Padilla at saka ni Jimmy Fortaleza sa kanyang sinumpaang salaysay?
Parang nasagot ko po kay Representative Gutierrez po kanina.
Sige
I
nga,
felt-
pakisagot mo nga ulit. Ano yung maaaring motibo?
Sa tingin ko, Mr. Chair, during the first hearing, na-realize niya na siya ang most guilty. And then, he needs to find a way to escape from that. Feeling ko lang, tingin ko as I watch the first hearing, Mr. Chair. And it's easy to point na ako or si Sir because nga, na-mention ako ni Jimmy Fortaleza, Mr. Chair. And as to Jimmy Fortaleza, I can remember, during our visitation, humihingi siya ng tulong sa akin na makalabas siya. Presidential pardon or whatever. And I told him, I cannot do anything. Gawin mo lang papel mo, kumuha ka na abogado mo, and then isubmit mo. But I'm not the one who decides for that. Yan lang po sinabi ko. Humingi siya ng tulong sa akin, matulungan ko siya. Siguro dahil hindi ko siya natulungan, possible. And in fact, nung umalis pa nga kami, nagbigay pa nga kami ng pera sa kanya, tinulungan namin siya. Dahil naawa kami siya, nasa loob po siya. Nag-ambagan pa kami, 3 magka-classmate. We gave him money so he can survive inside. So I think yun po ang tingin ko lang po. No, I don't have evidence. I don't know how, anong takbo ng utak niya, what happened after. But for me, yan lang yung maisip kong bakit nakarating po kami sa ganitong sitwasyon, Mr. Chair.
So yun lang ang tingin nyong maring dahilan kung bakit nabanggit ni Colonel Padilla at ni Jimmy Fortaleza ang inyong pangalan sa kanilang salaysay.
For me, Mr. Chair, yun yung tingin ko po on my part, Mr. Chair.
Pwede bang matanong ko si Superintendent Padilla? Colonel Padilla, anong motibo? Bakit nyo po, meron ho ba kayong motibo kung ba't nyo nabanggit si Colonel Leonardo at saka si Colonel Garma dito sa inyong sinumpaang salaysay?
Wala po akong motibo, Your Honor. But I knew them through Jimmy Fortaleza.
So nakilala nyo sila, yung kanilang mga pangalan because of Jimmy Fortaleza.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Si Jimmy. Jimmy, narinig mo yung sagot ni Colonel Garma na maaaring ang motibo mo dahil ikaw daw ay humingi ng tulong at hindi kanya natulungan. Anong masasabi mo naman doon?
Your Honor, nung unang punta po nila dun sa Dapicol, actually wala pa kaming number ni Garma. Nagulat na lang ako, pumunta sila doon at binisita ko. Nung pagbisita niya, Ang tinanong niya kung nasaan ba,
Pakilapit
nasaan
mo
po ba yung mga, yung mga Chinese? At sinabi ko sa kanya, nandyan sa foreigners quarter. Sabi ko, bakit Bok? Sabi niya sa akin, meron kasi kaming operation dyan.
Okay. Yun ang pagkakasabi sa iyo.
Opo.
Okay. Now, Mr. Chair.
Baka pwedeng sumingit na
Congressman,
kapraso lang.
sige, Congressman
I hope,
Fernandez.
in the indulgence of the next interpellator. Kasi, Colonel Padilla, I still remember the last time that, the first time that we have invited you here, you have mentioned si Inspector Poro. Sinabi niya that kayo ang nag-order, but in your affidavit, sinabi mo that na out of loop ka na doon sa usapan. Di ba? Meron kasi binabanggit na ganito, di ba, na hindi mo na nalaman. At as a matter of fact, andun ka sa quarters mo nung mangyari yung krimen,
Yes,
di ba?
Your Honor. It was happened Saturday and it was my rest day.
At ang
Yun.
binabanggit mo during that time, kasi nga, ang sinasabi namin yung command responsibility, di ba? Pero you were insisting, not executing pa yung second affidavit mo, you were insisting that it was indeed yung si guard commander, si Poro, ang siyang nag-order na ilipat yung dalawang PDL kasama nung tatlong Chinese. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, it was written in the blatter logbook by the ship
Yes, and
commander.
I got yung blatter report mo na nandito. Di ba? Kasi you submitted it to us nung kinuha ko. At ang sinasabi mo na hindi mo na alam yung naging desisyon because apparently it took you so long para implement yung order nila. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
At in other words, parang sinasabi mo dito na itong si Inspector Poro acted on his own. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Can we invite Poro? Can you kindly sit down here? Ay, oo nga. Sorry, sir. Sorry, Chairman. Tapusin ko na po to. Inspector Poro, kasi sinasabi mo during that time na si Colonel Padilla ang nag-utos sa'yo. Pero sa kanyang affidavit na sinumpaan ngayon, sinasabi niya na hindi niya na nalaman yung order kasi nga nainip na sila doon sa usapan na i-implement niya yung pagpatay doon sa tatlo. And according to him, ikaw ang nagdesisyon. Now, ngayon, ang tanong ko sa'yo, Inspector Poro, sino nag-utos sa'yo? Since hindi ka inutusan ni Colonel Padilla, sino ang nag-utos sa'yo para papasukin yung dalawang PDLs kasama yung tatlong Chinese nationals?
Si Superintendent Padilla po, Your
Paninindigan mo pa rin?
Opo.
Ha?
Opo, Your Honor.
Talagang ang sasabihin mo si Colonel Padilla pa rin?
Yes, opo, Your Honor.
Ha? So, meron kang written order coming from General Padilla?
Verbal order po, Your Honor.
What?
Verbal order po.
Ano na? Verbal?
Verbal order po, yes.
O how can you prove to us na yung verbal utos sa iyo? Paano mo papatunayan sa amin?
Ang totoo po yan, Your Honor, mayroong siyang inutusan na empleyado rin po.
Sino yung inutusan niya?
Si Officer Landro Hasim.
Okay.
Nung ginawa ko yung report ko, Your Honor, sa office, nung nadala na sa loob yung mga Chinese, dumating itong si Landro Hasim sa akin, sa opisina. Sabi niya, Sir, mayroong instruction si Sir Jerry. Ipagsamin sa isang silda yung Chinese at saka yung dalawang PDL natin. Dahil doon, tinawag ko ngayon yung ship commander, Mr. Villajos. Sabi ko, sabi ko sa kanya, ilagay mo sa isang silda yung tatlong Chinese at saka yung dalawang PDL natin, si Mudadaro at saka si Tan. Tapos nun, Your Honor, nung natapos ko na yung report ko, kasi nga Sabado man yun, hindi man hapon na, yung mga confiscated items na na-confiscate, dinala ko doon sa bahay ni Sir Jerry
Okay,
Padilla.
Inspector Poro, in the hierarchy of the decision making, pang ilang ka sa
Pangatlo po,
magdidesisyon.
pangatlo, Your Honor.
Pangatlo ka.
Opo.
Ang deputy si Quinto.
Opo.
Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Opo.
Ngayon, sinabi sa iyo nung taong yon,
Yes, Your
di ba,
Honor.
na ilipat yung dalawa doon sa Chinese.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bilang the third highest ranking official doon sa colony. Bakit hindi mo sinabi kay Quinto? Ba't hindi mo siya kinausap?
Noong panahon na yun, Your Honor, on leave, dito sa
Sino on leave?
NBP na yun si...
Sino on leave?
Sa NBP noon na may OB pala si si Quinto, Pialis Quinto, siya, naka-OB sa NBP, kaya wala siya. Noong panahon na yun,
At
Your
ito
Honor.
naman,
Si Sir Jerry, doon sa bahay nila.
ba't hindi mo siya tinawagan?
Hindi, pagkatapos yun, Your Honor, ito, pagkatapos na bigyan ko ng instruction yung chief commander, mayroon ng instruction...
Tanong ko lang sa iyo,
Opo,
Aporo,
opo.
bakit hindi mo siya tinawagan? Since andun naman pala siya sa quarters, ba't hindi ka nag-report sa kanya?
Your Honor, please.
Alam mo, Inspector Poro, mag-isip-isip ka muna ha, bago ka sumagot ha.
Sir,
Kasi
please.
Mr. Chairman, ako, tingin ko, itong taong to may kinalaman. At dahil hindi na nga ma-implement, at ayaw nang implement ni Colonel Padilla, ayaw na implement ni Colonel Padilla, kaya nga niya pinatagal. Ito ang taong itong kinontak para mag-implement doon sa loob. So, mag-ingat-ingat ka, Inspector. Inspector Poro, no? Kasi kapag hindi mo inayos yung mga sagot mo dito, sisiguraduhin namin sa susunod, maiiwan ka dito sa kongresong ito. Okay? Sige, Mr. Chairman, maraming salamat.
Thank you, Congressman Fernandez.
You want to speak?
Yes, Your Honor, pwede bang papaliwanag lang po?
Anong sasagutin mo?
Kasi nung una, di ba natapos ko na yung report ko, may instruction na dalhin ko sa bahay ni Sir Jerry yung mga confiscated items. Pagdating doon, Your Honor, tinanong niya ako nilagay mo ba sa isang silda yung mga PDL at saka yung...
Sino nagtanong sa'yo?
Si Sir Jerry.
Tinanong
niya ako.
Alam mo, kanina, kausap mo yung isa na inutusan niya, tapos ngayon sasabihin mo siya. Alam mo, Mr. Chairman, stop talking. No? I think this person, Mr. Chairman, is also lying. And I think this is the person that they contacted inside. Because pwede siya, he is the third highest ranking official. Makakarekta ka na Andun siya Ba't hindi mo nirekta? Ito ang missing link natin dito, Mr. Chairman. Itong si Inspector Poro. And ingatan mo pagsasagot mo dahil mamaya tatanungin ka pa namin ulit. Mr. Chairman, that's it muna for the meantime.
Thank you, Congressman Fernandez, for your very short interjection. So tuloy ko lang. Tuloy ko lang ulit yung isang tanong ko kay... Kasi kanina nung tinanong ko si Colonel Garma kung ano yung maaaring motibo ni Jimmy Fortaleza at saka ni Colonel Superintendent Padilla, ang sinagot mo, correct me if I'm wrong Colonel Garma, ang sinagot mo ay dahil sila ang most guilty. Tama ba yun? Sinabi mo?
Mr. Chair, it appears dun nung nanood ako nung first, was that first?
So yun ang basihan mo kung bakit sila si Colonel Padilla ang guilty, the most guilty.
The way po tumakbo yung committee hearing, that's how I assess.
And because you think that Colonel Padilla is the most guilty, naguhugas siya ng kamay kaya niya binanggit at saka si Colonel Leonardo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yun ang basihan mo.
Yes, Mr. Yun ang tingin ko po sa sitwasyon during that time. Nanonood po ako, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. Maraming salamat. The next to interpellate is Congressman Zia Alonto Adjong. You are recognized.
A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Before I ask my question, I'd like to first make a request, Mr. Chair. I was listening to the line of questioning and the exchanges between Representative Chino Almario when he was asking about the affidavit of Mr. Fortaleza. Mr. Jimmy Fortaleza, tama po yung pagkarinig ko that GM Garma called you and told you in exact words, no, doon sa affidavit mo, na tulungan sila kasi meron silang ipapagawa sa iyo?
Wala sir, walang ganyan na tulungan sila.
Sino po yung tumawag kanina na yung... You were saying about a phone number or text?
Actually sir,
Ano po yung text? Di ba sa affidavit mo? Text ba yun o tawag? Ikaw ba?
ano na yun sir, later part na yun.
Oh yeah.
Yes sir.
So, yun nga. That's what I'm trying to ask you.
Ang hingi lang ni... Ang una sir, yung tawag ni Colonel Garma, ang sabi niya sa akin, Bok, okay na, nag-usap na kami. Ako na bala, may mga tao kami dyan sa loob. Then, ang next niya na request sa akin, sabi niya sa akin na baka pwede daw dalhan ng pagkain yung mga tao nila na Bartolina.
Was this intimated to you through text, tawag, or in person?
Tawag po, Your Honor.
Tawag.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, tawag. So, Mr. Chair, I think GM Garma, just to be fair, she denied that ever making that calls to Mr. Fortaleza. And Mr. Fortaleza, in response to the denial of GM Garma, said that he had the number. Kasi tinanong po kanina ni Congressman Chino Almario kung nag-pop up o nag-appear yung pangalan doon sa cellphone. Now, Mr. Chair, I know this happened a couple of years ago, but there's in fact a way for us to really confirm and determine whether these calls were made. Just to prove that isa sa kanila ang nagsasabi ng totoo. Because if we rely on the testimony, it's his words against his. So may I request, Mr. Chair, that we request, if possible, no? I don't know how they can retrieve this, but there's a way to retrieve those calls, because I believe the NTC or the Telcom might be they can help us in order to secure or at least to confirm whether these calls were ever made in the time that Mr. Fortaleza told this committee that it happened sometime during I think 2016, when these 3 foreign nationals, Chinese nationals, were killed inside the Davao penal colony, Mr. Chair. So I move, Mr. Chair, I move that we request from NTC a record of that call, of that text, and of that number to verify whether such calls were even been made, Mr. Chair.
Comsec, you are directed to coordinate with the telco and the NTC as to the records of the phone call made in 2016 on those dates that was mentioned in the affidavit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Now, I would like to direct my questions to...
Congressman Adyong, just for a minute. What is this about?
It's all about the phone.
It is about...
With the indulgence of Congressman Adjong, just a short question lang po. Former Major Fortaleza, yung cellphone mo ngayon na hawak at saka yung number mo is the same number and cellphone? Pero matandaan mo pa yung number mo noon?
Hindi na po, sir.
So iba na yung number mo?
Matagal na po yun, sir. Matagal na.
Okay, that was 2016, so hindi na.
No,
But of course, siguro naman, yung number ni Colonel Garma at the time is a public. Di ba?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Possible,
so,
sir. Possible.
Ano yun? Ang kanya ba, prepaid o?
I have no idea, sir.
The time, are you still using your number since 2016? That was August.
No, Your Honor.
So may bago ka ng cellphone.
Yes, Your Honor.
But yung cellphone mo ba dati, ito I just want to caution you, you're under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
During the 2016 ba, may prepaid ka ba o ano?
Prepaid lahat po yung phone ko,
Sorry?
Prepaid po lahat ang phone ko, Your Honor.
Prepaid lahat, yung phone mo.
Yes, Your Honor.
If we can check on sa Smart at saka sa Globe, the time kasi Smart at Globe lang,
Prepaid.
na indeed you're not using prepaid, na may postpaid ka.
As far as I remember, prepaid.
Hindi kaya nga.
Yes.
Simple na naman tinatanong kita may postpaid ka ba? Wala. Hindi mo matandaan na naman?
So far, wala po akong postpaid
During
during that time, Your
Now,
Honor.
ang sinasabi ko lang po, hindi pwede sa amin dito na hawak-hawak mo cellphone, no? Hindi mo alam kung nagpa-postpaid ka?
Prepaid po, Your Honor.
Prepaid. But kung ma-prove ko na you have a postpaid, anong gawin natin?
2016 prepaid po ang phone ko, Your
Hindi nga eh.
Honor.
Sinasabi mo na ngayon, what if I can prove it that you have a postpaid? Anong gawin natin?
Postpaid.
So you're lying. I will cite you in contempt.
No,
This
Mr.
committee-
Chair. Meron pa akong postpaid, may prepaid pa ako.
Yun
but
na nga
during
eh.
that time,
Hindi.
okay.
Sandali.
Yes,
You're not yet
yes, Your
recognized by the
Honor.
chairman. Let me finish first.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Again, sinasabi ko lang po, I just like to warn you, kanina sabi mo prepaid. Na ngayon nang winard kita, sabi mo naman, dalawang ginagamit mo, may postpaid, may prepaid. O ano ba talaga? Do you have a postpaid?
Can I,
No. Just answer me yes or no. Do we have a postpaid or not? None.
nagkaroon po ako ng postpaid
Oh,
at
yun.
prepaid, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yun. Now, postpaid mo ano? Globe o Smart?
Nako po.
Oh, ito na naman, no? Simple na yan. Dalawa lang naman eh. Kasi yung isang telco ngayon, lately lang yan. Ba't hindi mo masagot? Smart or Globe?
I think it's Globe, Mr. Chair.
O Globe? Sigurado ka?
I'm not sure. I think, Mr.
Again
Chair.
na naman. Pipili ka lang. Colonel Garma, this is now your last chance. Pag ako magtanong, ayusin mo po, please.
Yes, Mr.
Kasi
Chair.
don't force me to cite you in contempt. Kasi yung tanong ko, simpleng-simple lang po. Ako, kahit ever since, alam ko kung anong postpaid ko, kahit 2010 pa, kahit 2001, matandaan ko po kung Smart ba o Globe. Now, again, let me rephrase my question. Ano po, inamin mo na, may postpaid kayo. Ano po yung postpaid mo?
Both po, meron po akong Globe and Smart.
Oh, mayroon ka Globe and Smart.
During my stay
Okay.
po.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I joined the motion made by Congressman Adjong for the NTC to submit all the calls during the time. August, no, Mr. Chairman, can I amend if,
Please.
yeah, records from 2015 to 2017, Mr. Chairman, because that was the time when it's Congress Chairman ako mamaya. Because during the time 2015 at saka 2017 doon po yung yung Davao model po. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Paduana. Congressman Adjong, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask both our resource persons, perhaps this goes to both of you po. Wala naman ho kayong problema, wala naman ho kayong neurological problem or anything like that. Wala naman ho kayong problema sa, you may be suffering from memory loss, selective memory loss, wala naman po, no? Kung tatanungin ko po kayo sa mga previous na mga pangyayari, based doon po sa kanilang affidavit, matatandaan nyo naman po kung anong eksaktong year, kung anong eksaktong circumstance, yung taon na nagsilbi po kayo as CIDG Director sa Davao and you as Davao City Police. No? Tama po ba?
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yeah, because as I was following the line of questioning, marami po tayong hindi natatandaan. So I'm just trying to make that very, very clear. I'll start with Commissioner Leonardo. Have you also availed of an optional retirement?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So pareho talaga kayo ni GM Garma?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kasi, Mr. Chair, I was actually listening to the questions kanina and there seems to be a parallelism, no? Magkapareho talaga. Yung pinpoint out ni DSJJ. So both of you served as in the police agency, in law enforcement agency. Both of you have served in the same area. Both of you have landed to a more, it's an attractive positions, I would really say. And at a very short period of time. Now, I heard about the word coincidence earlier was mentioned. But, you know, Mr. Chair, I don't believe in coincidence if there are close similarities between the two of you. You both have been linked, mentioned in the ICC. Both of you have served in the span of time when the Oplan Tokhang and the double barrel was being implemented aggressively. And both of you also, in the very short span of time, have transferred from one position to another. I was listening earlier, Mr. Chair, to the timeline when current Commissioner Leonardo was appointed as director, and then for a few months, appointed as undersecretary, and after a while, appointed to the commission. Similarly, Police Colonel Rowena Garma decided to avail of the optional retirement in advance and was appointed as general manager. No. The point that I'm trying to say, Mr. Chair, is what they're telling this committee is that everything happened accidentally. Na parang yung affidavits din po nung tatlong si Mr. Fortaleza, si Chief Superintendent Padilla, and si Mr. Tan and Magdadaro are all product of their own imagination. Kasi hindi ho nila pinapatunayan. Do you still maintain that position na hindi ho totoo yung mga affidavits nila? Itong apat na tao na ito na hindi naman magkakamag-anak? Na hindi naman nag-work together? I'll start with you po, Commissioner Leonardo. Do you still say na hindi po totoo yung sa affidavit po na sinalaysay na pinirmahan ng apat po na mga resource persons natin dito? You were here, no? Last committee hearing, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So would you say na hindi totoo yung sinasabi po nila na yung involvement po ninyo, your name was mentioned in the case of these three for nationals, no, for Chinese nationals who were killed inside the selda. Tama po ba?
Opo, hindi po totoo.
Hindi po
Mr.
totoo.
Chair.
Kayo din po, Police Colonel GM Garma, para sa inyo hindi po totoo yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi po talaga totoo. So, ibig sabihin, gawa-gawa po nila. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo po, Commissioner Leonardo, gawa-gawa din po nila ito?
Palagay ko po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, so, yung bilang CIDG, the regional director po, is it part of your jurisdiction to supervise or monitor the Davao Prison Colony?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Tama, no? Hindi. But your office is closer to how far is the CIDG regional office to Davao Colony?
Estimate lang po, Mr. Chair, probably around 40 to 50 kilometers, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, hindi naman ho kayong... So, pumupunta po kayo doon sa Davao Prison Colony?
Nakapunta po ako doon.
Okay. So, sinasabi nga po ninyo na hindi nyo... Na-meet nyo po ba si Jimmy Fortaleza, si Mr. Magdadaro, Mr. Tan, at saka si Chief Superintendent Padilla?
Nung time na yun, hindi po, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Kayo po, GM, Garma, kilala niyo po yung dalawa? Si Mr. Tan, si Mr. Magdadaro?
No, Your Honor.
Si Jimmy Fortaleza lang yung kilala niyo dahil kabok niyo, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Paano po, Mr. Chair, Colonel Rowena Garma, kilala niyo po si Chief Superintendent Padilla, ng Bucor?
Yeah, I met him, Your Honor.
Ilang beses po?
Once only, Your Honor.
Okay. Pero yung dalawa, hindi niyo po na-meet?
Hindi po, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Mr. Chair, gusto kong tanungin si Leopoldo Tan. Kilala niyo ho ba si Commissioner Leopoldo? Leonardo. Bago po nangyari yung sinasabi niyo pong insidente?
Sa pangalan lang po.
Okay,
Dahil sa,
pero hindi niyo po na-meet?
Hindi po.
Okay. Kayo po, Mr. Magdadaro?
Hindi po namin na-meet po.
Okay. Pero hindi niyo siya kilala? Hindi, ito yung pangalan na hindi niyo naririnig parate?
Opo.
Okay. Hindi ko natatanungin si Jimmy Fortaleza at saka si Padilla kasi meron natang mga okasyon. What is so confusing, Mr. Chair, is that all of these 4 individuals mentioned these names. At hindi naman pupunta si Commissioner Leonardo. According to him, hindi naman siya bumibisita palagi sa Davao Penal Code, Penal Farm, kasi medyo malayo at saka hindi sa jurisdiction niya. Si GM naman, Garma, although kilala niya si Jimmy Fortaleza, ay hindi rin niya kilala itong dalawa. For an average-minded person, how can 4 individuals who don't share rooms together, who don't work together, happens to mention rooms together, who don't work together, happens to mention these 2 names, citing a specific case, a specific circumstance, a specific date. Unless there are a Pulitzer writer na maniniwala ako sa imagination nila, para sa akin, Mr. Chair, it's quite impossible for an ordinary-minded person to come up with the same story. I don't think they are too endowed with their imagination to come up with that kind of story involving specific names, individuals na hindi naman kilala. And what's so striking, Mr. Chair, is that it happened at the height of the Oplan, Tokhang, and subsequently the double barrel. Now, I'd like to ask po, kasi marami pong similarities eh. Hindi ako naniniwala. Ano sabihin pa ba natin na coincidence yung imagination nila, nag-isip-isip silang 3? Pare-pareho, nag-corroborate yung kanilang testimonies? I don't think so. That's not a coincidence for me. So, wag niyo na rin pong sabihin na maybe that's all coincidence. So now, I'd like to ask you po, Commissioner Leonardo. Kanina po, tinatanong po kayo kung naging successful ba para sa inyo yung Oplang Tokhang and yung double barrel. Gusto ko lang pong marinig uli sa inyo.
In general po, successful po para
So
sa
pag
akin.
sinabi niyo pong successful, you stick your life to it, you really believe and you really support, no? Pag sinabi mong successful, of course, bakit mo sasabihin successful isang bagay kung hindi ka naman sumusuporta? Tama ho ba?
Tama po.
Okay, so you really support. Kayo po, Colonel Garma, would you say that the war on drugs at that time was really successful?
I don't think so, Mr. Chair.
So you don't think so?
How
many deaths again
po,
have we recorded during your stay in Cebu City? You don't think the war on drugs, let's be specific about it because I heard you responding to the question na let's not call it war on drugs because we don't use that. Okay, let's use the terminology under your policy at that time. It's Tokhang, Oplan Tokhang, and Oplan Double Barrel. So which of these 2 policies, no, or yung program, do you think is more successful or both of them are successful?
Mr. Chair, yung Tokhang po, parang hindi ko pa naabutan, hindi pa yun, I think, na-implement.
No, it's
it's
okay.
more on police operations and patrol po.
Okay, I'll give you that. That's a fair
Yes,
response. But I'll give you that. Do you think being part of the previous administration, would you say that it was successful?
As far as my stint in Cebu City as city director, I think it is successful based on the feedback of the people in the community, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so now my second question is, Mr. Chair, I'd like to take advantage of the presence of our Dean here, Attorney Dean Shell Jokno. Umalis na ba? Yes. Pasensya na po, Dean Jokno. Medyo napatagal po yung pag-aantay ng ano. I'd like to ask po, Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed. Dean, you are very, you follow, no? You minomonitor niyo po yung war on drugs, no? Yung casualties, no? Tama po ba yon, Mr. Chair, Dean?
Yes, Mr. Chair and Your Honor.
Yeah.
Since the war on drugs began, my organization, the Free Legal Assistance Group, ay talagang minamanman po namin yung mga pangyayari sa war on drugs.
Okay. Dean, do you have in your the way yung work po ninyo, meron ho ba kayong kunan na data kung ilan po yung mga napaslang, yung those who weren't given or accorded with the due right of at least man lang makita the day of in court, especially those who have been killed na mga inosente. May number po ba kayo, Mr. Chair? Din.
Kami po ay naghain ng isang petisyon sa Supreme Court noong 2017 or 2018 at lumabas sa isang extended resolution ng court na sa unang 17 months pa lang ng war on drugs, that is from July 1, 2016 up to the end of November 2017, 20,322 Filipinos were killed in the war on drugs. So yun palang unang 17 buwan po ng war on drugs.
Mr. Chair, Dean, can we categorize or do you have at least, meron po tayong categorization kasi alam ko may napatay po yung pananlaban, yung official police operation, and then meron po yung nasabi po nating namatay na vigilante type of killing. Ito po yung sinasabi nilang DDS type. Kanina, Congressman Flores was asking Commissioner Leonardo, yung DDS. Ito po yung DDS type of killing. Ito po yung mga vigilante na nakamask na hindi kilala at namamatay at mostly ang mga nagiging biktima just randomly. Just killing spraying, maski sino ang nandyan, nagkataon lang, maalas ka lang pag nandyan ka sa kalsada. Kaya nga po, may namamatay na mga 9 years old, 14 years old. Ilan po ba ang, Mr. Chair, Dean, if I may, sa inyo pong palagay, alam ko wala ho kayong record ngayon, but can you at least give us a estimated number of those innocent civilians who have died and considered to be in the police report as collateral damage?
Well, ito po ang masasabi ko po. In the resolution of the Supreme Court citing the 2017 year-end accomplishment report ng Office of the President, of the 20,322 killed, 3,967 were killed in anti-drug operations. So kasama na po doon yung mga sinasabing nanlaban. While 16,355 homicide cases were under investigation, yun naman po ay kasama doon yung mga riding in tandem at yung iba't ibang mga vigilante type na killing.
Thank you po. Thank you very much, Dean. I'd like to ask po, Attorney Conti, you also do have a number of killed or victims of the double barrel in Oplan Tukhang.
Yes, Your
Am
Honor.
I correct?
Yes,
Can you
Your Honor.
also, do you also have similar number as what our good Dean here
Yes,
intimated to this committee?
Yes, actually, Your Honor, the numbers that we have are segregated according to first, deaths during police operations. And the number that we have officially from #RealNumbersPH is 6,252 dead from police operations. According to our previous sessions, Your Honor, this number has reached 7,000 as of the end of the term of President Duterte. The other category of killings, the DDS type killings, the extrajudicial killings, is officially, I believe, classified as deaths under investigation or homicides under investigation. And Your Honor, the number actually I have for deaths under investigation is 29,000, according to the spokesperson of the Philippine National Police, Colonel Bernard Banac, as of March 2019. That is why, Your Honor, the number of dead range from 12,000 up to 30,000 from official sources. Even the CHR, the United Nations Office of Human Rights, of the High Commissioner on Human Rights, and the International Criminal Court, Your Honor, are looking at these numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So may I confirm also from Attorney Conti, because in previous committee hearings you were you were present during, before the formation of the Quadcom. I believe you already had discussion on the AJK. Can you refresh the memory of this committee members, this committee? How many of those killed were innocent? At least give us just a...
Well, Your Honor, legally, the 29,000 would be innocent because they were killed outside of legal processes. They have not been proven guilty or convicted in any court, nor has any evidence been presented against them. In fact, in the course of the war on drugs,
yes.
everybody would be considered innocent.
So what about, let me paraphrase my question just to be clear about it, no? Kasi may namatay naman po na mga drug pushers o sinasabi. But the collateral damage, I would say, yung sinasabi po nilang hindi part doon sa nila, doon sa warrant nila, pero namatay, no? Tulad ni Kian de los Santos, yung mga ganun pong mga klaseng individual. Do you have the number?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, we don't have these numbers.
Right now.
It would be the PNP who can clarify.
That is correct. Thank you, Attorney Conti. Because that is correct. Because in the documents that we requested, ang number po nila is 400 plus, no? 400 plus doon. So now, I'll go back to Commissioner Leonardo. Do you also consider the death of these innocent civilians as a sign of success?
Hindi po. Hindi po successful pagka gano'n.
Okay. So, let me ask you again. Do you think that the war on drugs of the previous administration is successful or not?
In general po, successful.
No, but you cannot qualify. Kasi ang tinanong kita, do you stick your life to it? Sabi mo, you support that. Now, you are qualifying again. So let me ask you, do you think this collateral damage can just simply set aside? Or, let me ask you again, generally, sabi mo, it's successful, it's a success, but we cannot also discount the fact that there were countless victims, died, innocent civilians. As a police officer, because your motto is to serve and protect, right? Am I correct? And as a commissioner now of NAPOLCOM, I'm sure that before you arrive, the NBank, before you arrive as part of your job, kaya nga tinatanong ko kung may selective amnesia ka kasi mahirap po pag hindi mo natatandaan yung mga facts at yung mga dates kasi importante po yan sa trabaho mo. Hindi ho ba? Na before you arrive into adopt a resolution of the NBank, you really have to look at the data because you're like a quasi-judicial because you are rendering decision on the police officers that are facing administrative cases, right? So, tanungin kita, do you think the death of these civilians is a barometer or a measurement of the success of what you just said and admitted itong tokhang?
Hindi po.
Okay.
Hindi po.
Sir Chair, the reason why I'm pointing that out because unang-una kung babalikan po natin yung mga kasagutan ni Colonel Garma at saka Commissioner Leonardo, dahil mukhang lahat ito ay gawa-gawa daw ng kanilang katanghisip ng apat na ito at coincidence lahat. Kung titingnan natin po yung parallel na yung career path po nila, I don't think it's a coincidence. I think there's a reason why both of you were preferred over any other possible individuals who are, sorry to say, who are more qualified than in the case when the time that you were appointed as a director of the biodiversity. There are qualified individuals, a pool of experts that are more qualified with expertise, experience to the position, and yet you were chosen. And after how many months, you were then moved up to as an undersecretary of DNR. And subsequently now, you landed as one of the commissioners of the NAPOLCOM. And also, in the career path of Colonel Garma, both of them, by the way, availed of the optional retirement advance, the same case. I think both of you are preferred. I think both of you are favorably chosen. And both of you also supported the war on drugs. And both of you have said that it is successful. And unfortunately, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, Commissioner Leonardo and GM Garma, these 4 resource persons here, we have already established that it's impossible for them to come out with the same detailing, same instance, mentioning the same names, na unang-una kayo mismo nagsabi, imposibleng kilala nila kayo, imposibleng nagkaka-interact kayo. Alam po, mahirap pong paniwalaan yung ganun eh. Yung biglang maiisip lang nila, hindi, baka itong person na ito, itong nangyari. I mean, all of these affidavits corroborated each other. So, my point, Mr. Chair, is that I think your position now, and I'm sorry to say this, but this is my personal take. You were given that position precisely because you have done something that actually is worthy of, I don't know, from the previous administration's point of view. Na worthy kayo bigyan ng ganyan. I'm sorry to say, but there are many of the official, marami pong pool of experts, but the question really is, bakit po kayo? And to me, the only explanation that I can derive at, after listening to all your responses, I think you are preferred. And I think the positions that you have handled, with all due respect, yes, nag-serve po kayo sa gobyerno, and you may be decorated officers, but those are not just the primary consideration. I think the primary consideration is because you have supported the war on drugs, and you are preferred. Kasi pareho po yung track ng inyong profession and career. That's all, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Maraming salamat po din sorry.
Thank you, Congressman Adjong.
Sorry, I just want to be official. I-address ko lang po. Dean ng Lasal. Yes. Si Dean Jokno po. Attorney Jokno and Tony Conti. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Adjong. Additional question lang kay Colonel Leonardo. Colonel, you have not stated the reason why you opted for an early retirement. Can you state for the record, ano yung reason ba't ka nag-retire ng maaga?
In view of my appointment as Undersecretary, Mr. Chair.
So you were appointed first before you resigned.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So hindi yung kagaya kay Colonel Garma
Yes.
na active service siya, nag-apply siya, hinihintay niya na mapalitan yung Balutan, General Balutan. So yung sa inyo, nag-resign na kayo.
Pagka-appoint po sa akin, automatic po, considered resign po ako sa PNP, Mr. Chair.
So didn't you not think twice about accepting the position na alam mo naman na coterminus lang yan compared dun sa position na colonel ka na, pwede kang magkaroon ng estrella, maging general ka soon because of your sterling record in the Philippine National Police, di ba? So hindi ka ba nagdalawang isip nung in-offer sa iyo yung pagiging USEC na kailangan mo mag-resign? Sayang yung karir mo sa ilang taong karir mo na binuhos sa Philippine National Police. Hindi ka ba nagdalawang isip doon?
Nagdalawang isip din po, Mr. Chair.
Bukod dyan, wala na ibang rason kung bakit ka nag-retire.
Wala na po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. Thank you. Salamat. The next to interpolate is our co-chair, Congressman Caras Paduano. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, during the previous hearing, the name Colonel Grijaldo was mentioned, no? But unfortunately, the Grijaldo, as per my information, the Grijaldo present in today's hearing was Class 2000. So, Mr. Chairman, can we excuse, pasensya na po.
So you are not the Colonel Grijaldo that was once the Chief of Police of the City of Mandaluyong?
I'm not, sir.
Okay. And is there another Grijaldo in the Philippine National Police?
The one mentioned by our resource speaker, sir, Ma'am Garma, Hector Grijaldo, Police Colonel, is my elder brother, sir.
Okay. Underclass. Upper class.
Upper class. Upper
Yes.
class mo.
Yes, sir. He's class 97. I'm class 2000. And he is my elder brother, sir.
Elder brother mo.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, can we excuse Colonel Grijaldo now?
Since you are not the Chief of Police of Mandaluyong, you are now excused.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, please proceed.
Pasensya na po.
Paduano.
Okay, let me proceed, Mr. Chairman. Let me start with the visit of Colonel Garma and company doon po sa The Picol. So, paki-state nga ulit, Colonel Garma, ma'am, kung sino-sino yung mga kasama mo doon, na kaklase no ni Jimmy Fortaleza.
Colonel Roland Villela and Colonel Hector Grijaldo, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So, tatlo lang kayo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Former Major Jimmy Fortaleza, do you confirm that statement of Colonel Garma?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so tatlo. So, Grijaldo and Bilila. Tama.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung
Yes,
Bilila,
Mr.
yun
Chair.
yung former husband mo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Your
Yung
Honor.
Grijaldo,
A classmate, Your
kaklase
Honor.
mo. Yung former husband mo, ex mo, is kaklase mo rin.
Yes, Your
Now,
Honor.
saan ngayon naka-assign si Grijaldo? Colonel Grijaldo.
I think, Your Honor, PIDEG, Your Honor,
Pedegwer.
Kamkrame, based in Kamkrame.
Anybody from the Philippine National Police? General, do you confirm? Please.
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
So you do confirm?
Yes, sir.
And do you also confirm that during the ambush of former Brigadier General Barayoga, he was then the Chief of Police? Do you have records on that?
I do not have any information to that incident, sir.
Oh,
With regard to the ambush of,
can you furnish this committee?
Yes,
Uh,
Mr. Chair, sir.
the data when that ambush happened.
Yes, Mr. Chair, sir. We will do.
Okay. Since, Mr. Chairman, since Colonel Grijaldo is not around, maybe we can ask him on the next hearing. But before I proceed to my next question, Ma'am Garma, during the ambush of former General Barayoga, which is class 83, di ba? Class 83 siya.
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
Ayan ka na naman.
Hindi ko lang, maybe...
Ikaw, ma'am, please. Kasi simpleng-simpleng tanong. Because that time, do you confirm that he is the corporate secretary?
Yes,
of
Your Honor.
PCSO?
He is our board secretary.
So you don't know? Namatay na yung corporate secretary mo? You don't even know that he is class 83? Simpleng-simpleng tanong lang po. That was in the news. Alam ko nga eh. Bakit nag-evade ka? Simple question. Again, I warn you. I might cite you in contempt. Oh, do you confirm na he's a class 83?
83 ba siya?
Classmate? Okay, ito na lang.
A classmate of our chairman. So
Yeah,
whatever
classmate
is
of
the
your-
class of Sir Pinili, I cannot,
Classmate
I'm
of
not
your
sure,
Pinili,
but classmate
classmate
po
of
sila.
the former DILG secretary. Tama?
Yes, Your
Oh.
Honor.
Ito ako, pagbibigyan kita, ma'am, yung sinasabi ko, diretso na ang pagsasagot.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi ang dami, pinapakinggan ko na kanina yung mga tanong. Ako nagtanong sa iyo kanina, pinakontempt na kita. Because usually your answer is maybe. Maybe yes, maybe not. Simple question. Mamaya, pupuntahan kita dyan. Okay, anyway. Now, so you confirm that tatlo kayo pumunta kay Jimmy Fortaleza because Jimmy Fortaleza is your classmate.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Now, but of course, you deny that you talked to Jimmy Fortaleza in his affidavit na you talked to him and asked him about the operations. Pero you never tell him the time. Based on in my personal and the affidavit of Jimmy Fortaleza, you never told Jimmy Fortaleza na may papatayin. You only told him na may operations. And pag sinabi mo yung operations, pag sa pulis, marami yan. Pwedeng may mamatay, pwedeng bypass, pwede dahil Bucor facility yon, pwede ring galugad. Di ba? Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama. Okay. Now, akala ko maybe naman. Anyway, now, and also, Jimmy Fortaleza, in his affidavit, narrated na tumawag ka sa kanya. But of course, you denied it. That's why we are forced to order the NTC to submit, no? All the post, kasi kung prepaid, medyo mahirap. Unless otherwise, we still have your number sa prepaid. Can you tell us your number sa prepaid during the time?
I cannot recall anymore, Your
Okay,
Honor.
of course, you cannot recall. Diba? Pero ako, tandaan ko. Yung isang tinipuno ko, naiwan ko dun sa labas. Hindi ko na nabalikan, pero matandaan ko pa rin yung numero ko. Pati yung pati yung company, smart. Anyway, sige. Now, when the incident happened, that was August 11. Tama? Yung sa Napicol, August 11.
Yeah.
August 11 ba? Ma'am, anyway.
No, Your Honor.
Tinitingnan mo lang yung, kanino bang dokumentong tinitingnan mo? Affidavit of whom?
This was Leopoldo Tan, Your Honor.
Sorry?
Leopoldo Tan.
How did you...
It was published, Your Honor, in the website.
It was published, so you printed out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. Now, it was August 13. August 13 po. Okay, August 13. Now, it is a publicly knowledge incident because 3 Chinese national allegedly to be drug lords was killed inside the Picol. Now, Question. You visited Jimmy Fortaleza, malapit lang po yung time nung pag-visit mo. No? Matter of weeks. Now, after that, did you call Jimmy Fortaleza?
No, Your Honor.
Why?
Wala naman ako sasabihin sa kanya, Your Honor.
Sorry?
I have no purpose of calling him. Wala din ako number sa kanya. So, bakit ko siya tatawagan? Your
So you
Honor?
do, okay, sige. I will rephrase my question. You don't visit Jimmy Fortaleza after that incident?
So,
Wala.
wala na po, Your Honor.
Oh, you don't bother to ask Jimmy Fortaleza what really happened inside the Picol? You're an intelligence officer. You're very close to the president. Nangyari yung patayan doon. Same is true with Colonel Grijaldo, Colonel Leonardo that time. That time because you are the CIDG. You didn't even bother to visit the Picol. You, especially you, Ma'am Garma. You're the classmate of Jimmy Fortaleza. You visit Jimmy Fortaleza before the incident. Now, it happens. Sabi mo, wala akong nalalaman sa pangyari, but you didn't even bother to ask Jimmy Fortaleza what really happened.
Wala akong number sa kanya, Mr. Chair.
Hindi nga. Wala
How
kang
can I
number.
call? How can I ask?
Oh, but some of
Mr.
your classmates has a number of Jimmy Fortaleza.
I don't know, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you don't know na naman. Pero ang sinasabi ko lang, you don't even bother to visit Jimmy Fortaleza after the incident to check what really happens inside that colony.
No, no, Mr. Chair.
Oh, kaya nga eh. Ayun nga ang sinasabi ko eh. Na nagbisita kayo, may nangyari, after that, you didn't even bother. That time, President Duterte has already assumed office. We will go in that direction mamaya. Maybe Chairman Akop will discuss to you about it. Now, next. Eto, malapit-lapit na tayo, mamas. Please, sabihin mo lang po ang totoo. Okay, now. Sabi mo kanina, January 16, you start schooling, tama? Nag-schooling ka?
January 2016, yes, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
January 2016. So safe ka. Kasing nangyari, August, because, ano yun, OSEC?
Yes,
For
Your
full
Honor.
kernel.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kailan ka na-promote as full kernel?
2018, Your Honor.
2018.
18? 16? Yeah, 18, Your Honor.
Sigurado ka? Hindi
Yes, yes, Your Honor, 2018.
Sigurado ka?
Yes,
2018 of?
I think June, Your Honor.
Parang,
June.
eto.
It's June
Ma'am.
of 2018, Your Honor.
Oh,
I
ma'am,
retired
kasi yung mga
1 year
ganyan,
after.
sa pulis, hindi ako pulis, pero as far as I know, pagdating doon sa kernel, na posisyon hanggang general, hindi malilimutan ng general o kernel na na-promote siya this year and this month. Well, in fact, even the date, because that is an important promotion for each and every career officers in the PNP. Kasi pasikip na kayo, di ba? Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Kasi mangilan-ngilan lang na yung mga light kernel ay sasampa na mabilis. Just like you. You're one of those privileged na promote 2018 pa lang as full kernel. On your class, ilan ba kayong full kernel during the time? Hindi mo matanda na naman. Of course, pwede ko bibigayan. PNP, please submit. Jen, si General, no. Yung sa DIDM po, pakisubmit po yung yung promotion of all class 97 from light kernel to full kernel po. Yung date and year.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please.
We will comply.
Please submit it before the next hearing.
Yes, Your
Maybe
Honor.
mabilis lang naman yan. Siguro within the week. No. Okay, I will give you until Monday. Tuesday na po. Tuesday. Tuesday.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? Before the hearing. Now, Ma'am Garma, so after your schooling, you were assigned in Cebu. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Prior to your assignment in Cebu, you were assigned in Davao.
Yes, Your
As
Honor.
what?
Station Commander, Your Honor.
Of
Station 1, Santa Ana Police Station.
Station 1.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
With the rank of Light Colonel.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sa posisyon na yun, di ba pwedeng major doon?
Pwede rin po ang Major, Your Honor.
Di ba? Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, yung position mo is only Light Colonel. You were assigned in Cebu. And as far as I know, no, but of course, I can be wrong, I might be wrong, pero pag highly urbanized city, not a component city, rank of full colonel dapat, di ba? In the case of Cebu City, dapat full colonel.
Yes,
Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, you're just a light colonel the time.
No, Your Honor.
Pag-assign sa'yo?
Cebu City Police, Your Honor, I am full colonel.
Kailan
na po.
kayo na-sign doon?
June yun po. June or July.
June
Your Honor.
of-
Basta I am already, na-promote na po ako, Your
Na-promote ka
Honor.
na?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ba't OIC lang status mo doon?
It has to be confirmed by the mayor, Your Honor.
Ayun. Because the mayor does not want you to be the chief of police because prior to that, you were also assigned in Cebu, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
As what?
CIDG,
CIDG?
Regional Chief of Region 7.
Correct. Kaya kilala ka ni Mayor Osmeña.
Yes, Your
Kaya
Honor.
ayaw niya, kasi kung kilala ka ni Mayor Osmeña because the regional center of Region 7 is Cebu. The regional office of CIDG is Cebu. Most of the activity of CIDG is in Cebu. And as the mayor that time of Cebu, kilala ka ni Mayor Osmeña. That is why ayaw niya sa'yo. Because on your record during the time, napakarami pong nangyari during the time. And we are now collating all those incident no related to death nung time na yon as CIDG Region 7 at the same time Chief of Police of Cebu. Now, Chief of the CIDG ka the time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung rank mo is Light Colonel.
Yes, Your Honor.
During the time, Regional Director can be a Light Colonel ng CIDG.
It can be, Your Honor.
It can be.
Yes, Your
Except
Honor.
for, sabi ko nga, highly urbanized city. Di ba? Just like Cebu City. Dapat full colonel.
Yes, Your
Tama.
Honor.
Now, anyway, let me proceed with, bago pumunta doon, balikan ko mamaya, your travel records. I have with me your travel records.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I have with me since from 2024 to 2012. Okay? Ma'am Garma, you're most traveled, though you're not anymore in public office.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama. Whose shoulder you travel?
Some were sponsored by my cousins when I traveled.
Cousins? Who are your
sa
cousins?
States. I was invited for
Who
a
are
work-
your cousins? Who are your cousins?
Anne-Marie Batay. They are
From
all
where?
United States.
Okay, US.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then, siya lang? Nagsisponsor sa'yo?
Hindi pa po. Meron pa Hazel Idnay.
Comsec, please take note of all the names that are being mentioned by Ms. Garma. Yes, please proceed. Who else?
Yun lang po ang nagtumulong
So,
po.
dalawa lang
Yes, because I was invited to an occasion.
in the US. But how about your travel in Asia? Who sponsored it?
I paid for it,
You paid for
Your
it?
Honor, yes.
Tingnan mo, mama. Your travel for just 2024, you traveled 6 times abroad. Just in 2024. Tapos, yung travel mo 2023 is 13 times. You travel 13 times abroad.
2020.
13 times. This is a record coming from the Bureau of Immigration, Madam. You cannot deny this. Iba't ibang lugar, may Kuala Lumpur, may ano. In the next hearing, tatanungin pa kita po para at least papaunahan kita. Pero sa ngayon, Ang tanong ko lang po, who sponsored you? How can you afford to travel 13 times in just 1 year? You're not anymore an official of the government. This is an official travel. Oh, where did you get? Where did you get? Ma'am? Oh, you want to have an executive session?
No, Your Honor.
No? Also, answer me. Always I set you in contempt.
I paid for it, Your Honor.
Yeah, you paid for it. How much is your ano? How much is your? Can you provide us? Are you willing to have a waiver for your bank accounts?
No, Your Honor.
No. Why? Because you're not telling the truth. You are hiding something. Ito, initial pa lang, ma'am, ha? Oh. You travel 13 times? Ibig sabihin nun, more than every month you travel outside in the country. Now, last question ko, ma'am. What is, eto ma'am ha, diretso kita, what is your latest travel abroad? When was that? When was that?
Japan, Your Honor.
Japan? Hindi, your purpose of your travel.
USA, Your Honor.
Oh, USA. Now, pakiano lang, what happened with the travel?
Okay, I have to travel to USA to
Why?
to bring my daughter in the US
Why?
because of this exposure.
When was that? When was that?
28 last.
When was that?
Ngayon sa September, August, Mr. Chair.
Ang daming August, 30 days yung August.
28.
Hindi, ganito lang po, ma'am.
28.
Diretsuhin kita. Oh,
28.
your plan to travel in the US was August 28. That was the time that the Squadcom was already started, di ba? The investigation.
Yes, Your Honor.
And your name was already crop up.
Yes,
Tama?
Your Honor.
Oh. Now, in short, you're using that alibi to bring your daughter to the US to evade this investigation.
No, Your Honor.
No, okay. Why did... Anong nangyari? Ba't hindi ka naka-US? Ba't nandito ka ngayon?
My visa, US visa was canceled.
Why?
Hindi po sinabi sa akin ang reason why.
Hindi sinabi? You never asked?
I asked, but Japan in charge on the desk did not tell me the reason.
No. Kasi papasok ka sa US, di ba? Kasi kung hindi ka tinanggap ng Japan, that is the responsibility of Japan. But you were not allowed, di ba, to go to US because what?
It was not explained to me by the in charge sa Japan po. Kasi nung mag-check-in po kami,
Check-in for
kukuha
going
ng
to?
ticket. Kukuha po ng ticket, Japan to
I know.
US.
You
yeah.
don't have a ticket yet.
Yes, Your
Oh,
Honor.
kaya nga eh. Kaya you want to travel to the US, but you don't have a ticket?
Oh,
No.
We
Di ba,
have-
inamin mo na eh.
No, Your Honor. Ang ticket namin is all connecting. Nung
Oh.
magbo-board po ako, para mag-check-in kami for the seat, I wasn't able to get a seat kasi nag-error na yung system. So
Sandali.
we sought the
Balikan ko
assistance.
muna.
Yes po.
So yung travel mo is from the Philippines connecting Japan to
Japan.
US.
Yes, Your Honor.
You have a ticket, Philippines, Japan, US.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you sure of that?
Ang binigay po ng...
Sandali. Tatanungan kita. Simple na to, ma'am. Do not
Yes.
evade my question.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
Your ticket is, as you have said, your ticket is Philippines, Japan, US.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, but you were not allowed. Yun na, may ticket ka. Sigurado ka, Philippines, Japan, US.
Ang ticket po namin is Philippine, Japan.
Kaya nga,
Your Honor.
Huwag mo nga akong lituhin, ma'am. Ang tinatanong ko, malapit ka na, ma'am. Ang tinatanong ko kanina, yung ticket mo is only Philippine, Japan. Sabi mo hindi. Philippine, Japan, US. You get a ticket in Japan for US.
Boarding pass po yung kukunin na namin sa Japan.
Ay,
Hindi po
nako.
ako nakakuha,
Anyway,
Your Honor.
do you have a copy of that?
Wala na po, Your Honor.
Oh, BID, DFA. Anong airlines? Oh, hindi mo na naman masagot. Simpleng-simple yan. It happens last 2 weeks ago. Sige nga. Kasi you're lying, ma'am.
No, Mr. Chair.
You are lying.
Okay.
Now, question, your ticket. Anong airplane? Oh, you cannot answer? Simple-simple. Something happens in Japan. No, Mr. Chairman, hindi rin ito makalusot eh. Kasi pag tinawag ko yung DFA, alam ng DFA.
Japan, I think it's Japan airline. That's why we landed
Why
in
I
Japan.
think na naman. Kanina maybe, now I think.
It is Japan airline, Mr. Chair.
From the Philippines,
I'm very sure of it na. I can recall it, Japan airline.
from the Philippines
To Japan.
to Japan, then what airlines supposedly to the US?
It's the same. It's Japan airline.
Japan Airlines. Oh, kaya nga, dalawa na, twice na. Last ko na mamaya na tanong. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I move that dahil walang kopya daw, wala nang records, walang documents from Ms. Garma, Mr. Chairman, can we ask for the documents, travel documents, with regards to the plane that was booked by Ms. Garma from the Philippines, Japan, and to the US.
We will ask the records from the DFA.
Yeah, from the DFA po.
Okay.
Tsaka BID na. Tsaka Japan Airlines.
Okay, COMSEC, kindly coordinate with the Bureau of Immigration and our DFA as to the travel records of Colonel Regina Garma.
Wala bang DFA dito? And also, Mr. Chairman, can we ask the DFA the reason why Ms. Garma was not permitted to travel to have an entry from Japan to the US?
COMSEC, you are so directed.
Para opisyal lang po. Kasi alam din na ni Ms. Garma bakit hindi siya pinayagan. Oo, malalaman din natin,
My
ma'am.
mother's grave, hindi ko po alam,
Pero
Mr.
alam mo,
Chair.
deep inside, you know why you were not allowed entry to the US.
I cannot just say what's deep inside, Mr. Chair, because I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's your alibi, that's your defense.
Yes,
That's your defense, ma'am. Okay.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Congressman Acop, with the indulgence of Congressman Paduano.
before we leave that issue in Japan, may I be permitted to ask some questions?
With the indulgence of Congressman Paduano.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It's
Please
a pleasure
proceed,
to this
Congressman Acop.
representation.
Madam Garma, nung bumili ka ng ticket,
Yes,
saan bang intention mo na pupuntahan talaga?
Mr. Chair, I didn't get the question.
Ano ang intention mo talaga nung bumili ka ng ticket?
Um,
Japan or US?
US,
Okay.
US, Mr. Chair.
Eh bakit hindi ka kumuha ng buong ticket, diretsong papuntang US? Why do you have to procure a ticket doon sa Japan?
No, Mr.
For
Chair,
the
I
US.
did not procure a ticket sa Japan. I procured the ticket
So,
already.
stopover mo lang
Stopover lang po ang Japan.
ang Japan. And
yes,
you were not allowed to board papuntang US.
kasi po
Ganun ba yun na nangyari?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Hindi ako makakuha ng boarding, ano po.
Boarding pass?
Yes, Mr.
Kasi
Chair.
yun naman ang kailangan mo eh.
Yes.
Di ba?
Yes, Mr.
Kasi may
Chair.
schedule na flight papuntang US. Nakasakay ka ron. Stopover sa Japan.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
How many hours?
10 hours, Mr. Chair.
10 hours.
Yes po.
So, nung magbo-board ka ng Japan Airlines for the US, hindi ka na pinapasok.
Yes, Mr.
Ganon
Chair.
na nangyari.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
That is the reason why, according to records, 29 August, nakabalik ka na dito sa Pilipinas.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, can I interject?
With the indulgence of Congressman Paduano, the
Yes,
Senior
yes, Mr.
Deputy
Chairman.
Speaker is recognized.
Tanong ko lang to kay Ma'am Garma. Ma'am, di ba pag pumupunta tayo ng US, from the Philippines, check na yung US visa mo dito sa Pilipinas. Pag board mo lang sa airport, bibigyan ka ng boarding pass, bibigay na yung dalawang boarding pass mo. Boarding pass from the Philippines to Japan, Japan to Philippines.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tama po ba?
Yes po.
So, yun po yung tanong. Bakit binigyan kayo ng boarding pass na hindi na-check yung US visa. Hindi po kayo bibigyan ng boarding pass kung hindi po i-check yung US visa.
Yes, Mr.
Normal po, routine po yun pag nagpupunta
Opo.
tayo Amerika.
Yeah,
Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Very unusual nung araw pong yun, Mr. Chair.
So yun po siguro ang tanong ni Chairman Acop, di ba? Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Paduano, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, hearing the answers of Colonel Garma, Ms. Garma kanina, with regards to question of deployment, na napaka-juicy yung mga posisyon from DI, tsaka puro lahat Davao, ang assignment except sa Cebu, tapos nag-schooling, tapos early retirement. Again, can you state when was the date or the year that you retired?
That's June of 2019, Your
June of
Honor.
2019. When did you assume as PCSO chairman?
July 15 of 2019,
Oh,
Your Honor.
1 month lang. Di ba? Tama? 1 month?
15 days, I think, Your Honor.
Oh, 15 days pa. Sobra. Now, during the interpellation, Mr. Chairman, ng mga members kanina, Ma'am Garma, Miss Garma, keep on denying that he is close to the former president. Di ba? Kasi sabi mo lang lagi, maybe. Binigyan ka ng posisyon, tingnan mo. You check the record. 10 years pa yung supposedly before you retire, 10 years ka pa, but you opt to early retirement. Tapos, wala pang 1 month, sabi mo nga, 15 days, bigla ka nag-PCSO. Tapos, itong tinanong ka kanya, sabi mo, are you close to the president, former president? Ang sagot mo, because of those promotions, sabi mo, is maybe, not maybe. Now, I will ask you, are you special and close to the president, former president? Yes or no na po? Walang personal. Yes or no na po? Kasi lahat-lahat eh.
Ewan ko kung special ako.
Oh, why can't you answer? Simple lang tanong ko. Are you close to the former president? Because that's why you've been given a juicy position where in fact, 1 month, wala pa nga, 15 days ka lang nag-retire, nag-PCSO, chairman ka na kagad. Sige nga. Yes or no? Why can't you answer? Oh, Mr. Chairman, since
Because, Mr. Chair,
Oh, why? What?
I do not...
I do not na naman.
No, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sige nga.
Because you said, am I close or special to the President?
Yeah, you're close to the president. Or special. Kasi, tanungin mo yung lahat mga classmates mo. Ako, mama, mga classmates mo, ikaw ang tumulong for their promotion during the time of President Duterte. That's why I'm asking the DIDM to submit to this committee all the years and promotion of all your classmates. Now, ang question ko ngayon, diretso na. I hope you will answer truthfully. Are you close to the President?
Mr. Chair, I'm not close. I was fired.
Okay. Okay.
Nag-floating pa nga
So,
po ako during his
Huwag
time.
mo, mga floating during his time.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
15
6 months.
days lang na nag-retire ka, nag-PCSO chairman ka, for all those qualified, sandali, for all those qualified applicants. Ang dami po na qualified. Why you? Why you? And though, the fact is, Mayor Osmeña is keep on insisting, kaya nag-OIC ka lang kasi he never choose you in the list. Tama? O na ang question ko ulit. Last na lang to, ma'am. Are you close and special to the President?
For me, Mr. Chair, I don't feel close and special.
Okay, now,
Mr.
you're lying.
Chair. Because...
You're lying, ma'am.
Can I explain, Mr. Chair?
Of course, explain.
You know, there was once in my career na siyang mayor, nag-floating po ako 6 months, I don't have any position.
Ma'am, When was that?
That was in 11.
No, that
Mr.
was
Chair,
way
floating-
back. Way back, ma'am.
Floating po ako.
But before you became president of this republic, you're very close to the president. Before your assignment in Cebu, you're very close to the president. Before you retire, you're very close to the former president. And now you're talking to this committee. You're telling us that you're not close to the president? That's only a simple question. Now you deny. You said no. You said no. Oh, Mr. Chairman,
Can I, Mr. Chair?
kanina pa kita pinapa-explain. Pabalik-balik lang tayo.
Yes.
Okay, given you were floated.
Yeah. Kasi,
2011.
yes, Mr.
Oh, but after that, lahat na position mo, juicy. You can never stay. Palipat-lipat ka doon sa Davao and you will not be deployed as CIDG in Region 7. You cannot be deployed even the opposition of the mayor that time, Mayor Peña, if you're not close to the president. You're telling me that it's the chief PNP? Now, kung chief PNP, bakit nung nag-retire ka, 15 days after, PCHO chairman ka, if you're not chosen, if you're not close, if you're not special to the president? Oh. Oh, why you're not answering?
Perhaps, Mr. Chair, I am special.
Perhaps ka na naman. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, ito, ano lang to, Mr. Chairman, for the record, but I move to cite in contempt because the resource person is evading to answer questions being asked by almost all members. Paulit-ulit lang yung perhaps mo. Maybe. Ngayon, perhaps na naman. Move to cite you in contempt, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
If I may, honorable members, I will just allow the chair first to make a clarification on the motion of Congressman Paduano. Congressman Paduano, is that a motion?
Yes. That's the motion. I move to
Mr. Chair.
cite in contempt. Sandali lang po, Co-Chair. Abante, give me the time because this is my time.
Okay. We will...
I move to cite in contempt Ms. Garma for lying and evading questions being asked by the members of this committee and including this representation. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, there is...
Mr. Chair.
There is
Mr.
a
Chair.
Okay, before I rule...
Before
okay,
that,
is that
sandali lang.
an amendment to the motion?
No, yes. Perhaps, please listen to my questions first before we act on the motion of my co-chair who is angry now.
Okay. So will Congressman Abante propound questions to Colonel Garma?
Mr.
Chairman,
Chairman,
thank
we
you.
have,
Mr.
I think
Chairman.
we have a pending motion, Mr.
No,
Chairman.
I am just
We just have
clarifying.
to,
1 minute
to follow the
suspension.
rules first.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I accede to the motion of...
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, the violation of Ms. Garma is refusal to answer query.
Hearing is suspended.
Suspended tayo, mga kasama. Please, respect the decision of the chairman, please.
Hearing is resumed.
Thank you. Can I be allowed to speak, Mr. Chairman, to reiterate my motion?
Okay. Go ahead, Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Mr. Chairman, I move to cite in contempt Ms. Garma for in violation of our rules, letter C of our internal rules and contempt for refusal to answer relevant questions, Mr. Chairman. So move.
Second motion.
There is a motion to cite in contempt Royina Garma for violating Section 11, Paragraph C of the rules of procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation. Any second?
Second motion.
I object. Second na siya. Yeah. Oh.
Any second?
Second motion, Mr. Chairman.
Duly seconded. Are there any objections?
I object.
May I know what is the objection of
I
Congressman
still have some questions to ask Colonel Garma in relation to what my good friend who is always angry to his questions.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike out the unpartnered statement of my co-chair, Abante.
I second.
Mr. Chairman, 1 minute suspension, please.
Hearing is resumed. The parliamentary status is that Congressman Paduano moved for the to cite Royina Garma in contempt for violating Section 11, Paragraph C of our Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation. And it was duly seconded. When the chair asked if there are any objections, there was an objection raised by Congressman Abante. And the chair asked Congressman Abante what his objections were. And there was a short exchange of statements coming from Congressman Abante and Congressman Paduano until the chair moved for a suspension for 1 minute. Now we resume our hearing, and may I know what is the pleasure of Congressman Abante?
Well, Mr. Chair, upon our discussion, I will withdraw my objection to the motion, Mr. Chair. But I would like to ask questions.
Yes, you may do so, Congressman Abante. The motion was withdrawn. Let us now proceed to vote on the motion to cite Royina Garma in contempt. So again, it was duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Congressman Paduano, what is the next motion?
Mr. Chairman, I yield to Congressman Rodriguez for the second motion. Do you want to move for the second motion? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, in relation to the motion passed for the contempt of Colonel Garma, I move that she be held in the House facility for until the
termination of the hearing.
Until the committee report is passed.
Mr.
Termination
Chairman,
of the hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I have the information that the facility that we have in here right now is full of all those resource persons who have been cited in contempt. Thereby, we cannot accommodate anymore the presence of the resource person in the personality of GM Garma. Thereby, we amend our motion to put the resource person in the police facility in Mandaluyong, in the correctional facility, Mr. Chairman.
So instead of detaining Ruina Garma, GM Garma in the facilities of the House of Representatives, we will then detain her to Women's Correctional in the city of Mandaluyong.
Mr. Chair, I submit to the
Your Honor, please, may we...
Mr. Lawyer,
No, I'm sorry.
you're not allowed
Yes, you are not
under our
allowed.
rules. You
So
talk to your client.
she will be detained at the Mandaluyong Women's Correctional Center, correct?
Yes. Mr. Chair, I'll be amending my motion. Given the
Please.
wisdom of the Chair Dan Fernandez, I therefore move that we, in line with the content order he just issued, I move that we detain Colonel Garma in the Mandaluyong Women's Correctional Facility, and the period will be until the termination of this hearing.
There is a motion, so stated, duly seconded. Are there any objections?
Mr. Chair,
Is that an objection, Colonel Busita?
yes, Mr. Chair.
Can
Being
you-
a retired police commission officer, and pwede po ba na siya ay sa ano na lamang po ma-detain sa PNP custodial? Mr. Chair.
1 minute suspension.
Sige, pare.
Hearing is resumed.
Mr. Chairman,
Let me just state for the record the parliamentary status. There is a pending motion on the second motion wherein there was a discussion as to where we will detain GM Ruina Garma, whether in the premises of the House of Representatives or outside of the premises of the House of Representatives. And there was a motion made by Congressman Gutierrez stating that she will be detained at the Women's Correctional Center in Mandaluyong. And we'd like to...
Mr. Chair.
Is that in
Yes.
relation to the motion?
yes, because we have an information that we can now accommodate our resource person here in the premises of this House of Representatives. So thereby, we'll be requesting Congressman Gutierrez to amend his motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to amend my motion again, given the development that the LSB has imparted to us that the House facility can actually entertain another detainee. I therefore amend my motion, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to move instead that in relation to the contempt order of Colonel Garma, that she be detained in the House detention facility, and the term to be determined is that until the termination of the hearings of the Quadcom.
Okay, there is a motion.
Second motion.
The first motion is to detain her in the premises of the House of Representatives. And another motion is for how many days, Congressman Gutierrez?
Mr. Chair, until the termination of the hearings of the Quadcom.
So she will be detained until the termination of the Quadcom in all its hearings. Okay,
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Acop.
supposing the hearing is not still terminated and she will tell the truth, what is the... Can she be released from detention?
Certainly, Congressman Acop, the violation she has committed is in violation of Section 11, Paragraph C, wherein she refuses to answer and cooperate, and she tries to evade answering the questions propounded by the members. So if she changes her mind and she suddenly cooperates, then the committee will be more than willing to accommodate her motion for reconsideration. Is that all right? Does that satisfy Congressman Acop? Thank you. So the motion to detain GM Garma in the premises of the House of Representatives until we terminate the hearing by the Quadcom. Duly seconded. Any second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Comsec, please coordinate with the Sergeant at Arms. Now we proceed again with the questions. Earlier, Congressman Abante would want to propound questions to GM Ruina Garma. So, you are now recognized, Congressman Abante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I would propound question to Colonel Garma, I just would like to establish our hearing here that we are not supporting the killing of the three Chinese drug lords, being drug lords. But what we are trying to establish here, Mr. Chair, are the killings. They are not right. There should not be any killings at all, whether there be killings inside the penal colony or outside the penal colony. Just a moment ago, Mr. Chair, Congressman Adyong asked the question to Attorney Adel Jokno about Cheljokno about the thousands of those killed in the war on drugs, while Colonel Leonardo said that to him, the war on drugs is a success. I would like to ask Colonel Leonardo, what is the success? Is it the war on drugs or the thousands of people killed on the war on drugs? Colonel Leonardo.
I'm basing on the, Mr. Chair, I'm basing my opinion in general based on the result, Mr. Chair, of what happened. Result of we are from 2016 onwards. I honestly think, Mr. Chair, that there was a little bit change of the situation. It alleviates somehow the affectation on war on drugs. That's what I honestly think.
But
Mr.
let me
Chair.
ask you, Colonel Leonardo, do you believe that on that war on drugs and the many killings that happened, that there were human rights violations?
Based on what I heard and saw on TV, Mr. Chair, there was there were, I think, some violations.
So you believe that there were human rights violations during the war on drugs?
Based on what I saw on TV, Mr. Chair, there was.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask GM Garma if she is now able to answer some questions.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Seeing that now she is actually emotionally disturbed, are you able now to answer some
Yes,
questions?
Mr. Chair.
Kanina nabanggit mo na kinancel yung visa mo, US visa mo. Kinancel ba?
That was the statement of the attendant in Japan, Mr. Chair.
Tama po yung sinabi ni Senior Deputy Speaker kanina, no? Doon pa lang sa immigration, ipapakita mo na yung visa mo sa US eh. Bakit sa Japan kinancel? Yun ang isang tanong gusto kong itanong sa'yo. Sinaya mo kanina na cancel yung visa mo. The US Embassy do not cancel visa just like that. Meron akong visa sa US eh. Okay? Now, nung ikaw umalis sa immigration, ano yung ipinakita mong visa?
Yung US visa ko po, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
kung US visa ang pinakita mo, okay pa yung US visa, di pinigyan ka ng go signal na immigration para umalis, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pagdating mo ng Japan, hindi ka nakapunta ng US, am I right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano, bakit hindi ka nakapunta ng US?
Hindi na nga ako
Hindi pwedeng ang sagot mo, kinancel ang visa sa Japan? Kaya nga kinontem ka eh. Sapagkat hindi tama ang sagot mo na kinancel ang visa mo. Hindi nagka-cancel ng visa ang US.
The term is, it's invalid. The term is, your visa is not valid. Now it's canceled. Yan yung sinabi
Therefore,
ko.
you're telling us that the Bureau of Immigration is wrong in giving you a signal to go to Japan and conclude your travel to the US? Are you telling me now that the Bureau of Immigration allowed you to travel to Japan, going to the US, knowing that you have a US visa, and they stamped it, and you are able to travel to Japan? When you went to Japan, it was canceled. As you said, it was canceled, and you were not allowed to go to the US. I don't think that the Bureau of Immigration will ever do that, Mr. Chair.
Can I explain?
Yes, go
Mr.
ahead,
Chair?
go ahead.
Yes. Mr. Chair, when I bought the ticket, you cannot buy a ticket without presenting a valid US visa, Mr. Chair.
Where did you buy the ticket?
I asked my cousin to buy a ticket kasi may travel
Where?
agent
Where did
siyang
you buy the
nakilala.
ticket?
It is online, Mr. Chair. Japan.
Then you must also show that ticket to the Bureau of Immigration. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Upon buying a ticket, you cannot buy a ticket without presenting to the agent a valid US visa and passport, Mr. Chair. So in short, we were able to buy a ticket and by presenting a valid visa and a valid passport.
So you presented the ticket and the valid visa in our Bureau of Immigration. Am I right, Mr. Chair?
I did not show the ticket, Mr. Chair.
You
What I
did not show
presented
the ticket to the
boarding-
immigration officer?
The ticket is what I presented when I checked in sa JAL, sa Japan Airline. And Japan Airline issued a boarding pass po. So yun po yung ginamit kong lumabas. Now, since stopover po ang Japan, we transferred from another airport to Narita Airport. And from there,
You did
mag-check
not
in
stay in
online.
Japan. Did you stay in Japan?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Chair,
It was
I did
just a
not.
stopover.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And afterwards, you proceeded to the States, but you weren't allowed to go to the States.
Because there is a connecting flight already, Mr. Chair. So when I was at Narita Airport, I was supposed to check in online to get a boarding pass. So hindi po ako maka-check in online to get a boarding pass kasi may machine. So I approached the counter po mismo ng JAL. So nung in-approach ko po yung counter ng JAL, ang sabi po sa akin, we cannot get you a ticket because your visa, your US visa is invalid already. It's canceled. So I asked the desk why it is invalid. It's going to expire in 2028, ang sabi ko. Ang sabi po sa akin, there is no explanation. And then I asked her, did you ask US Department? Ang sabi niya, yes. So, did they explain to you why? Ang sabi po sa akin, no. So I stopped asking
Mr. Chair,
question
sandali
na
lang po. Sandali
Mr.
lang po.
Chair.
Bago nyo ituloy, no? Napakahirap kasing paniwalaan eh. That you will will travel to the US, you go to the immigration, and the immigration will tell you that the US visa is valid and they stamped an approval to it. Ibig sabihin, doon pa lang sa Pilipinas, nakakuha ka na ng ticket going to the US. Ibig mo sabihin, nakakuha ka lang ng ticket going to Japan, and then in Japan, you have to get a boarding pass.
No.
But Mr. Chair, sa aking pagta-travel, I have been traveling eh. I have been traveling so many times. Oo ha. And whenever I would go to the US, stop over in Japan, 2 boarding pass palaging tinatanggap ko sa Pilipinas pa lang. Oo. From Manila to Narita, Narita to the US. 2 kagad na boarding pass sa Pilipinas yan. You're telling me now that you just received 1 boarding pass from the Philippines and then you have to get another boarding pass from Narita? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And when you got the boarding pass, then the Japan people told you that your US visa is invalid?
Yes, not valid is the term, no longer valid. Yun po yung term.
So let me ask you,
Nagtaka din po ako.
why is it that the immigration stamped your passport saying that your visa is valid? Why?
I do not know, Your Honor. I presented my valid passport. I presented my valid visa. I bought a ticket to the US. And it's a connecting flight sa Narita, supposedly.
You know, Mr. Chair, may kasabihan dito, ano mo sabi ni Marcel Aimee, and I quote, no? Some people are so false that they no longer distinguish that what they think is the exact opposite of what they say. Naniniwala ba kayo ron?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, you know, what you're answering us now, mahirap paniwalaan po eh. Why? Because we have Major Fortaleza, who is your classmate. At sinabi niya, na kanyang pinapatunayan ang sinabi niya. And he will not budge. Major Fortaleza, yung bang iyong sinalaysay dito, yung pa talaga ang nangyari? Totoo ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Therefore, naging sinungaling si Colonel Garma. Major Fortaleza.
Yung sinabi ko po, Your Honor, yun po yung
Tagutin mo ko, yes or no, nag-isinungaling si Colonel Garma.
Yes, sir.
Anong masasabi mo dyan, Colonel Garma? Classmate po sa PNP ito. Tinutulungan mo pa. And he is saying now that you are telling a lie to this committee sapagkat pinapanindigan niya ang kanyang sinabi na kinausap mo siya tungkol sa pagpatay sa 3 Chinese. So tell us what you can say about that. Now, please, kung talagang nag-usap kayo ni former Major Fortaleza tungkol dyan, na classmate mo, ibig sabihin, kung alam ko yung PNP at PMA, classmate, mista mo yan eh. Ibig sabihin, close ka kay Major Fortaleza. You're telling me now that Major Fortaleza is lying, and that you're telling the truth, and that Major Fortaleza right now is telling a lie. Now you tell us now, Colonel Garma.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's telling a lie.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, pero nakausap kayo, di ba?
Hindi kami nagkausap sa phone, Your Honor.
Hindi kayo nakita kahit minsan?
When we visited him, that's once, Your Honor.
You visited him just once. Bago naging Pangulo ang former President, gayon ba? O Pangulo na siya ng Pilipinas? When you visited Major Fortaleza in jail, was the former President already President during that time or not?
That was July, Your Honor.
July of what? 2016?
Yes, Your Honor.
Therefore, the former President is already President. Am I right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what were your position?
Mr.
What
Chair.
was your position at that time?
None, Your Honor.
Ha?
Wala po akong position, Your Honor.
Anong ibig sabihin ng wala kang posisyon? Police ka, di ba? You're a police officer.
Yes, Your Honor.
What was your position during that time when you visited your MISTA,
None,
former
Your-
Major
I
Fortaleza?
have no position, Your Honor.
What do you mean you have no position?
I was undergoing schooling, so we don't have any position, Your Honor. I was undergoing a 1-year schooling.
You were in school.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, hindi ka pa talaga nakaposisyon bilang station commander or whatever. You were schooling actually.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ngayon, Pangulo na ang former president when you visited former Major Fortaleza.
Yes, Your
One time lang yan, di ba?
Opo, Your
Now,
Honor.
you're telling us here kanina that you never called him even once. Am I right?
Hindi ko po siya nakausap sa phone.
Okay,
Yes,
how
Your Honor.
can you really visit him without even calling him even once? How?
Mr. Chair, yung pagdalaw namin is just parang it's even unplanned kasi wala kaming klase that day and then napag-usapan na nandyan si Jimmy Fortaleza sa Dapicol and then sabi namin pag-usapan namin na dalawin at random, supposed to be 5 kami Hindi natuloy po yung 2, kaya 3 na lang po kami tumuloy.
Nung sinabi ni Jimmy Fortaleza sa kanyang sinumpiang salaysay, number 4, noong bumisita si Colonel Garma, tinanong niya ako kung nasaan nakakulong ang mga Chinese. Kanina, nabanggit mo na wala kang kinalaman, hindi mo alam na may mga Chinese drug lords doon. Ito bang sinabi sa salaysay ni former Major Fortaleza? Mali rin ito kasi nungalingan din po ito.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi nungalingan to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ngayon, noong unang linggo ng Agosto 2016, tinawagan ulit ako ni Garma dahil gusto raw niya makausap si Superintendent Gerardo Padilla. Kasi nungalingan din to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ngayon, noong August 8, 2016, tumawag ulit si Garma sa akin para sabihin na nag-usap at nakita daw sila ni Padilla. So, ibig sabihin, kasi nungalingan din ito na nagkausap kayo at nakita kayo ni Padilla?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi nangwalingan din yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Pangatlo na yan, ha? At sinabi sa akin na, Bok, ako na ang bahala. May mga tao kami dyan sa loob. Kasi nangwalingan din yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now look, yung salaysay ni former Major Fortaleza at yung salaysay po ni Colonel Padilla ay nagkakatugma. Ibig sabihin, itong dalawang salaysay ng dalawang taong ito ay nagkakatugma. Ibig sabihin, itong dalawang ito, laban sa isa, ay naging sinungaling sila.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang magaling. Ibig sabihin na katulad ng sinabi ko the last time na ako ay nagtatanong dito, kahit ang Biblia nagsabi, when there are 2 or 3 accusations, witnesses, the accusations are established. Kahit po sa ating batas ganun. Alright. Ito po, nagtetestify laban sa inyo. Laban sa inyo. And you're telling us, nagisinungaling itong dalawang ito, laban sa kanilang sinabi, itong si Padilla, GM Garma, ay active pa at this time. Ito pong si Major Fortaleza, may kaso na. Ibig sabihin, Colonel Garma, ikaw ay nakalabas, malaya ka. Itong si Major Fortaleza, nakakulong ito. Mas magsasabi ba ng totoo ang nakakulong sa nakalaya? Tell me. August 11, tumawag uli si Garma. At tinanong ako kung pwede ko ba daw padalhan ng pagkain yung mga nahulihan ng droga sa maximum compound. Binanggit ni former Major Fortaleza kanina na naghatid siya ng pagkain. Palagay mo kaya yung paghahatid niya ng pagkain na sinabi niya, nag-isinungaling pa ito? Colonel Garma, please lang. Oo, dalawa na ang nagsasabi. Dalawa na ang nagsasabi na nagkausap kayo at tumawag ka sa kanya, ikaw nag-iisa ka lamang. Ngayon, tatanungin ko pa yung dalawa diyang PDL. 4 na yan. 4 na laban sa isa. Colonel Garma, ibig sabihin itong 4 na ito, nagsisinungaling pa ito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wow. Ngayon ito okay. Itong si Tata, sinabi niya sa kanyang affidavit dito, no? Kunin ko lang yung affidavit ito ni Tata. Sabi niya number 16, Tata, sabi mo tinan mo noong papalabas kami ng gate, narinig ko yung isang empleyado na puntahan si Fortaleza. Sabihin nyo na may dalaw siya. Pangatlo na yan, ang classmate niya na si Garma. Ang Garma na tinutukoy ay si Lieutenant Colonel Ruina Garma na sa pagkakaalam ko ay taga CIDG. Itong salaysay po na ito ni Tata, ito po ba'y pinapasinungalingan nyo rin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Kilala nyo ba si SPO4 Narsolis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong pagkakilala niyo sa kanya?
Nakasama po namin siya sa
Nakasama niyo
CIDG,
saan?
Sa CIDG 11 po noon.
Colonel ka. Ibig sabihin, ande siya sa'yo. SPO4 ka eh. Am I right?
I am...
SPO4 siya. Ikaw, Colonel.
Yes,
Ibig
sir.
sabihin, siya ay nasa ilalim mo. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, ano pong sabi dito ni Tata? Kilala ko si Lieutenant Colonel Ruina Garma na karelasyon ni Art. Totoo ba yun? Hindi.
Yes, Your Honor.
So nagkaroon ka ng relasyon kay Art.
Yes, Your Honor.
Inaamin mo yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Alright. Sapagkat yan po ang sabi ni Tata. Si Tata, kaibigan ni Art Narsolis. Am I right, Tata? Kawabata mo, si Art Narsolis.
Classmate ko po nung high school, Your Honor. Classmate ko po nung high school.
Classmate mo nung high school.
Opo.
Ito. Inamin mo na si SPO4 Narsoles ay nakarelasyon mo. Aba, matindi. Colonel ka. Si SPO4 yung nakarelasyon mo, nasa ilalim mo. Hindi ba bawal sa batas yun? Hindi ba bawal sa batas?
Wala naman.
Hindi naman bawal yun?
Ibig yan.
Ha?
Wala yun. Walang bawal.
Teka, gusto ko lang tanungin. Hindi bawal sa batas na ang colonel ng PNP ay magkaroon ng relasyon sa isang SPO4 na...
Mr. Chair,
Hindi ba bawal?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Akop.
may I ask if the Honorable Abante is asking the question to us? Or
I would like to ask a
the
question
Honorable-
to the former General, my good friend, Congressman Akop. I would like to find out because I do not even know.
Kung single naman yung Coronel at yung SPO4 single, bakit hindi ba yung pag-ibig knows no ranks? Puso ang nagsasalita? Basta walang prohibition according to law and morals.
Teka, buhay pa ba yung asawa mo at that time?
I am annulled, Your Honor.
Ho?
Annulled.
Annulled na kayo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung po bang si Narsoles, walang asawa, tata? Binata ba yung Narsoles?
Annulled.
Pop, may asawa po at mga anak po.
O, hindi bawal. May asawa siya eh. May asawa po yung SPO4 na... Alam mo ba yon, Colonel, may asawa siya? Alam mo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ibig sabihin, talagang nag-isinungaling ka dito. Kung yung relasyon mo kay SPO4 Narsoles na may asawa, nakarelasyon mo, maniniwala ba kami rito? Nagsasabi ka ng totoo? Sabihin mo sa amin. Tatlo na ang nagkakatugmang salaysay laban sa iyo. Inamin mo rin na si Art Narsoles, karelasyon mo. At sinabi rin ni Tata na may asawa yung Narsoles. Kanina tinanong ko kung bawal. Hindi bawal kung binata, ang sabi ni Congressman Akop. May asawa si Narsoles. Alam mo na may asawa. Nirelasyon mo. Alam mo ba may asawa siya? Hindi.
He's annulled already, Mr. Chair.
Annulled din ba yung asawa ni Art Narsoles? Annulled din. Alam mo ba yon? Tinatanong ko, dapat andito siya eh.
Ang alam ko lang, sir, may mga anak siya at may asawa.
May asawa at mga anak.
Hindi ko alam kung...
Ang alam mo ay annulled din yung kanilang kasal.
He's annulled, Mr. Chair.
Annulled. At that time na nagkaroon ka ng relasyon sa kanya, annulled na kayo pareho.
I am annulled and he's pending yung niya po, annulment.
Hindi pa annulled.
He's
Pending.
separated, yes.
Pending. Separated. Ibig sabihin, bawal ang ginawa mo. Hindi ka dapat nakipagrelasyon sa isang taong may asawa, whether pulis yan o hindi. Ngayon, paano kayo maniniwala dito na hindi ka nag-isinungaling? Samantalang tatlo na nagsabi na meron kang alam mo ang nangyayari. Tatlo na ang nagpatibay ng kadalang salaysay. Tatlo laban sa isa. At hindi lang yan, kundi yung relasyon mo kay Narsoles, hindi po tama yan. Now, tell us right now. Should we believe you? Okay? Sa Quadcom na ito? O kaya naman talagang gusto mo nang sabihin na totoo ang sinabi ng mga taong ito? Sabihin mo ng totoo.
Mr. Chair, I stand with what
Ano yun?
I stand with what I said.
You stand with what you say.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Is it because this is not a court and that you're under oath and being under oath that you could be able to insult this Quadcom because this is at a court and you still say, I stand with what I say, when there are three people here who are actually standing in their own oath, Colonel Garma, about what they said?
Mr. Chair, I respect this honorable Quad Committee, Mr. Chair.
I would like to find out from former Major Fortaleza, what can he say about this?
Actually, Your Honor, yung sinasabi na nag-usap kami sa phone, totoo po yun. dahil we've exchanged numbers before sila umalis ng mga classmates ko. Nag-exchange number po kami before sila umalis.
O yan. Totoo
And,
po o hindi, Colonel Garma?
No, Mr. Chair.
Walang exchange numbers.
No, Mr. Chair.
Meron po, Mr. Chair.
Colonel Padilla, ano po masasabi ninyo sa sinasabi ni Major Fortaleza at ang sinasabi ni Colonel Garma?
Base lang po sa pag-uusap nilang dalawa, dahil pinasa ni Jimmy Fortaleza yung cellphone sa akin, so ibig sabihin, mayroon po silang contact.
Nagkausap kayo ni Colonel Garma?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Sa cellphone
Pakiulit nyo nga po ang sinabi ni Colonel Garma sa inyo nung nagkausap kayo?
Nung sinabi po niya sa akin na mayroon silang operation na gagawin at may tao silang gagawa sa loob at huwag ka nang makialam at mananagot ka sa amin.
Ayan. Yung po ba'y pinapasinungalingan nyo rin, Colonel Garma? Sa salaysay ni Colonel Padilla?
Yes,
Hindi
Mr.
rin tama yung sinabi niya.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Tata, nung kinausap ka ni Major Fortaleza tungkol sa sinabi ni Colonel Garma, nangyari ba yon? Totoo ba yon sa laysay na binigay mo?
Opo, Your Honor.
Ayun. 3 laban sa 1, Colonel Garma. Na wala po tayong kinakampihan dito. Oo. Hindi po personalan to, Colonel Garma. Trabaho lamang po ito. Trabaho po namin ito. Sapagkat kinakailangan malaman namin ang buong totoo upang kami makagawa na mas magandang mga batas tungkol dito para hindi na mangyari ang nangyari pa sa war on drugs. Tama ho ba ako, Colonel Garma? Ikaw din ang nagsabi. Ikaw din ang nagsabi na hindi ka masyadong, tawag doon, hindi masyado ang support mo sa war on drugs ng dating Pangulo. Sinabi mo yung kanina, di ba? Did I hear you say that?
I'm referring to the program, Mr. Chair.
Yes. What is the program? Program is war on drugs, am I right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, pero marami pa kasing component yung program.
Kanina, ang sabi mo, when we asked Colonel Leonardo, and Colonel Leonardo said that he is in full support and that he believed that the war on drugs is a success. And then afterwards, you were asked and you said no.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So you do not believe that to be a success?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Well, that's good. Oo. So at that time, you might be telling the truth. But listen, these 3 people against you, Colonel Garma, nagkakatagtugma ang kanilang salaysay. You still maintain that they are lying and that you are the only one telling the truth here, Colonel Garma?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, yun lamang po ang aking mga katanungan. Maraming salamat. Thank you, GM Garma, for answering those questions.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. The next to interpolate is Congressman Busita. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I proceed to Colonel Espinido, Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colonel Espinido, pumasok ka sa PNP service noong 1996, tama ba?
Yes po, Your Honors, Mr. Chair.
Kailan ka na-assign or nag-engage sa intelligence and operations?
Nung ma-assign ako sa Region 8 from Region 7,
Marirecall mo ba kung anong year?
2000, Your Honors, Mr. Chair.
2000.
1999, 2000 sa PAOK TF.
Galing nito.
So, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, more than 20 years ka na sa intelligence and operations, right?
Ganon, yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Kailan ka na-engage sa anti-illegal drugs?
Under ako ng KANO, City Anti-Narcotics Unit, 2001, 2002.
So, more than 20 years ka na rin sa anti-illegal drugs, tama?
Hindi 20 years kasi sa Regional Intelligence Investigation ako Division, Your Honors. Specifically, pag sa KANO, 3 taon lang sa KANO.
Yes, okay. During the previous hearing, tama ba yung nadinig ko, Mr. Chair, na nabanggit ni Colonel Espinido, kung ayaw ng Chief PNP ang illegal drugs, walang illegal drugs. Tama ba?
Yes.
Thank you.
Big yes, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ano ang nagtulak sa'yo para sabihin ito?
That is my personal experience, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. Based naman sa area na assign ko sa bayan ng Gandara, San Miguel, Albuera, at saka sa Uzamis.
Okay. Mr. Chair, naniniwala ka ba na alam ito ng maraming PNP personnel, pero ikaw lamang ang naglakas loob na expose ito?
Mayroon nakaalam, mostly, Your Honors, mga classmate ko. At saka sa Region 8, alam nila na yun mga nangyari sa akin, Your Honors.
Kung nabanggit mo yan, na kung ayaw ng Chief PNP ang illegal drugs, walang illegal drugs, pwede rin ba nating sabihin na kung ayaw ng Chief PNP ang illegal gamblings, kasama ang illegal pogos, walang illegal na ganito?
Yes, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Referring to your affidavit, paragraph 34, page 6, nabanggit po ninyo na from my experience, I can say that the PNP is the biggest crime group in this country. Tama ba, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honors, but I made repeatedly explain and expound the last Quad Committee hearing, Your Honors.
Yes. Ano ang nagtulak sa'yo para sabihin to?
Your Honors, I have supposedly reply for the controversial issue last hearing, but that is your question. I'm not yet read my reply, Your Honors, but to tell you, I can say that because of also my experience.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Colonel Espinido, Mr. Chair, sinabi mo ba ito na the biggest crime group sa ating bansa ay ang PNP dahil may mga personnel ng PNP na involved sa illegal drugs? Yes or no?
Yes.
Sinabi mo rin ba ito, Mr. Chair, dahil may PNP personnel na involved sa illegal gamblings? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sinabi mo rin ba ito dahil may mga involved na PNP personnel sa kidnappings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sinabi rin mo ba ito dahil may mga PNP personnel na nasasangkot sa killings or EJK? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about robbery holdup?
We can attest to that, Your Honors, because when the time my last time here in 28 August 29, there is a news that there is a robbery hold-up happened in Bataan with the 7 police officer involved.
Yes, I agree with you. How about, na-assign ka sa Mindanao?
Yes, Your Honor. Region 11.
Sa pagkakaalam mo, mayroon bang human trafficking na nangyayari within Mindanao?
I cannot really give you the exact answer, Your Honor, because just only a hearing or a report that there is but a documentation.
Yes. So you mean, may nadidinig ka?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Gusto ko lang i-clarify, Mr. Chair, kay Colonel Espinido. Kasi, para malinawan ng taong bayan. And of course, malinawan ng PNP personnel. Kung pagbabasihan ko yung ating conversation, this hearing, tama bang sabihin na may mga personnel sa PNP na kriminal? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Pero, hindi lahat ng personnel sa PNP ay kriminal.
Yes, Your Honor.
In terms of percentage, malaking porsyento ng PNP personnel ang kriminal o hindi?
60-40, Your Honor.
Ano ang 60%?
60 ang mabait. 40 ang masama.
I agree with you na may mga involved, pero hindi ako agree sa'yo na 60-40. Sorry.
Yes.
Meron ka ba, Colonel Espinido, na siyempre, pagkita mo yung problema, especially you, more than 20 years sa PNP, nakikita mo yung problema, di ba? Okay. Meron ka bang idea para ma-resolve or ma-address ito na kung saan sinasabi mo na maraming kriminal sa loob ng PNP?
We have, Your Honors.
Pwede po ba, Mr. Chair, madinig kung ano yung mga idea ni Colonel Espinido na pwedeng gawin ng PNP to address this problem? Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, number 1, we must stick to the core values of the PNP. Dapat ang pulis. It refers to 4 aims. Makadiyos, God-fearing, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa. Remember, Your Honors, when I applied for police or public basic recruit course as a PO1, sa pag-umpisa pa lang sa training, turuan ka na ng enlisted instructor mo na mag-utang. Tinawag na issuematic. Hanggang matapos ka sa pag-training mo, utang, loan, utang. Tinuruan ka na hindi ka magbayad sa utang mo kasi wala ka ng pera, wala ka ng sweldo, wala ka ng sahod. Kasi ang gusto din ng PO1 na hindi siya pagtripan ng mga enlisted instructor, kung ano-ano na lang ang gusto ng mga enlisted instructor, sang-ayon ang PO1. Diyan pa lang sa training center, Your Honor, hindi mo na makikita na makadiyos ang polis. Pangalawa, dapat masali sa subject ng PPEC. Yung talagang prinsipyo na may Panginoon. Your Honors, involvement of concubinage and adultery sa law enforcer ang dami. Lawbreaker, law enforcer, lawbreaker. Kaya hindi, paano natin masolba ng problema when in fact in the police station and training center mismo may tungit. Illegal gambling. Ang nag-umpisa ang mga senior officers. That's why I can say, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, that if we need to change the total PNP, the member of the PNP, it must be from the general down the line, not from the P1 up to the general. Yun ang nakikita ko, Your Honors, dapat talaga iisabuhay yung pro-God, yung God-fearing, para makita mo ang commitment ng isang law enforcer na hindi takot mag-implement kasi ang katakutan lang niya ang Panginoon. Your Honors.
Mr. Chair, yung nabanggit ni Colonel Espinido, the first two for core values ng PNP, which is makadiyos at makatao. Balikan ko lang yung nabanggit mo na kung ayaw ng Chief PNP ang illegal drugs, walang illegal drugs. Kung
Yes.
ayaw ng Chief PNP ang illegal gamblings, walang illegal gamblings.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tanong, may idea ka pa ba kung itong makadiyos at makatao ay sabi-sabi lamang? Is there any option para ma-address yung problema?
Number one, Your Honors, yung personal commitment mo sa trabaho, mahalin mo yung trabaho, at saka sundin mo yung utos ng Panginoon because we all know that the laws of the land is refer to the Ten Commandments, the law of God. So, kung isasabuhay mo yung batas na yon, magsasabi tayo na totoo kang nagtrabaho na may Panginoon kasi hindi ka takot at saka alam mo kung anong batas na ipapairal o i-implement mo, enforce mo kasi yun na sinasabuhay mo yung training mo, you love your training, you love your organization because you love first your God, Your Honor.
Are you aware, Colonel Espinido, na mayroon chaplain service sa PNP?
Yes, Your Honor.
Gusto mo bang sabihin na parang kulang yung kanilang trabaho?
Yes. Ang laking kulang, Your Honors, when in fact I have a picture, document in my chapel of Region 8, Police Regional Office 8. Makikita mo, Your Honors, ang kaibahan. Ang 10 Commandments na sa Exodus chapter 20, verse 3 to 17, iniba na. Iniba na ang 10 Commandments na nilagay sa harap ng chapel. So, doon pa, lawbreaker na ang pulis. But iniba na ang 10 Commandments na binigay ng Panginoon sa Exodus 20, 3 to 17. Specific yon from 1 to 4, love your God. From 5 to 10, love your neighbor as you love yourself. So doon nag-umpisa na. Nasa loob pa, may violation na, disobedient of the law. Ang kapulisan natin. Sa Pro 8, Your Honor, I can see to that.
Going back, so dapat tama ang ilalagay na Chief PNP.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, to proceed, Mr. Chair, in your previous assignments, naniniwala ka ba, Colonel Espinido, na kung bakit sinasabing maraming biktima sa EJK is dahil sa quota system ng PNP, sa accomplishment?
Siguro, Your Honor.
Dagdag pa dito yung reward system?
Siguro, Your Honor.
Would you believe also na yung resulta nito ay nagsimula din doon sa parameters ng UPER, ng PNP, Unit Performance Evaluation Rating?
Yes, Your Honor.
Na kung saan ang itinuturing ng PNP na the best units, the best officers, yung maraming operational accomplishments at hindi yung peace and order situation sa respective area of responsibility nila. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Lilinawin ko lang, base sa performance evaluation rating na pinipatupad ng PNP, mas binibigyan nila ng importance yung maraming accomplishments sa operations.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi yung peace and order situation sa kanilang respective area of responsibility. Tama?
Big yes, Your Honor.
And to clarify this issue, Mr. Chair, kapag chief of police ka ng isang city, peaceful, hindi rampant ang illegal drugs, hindi rampant ang illegal gamblings, no robbery hold-up, no kidnappings, peaceful ang area mo, hindi ka magiging best unit. Tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, would you agree na isa sa dapat bigyan ng atensyon ng PNP itong performance evaluation rating system nila?
Yes, Your Honor.
Na mas pahalagan yung peace and order situation ng bawat area of responsibility, hindi ang padamihan ng accomplishments?
Yun ang dapat, Your Honor.
More than 20 years ka sa service, would you agree that there are officers na may tinatawag na players
Yes, Your Honor.
para gumawa ng accomplishment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. PNP Drug Enforcement Group. In your own opinion, nung ginawa ba ito, nakatulong sa anti-illegal drugs operation ng PNP o nagpalala?
Palala, Your Honor, sa akin.
Would you agree na kaya nagpalala mismong doon sa organization, sila na yung nakipaglaro sa illegal drugs? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Dahil sila ay merong authority, tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
May personnel,
Yes, Your Honor.
may intelligence,
Yes, Your Honor.
may operational capability,
Yes, Your Honor.
may logistics,
Yes, Your Honor.
may community engagement.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sumasangayon ka ba na dapat walang PIDEG sa PNP
Yes, Your Honor.
para huwag lumakas yung illegal drugs in our country?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sumasangayon ka ba, Colonel Espinido, na mas magiging maganda ang kampanya against illegal drugs kung merong composite group, personnel from AFP, NBI, BID, and PNP to support the PIDEA? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa ibang involvement ng ibang PNP personnel on illegal activities or criminal activities, naniniwala ka ba, Colonel Espinido, na mapapalakas ang kampanya against criminality kung mayroong composite group na titingin sa PNP? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kindly wrap up.
Yes,
Congressman Busita.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, naitanong ko lamang po ito kay Colonel Espinido kasi naniniwala po ako na talagang, to be honest with you, Colonel Espinido, every time na nakikita kitang nagpre-preach ka, nangangaral ka, may pagdududa ako sa iyo. Pero nung in-expose mo ito, humanga ako sa iyo, saludo ako sa iyo. Ang tapang mo. At naniniwala ako sa iyo, yung pananampalataya mo sa Panginoon nating Diyos ang nagtulak sa iyo para maging matapang. Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Congratulations, Colonel Espinido. Thank you.
Praise the Lord.
Mr. Chair, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Busita. The chair is in receipt of a letter from Colonel Espinido asking him to be given a time to read a statement that he wished to make. So we will give you 5 minutes, Colonel Espinido. You may read the statement that you prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the book of Luke 3:14, Lucas 3:14, New International Version, I quote, "Then some soldiers asked him, 'And what should we do?' He replied, 'Don't extort money and don't accuse people falsely. Be content with your pay.'" In Tagalog translation, may mga sundalo ring nagtanong sa kanya, kami naman po, ano ang dapat naming gawin? At sinagot niya sila, huwag kayong mangingikil sa mga tao at huwag kayong magpaparatang ng hindi totoo. Makontinto kayo sa mga sahod ninyo. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Nais ko pong linawin ang aking naging pahayag sa Quad Committee kung saan sinabi ko na ang PNP ang pinakamalaking sindikato ng krimen sa ating bansa. Dapat ipaliwanag ang pagkakaiba sa pagitan ng PNP bilang isang institusyon at ng mga eskalawag sa loob ng PNP. I repeatedly expound in my last Quad Committee hearing. Mahal ko ang PNP. I love the PNP organization na aking pinagsilbihan sa loob ng 28 taon, 28 years. Kaya't nagpakasakripisyo ako. Ang aking serbisyo sa organisasyon ay ang kabuhayan ng aking pamilya. Humingi ako ng paumanhin kung ang aking pahayag noong ika-28 ng August 2024 ay nagdulot ng kontrobersiya dahil sa maling interpretasyon. Ang layunin ko sa pagtistigo sa harap ng Kongreso ay hindi upang ilagay sa kahihiyan ang organisasyon, kundi ipaalala sa mga nagsisilbi, mga opisyal at mga hindi opisyal ang kanilang sinumpaang tungkulin na maglingkod ng may sigasig, dignidad at integridad. Humingi din ako ng paumanhin sa mga opisyal na nagsilbi ng may sigasig at pagmamahal sa mga retiradong empleyado ng PNP na nagkaroon ng lakas ng loob na magsalita para sa tama at sa kanilang mga pamilya. Nais kong bigyang diin na hindi ko kailanman intensyon na magduda o magdulot ng pinsala sa dangal ng Philippine National Police. Bilang isang organisasyon, lalo na't ako'y nagsisikap na mamuhay ayon sa mga marangal na prinsipyo na kanilang kinakatawan. Ayon sa aking paglilinaw, sa panahon ng aking pagtistigo sa nasabing pagdinig, ang tinutukoy ko ay ang mga kasapi nito na nag-abuso sa kanilang autoridad at impluwensya sa anyo ng papapatupad ng batas na nagbibigay daan sa patuloy na paglaganap ng droga sa bansa na humahadlang sa pag-unlad ng ating bansa at sumisira sa tiwala ng publiko sa atin, mga nakasuot ng uniforme. Nang buong katapatan, hindi ko layunin akusahan ang mismong institusyon bilang isang sindikato, kundi ang mga aktibong miyembro nito na pinili ang ilagay ang institusyon sa masamang liwanag. Sila ang kumikita sa pamamagitan ng pagprotekta sa interes ng mga kriminal, imbis na ipagtanggol at protektahan ang bansa at ang ating mamamayan na dapat nating paglingkuran at protektahan. Sila ang bumubuo ng sindikato sa loob ng PNP. 4 lang na halimbawa ko sa lahat na ang member ng PNP na magsasabi ako na nandyan ang pinakamalaking organisasyon ng criminal groups. Number 1, 2013, sino ang involved na nangyari ang Ninja Cups? PNP. ABS-CBN itself is the one. Kung natandaan natin yan, ang Ninja Cups, saan yun galing? Pangalawa, yung Korean businessman na kinidnap, pinatay sa loob ng Kampo Krami. Sino naman ang involved? That is PNP EIDG, Anti-Illegal Drugs Group. Member ng PNP, sabihan ko na lang member ng PNP kasi allergy ang PNP kung hindi natin nilagyan ng PNP, members. Pangatlo, yung covered up, 6.7 million. Sino ang involved? Ang PNP, pidig na naman. Member. Pang-apat, hindi lang tagal, nagsalita ako dito 28 ng August, pagka 29, may robbery hold up na nangyari. Sino naman ang involved? Alam naman natin mga kapulisan na sa atin ang problema. Hindi sa civilian, hindi sa politiko. I do believe that because ang lahat ng assignment ko, hindi ko kaibigan ang mayor. Pero makita mo ang trabaho ng isang totoong kawal o isang totoong pulis. Hindi naman nagmamayabang mga kasama ko. Ang problema sa atin, kung magtrabaho tayo ng totoo, sabihan na hambugiro, nagpapasip-sip. Saan tayo magpunta ang pulis? In Hebrews 13, verses 5 to 6, nagsasabi dito, iwasan nyo ang pagiging sakim sa salapi. Maging kontento kayo sa anumang nasa inyo, sapagkat sinabi ng Diyos, hindi ko kayo iiwan o pababayaan man. Verse 6, kaya buong pagtitiwalang masasabi natin, ang Panginoon ang tumutulong sa akin, kaya hindi ako matatakot. Ano ang magagawa ng tao laban sa akin? Lubos kong naunawaan ang saloobin at pagkabigo ng aking mga kapwa PNP na opisyal at membro, at ako'y taos-pusong humihingi ng tawad. Umaasa ako sa institusyon na tingnan ang aking pananaw sa mabuting paraan at kumilos ng masigasig laban sa mga kriminal na elemento sa loob ng organisasyon. Hinamon ko ang aking mga kapwa na kasuot ng uniforme na magkaisa at gamitin ang pagkakataong ito upang tukuyin ang mga gumagamit sa ating mahal na organisasyon para sa kanilang sariling kapakinabangan sa kapinsalaan ng buhay ng mga Pilipino, lalo na ang mga nasalaylayan ng lipunan, at alisin sila mula sa PNP ng tuluyan. Ilang linggo na lang bago ang aking pagreretiro, sa kalooban ng Diyos, if God's will, ako'y nanalangin na maalala bilang pinakamalaking tagapag-ambag sa pagbabago, pag-alis ng mansa sa imahe, at sa pagbabalik ng kaluwalhatian at dangal ng PNP. I say to this, pro-God government with God-fearing PNP. And lastly, in Matthew chapter 12, verse 30, clear word version, Jesus said, if you are not with me in my work, you have set yourself against me. If you are not gathering with me, you are scattering. In Tagalog translation, ang hindi kampi sa akin ay laban sa akin, at ang hindi tumutulong sa aking pagtitipon ay nagkakalat, ang salita ng Diyos. 1 John chapter 1, verse 8, if we claim to be without sin, we deceive ourselves and the truth is not in us. Kung sinasabi natin na wala tayong kasalanan, dinadaya natin ang ating sarili at wala sa atin ang katotohanan. Last verse in the book of Ecclesiastes chapter 12 verse 14. God is going to judge everything we do, whether good or bad, even things done in secret. Thank you and good afternoon, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. To God be all the glory.
Okay, thank you, Colonel Espinido.
Mr. Chair,
The next to interpret is Congressman Dagook. But
I just
with
would like
this
to-
indulgence,
yeah.
Congressman Abante, you may proceed.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to ask Colonel Espinido, kayo po ang naging station commander sa Calbiga, Samar, am I right?
Gandara, Samar, Your
Opo.
Honor, Mr. Chair.
Sino po naglagay sa inyo ron as station commander?
Yung regional director ko, Your Honor, in the person of Brigadier General Ray Lanyada.
And then kayo po ay naging station commander sa Misamis.
Right after sa Gandara, Samar, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, naghipi ako ng San Miguel, Leyte, before Yolanda,
Okay.
for 6 months.
Kay San Miguel Leyte po kayo. Sino
Yes.
po naglagay sa inyo ron?
Yung regional director ko pa rin.
Doon
Your
po
Honor.
naman sa Osamis. Nung kayo ay naging...
Ang Chief PNP mismo, Your Honor.
Ang Chief PNP mismo.
Oh,
Sino
yes.
po yung Chief PNP?
Senator Bato na ngayon, Your Honor.
Okay. Ito po bang pagkakalagay sa inyo sa Osamis ay mayroong basbas ng Pangulo ng Pilipinas, ng dating Pangulo?
Nung una, Your Honor, I talked directly to the Chief PNP, General Bato de la Rosa. Then, right after, yung presidente na mismo ang
Okay.
kausap ko.
So mayroon pong basbas ng Pangulo yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
So ibig sabihin, hindi kayo pwedeng ilagay na station commander ng anumang, especially, yan pa nga, hindi katulad ng Cebu City yan eh.
Yes.
O ng Davao City. Di ba?
Yes,
Nang walang basbas ang Pangulo. Meron palaging basbas ang Pangulo. Am I right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So gusto ko lang sabihin, Mr. Chair, na hindi ka pwede maging station commander ng Cebu City at ng Davao City na walang basbas ang Pangulo ng Pilipinas. Yun lang po.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Next to interpolate is Congressman Dagook. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At last, I would just like to manifest before I interpolate that I am in agreement with all the biblical passage being read by Colonel Espinido. I just want to add, try to see Sirach 31:5, Sirach chapter 31, verse 5, to fully support all the biblical passages that you have read. Now, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask Major Jamie Portalisa, sinabi mo kanina na yung kasing mga katanungan ko na pinaghirapan kong aralin ang mga affidavit ay naitanong na lahat. So, itanong ko na lang kay Major Portalisa, sinabi mo kanina nung bumisita sila Colonel Royena Garma sa iyo, kasama yung dalawa pa ninyong kaklase sa PNPA, ay nag-exchange number kayo. Tama po ba yung narinig ko kanina?
Your Honor, kami lang po ni Colonel Garma yung nag-exchange numbers.
Kayo lang ni Colonel Garma. So, nandyan pa po ba ngayon sa posisyon mo yung cellphone na gamit mo noong 2016, noong nag-exchange number kayo?
Wala na po, Your Honor.
Kung wala na po yung cellphone na yon, natatandaan mo po ba, Mr. Chair, yung number ni Colonel Garma?
Hindi na po, Your Honor.
Hindi mo na natandaan?
Hindi na po.
Mas maganda sana kasi kung natandaan mo yon, really to support your claim na nagkaroon kayo ng pagpapalitan ng numero. So, to Colonel Espinido, hindi ko kasi natapos yung mga katanungan ko noong unang nag-interpellate ako sa iyo just to yield to other members. Hindi ko tinapos yung oras ko. But I really believe, I have manifested this before, kung ano yung mga sinasabi mo kasi nakikita ko sa pagsasalita mo at saka sa yung facial expression mo. May tanong ko lang, I have already established this noong unang pagtatanong ko sa iyo na talagang si General Bato, yung General De La Rosa yung kausap mo sa telepono at na-validate mo yon nung nagkita kayo personal sa krami, nung nag-report ka na siya yung nag-order na sagot mo na yon. Now, mayroon ka pang isang sinabi dito sa paragraph 4 na hindi ko na tanong na nung tinawagan ka ni former Chief PNP De La Rosa, sinabi niya na you are the only one capable of disbanding the Kerwin Espinosa drug group operating in the area of Albuera. Tama po ba yon?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Bakit po nasabi yun sa'yo ni former Chief PNP Bato? Mayroon ka bang previous accomplishments na kagaya nung disbanding of criminal elements na nalaman ni General Bato?
Yes, Your Honors, nung reference niya, number one, yung sa kay Espinosa, Mayor Espinosa, na nangyari na na-disband for 18 days lang, almost 1 month. Your Honor.
Pero Mr. Chair, no, itong paragraph 4 kasi, hindi ka pa na-assign sa Albuera nito. Ito yung unang pagkakataon na nung nakaupo si former President Duterte, tinawagan ka ni former Chief PNP Bato na i-assign ka sa Albuera. Kasi sinabi niya, nung tumawag siya na you are the only one capable of disbanding the Kerwin Espinosa drug group operating from that area. Kaya naitanong ko, mayroon ka na bang former accomplishments or mga karanasan disbanding criminal groups?
Yes, Your Honor, when in fact, my promotion, I've got 2 meritorious promotion, Your Honor. 4 sana, pero hindi natuloy yung 2. So, yung mga tao mismo sa area na nakausap ni former Chief PNP Bato de la Rosa, ang nag-request, kasi sa totoo lang, Your Honors, hindi naman maging magyabang tayo, pero yun man ang totoo talaga, na tayo lang ang kinakatakutan ni Kerwin Espinosa sa Leyte.
Baka masabi mo na yung galit ako. Ganito talaga ako magsalita. Ganito talaga, malakas ang boses ko. Hindi ako gumagamit ng microphone pag mag-meeting kami sa opisina. Dito sa paragraph 8, Colonel, sinabi mo dito na mayroon kang ledger o logbook, no, na hawak implicating police officials. Doon sa second to the last sentence, mayroon kang sinabi na mayroong gustong ipadelete sa logbook. Gusto niyang ipadelete sa logbook yung mga pangalan. Kasi nasa payout sila, no, nung mga high-ranking police officials. Sinabi mo dito, I did not allow the deletion of names from the logbook. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang katanungan ko, Mr. Chair, sino po yung nag-utos sa'yo na i-delete yung mga pangalan sa logbook?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, can you allow me not to answer that question? It may be answer in executive session, Your Honors.
Pero, buhay pa ba yung taong yon? Buhay pa?
Buhay pa sila, Your Honor.
Nasa active service pa ba ng PNP yung taong nag-utos sa'yo na i-delete?
Mga retired na, Your Honors.
Retired na. Okay, hindi ko na lang ipilit yun, no? Dito sa paragraph 9, may mga nabanggit ka dito na mga witnesses. Ganon din po ba ang isagot nyo kung tatanungin ko kung sino yung mga witnesses na to?
Yes, Your Honors.
Pero hindi mo pwedeng isulat. In the absence of executive session, can you write the names of these persons para at maibigay sa presiding? Number 1, yung nag-utos sa'yo na i-delete yung mga pangalan. At number 2, yung mga pangalan ng mga witnesses na tinutukoy mo sa paragraph 9.
Your Honors, mas mabuti sana kung sa executive session. Kung pwede lang, Your Honors.
dito sa paragraph 16, sinabi mo na naniniwala ka na involved si former Chief PNP De La Rosa doon sa pawalang sala or pag-dismiss sa mga kaso na pinail mo against nila Kerwin. Paano mo nasabi na yung dismissal ng mga kaso na yon ay dahil sa involvement ng inyong former Chief PNP?
Your Honors, maraming mga natanggap ko na mga magsabi, lalo na yung mga regional director ng RIAS, Regional Internal Affairs Service, na may instruction galing from the Chief PNP na lahat ng mga na-involve sa ganon mga patayan, i-exonerate. Your Honors.
Yun bang mga tinutukoy mo na nag-release sa'yo na exonerate yung mga involved sa mga patayan ay active members pa ng PNP ngayon?
Mayroon active, Your Honors.
Mayroon na rin nag-retire.
Retired, Your Honors.
So, galing sa kanila, nirelease sa'yo na itong mga tao na to na sa palagay ninyo ay dapat makasuhan ay ipa-exonerate.
Yes, Your Honor. At saka tayo nag-file din ng complaint, Your Honor, sa Albuera. 10 uniform force, personnel sa National Internal Affairs Service or NIAS at saka 23 uniform personnel sa Regional Internal Affairs Service sa RIAS. Pero sa pag-alam ko, Your Honors, exonerate halos sila lahat.
So, dahil doon, ikaw ay naniniwala na totoo yung mga sinabi ng mga higher officers na nagsabi sa iyo na exonerate sila na yung utos na yan ay galing sa Chief PNP.
Yes, Your Honor. True. Sa Regional Director mismo ng Region 8, Your Honors, when he gave a result from his investigation, lahat natanong niya yung mga witnesses natin at saka nirecommend niya for dismissal from service. Pero yun man lang ang magdesisyon, ang Regional Director, pinakataas ang Chief PNP, Your Honors.
Yung regional director na yon ay active service pa o
retired
Retired
Your
na.
Honors.
Colonel, ano po ba ang kaibahan ng executive para sa iyo? Ano po ba ang kaibahan ng executive session at saka isulat mo yung mga pangalan na hinihingi ng representasyon na to? Kasi napaka-importante po yon. Para at least, kasi ang krusada mo po kasi, malinis yung PNP na pinagsisilbihan mo ng 28 years. At nandyan ka na sa punto na hindi lang step 1 yung ginagawa mo. Para sa akin, kung hanggang step 10 yung malinis natin, nasa step 6 ka na. So, ano po ba ang kaibahan nung executive session na hinihingi mo at isulat lang yung mga pangalan na tinatanong ng representasyong ito?
Your Honors, ang kaibahan, number 1, kung dito natin i-mention yan,
hindi i-mention. Hindi ko naman sinasabi na i-mention mo dahil naintindihan ko yung posisyon mo. Kaya lang, napaka-importante po yung mga pangalan ng mga tao na yon. At least ma-aware kami na mga mambabatas, no? Dahil yung mga high-ranking officials na yan, dumadaan po yan sa Commission on Appointments sa CA. This is in aid of legislation. Kaya magagamit namin yung mga impormasyon na yon sa paggawa ng batas. Baka maamindahan natin yung mga batas na tatamaan doon sa mga recommendations ng committee na to. Hindi ko sinasabi na sabihin mo. Kaya, ang sinasabi ko lang, pwede mo bang isulat? Kaya tinanong kita, anong kaibahan ng executive session at saka isulat? Kasi sa isulat, ganun din naman eh. Ang sabi ko nga, i-submit mo lang sa presiding. Hindi ko nga sinabi na ibigay sa akin eh. I-submit sa presiding for the committee's consumption na makita namin bakit ito mga tao na to ay ganito at bakit nagiging ganyan sila doon sa mga lower ranking official para mapag-aralan natin yung promosyon, for me, no? Yung promosyon ng mga yung method of promoting these PNP officials. Kasi krusada mo yan at I would like to manifest for the record na I am one with you. I am one with you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Pwede mo bang isulat yan at mai-submit sa presiding chair?
I agree to that, Your Honors, na isulat, but give us an assurance also that you, the legislators, knows about the names that I want to give you this committee hearing, Your Honors.
Mr. Chair, the resource person is asking a commitment, an assurance from the committee that the names of these high-ranking officials na tinutukoy niya sa kanyang mga affidavit ay isulat niya at tayo lang ang makakaalam for committee's consumption to aid us in our committee report recommendation in aid of legislation. Can the chair assured Colonel Espinido on that?
Yes, in fact, we are in the process of studying whether the Colonel Espinido would be eligible to become a state witness, and the OJ is presently looking into that. And the committee will definitely recommend in its committee report those witnesses who have appeared before this committee to be given immunity as well, or if they are eligible to become part of the witness protection program of the Department of Justice.
Mr. Chair, linawin ko lang, ang hinihingi ko ay isulat ni Colonel Espinido yung mga pangalan na tinatanong ko instead of having an executive session. At he's willing, provided the committee will assure him na that is only for the consumption of the committee in aid of legislation. Hindi natin i-divulge. Can the chair of the Quadcom commit on that to Colonel Espinido?
Well, yes, we can ask him to do that. But if the document that he will submit to us will be included in our committee report, therefore it will become a public record.
That is not a document, Mr. Chair, that I am asking. Names of high-ranking officials na, number one, yung nag-utos na huwag i-delete, yung nag-utos na i-delete itong mga pangalan na to doon sa lagbok na hawak niya, at yung mga witnesses, at yung mga high-ranking officials na nag-utos sa kanya na ito ay huwag kasuhan. I-dismiss itong mga kaso nila, which is supposed to be makasuhan yon. Mga pangalan lang, not a document.
Well, as I stated earlier, if we receive this list of names from Colonel Espinido and we feel, the committee feels that these people must be held liable, then we will have to include that in our committee report. And if it's included in our committee report, that will now become a public record, and it will be accessible to anyone who wants to see the names of those officers who have been listed by Colonel Espinido. Perhaps what we can do is that we ask Colonel Espinido to submit the names to us, and if we feel that this must be included in our committee report, we will have to inform him that the names that you have given us will now be part of the records of the Quadcom.
I understand the position of the chair. But Colonel, again, it is your crusade to cleanse the PNP organization from iskalawags. And I would like to reiterate my manifestation also that I am with you. Pareho tayo ng direksyon. Kaya kung maaari, maibigay mo yung mga pangalan na yon. Anyway, dapat lang naman makasuhan yung dapat makasuhan. Kasi as of now, hindi sila nanagot. It is a crime. Alam mo yung obstruction of justice yun. Kaya I agree. I think the position of the chair is fair to Colonel Espinido. Anyway, mga pangalan lang naman yung isulat mo. Then, yung dapat lang naman makasuhan na mayroon tayong in the case of the prosecution na sa tingin natin it will hold water, yun lang naman at ipaalam naman sa iyo. So, can you submit that list to the chair?
I will consider that, Your Honors, and I will refer to the chairman of this Quad Committee, Your Honor.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I am supposedly interpolating Colonel Garma, Mr. Chair, but based on what I have heard in the previous interpellators, I will no longer interpellate him, but I would just like to manifest that I am supporting the conclusion of the chairman of the Committee on Human Rights na mayroon siyang mga tinatago, makikita ko sa kanya mga mata, at naririnig ko sa kanya mga sagot. I will no longer interpellate him, but I would just like to put on record na there is relevance in the conclusion of the chairman of the Committee on Human Rights. I don't believe to some of the answers of Colonel Karma. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Dagoc. And the last but not the least interpellator, Congressman Romy Acop. And then after the interpellation of Congressman Acop, we will give time to our resource persons to say whatever they want to say before the committee. So, Congressman Acop, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Napakahirap po yung huli dahil kagaya ni Honorable Dagoc, natanong na po ang karamihan ng mga katanungan. But be that as it may, kailangan gampanan natin yung ating obligasyon. Colonel Garma, ang sabi po nyo kanina, nag-retire kayo ng June.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and you announced that in a flag ceremony that you are going to avail of early retirement. That was in June 22, 2019, para ma-refresh yung memory mo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And after your retirement, on June 24, 2019, former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte appointed you as PCO General Manager. So yung mga sinasabi mong kasagutan at saka dates, those were wrong. Kasi baka naku-confuse mo yung pag-announce ng inyong appointment kaysa dun sa assumption. Di po ba?
Yes, maybe.
On record,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
you announced in a flag ceremony that you are availing of early retirement. That was in June 22, 2019. And 2 days thereafter, former President Rodrigo Duterte announced your appointment as PCSO General Manager. Ganun kakalakas. May I know from Colonel Leonardo and Colonel Garma, if you held a meeting in Davao in June 28 of 2016,
If I may, Mr.
yeah,
Chair.
kayong dalawang tinatanong ko eh.
No, Mr. Chair.
No. You did not have a meeting with your former classmates, class of 96 of the Philippine National Police Academy. Remember, you are under oath, ha?
On that very day, Mr. Chair.
Ano?
Same day, Mr. Chair.
PNPA classmate mo,
Opo, Mr.
class
Chair.
of 1996.
May I be clarified, Mr.
Nagkaroon
Chair?
kayo ng meeting doon sa Davao last June 28, 2016. Yes or no?
Nagkita-kita po kami, Mr. Chair. Meron pong naalala ko na
Kung
nagkita-kita kami.
nagkita-kita kayo, nag-meeting po ba kayo? Yun ang tanong ko eh. Pakisagot lang po ng yes or no.
No, Mr. Chair.
You did not meet with your classmates.
Mr. Chair, hindi po kami nag-meeting.
Nagkita-kita lang kayo.
Opo. Ang ibig ko sabihin,
Yung mga
Mr. Chair,
classmates mo, galing sa iba't ibang lugar, nagkita-kita kayo doon.
Opo,
I
nagkita-kita
think is
po.
your answer. Tama?
Nagkita-kita po kami, Mr. Chair.
Umiiwas ka kaagad, iho eh. Pares lang tayong galing sa CIDG. Di ba? Pero ako naging hepe, ikaw hindi. Yes. Colonel Garma, would that be true also that you met with your classmates, members of Class 97, in
Yes,
Davao
Mr.
City on June
Yes.
28, 2016?
I'm not sure of the date, Mr. Chair, but there was a meeting. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, there was a meeting. Okay, I'm just establishing the fact. Yun ang sagot ninyo. You're not very sure. Kasi I'm sure. Sigurado ako. Kasi we have witnesses. Tatanungin ko ba ito kung hindi ko alam? You're under oath.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you met.
Yes,
Kasi
Mr.
matter
I
of fact,
said yes,
may
Mr.
sinundo ka pa
Chair.
nga sa airport eh. Di ba?
Not recall.
I'm just refreshing your memory. Correct? So, you met before July 1 of 2016 when former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte took officially office. Now, Mr. Chair, may I move that we direct the Director General of PDEA to come up with a study kung saan nagsimula talaga yung drug list. Kasi ang report po merong una, original, may second, at saka may third. May I move, Mr. Chair, that we direct Director General of PDEA to conduct an investigation kung saan nagsimula, ano yung nasa listahan, and where did it originate. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Okay, there is a motion as stated and duly seconded.
Second.
Are there any objections? No objections. The motion is carried. DG Lasso, you are directed to comply with the request of Congressman Akop with regards to the list of the first, the second, and the third list.
There, according to reports, Mr. Chair, there are 3 lists. The original, the first, and a commendation of the first and second.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I ask Director General Lasso, what do you understand by the phrase or the statement, there is always a time for reckoning?
Your Honor,
It means hindi parating fiesta. Hindi parating nakahilata. Sometimes dadapa ka rin.
Hindi palaging sarap, may hirap din. Thank
Yes,
you.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Karamihan po sa tanong kanina ay tungkol sa kung gaano po kalapit si Colonel Leonardo at saka si Colonel Garma doon sa ating former President, President Duterte. May I know kung sino po ang pinaka-senior na police officer present this evening? Oh, tama, this evening na pala. May I know who is the most senior officer? Please identify yourself.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. I'm Police Brigadier General Noel Sandoval from the DADM.
Anong class ka sa PNP?
94, sir. 1994.
94, okay.
Yes,
And you have been in the service for a long time?
32 years, sir.
32 years. And you were on, what was your rank during the time of the former president?
26, I think,
That's 2016 to 2022.
police colonel na, sir.
Police colonel.
Yes, sir.
Nung panahon na yon, ano sa palagay mo o sino sa palagay mo ang tatlong opisyal na pinakamalakas kay former President Duterte?
I have no idea, sir.
You do not have an opinion? At all? General, did you take your oath?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm just reminding you.
I am not really into that kind of kasi sir since 2012 assignment
I'm not asking whether you're in that practice. I'm just asking what is your opinion? Sino ang tatlong opisyal na ng PNP na pinakamalakas kay former President Duterte? Alam naman lahat ng mga opisyal eh. Oo naman, no?
Yes, sir. The chief PNP, sir.
Who? Sino ang chief PNP?
Chief PNP Batu, sir, because he was appointed by the president. And probably, sir, yung command group niya.
Command group niya.
Yes, sir.
Magkikita pa rin tayo. You're not answering me correctly. Kasi yung answer mo officially siguro because of their position. Pero ang tinatanong ko, yung opinion mo.
Yes, sir. And that is my opinion, sir.
That is your opinion. So be it. Colonel Leonardo, were you the one who introduced Colonel Garma to then President Duterte?
No, Mr. Chair. No.
No. Sigurado ka doon?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sino ang mas malakas sa inyo ni General De La Rosa kay former President Duterte? Kasi ito yung mga tanong na indirectly tinatanong ng aking mga kasamahan eh. Ako na lang magtatanong ng diretso.
Definitely, Mr. Chair, mas malakas po si Sir Bato, Mr. Chair. Senator Bato, Mr. Chair.
Kasi napilit ka niya na mag-retire early. I believe otherwise, Colonel. You know why? Narinig ko na minsan yung sinabi ni Bato, meron pang isang opisyal na mas malapit sa tainga ni former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Hindi mo ba narinig yun?
Hindi ko po narinig, Mr. Chair.
Huwag kang ngumiti sa akin. Ano naman iyo? Tagutin mo yung tanong ko. Kasi totoo naman sinabi yun eh. Di ba?
Possibly, Mr. Chair.
Abig ka pardon?
Possibly po. Hindi ko po narinig na
Possibly.
sinabi ni Senador
ayaw
Bato,
mong
Mr. Chair.
magsinungaling ng todo-todo, ah. Kasi sinabi talaga ni Senator Bato yun. There is somebody in the PNP who is nearer the ears of the President. Hindi nga siya nagbanggit ng pangalan, pero merong alingas-ngas kung sino yun. Now, Madam Garma, you have always denied na close ka sa presidente. Pero there had been reports na ikaw ay nakakadiretso doon sa Malacanang. Basta dumaan ka kay Senator Bongo. Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So, ang tanong ngayon ng karamihan sa aking mga kasama kanina, sino po ang mas malakas kay Presidente sa inyong tatlo? Si Senator De La Rosa, Colonel Leonardo, or Colonel Garma? Siguro yung mga tao na present ngayon, nanonood, kayo na po ang bahala mag-determine kung sino po ang mas malakas. Kasi sa akin, meron po akong sariling panukala o pag-iisip kung sino. Now, may I request Jail Captain Poro? Yeah. The third in command of the Davao Penal Colony. And the one in charge of the Bartolina. Yung in charge sa Bartolina, ikaw yung tinanong ko nung previous hearing?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. Now, may I ask the PNP, first, before I go to my main topic, why can't you not produce SPO4 Narsolis? Do you not know where he is?
No, no, sir. For now, sir, I cannot. I have no idea for now, sir. I cannot answer you the question, sir.
May I ask COMSEC if the PNP was directed to see to it that SPO4 Narsolis retired will be able to attend this hearing? Na-invite? And yung PNP, naibigay nyo ba yung invitation sa kanya?
If I may, Congressman Acop, I was advised by Colonel Cunanan that he assisted the committee secretariat in extending the invitation to Art Narsolis in several addresses. And one of those addresses that they delivered the invitation, it was the son who received the invitation. And unfortunately, when they were asking for the contact number of Mr. Art Narsolis, the son did not cooperate with the PNP. So maybe in the next hearing, we will have to ask the PNP and the NBI to bring him to the committee because he has already been cited in contempt.
Mr. Chair, there's a system in the Philippine National Police so that the PNP can be assured na yung mga retirees po ay buhay. Lahat po ng retirees may kabady. In my case, ang kabady ko po yung security officer ko. And every 3 months, I think, kumukuha sa ng litrato kasama ko para masabi, may hawak ako na dyaryo o kaya kalendaryo para makita na buhay ako nung araw na yon. So, bakit nahihirapan ng PNP para hanapin siya when there is such a system for them to be able to locate SPO4 Narsolis?
General Sandoval, can you...
Yes, sir. Based on our coordination with PRBS, sir. The subject personnel, sir, has already received only the lump sum but not yet receiving the pension. So wala pa po daw siyang kabady.
Kailan po nag-retire si SP4 Narsolis?
August 2021, sir.
2021.
Yes, sir.
August. Hindi ba ang, I do not know if it is true now, pero ang lump sum mo, hindi ba 3 years lang? Would you know that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hindi ba?
Yes, sir. But the pension is not yet being received by the subject personnel, sir. Hindi pa
ganon.
Wala pa, sir. Hindi pa siya nagpe-pension. Sir.
When would it start?
On process pa lang, sir. I don't know when will it start, sir. But
Kailan?
based on PRBS, sir, naka-process naman, sir, yung kanyang pension.
Hindi yun ang punto ko eh. Sabi nyo, nag-lump sum, pero I know for a fact, kung hindi pa nabago yung yung sistema natin, ang pwede mo lang i-lump sum ay 3 years, after which you will receive your monthly pension. Di po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. O kaya, hindi nyo lang alam kung paano siya hanapin.
As explained naman, sir, nahanap naman, sir, yung anak kanina, but uncooperative, sir.
Okay. Thank you. May I request that the Attorney Galicia of the NBI would take note of what would be taken. After the numerous hearings of this Quad Committee on Extrajudicial Killing, nandito na po lahat yung major players ng conspiracy to commit murder doon po sa Davao Penal Colony. Ang absent na lang yung tao na hinahanap natin, SPO4 Arthur Narsolis, na tauhan ni Colonel Leonardo at naging tauhan din ni Colonel Garma. Would that be true? Colonel Leonardo and Colonel Garma?
Correct po, Mr. Chair.
How about Colonel Garma?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And up to the time that you were with PCSO, inassign din ni Colonel Leonardo si SPO4 Narsolis sa PCSO. Would that be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Correct po, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So, si Colonel Leonardo ang nag-assign kay SPO4 Narsolis na kasama nyo noon pa sa PCSO.
I believe meron pong covered by orders, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
I know. Pares tayong galing serbisyo eh. Kaya alam ko naman na may orders niyan. Ang sinasabi ko lang ay yung katotohanan na si SPO4 Narsolis na kasama nyo pa noon pa ay na-assign sa PCSO. Under what conditions, I do not know whether it's in accordance with protocols of the PNP. Hindi ko alam yon. Na pwedeng i-assign ang isang pulis sa civilian agency. So, I do not know how you did that. But be that as it may, nandito na po lahat ang kwan. Nandito yung superintendent ng penal colony. Nandito yung tatlong PDL na narinig nyo na lahat yung testimony nila. Nandito na rin yung kasamahan ni Superintendent Padilla, si jail captain na ba, iho? Jail Captain Poro, at saka yung in charge ng Bartolina. Kasi yung conspiracy to commit murder, sabi po nila ay nag-start nung pumunta si SPO4 Narsolis at kontakin yung kaklase niya ng high school. Inamin ni PDL Tatatan, nakaklase niya sa high school, at kinausap niya tungkol sa isang operation sa loob ng Davao Penal Colony. Yun po nangyari. Now, yung operation na yun na sinasabi involved the killing of 3 alleged Chinese drug lords who were detained inside the Davao Penal Colony. Una, dalawa pa lang na Chinese drug lord. Pero may i-transfer na pangatlo from a different penal colony. Now, PDL Tatatan contacted the PDL Andy Magdadaro to help him accomplish the plan. Nandun naman lahat sa affidavit nila, subscribed and sworn to. Now, this operation resulted to the killing of the 3 Chinese drug lords. How did this happen? The killing of the 3 would not have been committed without the participation of officials and members of the Davao Penal Colony. And what were the acts of said officials? There was a statement by PDL Tatatan na sinabi nila kay SPO4 Narsolis na mahirap gawin na patayin yung 3 simply because magkaiba ang lugar nila. Yung foreign nationals na nakakulong, nakakulong sa ibang lugar, yung mga locals na sa ibang lugar. So this information was relayed to SPO4 Narsolis. Sabi ni SPO4 Narsolis, ako nang bahala. What followed was galugad operations. Tama, Jail Captain Poro. You conducted 2 galugad operations. One, doon sa selda ni na PDL sa Tata and Andy, and doon sa foreign nationals. Would that be correct?
Opo, Your Honor.
Correct. And according to your statement and answer to the questions, inamin mo na it was in accordance with the approval of your jail superintendent.
Yes, Your Honor.
You stated or you answered that under oath.
Yes, opo, Your
Tama.
Honor. Opo.
Okay? Now, sa galugad operations na kinonduct dito sa dalawang local PDLs, ang nakita nyo ay empty shabu sachets.
Opo, Your Honor.
Empty shabu sachets.
Opo.
Walang shabu, kundi sachet lang. Tama?
Opo, Your Honor.
Yes. And naggalugad din kayo, nag-conduct kayo ng galugad operations doon sa foreign nationals. Tama?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Ano po ang nakita nyo, ang nakuha nyo doon sa 3 foreign national PDLs?
May mga cellphone, pocket wifi, charger, pati po mga playing cards po, Your Honor.
And because of these violations, according to you, they were ordered to be placed in a Bartolina, Selda number 6.
Walang ano po, Your Honor. SOP kasi, Your Honor, pagka nakabiolate ng prison rules, pwede na po ilagay kagad doon sa preventive cell. Pero ang nakalagay po doon, Your Honor, yung ship commander po. Tinurbo ko sa ship commander.
Huwag ka nang umiwas, iyo.
Opo.
Kasi kahit na papaano, sasabit ka. Huwag ka nang umiwas. Iiwas ka pa eh. Di ba? Do not justify anymore, iho. Kasi nandun pa lang sa pagsasagot mo dito sa katanungan namin and your answers were all under oath, may sabit ka. Sinasabi ko na sa iyo. Now, also, during that time, according to the one in charge of the Bartolinas, there were 6 Bartolinas there. Tama? Iho, yung in charge ng Bartolina, sinagot mo sa akin noon 6.
Yes po, Your Honor.
3 malaki, 3 maliit.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Oh, tama, yung sagot mo. Tapos, what is startling about your statements would be the fact na yung 5 Bartolina, punong-puno, sobra na yung mga tao na nandun. That was your answer sa aking pagtatanong nung nandun ka nakaupo.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Oh, so, punong-puno. Pero ang sinagot mo, doon sa Selda number 6, 2 lang ang nandun. Tama? At ang 2 nandun ay si PDL Tata at saka si PDL Andy. Correct?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Ang tanong ko, bakit punong-puno yung 5 na selda ng Bartolina, bakit hindi nyo dinala doon sa selda number 6 na dadalawa lang ang nandun? Hindi mo masagot nun. Hindi, ang sagot mo sa akin nun, if I remember it perfectly, hindi ka naka-duty. It's on record.
Your Honor, hindi po ako naka-duty ng August 13
Kaya nga, yun ang
po.
sagot mo sa akin noon. Ang sagot mo, nung tinanong kita, bakit punong-puno yung 5 selda, doon sa pang-6 na selda, dadalawa lang andon, dapat transfer mo. Di ba? Kung wala kayong plano, dapat pinuno nyo yun. Pero in-reserve nyo yun para doon sa dalawa, kay Tata Andy at saka PDL Tata. At doon nyo dadalhin din o dinala yung 3 foreign PDLs kasama nung 2.
Pwede po magpaliwanag, Your Honor.
Ano ipapaliwanag mo, iho? Wala pa naman akong, ang tinatanong ko, hindi ba ganun ang nangyari?
Ang pag-a-assign po kasi
Akala ko ba hindi ka duty, kaya hindi mo alam?
nung August 13 po ako hindi duty, Your Honor. Nung Sabado. Kaya Sabado-Linggo man po ang
Kaya nga,
rest day ko.
Huwag ka nang umiwas, iho, at sabit ka rin. Sinasabi ko na sa iyo. Kasi yung mga circumstances would point to the fact na kaya ko nga tinanong nung araw na yon, ilan ang Bartolina? Ang sagot mo, 6. 3 malaki, 3 maliit. At tinanong ko, ilan ang mga taong nandun? Sinasabi mo nga, sobra, punong-puno. Ang tanong ko sunod, bakit doon sa selda number 6, dadalawa lang nandun, hindi nyo inilagay yung sobra doon? Kasi may plano kayo.
Pwede po magpaliwanag, Your Honor.
Hindi naman kita hinihinga ng paliwanag eh.
Sorry po.
Ang sinasabi ko, kung ano ang sinagot mo sa akin nung tinatanong kita. Di ba? Hindi ba katotohanan o nagsisinungaling ba ako?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Totoo lahat yung sinabi ko.
Yes
Kasi
po.
yun ang sagot mo sa akin noon.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Di ba? So huwag ka nang umiwas. Kasi talagang kasama sa plano na sa selda number 6 ng Bartolina, doon dadalhin yung 2 local PDLs at saka yung 3 foreign PDLs. At doon sila pinatay. Di ba? Ang report ninyo, naglaban sila. Yun ang report ninyo. That's why they were charged for homicide. Pero hindi nyo alam, it worked against your favor because according to PDG Director General Lasso, there is always a time for reckoning. I think the reckoning is now.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, may I move that the NBI should conduct an investigation and get all the pieces of evidence and documents given to this committee so that they can file the necessary charges against those people who should be charged because of this crime, Mr. Chair. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second, there is a motion to direct the NBI to conduct a thorough investigation on the death that happened in the Davao Penal Colony, and it was duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Nakop. Before that, please allow the chair to ask just very short questions kay Colonel Leonardo. Last hearing, we asked you to submit your SALN, and you have submitted that to the committee. I have it here with me. And dito sa iyong SALN, sinabit mo dito ay yung year 2021, ang iyong net worth ay lumalabas na 6.6 million pesos. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
You have the copy of your SALN there, no?
Wala po akong kopya ang dala.
Comsec, can you provide him a copy of his document that he submitted? Matanong ko lang, is your wife working? Does she work? Or what does your wife do?
Sa bahay lang po, Mr. Chair.
So, siya housewife?
Opo.
No business?
Maliit na business lang po, Mr. Chair. Kasama niyo yung daughter ko.
So, your daughter has a business?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Pwede bang malaman ano yung business?
Meron pong car wash lang po, sir.
Saan
car
ito?
wash.
Sa Manila?
Sa Davao po, Davao.
Sa Davao?
Davao po.
Okay. Pwede bang malaman ano ibig sabihin itong Sarleon Logistics? Nakalagay dito, you were asked kung ano yung iyong business interest at saka ano yung financial connections mo. Ang nilagay mo rito are Sarleon Logistics in Davao. Nature of business, interest and financial connection, personal. What is this Sarleon Logistics, Colonel?
At tracking po nung araw yan, Mr. Chair, na nalugi rin po, Mr. Chair, nahinto po.
Nahinto?
Ang nagmamanage po niyan, yung anak ko rin po.
Yung alin yung?
Yung anak ko rin po, yung anak ko po ang nagmamanage. Tracking business po yan. Naka-under subcontract po sa LBC, yung pong nagdi-deliver ng mga cargos po.
So, nagde-deliver ng cargos from the pier to the port? From the port?
LBC po. LBC warehouse. Door to door po namin. Ganun po.
Okay. So, truck ito. Ilang pirasong truck ito?
Meron pong, sa naalala ko lang po nung panahon na yan, meron pong mga L300, meron pong more or less po mga 6, Mr. Hindi po ako sure kasi hindi po akong nag-manage dahil ako po ay nagtatrabaho pa po nung araw.
Pero family business nyo to?
Sort of, Mr. Chair.
Bakit sort of? Hindi 100% sa inyo?
Kasi po yung misis ko nagbigay po ng konting puhunan din, hindi lamang po solo ng anak ko nung mag-asawa siya, Mr. Chair.
Pero ito ay negosyo ng misis mo at ng anak mo?
Bali sa anak po, kaya lang may share lang po itong aking...
Si misis.
Mr.
Okay. Ilan ba anak mo, Colonel?
2 po.
Okay. Dito sa yung SALN, yung sinubmit mo on ang date ay 2021, ang iyong net worth ay 6.6 million. Can you confirm that?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Pagdating naman ng 2022, ang net worth mo ay tumaas ng 8,150,000 pesos. Tumaas ka ng mahigit almost 2 million pesos. Tama po ba? Can you confirm that?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Pwede bang matanong kung ano kaya ang dahilan? Ba't tumaas yung iyong net worth?
Nadagdagan po kasi yung aking ito pong IT equipments po.
Nadagdagan
yung mga gadgets, mga cellphone, IT equipment, laptop po. Nadagdagan din po ako ng 2020 na ano po. Ayun din pala.
Hindi naman tumaas yung...
Yung cash.
Kung ano yung dinagdag mo, kung ano yung sinabi mo rito, na iyong personal properties gaya ng IT equipment, laptop, cellphone, guns, firearms, cash at motorcycle, BMW, GS1 250, furnitures and fixtures, hindi naman nagbago noong 2021 at saka noong 2022. Saan banda tumaas yan?
Mr. Chair,
Never mind. I'll just give you a...
Baka namali lang po ng Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. Baka nga namali.
Oo,
That
kasi
is
po, merong-
2021 at saka 2022. Pero itong 2023, yung 8.150 million mo ay naging 9.150 million. Eh, hindi naman siguro maring nagkamali ito. Kernel, kasi mula noong 2021, from 6.6 million to 2023, naging 9.150 million. So, meron kang increase. Halos taon-taon, tumataas ang iyong net worth. So, bibigyan kita ng panahon para makasagot ka sa committee ito. Sa susunod na hearing, ihanda mo lang ang iyong tanong kung bakit tumaas ang iyong net worth.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. Salamat. Now, since
Mr. Chair.
Congressman
Briefly lang.
Congressman Fernandez.
Because we have invited Mr. Manuel Mogato from Reuters, no? The last time that we have invited him ay during sa committee ng Human Rights. Unfortunately, Colonel Patay is not around right now because we remember in the last hearing that we conducted, you mentioned about those not petty crimes, but those small crime that was committed in accordance with General Rodriguez, yung namatay na general, na nagsabi sa iyo,
Hindi po Rodriguez, Your Honor.
General
Mendoza.
mentioned, no, about doon sa mga killings that are being paid 10,000, 20,000 and so forth. Can you kindly reconfirm, Mr. Mogato, yung tema nung iyong report during that time that you have interviewed Colonel Patay? But surely in the next hearing, Colonel Patay will be going to be here. Sige, go ahead, Mr. Mogato.
Your Honors, good evening po. No? Maraming salamat at I was invited again. And for the record, I just want to clarify that I'm not a member of Rise Up. Kasi sa COMSEC, member ako ng Rise Up. So I just want to clarify. Ano po ako, journalist ng dati ng Reuters. So, ang ginawa po ng Reuters, gumawa po siya ng maraming storya, at least 10 special reports from April 2016 up to December 2017. 10 reports po yan, special reports about the drug war ni Pangulong Duterte. And in the final report in December, we said that the PNP has, at that time, si General Bato, ang PNP chief, has personally handpicked several policemen assigned in the Davao area, Davao region, including Colonel Patay at that time, who was from Tagum, and assigned them in Station 6 in Quezon City, sa Batasan. And for several months that they were in Quezon City, naging ground zero po ng EJK o ng drug war killings yung Quezon City. At more than 100 people were killed during those times. No? And na-interview po si Colonel Patay nung kasama ko, ni Andrew Marshall, when he was already assigned in Pampanga as CIDG. No? Hindi na po siya sa Quezon City. And yung sa aming investigation, no, meron po silang social media accounts, ito mga member ng Davao Boys, ang tawag namin, na nagmamalaki sila na kung ang drug addiction daw o drug problem ng ating bansa a disease, sila daw po ang cure. At may isa pa lang sabi na ano bang special skills nyo, bakit kayo dinala sa Quezon City? At sinasabi ng isa na ang special skills daw nila ay kill. No? So, lahat po nung ano, na records nung at that time, nung 2016, masyado pong mapait ang ating PNP sa mga reporters. Lahat po ng kanilang progress report, special report, mga ballistic report, autopsy report, ibinibigay po sa ating mga reporters. Kaya nakapag-compile po kami ng maraming reports galing sa pulisya all over Metro Manila. Lahat ng drug war killings. At gumawa po kami ng report na minamap po namin kung saan nangyayari yung mga patayan at yun po, karamihan sa mga patayan ay nangyayari sa Caloocan, sa Manila, sa Manaba at sa Quezon City. Sa Quezon City, ang pinakamaraming pangyayaring patayan ay doon po sa Station 6, kung saan si Colonel Patay yung commander at that time. So, dahil po dyan, yung aming report nakatawag ng pansin. Actually, Your Honors, hindi lang po ang Reuters ang gumagawa ng drug war stories. Lahat po ng media, local at foreign, ay gumagawa po ng drug war stories. Pero kami lang po ang nagtiyaga na magsulat mula umpisa hanggang dulo para pakita na sinasabi namin na ang mga pumapatay, pati yung sinasabi nilang riding in tandem at vigilante, ay pwedeng pulis din po ang gumagawa.
In other words, Mr. Mogato, you were saying that you have a direct communication with the different station commanders all over the NCR during that time?
Nung simula po,
meron kayong parang text group?
Wala pong text group. Kasi binibigay po nila yung report yung kopya.
So in other words, lahat ng mga
nung una po,
killings,
from July 2016 hanggang December 2016, napakabait po ng ating mga pulis at sinishare po nila lahat ng data. Kasi pag may patayan po sa gabi, sumasama po yung mga reporter, hindi lang po Reuters, lahat po ng mga photographers at reporters, sumasama po sa mga punerarya na may pick up ng patay. So hindi lang po yung namatay sa nanlaban, pati yung mga itinatapon sa mga vacant lots, no?
So,
yung mga may masking tape, may mga karatula.
So, kailan siya natigil? Kailan sila nagigpet sa mga reporters on not relating anymore those reported killings?
Pagdating po ng Abril 2017, nung mag-file po ng kaso si Senator Trillanes sa ICC, nagsara na po ang gripo ng ating PNP. Wala na po silang binibigay na report sa amin. Pati po yung pamilya ng mga biktima ay hindi na rin binibigyan ng report.
Pero sino nagsabi sa inyo, Mr. Mogato, na ang presyo po doon sa mga personalidad na papatayin nagre-range from 20,000 to 60,000? Kasi you were saying before, di ba, meron kayong sinasabi na sinabi sa inyo ni General Mendoza.
Si General Mendoza po kasi gumawa siya ng isang special report on EJK na sinabit niya po sa CBCP at that time. Ang alam ko, ang pinagbigay niya ng kopya ay si Father Intengan.
Si Archie. Si Father Archie Antenga ng Ateneo?
Opo. Kasi doon po kami nag-meeting sa opisina ni Father Archie sa Ateneo. Doon po namin ini-interview si General Mendoza. So doon po so binibigay po niya yung nabigay niya sa amin report. At sa report niya may reward list, nagsisimula po sa 10,000 pesos sa ordinaryong drug user or courier or street peddler. So 10,000 po. Pagka medyo may posisyon, barangay captain o mayor, tumataas po yung presyo.
Magkano pag mayor po?
Ang alam ko parang 50,000 po.
Pag congressman?
Ay, wala po eh.
Wala naman na.
Hindi ko po alam kung may member ng Congress na involved.
Anyway, meron din po kayo sinabi na active pa yung isang PNP ngayon na nandito po sa loob ng ating pong PNP organization. Pero during that time, you were not able to reveal it, correct?
Opo, kasi meron po kaming pangako doon sa police officer na hindi po namin siya bibigay yung identity. Kasi alam niyo po, yung mga reporters po, kami mga journalists, nabubuhay sa trust ng aming mga sources. So ayaw po namin sirain yon. Yung active officer po na yon, ibinigay po sa amin ni General. Kasi nalaman po ng mga editors ko na hearsay lang po yung report ni General. Kasi hindi po siya yung actual na nakakaalam nung Oplan double barrel at nung kalakaran o nung reward list. Kaya sabi namin, kung pwede mo kaming ipakilala dun sa iyong source na mismong nakakaalam nung kalakaran. Kaya isinama po niya sa isang meeting sa isang restaurant sa Green Hills itong active duty na PNP officer para ikwento sa amin yung kalakaran. Pati yung sinasabi ng polis na kasi nga, nung unang panahon, pagka nagkakaroon lang ng laban, hindi lahat namamatay. May tumatayo. No? Kung maalala nyo, may pinakita kayong video kay Murillo na nabuhay siya. No? So, because of that, nag-meeting uli yung mga PNP ang sinabing, huwag nyo nang buhayin yung mga suspect. So, meron po kaming storya na ginawa yung dead on arrival. Kasi nga po, pinapatay na yung mga drug war victim bago pa dumating na ospital. At paano po naming nalaman na pinapatay? Kasi sa autopsy report, lumalabas na yung mga tao po ay binaril ng mga lapitan. Paano po malaman na binaril ng mga lapitan? Kasi meron pong tattooing sa katawan at sa ulo yung mga biktima. Kasi kung nagkaroon po ng encounter o labanan, wala po yung tattooing kasi malayo No? Wala pong gunpowder burns dun sa katawan ng namamatay. Ito po, sabi ng doktor, malapit. No? Kasi nga may tattooing. At pati yung trajectory ng bullets, hindi nagsasuggest na may encounter. So talagang tinutuloy na po yung mga ilang drug war victims para hindi na mabuhay at tumayo. Kasi maraming insidente na tumatayo yung kanilang nabaril pag dumarating na yung soko para mag-imbestiga.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, kasi we have already somehow established yung killings doon sa correctional. And this time, this is something that we have to focus as well. Dahil marami po yung mga biktima na namatayan. According sa kanina kay Mr. Jokno, more than at least a little bit of 20,000 no? Ang naging biktima po nitong Dragon War. And basically, Mr. Mugato, we will be inviting you over again no? Kapag andito na po si Colonel Patay. And I hope that Colonel Patay will somehow have a change of heart no? And reveal everything in this Quadcom for us to really see and peret talaga yung katotohanan. No? And kay naman po, kay Ma'am Garma, can we also require you to submit your SALN during your incumbency as GM of the PCSO? Can we expect to submit that to us in the next hearing? Yes, thank you. And also, sa natin, sa PNP, I think Colonel Villela is still active, ano? Nasa Krami po ba si Villela?
Yes, Your Honor. Karami pa daw.
What ano po siya? Directorate? DITCM ba siya?
ITMS. ITMS, sir.
ITMS.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so please, his presence is required in the next hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Siguro for now, Mr. Chairman, yun lang po muna. Naging pulis at attaché ba siya sa New York?
Sa Washington daw, sir.
Ha?
Washington.
Sa Washington.
Sa Washington.
Naging, how many years? Siya naging police attaché sa Washington.
I don't know the exact, maybe 2 to 3 years, maybe.
3 taon siya.
Maybe, sir. Hindi ako sure, sir.
Nag-stay sa Washington.
Yes, sir.
All right. That's the reason why.
Mr. Chair,
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
meron lang po
Congressman
akong
Abante.
katanungan kay Attorney Conti, kung maaari.
Please proceed.
Okay. Attorney Conti, we have received the data for the Committee on Human Rights from Police Brigadier General Matthew Bakay, no? Nakalagay po dito lahat ng mga suspect, lahat ng mga napatay na tinawag nilang died, no, instead of killed. Dito po ay nakalagay din ang cases ng marami sa kanila. Nagsimula kay Kian de los Santos case, ano? And Kian Lloyd de los Santos, nakalagay po dito, 17 years old, May 26, 2000 yata pinanganak, date of birth, grade 11 student, taga Caloocan City, at nakalagay din dito yung 3 suspect, no? May I know if you are aware of this, if you know about this?
I am aware, Your Honor, because of the publicity surrounding the case, and although we are not the handling lawyers, in this case, Your Honor, there already has been a conviction of some police officers.
But the conviction is a homicide conviction.
Yes, Your Honor, yan po yung problema natin, laging
Not
napatay.
not a murder conviction.
Yes, Your Honor, ang problema, napatay, hindi pinatay.
Mr. Chair, I would like just to manifest here that all of those suspects, the police suspects, were actually charged with homicide, not murder. Kahit na po ang mga suspect ay hindi po nanlaban at walang baril. Yet, to show that the Philippine National Police is actually doing their job, sila mismo ang nag-file ng charge, pero ang charge po instead of murder, homicide. Alam po naman natin, ang homicide, ilang taon lang yan, Attorney Conti, no?
To 8 years?
2 years.
8 po. 8.
8 years. And do they give a certain amount of money to the victims, for example?
Yes, Your Honor. If the court deems civil damages as due the victims, then
Okay.
there could be civil damages up to
Who are
100,000.
the suspects here that are actually your cases?
Your Honor, I don't have a copy of the list of given by
Yeah, I will show you
Officer
a copy
Bakay.
of this. So
Yes,
you,
but if I may raise, Your Honor, at the previous hearings, we mentioned that the case that we directly handled was the one against Virgilio Cervantes et al., the most recent conviction of 4 police officers for homicide in Caloocan, Your Honor, a killing that occurred in September 2016 of a father and son.
Mr. Chair, may I request at the next hearing we have with the EJK that we also invite the loved ones of the victims of supposedly suspects, but they're not actually suspects. Ibig sabihin, we just do not want to investigate here in this committee those that were killed who are actually drug lords, but those who were killed by the Philippine National Police officers that were actually of mistaken identity, and those who were not even drug addicts. Now, of course, the Philippine National Police sent us a data also that there were 440 drug addicts that were killed when they should not have been killed. They should have been rehabilitated, Mr. Chair. I hope that next hearing you have with the AJK that we are going to invite the loved ones of the victims, of which Attorney Conti and sino po sila, yung ano pong organization nyo?
Rise Up for Life and for Rights.
Rise Up for Life will give to us, no? So the people also will be able to know and be able to see that the AJK was not only done among those that are actually drug pushers, but even those that are quite innocent, which according to the former Director General, they were collateral damage. Just imagine, no? A lot of killings were called collateral damage, Mr. Chair, of which this representation does not actually agree. Now, Mr. Chair, I also would like to ask to please make a manifestation here and perhaps a query to Colonel Leonardo. Colonel Leonardo, nakita na tayo. I think you were assigned in Manila, correct? Even in my own district yata.
Correct po, Mr. Chair.
Yes, okay. Now, Congressman Romy Acop already related the connection between you and SPO for Narsolis. And then, we also established the connection a while ago of Colonel Garma and Art Narsolis. So, ibig sabihin, Colonel Leonardo and Colonel Garma, kayo, kilala kayo investigador sapagkat na-involve kayo sa CIDG. Yung mga connection ninyo, nagkakatagpo doon sa salaysay ng ating ni former Major Portesa, ni Tata, ni Colonel Padilla, ay nakakapagtaka naman na itinatanggi pa ni Colonel Garma ang kanyang involvement dito. Hindi lang yan, Mr. Chair. We would like also to reiterate the fact that there was indeed a reward system. That was even said by Mr. Mogato and even said by Colonel Jovi Espinido, no? During our last hearing. And that reward system is more emphasized when even inside the double penal colony, Mr. Chair, that the PDL, Tata, and sino yung isa? Ano yung pangalan ni, no? Si Andy, Tata and Andy, received 1 million pesos each when they should have received 3 million each for killing those 3 Chinese PDL. Am I right, Tata? Nakatanggap kayo ng tig-1 million? Oo.
Opo, Your Honor.
And they were saying in their own affidavit that the one who offered them those 1 million from Art Narsolis was actually, according to their affidavit, was given from Colonel Garma, I would think. Di ba? Na find out natin sa mga salaysay ninyo. You see that? Of course, Colonel Garma would deny that, di ba? Pero ito I just would like to establish the connection. The fact is this. Art Narsolis is related to Colonel Garma. Art Narsolis is personally known to Colonel Leonardo. Art Narsolis is the classmate of Tata. Colonel Garma is the classmate of Major Portesa. There is a real connection here. And so, napakahirap mga paniwalaan ang kasinungalingan na nangyayari dito. Mr. Chair, yun lamang. And I would like to thank the Rise Up and Reverend here, and of course, Attorney Conti. Kanina si Attorney Chel Joknower was here, no? Salamat po sa pagpunta ninyo. And your presence here is quite important to us. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Yeah, we asked the Attorney Conti of the National Union of People's Lawyer, and Rise Up for Life and for Rights. We ask Mr. Manuel Mugato. And now we'd like to ask Attorney Joel Butuyan, a member of the Center for International Law or Center Law, for his statement. Please give us your short statement, Attorney Butuyan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we commend this committee for the investigation that it is doing because the evidence that is being unearthed from this investigation is very crucial, it's pivotal, and it's key to the ongoing ICC investigation, Your Honor. I have no doubt, Your Honor, that if the evidence that's being unearthed in this investigation reaches the ICC, it will hasten the issuance of warrants of arrest, Your Honor. That's why I'm asking, Your Honor, if it's possible for even just the resource persons to have access to the minutes of the proceedings, as well as the sworn statements that have been submitted as part of the investigation, Your Honor, if that's possible, Your Honor.
Attorney Butuyan, the committee has been asked several times whether the transcript, the TSN, can be used or can be accessed by anyone for the use of ICC. We are not in any way going to provide data or transcript of records to the ICC because we stand by the statement of our President that we are not member of the ICC. However, since this public hearing have been openly accessed by the public in all social media platforms, you can probably access that through the different platforms available.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. By the way, Attorney Butuyan is a former law partner of Attorney Harry Roque, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Is it
Mr.
former,
Chair?
Mr. Chair, or still present? Not anymore, huh?
We parted ways in 2017, Your Honor.
Because Attorney Roque is no longer a human rights lawyer.
Yes, Your Honor.
He is now a political lawyer.
We parted ways in 2017, Your Honor.
They parted ways in 2017, according to Attorney Butuyan. Thank you, Attorney.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Attorney Conti.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but if I may be allowed, thank you very much for this opportunity again, and you may rely on our continued participation in these proceedings. But we'd also like to invoke the memory of several of the victims. In Cebu, Your Honor, one of the volunteers of Rise Up for Life and for Rights was actually
Mr. Chair,
killed.
may I
in
request
August.
Attorney Conti to perhaps mention the names of
Yes,
those?
Your Honor. A volunteer of Rise Up for Life and for Rights was killed in Cebu City under curious circumstances. There is no investigation into the case. Butch Rosales was killed August 10th, 2018. This was during the time of one of our resource persons here. And I'd also like to recall the two young men who were killed during the one-time, big-time operations in October 2018. Rabi Lopez and Angelito Rosales. Their mothers were here on July
Mr. Chair,
or
it happened
25th.
in Cebu City.
In Cebu City, Your Honor,
Who was the
October
station
4,
who was the
2018.
station commander then? Who was this chief of police in Cebu City then?
The chief of police, actually, Your Honor, was the resource person, Regina Garma. And I would like to reiterate or to echo the statement of the mother of Rabi Lopez.
Go ahead,
Because
please.
among us, Your Honor, there was one person here who was present during the wake of Rabi Lopez. The mother of Rabi, Raquel, says that at the wake, Regina Garma, who was chief of police of Cebu City, and her police officers came to their place. She was enraged and she hollered out and strutted around. And she was angry at them for holding awake on the death of her son. And ngano daw gibilaran akong anak. And she was telling them that why is there only one dead There are many of them here. This was in the context
Mr.
of
Chair, who was enraged?
Royina Garma, Your Honor, according to Raquel Lopez. The sworn statement of Ms. Lopez has been submitted to the committee, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Chair,
Mr. Chair,
can we...
may I ask Colonel Garma, may I ask, do you remember that incident, Colonel Garma? Again, you will deny it.
Mr. Chair, I
My
cannot
goodness,
recall
that is
the
already a
details.
testimony. You're going to deny it? You're impossible. Go ahead.
I'm just going to ask, Madam, can you kindly invite that person to appear on the next hearing?
We will try, Your Honor, to fly them in again, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
please. Okay, thank you. And at the same time, I'll take this opportunity, Mr. Chair, to invite also Major Mary Jane O. Hastro. GM, you know this personality? Major Mary Jane O. Hastro of PNP.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You know her?
Yes.
We will be inviting over Major Mary Jane O. Hastro. And you know also Attorney Carol K. Paquera.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
She's your Chief of Staff.
Yes, Mr.
And
Chair.
cousin of Narsolis.
Yes, Mr.
We'll
Chair.
be inviting over also the COS of the former GM Garma on the next hearing. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr.
Congressman
Chair, are
Fernandez.
there other victims in Cebu City that you would like to mention, Attorney Conti?
Those are the victims from Cebu, but we have a motley of other victims, Your Honor. We will endeavor to invite them at the next hearing, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Chair, although we are, you could be able to invite them in the next hearing that we have here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Conti. Thank you, Congressman Bante. We also invited the Chair of the Commission on Human Rights, Attorney Richard Palpalatok. You're still up. Would you like to
Yes, Your Honor.
make a statement?
We'll just communicate with the committee, Your Honor, because we raised during the last hearing of the Committee on Human Rights on EJK, Your Honor, we raised some issues concerning our investigations, the problem we encountered during the investigation conducted by the Commission with the Philippine National Police, particularly on the sharing of the reports of deaths during the operations of the police, Your Honor. So perhaps we will be seeking the help and support of the committee, Your Honor, in that regard. We will just be sending our letter.
Please send your
Mr.
letter
Chair,
to the committee.
may I just ask, how many have you investigated so far?
The commission, Your Honor, have recorded 3,700 deaths. These are motu proprio investigation, Your Honor, conducted by the commission. And this is composed of deaths in deaths in police operations, and some are deaths unidentified assailants, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, can the commission give to us the list of those investigated, including when they were killed, who were the station commanders then, or the chief of police?
We will do that, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Abante. Are you done, Attorney?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, maraming salamat. So for the NGOs, may we ask you to submit the supplemental statement to the joint committee in addition to your statements made in the Committee on Human Rights hearing. I'm sure you have a transcript of that. And we'd like to ask also Father Manuel Gatchalian if you have anything to say, Father.
Unang-una po, kagustuhan po ng mga nanay na pinangangatawanan po namin, yung mga biktima, na sana po ay panagutin at bayaran ang mga biktima sapagkat from the point of view of the victims, hanggang ngayon 8 taon na nakalilipas, wala naman po silang natatanggap at
Pakilapit po, para marinig po namin.
dahilan po sa nawalan sila ng breadwinner, nawalan sila ng mga minamahal sa buhay, at sila ay mahihirap. At sana po sa pagdating ng panahon, kung sakaling mapatunayan na state sponsor ito, at para hindi matuloy ang impunity, ibig sabihin na patuloy ang patayan, ay kinakailangan panagutin at bayaran po nila ang mga biktima. Kung sakali magkaroon man po ng batas, o sakali mapatunayan na ito ay state-sponsored, at saka may mga talagang quota system, rewarding, sana po naman mabigyan natin ng pagpapahalaga, mabayaran ang mga biktima, sapagkat hanggang ngayon po, sila po ay nagdurusa at may karapatan po naman sila na matamo nila ang katarungan. Salamat po.
Okay, maraming salamat po,
Mr. Chair,
Father Gatchalian.
with the manifestation of Father, a while ago, GM Karma said that during her time, that she is giving a budget to the Philippine National Police. Am I right?
Wala po akong sinabi, Mr. Chair.
Kanina meron kang sinabi na
Wala po.
binibigyan nyo ng budget ang Philippine National Police for the operations.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Wala kayong sinabi?
Wala
Let's
po.
look at the records, Mr. Chair, because I think that she said something that way.
Okay. Secretariat, can you check the records, the transcript? If indeed that statement was made by GM Garma.
Mr. Chair.
So,
Mr. Chair, in relation to that, I think I heard, Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed, I think I heard Colonel Garma saying about the support that you give to.
That is the allocated for the, it's a charity fund allocated
PNP,
sa sales of STL and sa PCSO.
Parang ganun po, yung
po.
STL, something about the STL.
so the fund that you provide the PNP is a charity fund.
Yes, it is in the...
And that is in the charter of the PCSO.
PCSO.
Yes, it is covered, Mr. Chair.
So, how
board
much do you give to the PNP every year?
During my time, kasi dati I think it's medyo malaki before I assumed. And then when I assumed po and we changed the IRR, very minimal na lang po siya. I'm not sure kung 1% or 3% na lang siya compared nung previous. And it is focused on medical programs of the PNP and NBI na lang po
So
yun.
para sa medical needs ng mga members ng Philippine National Police.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Sige, okay.
But
we
Mr.
get it.
Chairman, we're going to ask also 1 or 2% of the gross of the whole collection of all the games.
Of the
If that is so, 2% is so big.
Mr. Chair, it's not all the games. It's just STL,
STL.
game. Yes. Yes,
Okay.
Mr.
Rap,
Chair.
anong average niyan? Do you give it
Minsan-
monthly, annually?
Monthly, Mr. Chair, minsan naalala ko, there was a month that we gave around, I think, mga 9 million or 7 million. It
And-
depends on the sale.
And the Chief PNP has the sole authority over these funds? What does
The check was addressed to the Philippine National Police, duly received by, I think there's an accountant and a
So it
budget
goes to the
officer.
general fund of the Philippine
Yes.
National Police?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Meron pong resibo po from the PNP na binibigay
Okay.
po sa PCSO.
Okay. Sige, thank you. So, ito ay mainit na usapin, no? Yung involvement ng mga membro ng Philippine National Police sa almost lahat po ng krimen na nangyayari. Hindi po natin nilalahat, pero may ilang porsyento po na kawani ng ating Philippine National Police ay nai-involve sa drug recycling. Alam po natin yan. In the case of Sergeant Mayo, 1 toneladang droga ang kanyang itinago mula po sa mga ni-raid nila. May mga police na involved sa extrajudicial killings na kung saan ang kanilang depensa ay nanlaban, ngunit napatunayan at sila'y na-convict. Ito yung kay Kian de los Santos. Meron din tayong mga kawani ng Philippine National Police na na-involve sa robbery, kidnap for ransom, and practically all other crimes existing. And I would like to ask the NAPOLCOM, Attorney Bernardo, how many members of the PNP are being charged for crimes that they have committed?
Your Honor, marami pong salamat, Ginoong Chairman. Sa consultation ko, sir, dito sa legal, umaabot po ng mga 2% lamang ng population o 3% ng PNP ang na-involve dito sa mga ganitong kaso, Your Honor.
So, anong klaseng mga krimen po ito?
Ganun po, gaya po ng nabanggit nyo. Ako nga po nag-imbestiga doon sa Mayo case na hanggang ngayon ay dinudulog namin sa DOJ at yung iba naman nasa Ombudsman. At yung iba naman po na-involve nga yung kasama po ako sa hearing dito yung sa Parañaque at sa Bulacan. At 2 beses na po yung nangyari sa Bulacan. Ganun po yung bilang. Hindi naman po marae sa PNP. Kawawa nga po yung PNP dahil sa iilan na tiwali at masasamang loob, nasisira yung imahe ng PNP as an institution. Kaya inaapura po namin yung reforma at yung pagtatawag ng disciplinary measure. Pinapalakas po namin yung pleb at pinapalakas namin yung internal affairs. At siguro sa mga darating na buwan, maiulat po namin yung pagbabago.
Okay. Yeah. And that's the reform policy you are now implementing?
Opo, Your Honor. Yung lahat po na ite-train dito sa training pa lang, sa entry, kailangan nakalagay sa PNP operational procedure. At kinakailangan yun din ang lumalabas sa performance. Gaya ng sabi ng isang resource person kanina at sabi rin ng ibang kongresista, hindi lang po sa training na makikita yan, dapat pati sa performance evaluation. Nabanggit po nila yan at yung mga unang meeting po namin kay Congressman Dagook, nabanggit na rin po namin na hindi piecemeal, kailangan nakakumpletong, nakaloop po sila all the way. Kaya siguro mga ilang buwan na lang po at mapagtitibay na namin yung reforma.
Okay, ang statistics, kung sinasabi niyong 2 to 3% lamang ng membro ng Philippine National Police ang nai-involve sa mga ganitong klaseng krimen, napakagandang balita yon, no? Ang ibig pong sabihin nun sa ating mga Pilipino, meron pa ring maliliit na porsyento na ika nga ay rotten eggs o ika nga mga bulok na kawani ng Philippine National Police. But as far as the officers, meaning from major to colonel, lieutenant colonel, then to colonels, generals, meron po ba tayong statistics kung ilan ho yung nai-involve sa mga ganyang klaseng krimen?
Meron pa rin po, Ginoong Chairman, at yung nauna po, yung tinanggapan na ng courtesy resignation at yung nananatili pa po nakapending sa National Prosecution Service. At marami pong hanay ng kapulisan doon at nakakalungkot nga doon sa PIDEG, yun po ang kasulukuyan namin gustong maging example. Kung talagang, gaya ng sabi ni DJ Moro, pag talagang may atraso ka at meron kang utang, may pagbabayaran ka. Kaya kung matitiyak po namin na talagang magiging masinsin yung proseso, mapagtitibay yung internal affairs, mapagtitibay din po yung appellate board, baka po mahihigpitan. Pati yung sa promotion, hihigpitan din namin po na talagang performance-based. Gaya po ng nasabi kanina, hindi po statistics. Halimbawa, kung may nahuli ka mga 40 mga drug addict o pusher, bakit hindi na iwo-work ba kung saan nanggaling yung mga droga? Bakit puro mga gramo-gramo ang nahuhuli at bakit hindi natetrace yung pinagmulan? Kagaya po nung halos 1 tonelada na nabanggit niyo po, Ginoong Chairman, hanggang ngayon ay hinahanap namin saan nagmula yung mahigit na 1 tonelada, yung 575 doon sa Baguio. Saan nagmula ito at kailangan din po talaga ng pagbabago sa organisasyon ng PNP. Maraming pong salamat, Chair.
Okay.
Chairman.
Thank you, Attorney
Mr. Chair.
Bernardo.
Chairman.
Yes, Congressman Paduano.
Anyway, it was already asked by the chairman. So, Commissioner Bernardo, kasi in the statement of Colonel Espinido, he mentioned about cases filed against PNP officers. Now, some of them, cases that was filed was dismissed because allegedly, from Colonel Espinido, IAS or the RIAS was instructed to dismiss all those cases, no? Dahil nga, especially the cases that involves war on drugs. Tama po, Colonel Espinido? But in my own information, and I hope it will be confirmed by Napolcom Commissioner, may mga kaso pa ba ngayon na pending either sa inyo or nasa Civil Service Commission with regards to cases that was filed against police officers in the period of 2016 to 2022?
Mr. Chairman, maraming pong salamat. Yung meeting po namin doon sa Internal Affairs, tsaka doon sa Directorate for Investigation and Detective Management, lumalabas po na halos 99% yung kanilang naimbestigahan mula noong 2016 hanggang 2022 ay na-dismiss na po. Kaya maaaring
Sure that?
kung narito lang sana yung Inspector General ng Internal Affairs Service, kaninang
Sa IAS. But of course, sa CSC.
Sa CSE, hindi po kami nakatanggap ng ganong ulat sapagkat ang ginawa po ng PNP noon, nag-assume kagad ng jurisdiction ang internal affairs. Pinag-assume nila, kaya hindi na po nakapag-imbestiga ang NAPOLCOM at ang civil service.
No, pero paki-check mo po because I have data that there are still pending cases sa CEC under appeal. Once they appeal, siyempre sa CEC, and the appeal is favorable, the decision of CEC is favorable to the accused, babalik po sa inyo, di ba?
I-check po namin kung na-desisyonan na kasi po ng NAPOLCOM, talagang pupunta po ng civil service. Kung ito po ay may penalty. Kung na-dismiss naman po, hindi na na-appeal karaniwan. Pero magulat po muli kami sa susunod na hearing kung ilan man sakali yung mga in-appeal sa civil service at yung mga na-dismiss naman din po sa mga region, kumisan po ang appeal diretso na sa DILG.
Ganito po. Kasi, in one instance, for example, there are cases that was filed against those police officers just because nakalagay ang pangalan nila, mga HBT. While on the other hand, ito naman yung statement ni Colonel Espinido, that's why this is an inquiry in AWS station para maayos natin to, that this will not happen again. Kasi, pag nandun ka sa taas, may kapit ka sa taas, dismiss yung kaso mo. Especially IAS. Pero pagdating doon sa mga police officers na nakalagay yung HBT, for whatever reason, hanggang ngayon, sakripisyo po. And I can confirm that because some officers lumapit na po sa atin. And it only corroborate the statement of Colonel Espinido. Siguro ganito lang po. Mr. Chairman, may I request Napolcom to submit to this committee all pending appeals and cases na nasa inyo po at nandun po sa CSC ngayon. Kasi marami pong pending appeal ngayon doon. Ang alam ko lang po ngayon, there are 5. But I think marami pa po.
Yes, Chairman.
Please submit lang po.
Isasubmit po namin.
Thank you. Now, Chairman, can we ask the Civil Service Commission to be present at the next hearing? And for them to submit all cases that was on appeal with the CEC, dun sa mga police officers po, that has been filed cases since 2016 to 2022.
Comsec, you're directed to invite the COA and CSC, I'm sorry, CSC in the next hearing of the Quad. So,
Well, in fact, I have a case now, no, yung nag-report sa akin, Napolcom is given 10 days to answer. Tama, di ba? 10 days. Kung ang appeal, tama, 10 days. Tama po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah,
10 days.
kaya medyo may mga data na rin ako, Commissioner, pero please submit na lang po para for official records and we can check, no? Para matulungan natin ayusin to. Just like the statement of Colonel Espinido kanina.
Yes, Your Honor.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have still question in relation to Espinido, but if the chairman will give to the other members to ask question, I will yield my time, Mr. Chairman. My slot, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
I think Congressman Raul Manuel has
Wala siya.
signified his intention to ask question, but okay, we will just ask Congressman Caraps to use the time allotted for Congressman Manuel. But before that, just a question kasi napag-usapan yung sa ang tawag doon sa fund na yon ay anong tawag doon sa fund na binibigay nyo sa PNP confidential fund?
No, Mr.
Yung share ng
It's
STL.
charity fund.
What do you call that fund?
It's a charity fund.
O kasi may findings,
to charity
may
fund,
findings
Mr.
ang
Chair.
COA dito na mula ng 2017 hanggang 2022, around 600 million plus has been given to the Philippine National Police. Kaso, ang sabi ng COA dito, wala hong sinasubmit na fund utilization report kung saan napunta yung 600 million. So, maybe in the next, can we communicate with the PCSO and the Philippine National Police and submit to this committee a report on the fund utilization of the funds coming from the PCSO. I'm sure meron kayo din yan sa PCSO, di ba? Every time you remit,
Yes,
may
sir.
records kayo.
Yes, sir.
Sinasubmit ba ng PNP ang utilization
May
report?
receipt. I cannot recall if na-monitor po ng in charge sa department po, ng charity department.
Okay. Sige,
Mr. Chair.
we will just ask the PCSO at saka ang ating Philippine National Police. Congressman Paduano?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, during the previous hearing, we invited Colonel Patay and Lito Patay. I had with me the letter of excuse, no? Because Colonel Patay asked to be excused because there is a conference in Davao daw and the Chief NP is present. Now we also invited Colonel Marcos and I think Colonel Marcos is present in today's hearing.
Yeah,
Si Police Brigadier General Elisar Mata is also present. Please take the seat. Libre naman bakante.
Nag-uot na yan.
While Colonel Carlito Grijaldo was not present because of wrong identity, no? Anyway,
We also invited former PNP Chief Oscar Albayalde, but he has sent to the committee a copy of his medical certificate because he is experiencing hypertension. I don't know what that means, but it says hypertension.
we'll just invite him, Mr. Chair, on the next hearing again.
Yes, we also have a letter coming from former Chief PNP, General Debold Sinas, asking him to be excused because of the death of his sister. And attached in his letter are death certificate and a picture. So,
How about Albayalde, Mr. Chair?
yes, a medical certificate was submitted He is experiencing hypertension, as I mentioned earlier. And a letter also sent by the Senate Committee on Women, Children, and Family Relations and Gender Equality asking the committee to allow Ms. Cassandra Ong, who is presently detained in the House of Representatives, to allow her to attend the committee hearing on September 17, Tuesday, next week, 10 a.m. So these are the letters that the committee has received. And that's it. Congressman Paduano, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I ask the PNP, General Katapang, thank you for the submission of the requested documents from your office. But ang tanong ko lang kasi, of course siguro itong August 11, kasi yung nandito is August 14, that happens in the Picol. Yung kay Colonel Bantag, wala dito, no? Because it happens under the watch of...
It was with, Mr. Chair, it was with the BJMP.
Tama, BJMP. Now, Mr. Chairman, can we ask the highest official of the BJMP to be present in the next hearing and submit to this committee all the killings that happens under the watch of BJMP in the period of 2016 to 2022, Mr. Chairman? So move.
Can you please repeat the motion, Congressman?
Mr. Chairman, again, I move to invite the highest official of the BGMP in the next hearing and submit to this committee all the incidents of killings now related to drugs in the BGMP coverage area, Mr. Chairman. So move.
Seconded, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there's a motion as stated. Duly seconded. Are there any objections? No objections. The motion is approved.
Tapos po, Sir, General Katapang, can you also submit, kasing sinabmit, of course, kulang po yung motion ko noong nakano to submit all those incidents involving Chinese nationals. But can I ask again, General Katapang, to submit documents of incidents which is related to high-value targets or drug-related cases in the Bucor?
We will comply, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, especially cases kasing Chinese nandito na eh, yung mga Filipino and police officers that was killed inside the colony.
We will comply, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, let me proceed with the statement. Now, I will take off with the statement of Colonel Espinido. Colonel, you mentioned about cases that was filed against police officers. And the recommendation, you're just talking about Region 8, tama?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
But
Chair.
your example was just Region 8, but do you believe that it happens all over the country during the time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, since the witness, Mr. Chairman, is only knowledgeable about what happens in Region 8, I'll just focus on Region 8. But, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, this will not only stop in Region 8 because may mga nangyari din po sa Zamboanga, may nangyari din po sa Region 6, no?
Yes.
Anyway, with regards to the claims made by Colonel Espinido, question of exonerating police officers involved in the killings or cases filed against them in Region 6. Since Colonel Marcos nandito, nagkaabutan ba kayo doon?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr.
So,
Chair.
nung time na magkasabay kayo dumasahin, what is your position that time?
Chief of Police ako ng Albuera, Your Honor.
You're the Chief of Police of Albuera, where the Espinosa.
Yes, Your
No,
Honor.
Mayor Espinosa was the mayor then.
Yes.
Colonel Marcos, during the time, ano yung position mo doon sa Region 8?
Good evening to this honorable committee, sir. I was the regional chief of the CIDG, sir.
So
Regional-
you're the regional director of CIDG that time.
Yes, sir.
And your rank is the time?
Police superintendent, sir, or lieutenant colonel.
Light Colonel. Okay. Doon po sa nung August 11, 2016, your name was mentioned, ito sa sa newspaper accounts. Your name was mentioned that you're the one that served a search warrant for a certain Alvarez. Is it correct?
Yes, sir. It was a joint operation. Actually, it was led by PRO-8, sir.
PRO-8.
Yes, sir.
With the permission of Congressman Craps, Chair, can I inquire if this gentleman has taken his oath?
Comsec, you have taken your oath, Colonel, no? Naka-oath ka na?
Kanina, sir. Sabay-sabay po
Okay.
kanina.
And that goes the same to General Mata, no? General Mata.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, so ano bang lead unit doon?
Ang Police Regional Office 8, sir. Sila ang lead unit. As a national support unit or a regional support unit,
Pero, okay.
kasama lang po kami sa operation.
Okay. But of course, you're the head of the CIDG during the time. You know the background why Alvarez was issued the search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, ano yung laman ng search warrant?
It was in possession of shabu or illegal drugs, sir.
Illegal drugs. Okay. But in the newspaper account, namatay siya dahil nanlaban siya. Tama?
Yes, sir. Upon the entry, sir, of the SWAT, RPSB, to include other units of the PRO-8, sir.
To nanlaban.
Yun, sir, ang nangyari kasi wala naman po ako doon sa loob.
Oh, okay. But of course, you're one of the head, di ba?
Opo, sir.
Official doon. So,
Sa isang unit, sir,
question of whatever happens, that's still command responsibility. Tama?
it goes with the regional director, sir. Kasi
of course,
nagkaroon po, sir, ng command briefing before the implementation, sir, of the search warrant.
But you were there.
Kasama po ako, pero I am not part of the entering party, sir.
Yeah, but you were there.
Yes, I was
Okay.
there.
Who heads that operation?
Sir?
Most senior official.
It was the chief of the, ang command, bali, ang ground commander, sir, it was the regional mobile force, sir.
Sino?
Colonel Rocomora, sir. Siya, sir, ang designate ni RD.
Is she active until now?
Retired na po, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask, can we invite certain Colonel Rocamora to be present in the next hearing? Yun ba yung Rocamora na taga Iloilo?
I'm not quite sure, sir, kasi
Okay, anyway.
during the command briefing, sir, the regional director, sir, designating him as the ground commander.
Okay. And COMSEC, Mr. Chairman, can we advise the COMSEC to coordinate with the PNP to locate and serve the invitation for a certain retired Colonel Rocamora, Mr. Chairman?
COMSEC, please comply.
Okay. Now, doon po sa, dahil CIDG kayo, yung pidig ba kasama doon? The time?
Hindi, sir. Yung ang kasama doon yung Red SOT,
Sorry?
Regional Anti-Illegal Drugs.
Okay. So, sino talagang may holdings? Because, sino nag-apply ng search warrant? Kasi supposedly, kung drugs ang nakalagay sa search warrant, siyempre, sino may holdings noon? Ikaw, CIDG, or... Please?
Ang tinask po ng region na mag-apply po ng search warrant, yung CIDG po.
CIDG, tama. Kayo po.
Kasi kami po ang may role as a regional support unit. Kami po ang may role para mag-apply ng search warrant.
Correct. And you have also holdings doon sa kay Alvarez. Tama?
Meron din po, sir.
Okay. And during the time, Alvarez is one of the top 10 one of the top 10 drug lord in the country.
He was on the drug watch list, sir.
Okay.
Oh.
So, sa inyong holdings, saan kumukuha ng droga si Alvarez?
May intelligence information kasi, sir, report, not only coming from the region but also from national headquarters, na Alin Alvarez was getting shipment of shabu from Peter Ko in the Bilibid.
Peter Ko.
And the last delivery, sir, was 900 kilos.
900 kilos. Yun ba yung nasa Zambales that time? Yung barko?
Hindi po,
No.
sir. No.
Oh, pero yung 900 kilos, di ba ang nakuha lang doon, that's your information, pero ang na-recover doon is only 20 kilos, I think?
Yes, sir. Based on the information kasi, sir, ang shipment na yon na 900 kilos was delivered during the time of President Aquino pa.
Yeah,
So,
tama.
katapos, sir, nung that time, sir, na diniliberan siya, siguro na-distribute niya yung drugs kasi based doon sa recovery ng cellphone niya, hindi na po nag-remit si Alin Alvarez sa drug money, sir.
Tama.
Hindi na niya ni-remit, sir.
Tama. Kaya this is not conclusive. But there are theories that because Alvarez did not remit the actual amount and that 20 kilos that was recovered, that was the reason of Alvarez sa source niya na-recover daw ng mga pulis yung 900 kilos. But the truth of the matter is that out of the 900 kilos, only 20 kilos was recovered. Pang show cost lang yon. Pang alibay ni Alvarez sa source niya.
Hindi ako quite sure, sir, kung ilan ang recovery or basta ang information, sir, hindi na, sir, na-remit yung pera.
Okay, anyway. Basta hindi siya mubayad, di ba?
Hindi na siya nagbayad.
Nagka-problema siya. And,
Partly, sir, nagbayad siya kasi doon sa recovery ng cellphone niya, sir, the money is being remitted by his sister to Nova, Parahinog. Kasi ang shabu, sir, nanggagaling po kay Peter Ko, pero diniligate na, sir, kay Kulangko yung pag-ship ng shabu. Ang nagko-collect, sir, ng pera ng remittance, si Christy Alvarez, papunta, sir, kay Nova, Parahinog.
okay,
Yun
anyway.
Nandun, sir, yung transaction sa cellphone niya. And this evidence, sir, was collected, the shabu, including all the evidences, was collected by the SOCO. Kasi yung operation na yun, sir, kanya-kanya po kami ng tasking. Ang tasking lang po ng CIDG doon is to apply for search warrant.
Anyway, Colonel, may mga theory kasi, no? May mga theory din kasi with regards to it. Ang pinagmulan talaga nun dahil hindi siya bumayad. Hindi siya nag-remit nang dapat i-remit. Kaya yun, ang napala niya. Yun yung, I am not concluding, I had no conclusion, but yun yung sa grapevine, no? Sa grapevine na nakuha. Now, during your stint as the regional director of CIDG, may case ka ba na inarap nun? As a case filed against you?
Yes, sir. I was filed with a murder case for the death of Mayor Espinosa and Raul Yap.
Sorry, sino yung isa?
Raul Yap, sir. Sa
Raul
provincial
Yap.
Yes, sir. Dalawa
Okay.
sila.
So, Mayor Espinosa and Raul Yap.
Naisuhan po kami ng warrant of arrest doon, sir.
Yeah.
And we were detained.
Ano bang kaso? Murder.
Murder, sir.
So, but you bailed.
We filed for petition for review, sir. It was downgraded to homicide. So, we are able to file bail, sir.
Pero nakulong ka rin.
Yes, sir. 4 months.
How long?
4 months.
Saan?
CIDG detention, sir. Because we applied for retention of the CIDG facility because marami pong kaming nahuli na sa Region 8 na nakakulong sa provincial jail for security reasons.
Yeah, I understand. Anyway, to Colonel Espinido, I will not put you off. You can answer this, yes or not, or you will not answer my question.
With the
In your-
Honorable Chair, sir, excuse po. Our case, sir, was filed by DOJ, but eventually we were sentenced by the court for not guilty. We were acquitted for both counts.
Yeah,
sir.
you're exonerated in that case.
Na-acquit po kami last October 21. October 6, 2021, sir.
Yeah, October 6, 2021.
None of us was found guilty or na found guilty sa case na yun, sir. We were all
Ilan kayo
acquitted.
ang kinasuhan doon?
19, sir.
19. Pero ikaw
19,
yung...
sir.
Sorry?
19, sir.
19. 19.
Yes, sir.
Ikaw yung highest official.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, gusto ko ang balikan. Colonel Espinido, hindi kailangan sagutin mo ako.
Yes, sir.
Yes or no, hindi kailangan. Pero, depende sa'yo kung sagutin mo. Is the cases that was filed and dismissed that you're mentioning is one of those cases na kasama yung kay Colonel Marcos and
None.
the 19?
None, sir.
That is
None.
not,
Wala, hindi kasali si Sir Marcos, sir.
that is not part.
Hindi, sir.
So, iba pa yon.
Diba, sir?
Iba pa. Sigurado ka?
Yes, sir. Sa filing of complaint ko sa DOJ, sa RIAS kay Uniform Personnel at saka sa NIAS, hindi ko natandaan yung pangalan ni Sir Marcos, sir.
Okay. Okay. Sige. Okay. Thank you. Anyway, Colonel Marcos, at least, sinabi ni Colonel Espinido na your name was not in the list, no? Sa kanyang memory is what in the list. Doon sa logbook ata, may logbook ano? May logbook siya pero your name was not in the list.
Opo, sir. Hindi naman po talaga, wala naman po talaga yung pangalan ko.
Hindi. You cannot prove it because the list is with Colonel Espinido and coming from the mouth of Colonel Espinido that officers that was filed the cases may dismissal pero na-exonerate because of the order from sa taas. Sandali po. Sandali lang po. Dahan-dahan lang. Basta ang sinasabi ko lang po, pasalamat ka na sinasabi ngayon ni Colonel Espinido na you're not in the list of those officers that was mentioned by him by the orders from taas was exonerated. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, now, let me proceed with... wala kasi si Colonel Patay. Kaklase mo ba si Colonel Patay? Hindi, no? Class 96 ka, 97 siya, tama?
Yes, sir. 97 po si Colonel Patay.
Colonel Garma, do you have any knowledge, information, if Colonel Patay has a case?
He told me that he has cases, facing mga cases po. Mr.
May mga cases.
Nagsabi siya noon sa akin, Mr. Chair.
Okay, but you confirm also that he's in the class 97?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, Colonel Marcos, kaklase mo si Colonel Leonardo. Tama?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Colonel Leonardo, do you confirm? Nakaklase mo po si ano?
Correct po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Do you have also cases that was filed against you? May mga kaso ka ba? Noong nakaraan? Except dun sa before, that's why nag-turn back ka because you confirmed kanina kay Chairman Acop na you have a murder case. Homicide ba yun? O murder? Kaya na-turn back ka?
Ano po, murder po, sir.
Murder. Okay. Pero when after graduation from the PNP and your career, with the PNP until you retire, do you have a case?
Meron po ako mga cases na naipile sa akin.
Anong cases yun?
Iba-iba po, Mr. Chair. Ito po ay yung mga bunga po ng pagtatrabaho namin. Minsan binabalikan po kami ng kaso, Mr.
Pero ano yun? Murder? Homicide?
Iba-iba po. Meron pong murder.
Hindi nga, tinatanong nga kita,
meron pong
iba-iba.
murder sa tingin ko po.
Wala ka bang kasong murder?
Meron
During
po.
stint? Colonel, ayaw ko. Tinatanong kita diretso. Kasi ang simpleng sagot dapat, may kaso po ako na murder. May kaso po ako administrative lang. May kaso po.
Apo, meron po.
Napaka-defensive mo agad eh.
Pasensya po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, last na lang to. Now, wala si Colonel Patay. Some of the invitees in the next hearing was moved by Co-Chair Dan Fernandez. Yung mga ininvita mo, kanina, nag-move ka to invite them. Ganito lang po. No, I have nothing against class 96 and 97 kasi maraming matitino eh. No, I have no judgment. Well, in fact, Fortaleza was also class 97. Dunggail, now in detention, was also class 97. Kaklase din ni, di ba ma'am, kaklase mo si Dunggail. They were involved in the kidnapping dun sa Bacolod City, pero drugs din yon. Drugs din. Anyway, ganito. Kanina nung tinanong kayo ni Chairman Acop, on the day of June 28, 2016, you confirmed that you were there in Davao. Tama? Kanina.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Nandun kayo. Nandun yung kaklase mo rin, mga kaklase mo.
Yes, Mr.
Not
Chair.
all, not all.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Colonel Leonardo, you confirm also kanina na nandun kayo, di ba?
Hindi lang po ako sure sa date, Mr. Chair, pero nandun po ako.
Ako, sigurado ako.
Okay po, kung yun po ang ano.
June
okay
28.
po. Ay,
Sigurado ako.
kukonfirm
Colonel
po.
Marcos, are you also present during the time? June 28? Sa Davao? In that meeting?
I cannot recall, sir, na nakatin ako ng meeting noon that date, sir. Parang wala, sir. Hindi ako sure, sir.
Colonel Leonardo?
Pero pumupunta po ako ng Davao, sir, because of...
Hindi, ito, Colonel Marcos. That was the time, 3 days before President Duterte assumes office.
No, sir, I don't think so. Hindi ako,
Wala ka?
Hindi ako pumunta nung petsa na yan, sir.
Sigurado
Mr.
ka?
Chair.
Colonel Leonardo, is Colonel Marcos present during the time?
Meron
Ikaw lang kumbida eh.
Totoo po yun. Meron pong mga classmate ko na nagpunta po ng Davao.
Is Colonel
Hindi lang po ako
Marcos?
sure doon sa petsa, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
Hindi lang po ako sure doon sa petsa kung...
Okay, sige, hindi na natin
28
pag-usapan
nga po,
petsa.
Mr. Chair. Opo.
Ganito na lang. Yung sinasabi mo, Colonel Garman, na pagtitipon doon sa Davao, that was June 28. Sige, sabihin na natin. Yung petsa, hindi kayo sigurado. Pero si Chairman Acop, sigurado siya dahil tinanong niya na kanina di ba? Now, etong tanong, anong lugar yon? Colonel Leonardo, anong lugar yon? Saan yon?
Yung...
Colonel Leonardo,
Teka.
gusto mo ako pa magsasalita? I want you to
nire-recall ko lang po.
truthfully, I want you to truthfully tell this committee.
I will, Mr. Chair.
What?
Just give me a few minutes, a few seconds, Mr. Chair. Nire-recall ko lang po. Pasensya na po.
Saan?
Okay po sa inyo, Mr. Chair.
Saan?
Ang pagkakaalala ko, nagkita-kita po kasi kami dahil...
saan muna? Tanong ko saan eh.
Marami pong place na...
Hindi, yung June 28.
Meron...
Ito sabihin ko lang sa iyo Ito, Colonel Pag nagsinungaling ka, pasensyahan tayo dito. Second floor kayo. Di ba?
Doon po sa may DPWH sa office na unang office po ni PRRD po doon.
Office ni PRRD. Tama?
Tama po.
Okay. So, Colonel Marcos, hindi mo matandaan, wala ka doon? Sigurado ka?
Hindi ko lang po, Mr. Chair, matandaan yung date, pero nasa Davao po ako.
Pero nakapunta ka rin doon.
Nakapunta
Doon
rin-
sa sinasabi ni Colonel Leonardo na lugar?
Opo, nakapunta po
Nakapunta
ako
ka ron. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, nung sinabi ko na nasa second floor, natandaan ka agad ni Colonel Leonardo. At anyway, Mr. Chairman, I hope in the next hearing, sabihin na po nila ng totoo kasi si Chairman Acop has also holdings about your meetings, and I hope you will tell all, especially Colonel Leonardo and Colonel Garma. Kasi wala rin, may ipit din kayo dito just in case. Alam niya ni Chairman Acop. I am giving you the chance, Colonel Leonardo.
Kino-confirm ko na po na...
Oo nga, pati yung meetings nyo. Gusto mo, sabihin ko pa sa iyo, Chairman Acop, sabihin ko yung kung paano kayo nilagay. Chairman Acop, do you give me the...
Kino-confirm ko na po, Mr. Chair.
Kino-confirm mo? Anyway, Mr. Chairman, into ko muna kasi I will just give them time also. Chairman Acop, okay lang ba? Okay lang sa iyo? Na I will just give them time na wag muna.
Your choice, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Colonel Leonardo, alam mo, bibigyan ko kayo, mag-isip kayo ni, especially kayo, Colonel Garma. Kasi, ayaw din namin. Pero ako, tandaan nyo, we're doing this for the country. No? Ako, hindi naman ako tatakbo na eh. Chairman Barbers, hindi rin eh. But we're doing this for the country and I hope all of us should cooperate. Kasi, Colonel Leonardo, kung ikaw, anak mo, kapatid mo, asawa mo, grandson, granddaughter mo, ilista lang, nilagay sa drug list, tapos ambusin, tapos alubad sa atin, tanggalin yung pangalan. Oh, it happens. Di ba? Kaya kanina sinasabi mong successful yung drug war, I don't believe in that. Ako, ayaw ko mangyari yun. We are doing this in aid of legislation so that we can legislate in the House, in this 19th Congress, para hindi na mangyari in the future generation, in the future administration, whoever sits in this government. Ginagamit yung pulis. Diba? Kawawang pulis. Sabi nga ni Colonel Espinido, mabuti nga. Ako, hindi rin ako naniniwala doon sa sinabi ni Colonel Espinido noong nakaraan that the PNP is the biggest group, crime group in this country. Kasi maraming matitinong pulis. But of course, kung politika na, ayan ang problema. Diba? And I hope next hearing, pagtutulungan natin to. Kasi ako, sinasabi ko na, I don't want that my family, that my daughters, sons, granddaughters, grandchildren, na maranasan nila ang ganitong pangyayari. 6 years of dark era in this country. Thousands yung namatay. Kaya ako, Mr. Chairman, I will just end this interpretation of this representation, but I hope in the next hearing, sana po, the resource persons will cooperate. And again, I have nothing against, ang dami ko pong kilalang class 96 din, ang dami ko rin kilalang class 97, class 98, yung kinakapatid ko po, class 2000, marami po akong kilala na matitinong pulis. Oo. Marami po akong kilala. Kaya lang, ang sinasabi ko nga, I hope we are doing this for the country and we are doing this for the next generation. As of now, Mr. Chairman, yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you for
Mr.
your
Chair.
short
Mr. Chair.
interpellation, Congressman Paduano.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Aba,
Okay, Congressman Abante.
Abante muna, dahil
Ano na
letter
po,
A.
Congressman Abante
Letter
and
A.
then Congressman
One
Fernandez.
minute. 1 minute.
Letter A ako eh, letter D ka.
Sige, sunod na ako sa letter AB at saka
Oo.
AC ang susunod.
Kaya na.
Malayo yung FER eh.
Gusto ko lang tanungin po si General Mata, no? Sapagkat kanina pa siya naghihintay eh. Ano po ang inyong posisyon sa Philippine National Police?
Good evening, sir. Good evening to this honorable committee. I'm now the director of the PNP Drug Enforcement Group, Your
Ano
Honor.
po yon? Director po ng
The PNP Drug Enforcement Group, Mr.
PIDEG.
Mr.
Oo.
Chair, Your Honor, sir.
Nakikialam din po ba kayo sa mga kaso ng extrajudicial killings?
When it comes to the prosecution, the PDIG is only tasked to undertake intensified anti-illegal drug operation. Your Honor.
Not the prosecution, but to investigate. May pakialam ba kayo dyan? Because it also pertains to drugs, General?
When I assume this office last May, when I was not able to onboard an EJK investigation, Your Honor, sir.
How about the CIDG? Colonel po kayo, no? Colonel Marcos?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, saan po kayo assigned sa CIDG?
Sa SOC Sergeant po, sir. Region 12. Ngayon.
Saan po?
Ngayon po, sir. Sa Region 12 po, sir.
Region 12. Perhaps we could be able to invite Mr. Chair, the CIDG head in Metro Manila and the NCR, no? In the next meeting. Mr. Chair, can we invite in the next hearing the CIDG head of NCR?
What year, Your Honor?
Today?
I'd like to ask him some questions.
It's NCR.
General Artates, oh yes.
Okay. So, COMSEC,
Because
please.
during that time, he was also involved in the past. I mean, he was a colonel. He was a colonel or a major during that time. Anyway, I'd like to ask Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Bernardo, no? You said that yung mga promotions ng mga police natin, performance-based. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Yung huling usapan po namin ni Chief PNP na hindi na sila magre-rely sa statistics. At nagkasundo po kami na kailangan makita yung crime situation tsaka yung overall peace and order. Hindi lang po yung dating arrest quota. Yun po yung nabago ngayon.
Sana po, character-based din, no? Hindi lang performance-based. Kasi nakikita po natin na ang pinaka-big post pa ng EJK at ng drugs, head pa ng Philippine National Police, eh. Yun po ang kinalulungkot ko dito, eh. Tungkol po naman sa internal affairs. Sapagkat nung hearing po natin sa Committee on Human Rights, ang sinabi ng internal affairs, they are only investigating administrative cases. But in their charter, they can also investigate criminal cases. Pwede po ba na dapat imbestigahan po nila ang criminal cases ng ating mga kapulisan?
Totoo po yun. Doon sa PNP, Republic Act 8551, nakasaad doon, they can file cases before the court na. Kaya magko-coordinate lamang po sa National Prosecution Service. Naniniwala po kami nung huling naming usapan kay IG Dulay na sabi niya, malaking trabaho ito, pero kung yun daw nakasaad sa batas, tutugunan na rin daw nila. Kaya bumibuelo na rin po sila ngayon na...
Mr. Chair, we'd like to find out, no, the next hearing, we would like to invite the head of the IAS, no, as we again investigate the EJK, because it's quite important that he will tell us how many cases have been filed, not only administratively, but also criminal cases on the issue of the EJK.
Yes, Your Honor, sasabihin din po namin na magayak sa susunod na hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Congressman Fernandez.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, since we cannot really ask so many questions, no? And it's already 9 p.m.
Si Congressman Ako.
So, before I move for the suspension, let's allow Chairman Ako
Congressman
to
Ako.
speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I ask Colonel Marcos, saan po ang assignment ninyo?
Mr. Chair, CIDG po, Region 12, sir.
Region 12. How long have you been the head of CIDG Region 12?
Bali, na-reassign po uli ako doon last.
My question is, how long have you been with Region 12 CIDG?
Itong present, sir, bali more than a year, sir. Since may relief because nagkaroon po ako.
Teka, Colonel. Ang tanong ko, how long have you been with CIDG Region 12?
Kung accumulated, sir, mula nung after ako na transfer, after, sir, nakabil ako nung 2017 ng July or June, sir. Kung accumulated siya, sir, more than 5 years na, sir. Pero na-transfer na rin po ako ng Region 10, CIDG. Nabalik po ako ng Region 12. Bali, naputol-putol po siya. Pero in accumulation, sir, more than 5 years.
Taga saan po ba kayo?
Region 8, sir. Tacloban.
Region 8. Anyway, pag tinitignan ko yung PDS mo, paborito mo lugar yung Region 12 CIDG. Tama siguro ako. Tama?
Not necessary, sir, naman na paborito. Nataon lang, sir, na siguro walang interesado masyado doon ma-assign.
Marami.
Kasi by the time, sir, nung...
Marami nag-interest doon.
Okay.
Panahon ni Gerald Karamat. Pero
yes,
hindi
Mr.
ka
Chair.
maalis ni Gerald Karamat. I do not know the reason why.
Isa sa reason, sir, Region 12 was the best regional office for the past 2 years.
Ang daming naging best provincial commander pero hindi sila nagtagal na provincial commander eh.
Yes, sir.
So that is not a valid reason.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Nagtataka lang ako doon sa PDS mo eh. Yal Karamat, you know the provisions of Republic Act 9184. General Mata.
No, sir.
Alam po ninyo. Meron pa nakakaalam kung nung Republic Act 9164?
Anti-money laundering yata yung 9164.
9165.
Drugs, 9165.
Hindi mo alam. Eh, yung 9165, alam mo?
Yes, sir. 9165.
Ano po ang nakalagay doon sa batas regarding your units operations vis-a-vis PDEA?
The PDEA is the lead agency when it comes to anti-illegal drugs, while the PNP is the support.
And what do you understand by that provision? That the PDEA is the lead agency when it comes to anti-illegal drug operations?
Yes, sir. Every time we have an operation, we are required, or there's a need for us to coordinate with the PDEA, Your Honor, sir.
Meron bang PDEA team na assigned sa PDEG?
None, Your Honor.
None? Is that true, DG Lasso?
It's not true, sir. We have one team dedicated to be with the PDEG.
Sino ngayon na nagsasabi sa inyong dalawa? Ang totoo. General, ano? Sino nagsasabi na totoo sa inyo? Dalawa.
As I'm concerned, Your Honor, sir,
Ha?
there is a team of PIDEG and PIDEA working in airport for interdiction operation in airport, sir.
Doon
But
lang sa airport.
assigned per se in my unit, I don't think so that we have in our roster or record that we have PIDEA personnel.
DG Lasso, could you explain your
Yes, Your
statement?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor. What happened during the time of PIDEG Director Bartolome is that, as agreed upon, I had one team of PIDEA embedded with operatives from PIDEG. In fact, we provided them with vehicles and motorcycles to conduct joint operations, particularly in Metro Manila. At that time, since it was the time of General Bartolome, the team leader then was, let me just refer to my notes here. During the time of Bartolome, the team leader was Police Captain Jornadal. However, when the group of General Mata took over, Jornadal was, or Hornadal was replaced with Captain Kuanan. And slowly, Captain Kuanan diverted from the conduct of operations to the point that, of course, after PIDEG would do their coordinations with PIDEA and the coordination number would be given, they would only call PIDEA after the takedown. And that is why, this is the reason why I said there was a change of scheme of operations. And I think that's the reason why the new team doesn't know, because what happened now was that with Captain Kuanan, now the team leader of the PIDEG team working with the PIDEA team, the PIDEA team is just, on standby in the office. And when there would be
Mr. Chair,
operations...
I'd like to remind General Lasso to please always
Yes.
go to the chairman
Yes,
before
I'm sorry,
answering.
Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yes. So, Mr. Chairman, if going back, the scheme then was that the team of Hornadal and the team of PIDEA would be working together all the time. But when the team of General Mata came in and Captain Kuanan became the team leader of the PIDEG team, they were no longer working together, Mr. Chairman. So parang naka-standby na lang po dun sa yung team ko, naka-standby na lang dun sa PIDEA, tapos tatawagin na lang nung PIDEG kapag tapos na yung takedown. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And so, hindi na po kami masyadong nagpa-participate masyado. Hindi na kami, we didn't want to join their operations anymore because we were never part of the whole operation. We would only be called after the takedown. So, we were a bit worried.
Yes, sir.
So, that is what happened, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. DG Lasso, would you know if a certain Jonathan Chua is in the anti-illegal drug list wanted persons?
Your Chairman, the name rings a bell. And I don't know if he is really wanted, but I think the name is a drug personality.
And General Mata, do you know a certain Jonathan Chua?
Not as of this time, sir. I haven't encountered his name.
When would be the time that you would know him?
I will, because there's a lot of personality in our list, sir.
Ay, lumulusot ka naman iho eh. Tinanong ko na nga yung PDEA?
No, sir. I do not know as of this time that we have that kind of police, Jonathan Chu, sir.
So as of this point in time, you do not know
Yes.
a certain Jonathan Chua. Okay. May I know if in September 9, nasaan yung SOU 3 mo? Madam, siguro mas magaling na maupo po kayo para mas mabilis tayo. Gabi
yes,
na eh.
Yes. September 9, Lunes yun. If that's on Monday, sir, September 9, they were in Imus, Cavite, Your
Can
Honor.
we invite your assistant to sit beside
Yes,
you,
sir.
please? Go ahead.
9, Monday.
You were in Cavite?
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
Imus, Cavite?
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
Why?
We had an operation there in Barangay Pasong Buaya and another operation by SOU3 in Barangay Bahay Tubig. Yes, sir. I will double check my record, sir.
Ha?
We have an operation there in
In one night,
two operations.
sabi ko, one
Yes.
night, hindi ko naman tinatanong yung operation eh. Inunahan mo ako, iho.
Yes, sir.
In one night, 2 operations sa isang bayan sa Cavite.
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
Yes. And ang nahuli po ninyo ay, 110 kilograms
Yes, Your Honor.
sa
Pasong
isang
Buaya.
operation.
Opo.
At doon sa isa,
4 kilograms, Your Honor.
yes, 4 kilograms. Kasi may nag-text sa akin na ito ay galing sa certain Jonathan Chua na hinuli pero in-release. Kinuha yung droga na dala-dala niya.
In where operation, Your Honor, sir, may I, because if that happened, that is not acceptable. And me, myself, I always...
That is why you were there. And you should know
Yes.
whether the operation was done properly or not.
Yes, sir. It was done properly. I came first on Barangay Paso Buaya, who we confiscated 110 kilograms of shabu. And afterwards, we proceeded in Barangay Bahay Tubig. I'm not sure of the ano, sir.
I'm asking this question,
Yes, sir.
Jarmata, because ang pagkaalam ko kasi, nung create ang PDEA, na-abolish yung NARCOM ng polis. At ang intention ng batas ay yung small street crimes regarding illegal drugs sa polis. Pero pag yung malalaki, yung high value, ay doon sa PDEA.
Yes, sir.
Hindi ba ganun talaga?
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
Wala namang inabolish nga yung NARCOM command nun. Kaya lang, may malikot ang isip na Chief PNP, nag-form siya ng task force against illegal drugs.
Yes, sir.
Pero nag-evolve yan, pati malalaki, pinakikialaman nyo na, wala nang PDEA na kasama. Di ba?
Not true, Your Honor. Last time when we apprehended the Pakistani national...
What is not true? Yung,
Yes, sir. We have
yung
PDEA
sistema?
with 47 kilograms of ketamine. We have PDEA, and when we apply search warrant...
Dito sa kwan
This
ito.
time, sir, ay lang ang medyo na ano, sir.
Dito?
Medyo wala. Dito sa trabaho na to, I admit talaga wala to, sir. And that I will check to my operatives, Your Honor, sir.
You see to it that you do something
Yes,
about it
I
because
will
I am
conduct-
watching.
Yes, Your Honor, sir. I will conduct a thorough investigation with this information I received.
Papahanap ko kung nasaan yung si Jonathan Chua.
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
Kasi alam ko, kakilala mo eh. Sa totoo lang, yes. Huwag kang
Honestly-
ngiti-ngiti. Baka
honestly,
mawala yan
I-
pag
I-
may produce ko yung tao.
Honestly,
Now,
I do not know, Your Honor, sir.
Are you a suspect also in the ICC case?
My name was placed
Hindi, sagutin mo yung tanong
Yes,
ko.
Your Honor, sir. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Kaya magdahan-dahan ka, iho.
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
Because, as I've said a while ago, there is always a time for reckoning. Maybe your reckoning is not now. Baka sa banda-banda roon, iho. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Congressman Acop. Short question lang ulit bago natin itapusin. Gusto ko lang mag-clarify. Yung General Mata, meron bang drug list?
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
Si General Sandoval, meron bang drug list?
Sa part ng DIDM, sir, wala naman kami, sir. Purely
Walang drug list?
Sa DIDM part, sir, wala.
No, yeah, I know. But you're a member of the Philippine National Police and you know that there is what they call the drug list. Are you
Yes.
aware that there is a drug list?
Yes, Your Honor.
So alam mo, meron.
Yes,
Si
sir.
Colonel Marcos, meron bang drug list?
Since po sir na-assign po ako ng Police Regional Office 8 way back 2015 na nag-OICR1 po ako, nag-assign po ako ng Lambat Sibat. Meron na po tayong listahan ng yung target list.
Ano
watch
nakalagay
list.
doon? Yung mga high value targets?
Opo sir, lahat ng listahan ng mga involved sa drugs, drug lords, including...
So drug lords?
Oh, yes sir.
Sa career mo, ilan ang nahuli mong drug lord? Sa ilang years ka na sa police?
30 years sir.
In your 30 years as a member of the Philippine National Police, ilan ang na-apprehend mong drug lord?
Ang na-operate ko lang po si Mayor Espinosa at saka yung Espinosa Group sir. Kasi...
Hindi, yun lang. Tanong ko lang. So, sino? Mayor Espinosa?
Oh, sir. At
Okay.
saka
Aside from Mayor Espinosa, wala na.
Wala na po, sir. I never been assigned in a drug unit, sir, in my career. Ang first time lang po ako na nag-operate ng illegal drugs when I was assigned with CIDG because it was still on the flagship project ng CIDG, ang Oplan Berta. Pero
Sige, okay. Okay na tayo doon.
It was the first
Basta I
time
just
lang.
wanted you to confirm kung meron bang drug list. Kasi sabi ni General Mata, meron. Sabi ni General Sandoval, meron. Kaya tinanong kita, meron bang drug list?
Meron po, sir.
Yes
Kasi
or no?
We,
Yes.
we
Okay.
conduct always a conference on that, sir.
Okay, pwede bang matanong, DG Lasso, is there such a list called the drug list?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
We
thank
have
you.
two.
Thank you. Colonel Leonardo, meron bang drug list?
Yes, Your Honor.
Colonel Garma, meron bang drug list?
Yes, Your Honor.
Colonel Espinido, meron bang drug list?
I have here, sir, list.
Okay. Sinong gumagawa ng drug list? Colonel Garma, sinong gumagawa ng drug list?
Mr. Chair, pwede bang isubmit ni Colonel Espinido? Dahil dala niya yung drug list
We will ask him to submit that later, Your Honor. But I'm just...
Yes, sir. Based on my experience, Mr. Chair, as station commander, kami po sa station ay naglilista po.
Naglilista ang station.
Yes, sir. Based sa TI namin, sa mga nahuli.
What is TI?
Mga
Tactical
interrogation or
interrogation.
investigation po, disclosure of suspects that are arrested, or information coming from assets and agents.
So this is done sa
Level
ng ano?
police station, pinakamababa po sa station.
So kaya malalaman natin sa isang jurisdiction, isang police station, alam natin kung ilan yung drug lords, ilan yung drug users, pushers, ganyan. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Sinasubmit po namin sa TASTO, then there is a sharing of intelligence. Kaya kung minsan, yung information ng nasa taas, nakukuha din namin sa baba kasi naayos po namin na nasa area namin yung operation nila. So naisasama din po namin yung intel ng ibang unit.
Okay. Si Colonel Leonardo,
Mr. Chair.
where does the list come from?
Nagsisimula po sa mga station, sa mga pati po barangay minsan nagpo-provide din po.
So sa station, sinasubmit yan ng mga police sa area.
Apo, from the station, isasabit na po yan pataas.
And the station determines sino yung drug lord, sino yung pusher. May difference ba yung pusher sa drug lord? I want to get a categorical answer sa kanila. Kasi kayo ang nakakaalam. Meron bang difference yung pusher do sa drug lord?
Mas higher level po, I think, yung drug lord, Mr. Chair.
Again?
Meron po kasing pusher na nagbebenta. Pag nagbenta po, kahit 1 gramo lang, pusher na po yun. Eh.
So pag
Once a seller, Mr. Chair, pusher na po. Once caught selling, in the act of selling, pusher na po yun.
And then,
yung drug lord is, I believe, mas higher level po. Yung mga certain amount of drugs confiscated from the suspect, then he will be considered,
so
considered drug lord.
merong large amount of drugs before a person is considered a drug lord? Ganun ba ang...
I think so, Mr. Chair.
Okay. In your career, Colonel Leonardo, ilan ang drug lords ang nahuli mo?
Marami-rami rin po, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko lang po mabilang kung ilan. Pero marami-rami po, Mr.
Pag
Chair.
drug lord? Drug lord yan,
May drug lord po, may pusher, meron din pong user.
Hindi. Ang tanong ko, ilan drug lords ang identified mo at nahuli mo yun, in your entire PNP career?
Mahigit pong 10, masasabi ko. Safe po ako na
And
mahigit
they're
10.
now all in jail?
Meron pong...
May buhay pa ba doon sa 10?
Meron din pong may namatay po.
Okay.
Meron naman pong convicted
Kasi ang tanong ng taong bayan ganito eh. Marami tayong nahuhuli. And this is a statement that I'm sure the PNP knows and the PDEA knows and the NBI knows. Marami tayong nahuhuling drugs. Pero wala tayong nahuhuli. Karamihan, maraming beses na ang nahuhuli ay yung mga street peddlers. Pero yung mga ulo, yung mga drug lords, ay hindi natin nahuhuli. Ngayon, there's now a hypothesis na bakit hindi nahuhuli yung mga malalaki? Kasi pinakakawalan sila in exchange of the large volume of drugs na nahuhuli sa kanila. Nahuli sa kanila, kukunin nila yung drugs, pakakawalan nila yung drug lord. Pagkatapos nun, tatawagin yung mga pusher, alin kayo, benta kayo sa kalsada. Kailangan in 1 week, mag-remit kayo. Pag hindi kayo nag-remit, huhulihin namin kayo. That was the kalakaran. And that is the comments made by our people. Kaya nga, tinanong ko, ilan ang drug lord na huli natin? Di ba? Si Colonel Marcos, are you related to the President?
Apelido lang po, sir.
So, kasi maputi ka eh.
Yes po, American po ang mother ko, sir.
Okay. Sinabi mo kanina na si Espinosa lang nahuli mong drug lord.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero sa mga street peddlers, marami kang nahuli, I'm sure.
Marami po, sir, kasi naging commander po ako ng Manila Police District.
Ilan ang na-dismiss sa mga nahuli mo? Lahat yan, I'm sure, nakasuhan nyo. 9165, di ba? Meron bang nakasuhan?
Parang I've been a commander for more than 5 years in Manila Police District. I can only recall one, sir.
So you only can recall one that was
Na-dismiss.
charged?
Na-dismiss ang kaso.
Na-dismiss? Bakit?
Yes.
Section 21? Anong
11, sir.
Section 11 nyo hinuli, pero anong reason for the dismissal? Would you know?
Yes, sir. I know that because I was able to pinag-explain po ako dyan. Yung operatiba po na in custody with the evidence. Nung sinubmit po sa court, hindi po siya nag-countersign.
Laging ganun eh. And that's a normal reason.
Pero isa lang po yun, sir. Yun ang natatandaan ko, sir. Hindi yung operatiba, iniwan yung ebidensya sa investigador, in-inquest niya, pero yung ebidensya, hindi nakapag-countersign yung arresting officer doon sa evidence.
So, okay. So, yan ang nangyayari, no? Kung bakit nadidismiss. Ngayon, General Mata, you know these stories, di ba? Alam mo kung bakit nadidismiss yung mga kaso. Kasi minsan, yung mga pulis na kasama dun sa operation sa anti-illegal drugs, iniiwan lang sa investigador yung mga ebidensya. And alam natin na madidismiss yan. Di ba? And being the head of PIDEG, siguro dapat orient mo ulit ang iyong mga miyembro sa PIDEG. No, na dapat kapag tayo ay nag-file ng kaso, maging successful naman yung kaso.
Yes, sir. Actually, we adhere to the DC-20, sir. We also coordinated our every operation to the DOJ.
Make sure also, General Mata,
Yes, sir.
so that you will not violate the law. Lahat ng anti-drug operations must be closely coordinated with PIDEA, and that's what the law says, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Medyo itong nangyari lang sa amin sa Cavite, sir. Ano to continuous surveillance, nagkaroon lang ng na hindi sila napasama. Pero yung last operation...
Pagka-surveillance ba, nagse-surveillance kayo, hindi nyo ini-inform ang PIDEA?
Yes, sir. Kasi informed sila, pero hindi na sila actual kasama. Sa negation phase, kasama sila, sir. In fact, may dalawa kaming search warrant sa Bulacan, kasama sila, it turned out to be negative lang eh.
Okay.
Talagang dito lang medyo nag-fail, sir. Tsaka rest assured, i-correct ko, sir. Yun.
Sige, dito sa aming re-recommendang batas.
We will conduct investigation.
Yes, please. In the
Yes, sir.
legislation that this committee will recommend, will make sure na magiging liable kayo
Yes, Your Honor.
kung hindi kayo magko-coordinate with PIDEA.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because that is a provision of Republic Act 9165. And you all know that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Diba? Okay, so
Yes, sir.
thank you. So, Congressman Dan Fernandez, your
Mr.
favorite
Chair.
motion?
Nakatanggap kami ng lead data kay General Bakay on those drug lords na napatay. Nakalagay po doon, I do not know if you have these listings also currently, no? Meron drug lord, ayan, meron drug lord, merong financier, merong maintainer, merong operator, merong pusher, merong user. Meron po ba kayo, General Mata, meron po ba kayo ng ganitong klaseng data? Na-validate po ba nyo ito?
I haven't seen
Meron ba
that,
kayo ganitong klaseng data?
What we have in our data, sir, is HBI list of drug personalities.
Ano po yung
High value individual and street level individual.
Hindi, ito, kompleto po ito eh. Paki-ano lang po sa amin, tanong mo ha? O, sinubmit po ito. Ni
Yes,
General
sir.
Bakay sa
Yes, sir.
amin.
I will
Ito
look
po
into
yung
that.
mga napatay, died in police operations from July 1, 2016 to June 30, 2022. Ang drug lord, ang napatay 21. Ang financier, ang napatay 9. Ang maintainer, ang napatay 18. Ang operator, ang napatay 12. Ang pusher, ang napatay 7,173. Ang user, napatay din 440. A total of 7,640. Meron po ba kayong ganitong listahan? Hindi
yes,
po
Your
yung
Honor.
died in police operations, pero na-revalidate nyo itong mga listahan na ito at active pa ho ito at nasa kulungan ba ito o nakasuhan po ito? Meron ba kayong ganyan listahan?
Meron po, Your Honor.
Pakisubmit nyo po sa amin na listahan kung meron kayo.
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
Kinakailangan po, yung talagang...
Actually, our list is included already in that list you have, sir.
I don't think so.
Consolidated.
No, hindi pa. I don't think so. Sapagkat ito Hanggang June 30, 2022 to eh. Ang kailangan namin ngayon, yung pong ganitong klaseng category, pero validated, kinasuhan, nakakulong, at awol. Yun po ang gusto namin malaman.
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
Tulad po nito, General Mata, ang sinabit po sa amin ni Colonel Espinido, recapitulation of PRRD's list. Meron po ba kayo nito?
Yes, Your
Nakalagay
Honor.
po,
Yes.
elected public officials, validated, what's listed? 12. For validation, 1. Killed, 5. Ano itong Ayun, DUI. Under investigation, 1. Arrested, 2. Surrendered, 4. 12 cases at large, 1. May civilians, 132. Ang was listed. PNP personnel, 52. Meron po ba kayong ganitong listahan?
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
Pwede bang pakisubmit yun sa amin
We
tulad ng
will-
ginawa po ni Colonel Espinido?
Yes, sir. We will submit it.
Pwede rin po ba, Colonel Marcos? Meron po kayong listahan yan?
Wala po akong listahan, Mr. Chair.
Wala kayong listahan ganito.
Wala
Paano
po.
nyo masasabihin sa may listahan kayo?
Yung sinabi ko po kanina, yung tungkol po sa ginagawang validation ng PRO8 na which I attend regularly. Dinidiscuss po yan ng committee kung sino po yung mga nakalista na drug lords.
Hindi, may listahan
drug
kayo doon sa SOC Sergeant, di ba? Si IDG chief kayo doon eh. Mr. Chair.
Sa ngayon po, Mr. Chair, ang CIDG do not maintain already a list of drug personality because
Why?
operation on illegal drugs is already not part of our mandate. Since
meron,
2008.
meron ng isang ahensya sa PNP tulad ninyo na nag-ooperate sa drugs.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr.
DJ
Chairman.
Lasso. DJ Lasso, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Pwede po ba nabigyan nyo kami listahan din sa inyo na nabanggit ko?
Can I say something, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Ito po yung problema natin sa sa droga. Kasi po, wala po tayong watch list. Wala, kanya-kanya po kami. Kaya yung format ninyo, iba doon sa format nila.
Bakit itong kay Colonel Speedo merong watch listed?
Meron, Mr. Chairman, there is. Pero when I took over as PDEA, I wanted to look at a national watch list wherein all the
DJ Lasso, mayroon pang sinasabi, yan ang sinasabi namin dito, na nakakawala ang ibang mga drug bust ninyo at nabalitaan pa namin na kung kayo, PNP, PDEA, nakahuli ng 1,000 kilograms, ang nire-report lamang sa media 200. Totoo ba yon?
it can happen, Your Honor.
It can happen. It can happen. It's not only it can happen, DJ Lasso. It is happening. It is
Yes, Your
happening.
Yes, Your Honor.
At ibinebenta ng mga pulis natin ang mga nakuha nilang mga drugs. Ang tanong ko ganito, kaya kinakailangan, DJ Lasso, meron po kayong listahan yan. What's listed for validation, arrested, surrendered, nawawala o kinakasuhan. You have to have a list of that para malaman po natin ito. Pwede po ba, DJ Lasso?
Your Honor, that is why I was calling the office. We have scheduled a national workshop involving all the agencies of government that have holdings on narcotics.
Involving all the agencies,
Yes.
law enforcement agencies.
Not only law enforcement.
Do you think the Philippine National Police will attend?
They are invited to attend.
They are invited.
In fact,
They should be directed to attend because you're the lead agency for drugs.
Yes,
They should be directed to attend, Mr. Chair, because you are the lead agency on drugs.
Yes, they must
They
attend.
should not only be invited. General Mata, do you agree with that? General Mata, you should be directed to attend because they're the lead agency. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
Okay, therefore, the PIDEA will hold a, what do you call that?
It's a
A summit.
National Drug Summit, Mr. Chairman.
And therefore, if you are directed to attend, you're going to attend, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. We are always attending.
All right, so he is promising.
Invited, Your Honor.
Kailan po mangyayari yan?
September 23, 24, and 25.
Pag
Mr.
hindi
Chairman.
nangyari yan, pakisabi nyo sa amin.
Sir, they will be attending because we are following the PNP just conducted their regional summits all over the country.
Mr. Chair, the reason why, until now, can you imagine, the war on drugs that the former president promised to solve in 6 months took him 6 years. And in the process, killed more than 36,000 people. Now, we still have drugs today. Wala pang 1,000 napapatay. General Mata, am I right?
Yes.
Pero nakakahuli
Mr. Chair, sir.
kayo.
Yes.
Now, bakit? Bakit? Palagay ko, ang karamihan dito, Mr. Chair, mga kapulisan to. Nahuhuli nyo, pero hindi lahat ng inyong nahuhuli ay talagang nasasakotin ninyo. Ibig sabihin, merong nakakawala diyang mga drugs, Mr. Chair. Kaya meron pa rin drugs eh. Kaya sinasabi ko, while Colonel Espinido here said, at sinabi po niya na siya humingi ng paumanhin na sinabi niya na ang Philippine National Police ay biggest criminal organization. Oo, nagpaumanhin siya. Hindi totoo. Sa akin, mukhang totoo. Until otherwise, DJ Lasso, General Mata, until otherwise, you truly address the drug problem in this country and stop it, maniniwala po ako that the Philippine National Police holds the biggest drug syndicate in this country. Mr. Chair, Colonel Leonardo, sabi niyo may listahan kayo ng mga drugs watch list, hindi ba? Kailan yun? Panahon nyo o ngayon?
Nung panahon po namin, Mr.
Therefore, nung panahon nyo, ano po yung, nung kayo station commander ba o ano?
Meron po nung station commander ako, meron din po nung ako'y
CIDG.
CIDG po.
Ayun, CIDG po kayo ng ano?
Sa Davao City, Combal, Del Sur.
So meron kayo listahan?
Meron naman po lahat, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Gusto nga yung malaman dito kung sino yung current na kapalit ninyo sa CIDG. Mr. Chair, I would like to air a warning to each of you in the Philippine National Police. The moment nakaamoy kami na merong involved sa drugs, ang ilang mga police officers namin, papatawag po namin dito. Papatawag po namin dito. Papatawarin namin, pero ipoprosecute namin. Ayos ba yun? Nakalagay sa Bible yun.
Oo nga eh.
Hindi kayo maaari makatakas sa prosecution. Pagpapatawad, okay. Pero I would like to air a warning, Mr. Chair. The moment na kami ay makaamoy na merong Philippine National Police personnel na involved dito sa drugs na ito, ipapatawag namin dito at isasama namin sa investigasyon, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Bante. Congressman Fernandez.
Okay, so maraming pong salamat. Maganda naman po yung ating pinag-uusapan and I hope that the PNP organization, kasi a while ago I was a bit confused about this list, Merong list si Esperido, may list sa PIDEA, wala silang list. So I was in a quandary dahil nga since na para bang magulo po yung listahan, so medyo confusing. And I think I must agree also with Chairman Bante. In so much as the real situation of our organization, yung ating pong mga kapulisan ay at stake in here. So they must be also truthful because there are these hypotheses that was mentioned by our chairman with regards to these drugs that are being apprehended by our PIDEA. And then sandali, mawawala. And then, we have to subject our PNP organization in a cleansing scheme that we are starting right now. I hope that there will be a reset, Mr. Chairman, because our country need badly the change that need to be done. And with that, Mr. Chairman, before I move for the suspension, Mr. Chairman, may we allow to invite the former mayor of Iloilo, Mayor Jed Mabilog, and at the same time, we invite also, a while ago, Chairman Abante moved to invite the chief CIDG, NCR. And I told him that the chief NCRPO was Nartates. I was wrong. So it is Colonel Noel Alino, no? Chief CIDG ng NCR. So we will be inviting him in the next hearing. And with that,
Mr. Chair, I also would like to invite sana the former General Peralta and the former General Medina to this hearing because I believe they have something to say.
Former CIDG yun, Chairman Abante. I think.
Chairman, just for the information of the Honorable Committee, ang understanding ko po, ano man information, the new CIDG sa NCRPO has just been assigned. No, so better we will also invite the previews. Kasi I think siguro mga 1 buwan o 2 buwan pa lang yung CIDG. Colonel, kilala mo yun? Kilala mo yun? Di ba? Kilala mo yung CIDG ngayon na naka-assign, si NCRPO? Kilala mo?
Pakiulit po, Mr. Chair. Pasensya na po.
Hindi, kilala mo. Nagbubulungan nga kayo eh.
Opo. Hindi po, meron po kami
kilala mo si Bong Alinyo?
Bong Alinyo.
Yeah, Colonel Bong Alinyo. He was just assigned as CIDG NCRPO. His name was mentioned to be invited, but okay, Mr. Chairman, class 98 siya eh. Di ba? Class 98. You're not familiar?
Parang familiar po, Alinyo.
Familiar ka? Okay. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, while we will invite Colonel Alinyo in the next hearing, we should also invite the previews. Kasi ang kailangan natin dito, yung nakaraan, kasi if my memory serves me right, siguro wala pang 2 buwan na naka-assign si Colonel Alinyo sa CIDG NCRPO. And I do not know who is the previous CIDG. Colonel Marcos, do you know the CIDG NCRPO? Prior to the assignment of Colonel Alinyo?
Si Colonel Ana po yung last na...
Sorry?
Colonel Ana po yung last na pagkalam ko na CIDG NCR, kaya lang, there were turnover 2 days ago.
2 days ago lang?
O nagpalit-palitan po.
So, Colonel Ana was relieved sa NCRPO, pinalitan ni Bong Alinyo. Tama. So, we'll invite Colonel Ana siguro on the next hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, 12 hours na po tayo na nag-hearing.
Senior Deputy Speaker.
The mind is what?
Senior Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, before we close, before
Mr.
we
Chair,
suspend,
Can I be
Mr. Chairman, before we end, before we suspend, sa mga nanonood po, sa mga ating kababayan at sa buong mundo ngayon, napaka-importante po nitong ginagawa natin ngayon. Nandito po kami 9:15 in the morning. 9:40 na po. Isipin mo, may 12 hours na po dito. sa ating hearing. Napaka-importante. That's why we formed this Quadcom, headed by our chairman, Ace Barbers, ang ating chairman ng Dangerous Drugs. Kanina, sabi natin, ang pag-uusapan natin is only EJK, that is human rights. Nandito si Chairman Benny. At yung Pogo, we will tackle it next week. And the public order and safety, and the public accounts. And this is for the first time in the history, this 19th Congress will make an history. We will reshape our country. Tulungan niyo po kami, mga kawani natin sa gobyerno, my fellow workers in government. We will lead to reshape this country for our young and future generation. Diniscuss po natin kanina, drugs. Kanina, EJK. Pag nagbenta ka ng drugs, mapupunta sa pagbili ng mga lupa. That's number 2. Number 3, pag nakabili ka ng drugs, nagbenta ka ng drugs, ng droga, mag-aaway kayo, magpapatayan kayo. That is EJK. Number 4, pag marami na kayong pera, mamimili po kayo ng lupa. Hindi nyo alam kung saan nyo dadalhin yung mga pera nyo na nakita nyo dito sa droga. In summation of all of this is the Quadcom. So, Father, ano pa si Father? Si Bishop, andito pa. Kami po, we are the members of 19th Congress with my fellow congresspersons. Nagpapasalamat po kami. Napaka-importante po nitong Quadcom na to. On that note, maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman, to the co-chairman, and to our resource persons. Magandang gabi pong lahat sa ating lahat.
Thank you, SDS Gonzales. Yes, do you want
Can
to say...
I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Okay.
I would like to answer the question raised by Congressman Paduano, Mr. Chair.
Sige.
Sandali po.
Which question? Ang daming question nun.
Ang daming question kasi ng mga congressman kanina. It is only my question. Ngayon, pag Ms. Garma, you can file a motion, but you have to stay here muna. You can file a motion. Kasi tatagal tayo dito. Believe you me. Kasi kanina tinanong na kita, yung states mo pa lang na travel, mali-mali yung sinagot mo sa akin.
No.
Mali. I will give
Mr.
you,
Chair,
in the next hearing, Mr. Chairman, in the next hearing, tatanungin kita ulit kung sasabihin mo ng totoo.
Mr. Chair, I'm telling the truth, Mr. Chair, in my mother's grave. Yung travel ko sa state, sinabi ko na po ang totoo. I don't even know the answer why my visa was invalidated by...
Hindi lang yung visa, Ms. Garma, alam mo kung bakit ka pinigil.
No, Mr. Chair, I do not know, Mr.
Anyway,
Chair.
Mr. Chairman, if I ask her...
Mr. Chair, if you, I will be proven,
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Wait.
Na
Point
I'm
of order.
lying.
1 minute suspension.
I'm not lying. Yung...
Please address
Why
the
did I
chair
lie on my travels,
when you
Mr.
reply to
Chair?
the question asked by a member, okay? And clarify mo lang ulit ang iyong gustong sabihin. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hearing is resumed.
I wanted to answer the questions, Mr. Chair. I have a daughter waiting for me who attempted to kill herself 3 times. I cannot leave her, Mr. Chair. She's waiting for me. She attempted 3 times, Mr. Chair. That's why I cannot leave her. Now, I will answer all your questions, Mr. Chair. With regards to my travels, that's the real answer. I do not know why my visa was canceled, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Okay.
You can validate that if magtanong kayo sa Japan kung bakit. They didn't give me the exact answer.
I think Congressman Paduano has asked several questions to you, GM Garma. Not just about your trip to Japan. So it seems that they have not answered his questions, and you appear to be evading the questions that he is asking. And
Yes.
that is the reason why you were cited in contempt.
Yes, Mr. Chair, may I make a statement? That's why I'm appealing to answer, but as stated by the Honorable Congressman, Mr. Chair, he said that I was not telling the truth about my travel to States, but that's the truth. If that is the only reason, isa lang yan, ano pa yung other questions that I will answer? But with regards to my travel sa States, last travel, yun po ang totoong nangyari sa amin ng anak ko sa Japan. I do not know why my visa was invalidated according to that lady in Japan.
Mr. Chairman, to be clear, he was not contented because of that question of mine, because of the travel. And in fact, hindi ko na nga pinurso kasi it is all about the question being raised to you by the members. And you're evading the question. It is not all about your travel in the US. Eh, hindi pa nga ako tapos dun eh. Sa totoo lang po, travel in the US, hindi pa ako tapos dun. I tell you. You were cited in contempt because you're evading question from the very start by the members of this committee. Not because may question about your US travel. And ang totoo noon, hindi pa ako tapos doon. Ms. Garma, akala mo yun lang? Hindi pa ako tapos doon. And I will prove you in the next hearing. Pag hindi ka nagsabi ng totoo, I will prove to you that you're lying. Doon lang muna. Kung yun lang yung gusto mong pag-usapan, yung travel mo sa US, if you will not tell the truth in the next hearing, I have all the proof with me. Hiningaan lang kita kanina, hindi mo maibigay.
With the,
Kung online ngayon, dapat may record ka eh. Diba?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Congressman ako first. Sige.
I think the resource person does not have any recourse with us anymore, simply because we have decided. If you look around, we do not have any quorum already to decide whether we would withdraw the contempt order or not. So I think the recourse left for the gentle lady is that either she files a motion for reconsideration or she goes to the court. I think her lawyer knows that. Kasi hindi na po tayo dahil nag-decide na po yung buong committee kanina eh. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman.
And with
Nato. Yes, that is true, that we have already decided, and if you want to question the decision of the committee, you can either question this before a court or file a motion for recon before the Quadcom. And we will certainly entertain the motion. But since the committee has already decided, and Congressman Fernandez is
about to
signaling
move
to me to give him the floor, and now
yes.
I give you the floor.
With the indulgence of, we sympathize with you, Colonel Rohina Garma, no? But of course, we have already decided, and the proper recourse is to apply for a motion for reconsideration. And in relation to your daughter na sinasabi mo po, can you kindly give us a I mean the certificate, no? Kasi we really don't know, no? We will be asking, the sergeant at arms to fetch, yung anak niya para to be with her. Para at least ay makita natin yung kalagayan ng kanyang anak. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I think it is just right for us to bring the child in here para makasama po ni Colonel Garma, yung kanya po anak. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman. And I move to suspend this Quadcom hearing till the next hearing will be scheduled.
There is a motion to suspend, duly seconded. Hearing no objection, this committee hearing is suspended.